Chapter 1. The East Desolation Cauldron. In the quaint town of Qingfeng, nestled within the rugged hills, Yi Xianqian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the 10 children before him, his heart heavy with emotion. 8 years had passed. He had lived in this place for 8 long years. Observing these children grow before his eyes, he could not help but sigh inwardly. One boy, standing boldly in front of Yi Xianqian, called out, "Master Yi, please demonstrate the Taizu long fist once more." Upon hearing this, Yi Xianqian felt a bittersweet pang in his heart. His familiarity with the Taizu long fist rivaled that of anyone else, yet if given the choice, he would have preferred to remain unfamiliar with it. The Taizu long fist was the most fundamental martial art for channeling the ethereal energies of the universe into the practitioner's body, and he had been practicing it for 10 years. Though his heart was clouded with bitterness, the eager eyes of the 10 children gradually dispelled his sorrow. He took a step forward, and in that instant his entire demeanor transformed, akin to a great dragon awakening from a long slumber, striving to open its awe-inspiring eyes. Determination filled his gaze, as if nothing could ever sway his resolve. Crack! Yi Xianqian launched a powerful punch forward, a subtle tremor resonating beneath the force of his strike. A faint wisp of white energy materialized before his fist, as if attempting to penetrate into his very being. Seeing this, he revealed a flicker of delight, only for it to be swiftly overshadowed by disappointment. The white energy surged forth, but failed to return to his body, as though he were an insulator against its touch. Failure. Yet again, failure. Damn it, why? Why? After 10 years, why is it still impossible? The spiritual energy has clearly been expelled into the physical realm. Yi Xianqian could no longer care about the children's reactions. His heart was now filled with despair and helplessness. The children regarded him with astonishment, wanting to say something, but words failed them, and they silently departed. Yi Xianqian collapsed onto the ground, his fists repeatedly striking the earth. Drops of blood trickled from his knuckles, seeping into the soil. The vivid crimson mingled with the brown earth, creating a striking contrast. Lost in thought, he gazed up at the sky, murmuring, "Tomorrow is the adult ceremony, and I shall return to the Yi family. But what does it matter? I will still be cast out." His blood continued to drip onto the ground, slowly saturating the dirt, unnoticed by anyone, as a fleeting glimmer of light seemingly recording an ancient history flashed past the muddy surface. If the spiritual vessel remains dormant, no matter how much willpower one possesses, it is simply a waste of a fine talent. A weary sigh echoed from afar, followed by the slow approach of an elderly man leaning on a cane, his gaze upon Yi Xianqian filled with complexity. Yi Xianqian forced a bitter smile, rising to greet the old man with a slight bow. "Village chief, I shall return to the Yi family tomorrow. Let the children practice on their own today and tomorrow. I am somewhat fatigued and will take my leave to rest." Without awaiting a response from the village chief, Yi Xianqian turned and departed. The sunlight cast a desolate glow upon his back. The village chief shook his head slowly, murmuring, "The village lacks masters. Yet if it were possible, I would prefer that master not be you." At the chief's words, Yi Xianqian paused momentarily, clenching his fists tightly as he walked away. Just as he left, a mountain-like figure materialized behind the village chief. The man watched Yi Xianqian's retreating silhouette, his eyes filled with conflicting emotions. "Elder, do you believe we were wrong in our actions all those years ago?" the man whispered. The village chief shook his head, replying, "Perhaps this is for his own good. The spiritual vessel remains dormant, rendering him incapable of cultivation. Though 10 years have not opened the path for him, they have forged his body." The man opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately, his words dissolved into a heavy sigh. "Very well, we shall ensure your safety for life, Yi Xianqian." It is said that arid mountain village was established upon a desolate hill. Despite the passage of time, several small hills still dotted the landscape. Yi Xianqian made his way toward a familiar small hill, where he often lingered. Tomorrow marked his comingafage ceremony, and he intended to seize the opportunity to continue his training. Though he understood that this endeavor might yield no results, he remained resolute in his desire to persist. Regardless of what one hears, never utter the word impossible, for it is merely an excuse for those unwilling to strive. Yi Xianqian affirmed within himself. With that thought, he stood atop the hill, his determination undiminished by the recent blow. Boom! He thrust forward with a punch, the movement deceptively simple, yet brimming with explosive power, as if it had become second nature. A wisp of white energy appeared before him. But unlike before, it did not attempt to merge with his being. Instead, it spiraled around him. A flash of surprise crossed Yi Xianqin's eyes, yet he did not hesitate in his movements. Rip! He unleashed another punch. A faint sound of wind slicing through the air reached his ears. His astonishment deepened. Yet the more surprised he became, the more focused he was, as his punches stirred up bursts of spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to him, a solitary figure materialized behind him, exuding an air of arrogant supremacy, instilling a sense of dread as if the very heavens were crumbling at its presence. The light in Yi Xianqin's eyes intensified. He swung his fists forward with fervor, and the swirling white energy instinctively began to penetrate his body. The aloof figure behind him chuckled softly, as if looking down upon the world itself. No spiritual vessel? Kaktaruf, what есть? The figure seemed to murmur, then pointed abruptly toward arid mountain village. An unseen force rippled through the village, and a primordial aura quietly emerged behind Yi Xianqin. The arrival of this ancient energy stimulated the spiritual essence, causing swirling streams of energy to flow into Yi Xianqin's body. With a smirk, the proud figure's lips curled upward, transforming into white energy that merged with the primordial aura, entering Yi Xianqin's being. Boom! Yi Xianqin felt as if his body had erupted in an instant, threads of spiritual energy flooding into him, enhancing his physique. Gradually, a trace of true essence materialized within his dantian. This was the true essence of a martial artist, the very thing he had yearned for over the past decade. Excitement flickered in Yi Xianqin's eyes as he unconsciously clenched his fist, a surge of unimaginable power coursing through his hand. He froze momentarily, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. This is the strength of the second layer of the postnatal realm. Yi Xianqin can finally cultivate, he proclaimed, thrusting his fist forward. Yet in the next instant, his brow furrowed involuntarily. But I clearly do not possess a spiritual vessel. Martial artists must awaken their internal spiritual vessel to cultivate. Without this awakening, no matter how resolute one may be, they cannot tread the path of cultivation. Although Yi Xianqin had not given up on training over the past decade, he understood that he had merely been toiling towards an illusory goal. But now, how could he absorb spiritual energy and break through to the second layer of the postnatal realm without having awakened a spiritual vessel? As he pondered this, a glimmer of golden light flashed at his brow, and Yi Xianqin gasped. The East Desolation Cauldron? Just moments ago, he had felt a spiritual vessel suddenly manifest within him. And this vessel was none other than the long-lost sacred artifact of the East Desolation continent, the East Desolation Cauldron. Each spiritual vessel contains the methods and techniques suitable for the respective martial artist's cultivation, and the East Desolation Cauldron held the teachings of the East Desolation Canon, which possessed the power to stabilize and nurture one's essence. A smile of uncontainable joy spread across Yi Xianqin's face, gradually transforming into a fierce determination. The awakening of a spiritual vessel was merely the first step for a martial artist. Only through relentless cultivation could one reach the pinnacle. With the acquisition of the East Desolation Cauldron, Yi Xianqin felt an invigorating transformation within his essence, spirit, and energy. He began to cultivate a newfound ambition. But what was wrong with that? A youth without dreams is a youth wasted. Chapter 2. Speak not, and leave your tongue behind. 8 years ago, he had been sent by the Yi family to Arid Mountain Village to serve as a mentor to the village children. Though termed as a dispatch, it was, in truth, a banishment from the Yi family. Tomorrow marked his 18th birthday. If he still remained without the ability to cultivate, he would face true exile from the Yi family, rather than the previous, gentler version. The passage of time not only forged Yi Xianqin's will to be as steadfast as a rock, but also instilled within him a profound realization. In the East Desolation continent, the law of the jungle reigns supreme. The weak are mere fodder for the strong. Such is the cruel world he inhabits. If one cannot change it, one must adapt. Yi Xianqin clenched his fists tightly, The subtle crackling sounds unheard by his ears, yet resonating like a hammer against his spirit. I despise the so-called rules of today. To enact change, one must wield their own strength to overturn this world. Yi Xianqian declared softly. His words were not loud, yet they seemed to resonate with the very fabric of existence. Behind him, an aloof figure re-emerged, casting a glance at Yi Xianqian. Though the air of arrogance remained, it now bore a hint of acknowledgement. If the rules do not please me, then I shall overturn this world. Martial artists cultivate for longevity, but what good is longevity? Alone in a world of desolation, it is better to embrace the madness of world upheaval. After Yi Xianqian gradually came to terms with this realization, a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. With that thought, he slowly rose and descended the mountain, preparing to visit the market to procure some items for the upcoming Kamingafage ceremony. The Eastern Wilderness Cauldron not only recorded supreme methods and martial skills, but it also contained accounts of long-lost, unheard-of elixirs. Yi Xianqian planned to make a trip to the market to purchase some spiritual herbs for alchemy. Within Qingfeng City, there were numerous markets, bustling with martial artists intending to venture to the nearby Qingfeng Mountain. The mountain was abundant with spirit beasts. Those at the acquired stage were as plentiful as stars, while innate stage beasts were even more numerous, and it was said that deeper within lay leap dragon stage creatures. To enhance their chances of survival, or to gain greater profit, foreign martial artists would engage in trade in Qingfeng City, gradually contributing to its thriving commerce. This small market, however, was situated in a remote area, frequented by few martial artists, and offered predominantly ordinary goods, which suited the financially strained Yi Xianqian perfectly. In the span of 10 years, the allowance provided by the Yi family, combined with the income he discreetly amassed, totaled a mere 10 taels of gold. The market was scattered with a few small stalls, beside which sat various martial artists. These martial artists would only speak when customers arrived in their absence. They remained silent, lending the market an eerie atmosphere. As Yi Xianqian strolled, he surveyed the stalls on either side. However, disappointment swiftly crossed his face, for even with his discerning eye, he could tell that most of the wares were counterfeit, indicating that the majority of the vendors were merely attempting to swindle a profit, leaving little chance for genuine high-quality items. Not this, this won't do, Yi Xianqian muttered, shaking his head. Finding something that met his standards in such a market seemed an arduous task, given the abundance of fakes, and the truly valuable items were not what he sought. Suddenly, a glimmer of interest sparked in his eyes, and he halted in front of one stall. How much for this stone flower, owner? Yi Xianqian inquired, pointing at a small brown flower growing on a large rock. The stall owner, a weathered middle-aged man, exuded an ambiguous aura of power, appearing both extraordinarily formidable and yet like an ordinary martial artist. After casting a glance at Yi Xianqian, he replied, 10 taels of gold. Upon hearing this, Yi Xianqian inhaled sharply. 10 taels was all his savings, and this tiny stone flower represented a decade of effort. Yet, he quickly reined in his emotions, striving to maintain composure. In the market, one must possess both discernment and a calm heart, otherwise, even low-priced items could lead to being swindled into paying exorbitant sums. That's too expensive, Yi Xianqian stated flatly. The owner glanced at him again, his demeanor cold enough that Yi Xianqian felt a shiver run down his spine. This man was not simple, Yi Xianqian thought to himself. That unsettling feeling soon dissipated as the owner, with the same weary tone, said, though the stone flower is merely an ordinary spiritual herb, it is still a spiritual herb. 10 taels is not excessive. Yi Xianqian scrutinized the man, pondering. Who is this person? He appears unremarkable, yet he is terrifyingly formidable. At that moment, he inadvertently noticed a scrap of cloth on the stall and, after a moment's contemplation, nodded, saying, 10 taels of gold is acceptable, but I want this as well. He gestured toward the scrap of cloth he had just seen. The owner fell silent for a time, then finally looked at Yi Xianqian and replied, agreed. Yi Xianqian felt a surge of joy within him, thinking, it's done. He produced 10 taels of gold and handed them to the owner, swiftly retrieving a wrap to encase the stone flower along with the rock and the scrap of cloth before making his hasty exit. Qingfeng City was managed by the Yi and Han families, typically free from trouble, yet one could never be too cautious, so Yi Xianqian did not allow himself to relax. As he departed, the weathered owner seemed to watch him go, his lips moving as if pondering. Is he the sun? At that moment, the sun rose, casting warm rays upon Yi Xianqin's frail figure. Though it was still early, the city was already bustling with activity. Suddenly, a pitiful female voice echoed nearby, prompting Yi Xianqin to glance over, noticing a crowd gathering around the sound. A frail, ragged little girl lay on the ground, crying out in despair. Next to her, a lecherous young man approached, while the girl could only retreat, tears streaming down her face. Onlookers wore expressions of sympathy, but did not intervene. "Please don't come near," the girl begged, her voice trembling. The lecherous man grinned maliciously. "Why can't I come closer? Aren't we husband and wife? Go away, you deceitful scoundrel. Don't come near," the girl cried out, desperation lacing her words. Upon hearing this, a wave of uncontrollable anger surged within Yi Xianqin. He recognized the lecherous man as Yi Run, a lackey of Yi Xiong, who had tormented him previously. He was well aware of the clout wielded by Yi Xiong, the legitimate son of the Yi family, significant enough to intimidate even Yi Run into submission. But others may fear him. I do not. Yi Xianqin raged internally. He then stepped forward, unleashing a furious shout. Get lost. Though his voice was not loud, it sufficed to capture the attention of the lecherous man nearby. Which fool dares to meddle in my affairs? The man retorted angrily, but his rage quickly transformed into mocking amusement as his narrow eyes locked onto Yi Xianqin, a sneer of disdain curling his lips as if he were gazing upon a piece of refuse. Oh, isn't this the waste who was sent to the desolate village, or rather, expelled from the Yi family? What, you think this waste can dictate my actions? Unfazed, Yi Xianqin replied. It's been 8 years, yet your tongue remains as foul as ever. If that's the case, allow me to remove it. Ha! Yi Ren chuckled, but his mirth swiftly turned to a malevolent glare. Do you truly think you amount to anything? You are but a discarded waste of the Yi family. If not for Yi Xiao's benevolence, you would have been dead long ago. A mere waste dares to challenge me, a practitioner of the acquired second layer. Yi Xianqin smirked, uttering, "Is that so?" In an instant, he moved with the swiftness of a shooting star, closing the distance to Yi Run, exerting a slight force to toss the wrap upward, while his left hand swiftly grasped Yi Ren's cheeks, and his right hand plunged into his mouth to yank. Ah! A muffled scream erupted from Yi Ren's lips, and before the onlookers could react, a torrent of blood and a severed, bloodied tongue flew through the air. Yi Xianqin released his grip, casting a disdainful glance at his now bloodied and saliva-stained hand, before tearing a strip from Yi Ren's clothing to wipe it clean, then catching the wrap that had just fallen. The entire sequence of events transpired in mere moments. A living, breathing practitioner of the acquired second layer met his demise in the eyes of the crowd, having his tongue removed before he could even finish a scream. How is this possible? Yi Xianqin is supposed to be incapable of cultivation. How could he so effortlessly remove the tongue of an acquired second-layer martial artist? Sure. Are you seeking death? Yi Xiao is still here. It's hard to imagine. I just saw Yi Xiao a moment ago. A living person. I heard Yi Xiao's parents were geniuses. It seems Yi Xiao was merely pretending to be a waste. I always suspected that the son of the strongest in Qingfeng City could not possibly be a waste. Yi Xianqin paid no mind to the convulsing, bloodied form of Yi Run on the ground, nor to the murmurs of those around him. The law of the world dictates that the strong reign supreme, while the weak become prey. Yi Xianqin could only adhere to his principles within that framework, just as he had in saving the girl. The little girl's cheeks were still streaked with tears, and when she met Yi Xianqin's gaze, fear and gratitude flickered across her face, quickly replaced by urgent anxiety. Young master, you must leave at once. Yi Ren is a comrade of young master Yi Xiong. You have killed him, and young master Yi Xiong will not spare you, she implored, clutching at Yi Xianqin's sleeve. Yi Xianqin's expression remained unchanged as he replied, I may leave, but what will become of you? Her eyes brimmed with tears. My parents recently succumbed to illness. To ensure they are buried properly, I had no choice but to sell myself. I never expected that Yi Run would merely toss my parents aside, and now this has happened. I have nothing left to hold on to. I would rather stand with you against young master Yi Xiong and his ilk. Yi Xianqin sighed, sensing the truth in her words, affirming that his actions had been justified. No need for that. If Yi Xiong comes, Then let him come. Yi Ren is nothing but a dog. If I slay the dog, the master will bark, and I have long anticipated this. Young master, please refrain from speaking so recklessly. The little girl exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Given Yi Xianqin's public humiliation of Yi Xiangyang in Qingfeng City, it was likely that once Yi Xianqin departed, Yi Xiangyang would not let the matter rest. Those nearby, upon hearing Yi Xianqin's words, felt an ominous tension and discreetly began to withdraw. The remaining onlookers, familiar with Yi Xianqin, were intrigued, each harboring a curiosity about what had transformed him from a mere wastrel into one bold enough to challenge Yi Xiangyang and advocate for another. With a gentle smile, Yi Xianqin lifted the little girl to her feet and brushed the dust off her clothes, inquiring, "What is your name?" His smile radiated warmth, and the influence of the Dong Huang Ding had imbued him with an inexplicable charisma. The little girl quickly regained her composure and replied, "Young master, my name is Chengyi." "Chengyi, is it? A lovely name. Come with me back to the Yi residence. I shall see which dog dares to lay a paw on my Chengyi," Yi Xianqin declared, a smirk gracing his lips as he uttered words that reverberated ominously throughout Qingfeng City. Chengyi, overwhelmed by fear, stood frozen, while the remaining spectators hastily retreated. Yet, as they departed, an unsettling premonition lingered in their minds, a foreboding sense that Qingfeng City was on the brink of a tempest. A storm, ignited by Yi Xianqin, the once renowned wastrel, would soon sweep from the Yi family to engulf all of Qingfeng City. Yi Xianqin observed the fleeing figures, his heart encased in frost. If Yi Xiangyang would not relent, neither would he spare Yi Xiangyang. His expulsion from the Yi family was largely due to Yi Xiangyang's machinations. After enduring a decade of humiliation, how could the now rejuvenated Yi Xianqin turn a blind eye to the past without betraying his own conscience? For a martial artist, the essence lies in remaining true to oneself. Gazing at the distant Yi residence, shrouded from view, Yi Xianqin's heart swirled with complexity. "Yi family, I am returning. Yi Xiangyang, are you prepared to face me?" Chapter 3, Expel Me. Let us see who is unfortunate. On the following day, at the Yi family's central hall, the sun blazed high in the sky. Numerous descendants of the Yi family congregated around the central hall. Though referred to as a hall, it was in fact an expansive plaza, typically designated for grand assemblies. Hence its title. In the heart of the plaza stood a colossal cauldron, reminiscent of ancient times, which was a replica of the sacred artifact known as the Eastern Wilderness Cauldron from the Eastern Wilderness continent. Elevated at an angle within the central hall was a platform adorned with 3 chairs, occupied by Yi Junlong, Yi Xinglan, and Yi Junming. Behind Yi Junlong and Yi Junming stood 2 renowned prodigies of the Yi family, Yi Xiangxiang, a postnatal 7th-layer powerhouse, and Yi Xiangwen, the pinnacle of the younger generation at the postnatal 9th layer. With a playful glint in his eyes, Yi Xiangxiang remarked, "Patriarch, the rest of the family has completed their coming-of-age ceremony. Only that good-for-nothing has yet to arrive. Could it be that he has fled in fear?" Yi Junlong, maintaining an impassive demeanor, replied, "Clan leader, the time is nearly upon us. According to family regulations, anyone who fails to attend the coming-of-age ceremony shall be expelled from the clan. I implore the patriarch to announce the decision that Yi Xinglan, the head of the Yi family, was on the verge of resigning from his position, which led to a covert struggle for power between the direct line leader Yi Junlong and the collateral line leader Yi Junming. Although Yi Xianqin was derided as a waste within the family, and to some extent had been marginalized, he remained the eldest son of his deceased father, thus preserving his status, should Yi Xianqin truly be expelled. It would undoubtedly inflict a significant blow to the collateral line. Hence, both Yi Xiangxiang and Yi Junlong had been fervently targeting Yi Xianqin, even expelling him from the Yi family 8 years prior. Before Yi Xinglan could respond, Yi Junming scoffed, "Why the haste? The ceremony does not conclude until noon. It is not yet noon. Could it be that Junlong has ulterior motives?" Though Yi Junming harbored a strong disdain for Yi Xianqin, he was compelled to maintain a semblance of balance due to the latter's unique status. To Yi Xinglan, the clan leader, remained silent, seemingly oblivious to the escalating conflict between the two, and it was this very silence that intensified their rivalry. Making it increasingly conspicuous that Yi Junming's words momentarily hushed the crowd, Yi Xiangxiang, who had been mocking Yi Xianqin, grew impatient. Is it possible that this good-for-nothing intends to arrive at noon? Must we all wait for such a waste? Absolutely not. Clan leader, I propose we expel Yi Xiangchen from the Yi family at once. As soon as his words fell, a subordinate of Yi Xiangxiang seized the moment to shout, "Yes, the clan leader cannot delay any longer. Expel that waste from the Yi family. Expel him from the Yi family. Expel him from the Yi family." The chants grew louder, and the other Yi family members, seemingly entranced, joined in the cacophony, as if the entire family were enveloped in the demand for Yi Xiangchen's expulsion. It appeared everyone awaited my arrival. How fortuitous! For I too have matters to attend to. A somewhat detached voice resonated from a distance, and the clamoring abruptly quieted. Yi Xiangxiang's eyes widened in realization. While others may have been unaware of the voice's owner, he knew all too well. That person was Yi Xiangchen, the so-called waste of the Yi family, with a bundle in one hand and leading the astonished Cheng Yi with the other. He strolled towards the central hall. After the Eastern Wilderness Cauldron became his spiritual artifact, it not only bestowed him with unparalleled martial skills, but also induced unimaginable changes within him. The aura of authority and aloofness emanating from him was something ordinary warriors found hard to resist. Is this truly Yi Xiangchen? Am I seeing things? Did he just utter a word, and now I am rendered speechless? You are not alone. I feel it too, as if my very bones dare not defy him. Is this still that waste? Yi Xiangchen advanced step by step, his presence commanding attention as he approached the replica of the Eastern Wilderness Cauldron. Standing beside the replica was someone who possessed the sacred Eastern Wilderness Cauldron. If others were to discover this, they would surely be astounded. Yi Xiangxiang, observing the composed Yi Xiangchen, could not help but exclaim, "Yi Xiangchen, today is your coming-of-age ceremony. How dare you disregard clan rules and arrive late?" At that moment, over 1,000 members of the Yi family, including Patriarch Yi Xinglan, were watching Yi Xiangchen. Yet he showed no sign of perturbation. The coming-of-age ceremony does not conclude until noon. It is but the hour of the rabbit. Pray tell, Yi Xiangxiang, from whence comes your notion of tardiness? Yi Xiangchen responded with a calm demeanor. Not long ago, he intended to bide his time, waiting until he had honed his skills with the Eastern Wilderness Manual before confronting Yi Xiangxiang. However, he had since changed his mind. For Yi Junlong and Yi Xiangxiang to vie for the position of clan leader, they must first challenge him, as they were doing now. If that is the case, why should he retreat? He was merely a postnatal 7th-layer practitioner, and he felt no fear. After all, he was the man who bore the Eastern Wilderness Cauldron, who in the entire Eastern Wilderness continent possessed greater opportunities than he. He had the right and confidence to disregard a mere postnatal 7th-layer practitioner. You, how brazen, you sharp-tongued waste. You can only rely on words for the time being. Let us see how you will stand firm later. Yi Xiangxiang was nearly choking with anger as he gritted his teeth. Did I ask that so? Yi Xiangchen replied with a smile, though that very smile sent shivers down the spines of those who witnessed it. Yi Xiangxiang, allow me to pose a question. What is the status of a personal servant to a young master of the Yi family? Yi Xiangchen abruptly shifted the subject. Yi Xiangxiang paused, momentarily taken aback by the question, yet under the scrutiny of all present. He could only respond, on par with a member of the Yi family. And what punishment should befall a servant who insults the personal servant of a young master? Yi Xiangxiang, sensing the gravity of Yi Xiangchen's inquiry, felt a twinge of apprehension, yet could not evade the question, gritting his teeth as he answered, "Death." Yi Xiangchen smiled lightly, gesturing towards Cheng Yi beside him. "Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, observe closely. Cheng Yi is my personal servant. Should anyone, like Yi run under Yi Xiangxiang, dare lay a finger on her, I shall ensure they meet the same fate as Yi Ren. I will strike wherever I deem fit." As Yi Xiangchen's words fell, the expressions of Yi Xinglan, Yi Junming, Yi Junlong, and Yi Xiangwen morphed into a peculiar blend of astonishment and incredulity. Only Yi Xiangxiang and his cohort were left pondering the implications of the words personal servant. Yi Run and striked out Yi Xiangxiang's face grew increasingly pale as he fixated on Yi Xiangchen, as if he wished to incinerate him with the fiery intensity of his gaze. Yi Xiangchen, Yi Xiangchen, you are merely a waste that I expelled from the Yi family. How dare you threaten my people? Yi Xiangxiang roared, disregarding the ongoing coming-of-age ceremony, as he leaped down from the platform. Bang! With a resounding thud, An aura belonging to a postnatal 7th-layer powerhouse erupted from Yi Xiangxiang, sending chills through every member of the Yi family present. The feather fan. With a flick of his wrist, a weapon resembling a feather fan appeared in his grasp. The moment the fan emerged, Yi Xiangxiang's aura surged even more fiercely. The surrounding Yi family members turned pale, instinctively channeling their vital energy to resist. The divide between the postnatal 7th layer and 6th layer was a chasm. Thus, despite many being at the 5th or 6th layer, they found it exceedingly difficult to withstand the overwhelming presence of Yi Xiangxiang. Yet, in stark contrast, Yi Xiangqian and Qing Yi appeared utterly unfazed by the oppressive aura, wearing expressions of calm amusement as they regarded Yi Xiangxiang. Yi Xiangqian had anticipated Yi Xiangguan's furious response, that he was well aware that his audacity to provoke Yi Xiangxiang, despite being merely at the 2nd postnatal layer, stemmed from his lack of fear regarding the so-called pressure of realms. The Eastern Wilderness Cauldron was a sacred artifact, the pinnacle of spiritual artifacts. Even though Yi Xiangguan wielded the remarkable feather fan, it was but a child's toy in comparison to the Eastern Wilderness Cauldron. With an expression of unperturbed indifference, Yi Xiangqian gazed at the infuriated Yi Xiangxiang and said, "What troubles you, Yi Xiangxiang? Is it truly appropriate to draw blades on the day of the coming-of-age ceremony?" His subtly mocking tone only served to further ignite Yi Xiangxiang's fury. "Spare me your nonsense. You have killed my man. If I do not kill you today, I vow I shall not be a man." Yi Xiangxiang's declaration caused the Yi family members to furrow their brows in alarm. Indeed, Yi Xiangqian had slain Yi Ren, yet according to his own reasoning, Yi Ren had met his deserved fate. However, now Yi Xiangxiang was openly defying his own words, even considering violating clan rules to strike at Yi Xiangqian. Yi Junlong's expression darkened considerably, and before he could interject, Yi Junming exclaimed from the side, "Yi Xiangxiang, who gave you the audacity to act?" At that moment, the previously silent Yi Xinglan's countenance also grew grim. "Junlong, take your son to the Blackwater Cave and confine him for half a month. Should he express discontent before a month has passed, you both shall remain in the Blackwater Cave indefinitely." Yi Xiangxiang's face changed dramatically. The Blackwater Cave was the Yi family's place of punishment, where a foul water accumulated, capable of corroding one's vital energy. Enduring half a month therein would leave one severely weakened. "I refuse. I refuse. Why should I be punished? A waste kill my man, and he deserves to die. How dare you imprison me in the Blackwater Cave? Have you lost your mind?" Yi Xiangxiang retorted angrily to Yi Xinglan. Yi Junlong's expression abruptly shifted, his hands gripping the chair tightly, the veins on his temples pulsating, a testament to his struggle to suppress his fury. This ire was not directed at Yi Xinglan, but rather at his scoundrel son, Yi Xiangxiang. Meanwhile, Yi Junming stood by, his face a portrait of intrigue, pondering whether Yi Xinglan might simply eliminate Yi Xiangxiang. Although Yi Xinglan seldom involved himself in familial disputes, he was undeniably a formidable, innate 7th-level warrior, one of the two great powers in Qingfeng City. Such strength could hardly be insulted by a mere postnatal 7th-level individual. 1 month in Haishuodong. Remember, it is a full month, not a breath less. Yi Xinglan spoke in a low voice, an aura, perceptible only to Yi Junlong and Yi Xiangxiang, instantly crushed their chairs, causing bricks to kneel before them. Drip, drip, blood continuously fell from the two, and not even Yi Xiangxiang dared utter a sound. Even Yi Junlong, a 4th-level innate warrior, was paralyzed by fear. Chapter 4. Dare a serval dog to bark. It was Yi Xinglan's first demonstration of what it meant to be an innate 7th-level warrior in front of the Yi family. His indifference to the conflicts was not a sign of age, but a testament to the martial pursuit of power, not for authority, but for strength. Yi Xiangqian deeply understood this from Yi Xinglan. In this world, strength commanded respect. Regardless of your myriad influences, if I am strong, what does it matter if the entire army besieges the city? One individual is enough to extinguish it. A surge of excitement welled within Yi Xiangqian. This was the essence of power, and it was his aspiration to achieve it. Soon, Yi Junlong and Yi Xiangxiang were escorted into Haishuodong by the guards, while Yi Xinglan calmly returned to his seat at the table. Were it not for the shattered chairs and bricks, no one would have suspected that anything had transpired here. Yi Xiangqian motioned for Cheng Yi to stand aside, and then bowed to Yi Xinglan, saying, I, a collateral descendant of the Yi family, humbly request the patriarch to commence my coming-of-age ceremony. Yi Xinglan remained silent, casting a couple of glances at Yi Xianqun, a fleeting glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. The coming-of-age ceremony is unnecessary. It is merely a formality. Your performance today has sufficiently proven your worth. You may now retrieve a martial technique and skill from Tianyin Pavilion as soon as Yi Xinglan's words fell. The Yi family disciples erupted in an uproar. Although the coming-of-age ceremony was indeed a mere formality, it was a traditional rite to assess one's cultivation. Anyone deemed unworthy would be truly expelled from the Yi family. Unlike Yi Xianqun, everyone knew that Yi Xianqun was a talentless waste. Now, Yi Xinglan had exempted him from the assessment, which could only be seen as favoritism. Such discontent simmered in the hearts of the Yi family disciples. Yet none dared to voice their grievances. They had witnessed Yi Xinglan's formidable might and did not wish to become the next Yi Xiangxiang. The Yi Xianqun understood that Yi Xinglan had recognized his potential to cultivate. This decision was not favoritism, but rather a means to spare him from public scrutiny, even though he was already exposed to everyone's gaze. The act of eliminating Yi Run, setting a trap for Yi Xiangxiang, and indirectly confining both Yi Xiangxiang and Yi Junlong to Haishuodong for a month was sufficient to overturn the perception of him as an untalented individual. While Yi Xinglan's dominance was evident, there would always be individuals of limited intellect eager to display their wit. The hall, which had been silent for a moment, was soon interrupted by a voice. "Patriarch, I believe this is inappropriate." Yi Xinglan's expression remained unchanged as he turned towards the source of the voice. "Oh, Yin, what do you find inappropriate?" Yin stroked his mustache, casting a resentful glance at Yi Xianqun. "Patriarch, while the coming-of-age ceremony may be a formality, it is a long-standing custom of the family. Should we proceed in this manner, it may not be suitable." Yi Xianqun could not help but shake his head, thinking to himself, "The world is indeed full of such dimwits, which only adds to the spectacle." Yin, the steward of the Yi family, was clearly aligning himself with Yi Junlong. The incident involving Yi Run, along with Yi Junlong, had fostered a deep-seated resentment towards Yi Xianqun and Yin. Yi Xinglan could only shake his head slightly. Yin was someone he had personally promoted, yet now he seemed increasingly muddled. "Steward Yi, since you maintain that it cannot be changed, then let it remain. I, Yi Xianqun, shall adhere to this custom and witness the family's traditions." Yi Xianqun declared with a smile. Yin let out a cold laugh, thinking, "What a performance! I shall see how you are expelled from the family." At that moment, he failed to realize that Yi Xianqun was no longer the easily manipulated waste he once was, but a formidable force capable of eliminating Yi Run and even compelling Yi Xiangxiang and Yi Junming to be imprisoned in Haishuodong. Strength does not solely reside in power. A robust heart also constitutes an unparalleled strength. In the Grand Hall, the only one unable to perceive the transformation of Yi Xianqun was Yin. If he were truly incapable of cultivation, how could he have slain a postnatal second-level warrior? "Young master, go for it," Chengyi exclaimed, shaking her small fists in encouragement. Yi Xianqun glanced at Chengyi, realizing that she possessed a certain sweetness, albeit appearing somewhat malnourished and frail, which explained why Yi Run had intended to seize her. He approached the replica of the Dongwang Ding, gazing at the artifact that mirrored his own physique. Inside it is said that there is no distinction between genuine and replica Dongwang Dings. The difference between the authentic and the counterfeit lies solely in the power of the Dongwang Ding itself. Akin to warriors, there is no innate nobility. Only strength delineates all. With that thought, Yi Xianqun placed his hand upon the replica of the Dongwang Ding. Testing one's cultivation was quite simple. All that was required was to place one's hand upon the replica and await the results. Upon contact, the Dongwang Ding trembled suddenly, as if a lower-level being had encountered a superior one, instinctively evoking a sense of reverence. This tremor did not go unnoticed by the Yi family disciples. They had never witnessed such an odd phenomenon from the Dongwang Ding during their time in the family, leading to a mix of skepticism and conjecture. Yi Xianqun gradually channeled his true energy into the replica while simultaneously calming it. Perhaps due to Yi Xianqun's gentle demeanor, the replica began to stabilize, and a beam of light shot forth from its mouth. Everyone was momentarily stunned by the brilliance, especially Yin, who exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? How can you, who could not even activate a spirit tool, now possessed postnatal second-level cultivation. This must be a trick. You have definitely manipulated something. Yi's mind began to unravel as he shouted in despair upon witnessing the light emitted by the Donghuang Ding. The other Yi family disciples did not react as dramatically as Yin, but their gazes towards Yi Xianqun were filled with incredulity. Did I end the Donghuang continent? Individuals relied on offering sacrifices to the divine to activate spirit tools, with each person having only one chance. Failure meant an inability to cultivate. That Yi Xianqun had always been labeled as a waste for this very reason. Yet now he had shattered their preconceived notions. While they had subtly suspected his ability to cultivate from his earlier actions, witnessing it firsthand left them utterly astonished. That Yi Xianqun had long anticipated the skepticism of the Yi family disciples. Yet he was unperturbed. Possessing sufficient strength was enough to silence any doubters. Now, Steward Yi, I have passed the assessment. Do you have anything further to say? Yi Xianqun smiled, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. However, the cold glint in his gaze sent shivers down Yi's spine. He felt his teeth chattering, yet years of experience in the Yi family compelled him to suppress his fear. No, nothing more. Congratulations on your coming of age, he managed to stammer to Yi Xianqun's expression suddenly turned icy. You may be unscathed, but I am not. Your nephew dared to lay a hand on my Qingyi. As the steward of the Yi family, you not only failed to fulfill your obligations, but also failed to manage your kin. What punishment do you think is warranted? Yin found Yi Xianqun to be a stranger. In his mind, Yi Xianqun had merely been a discarded waste of the family. Yet today, this waste not only proved capable of cultivation, but also dared to question his culpability. Yin's mind was flooded with retorts. But the occasional glances from Yi Xinglan deterred him from voicing them. Damn it! How could the patriarch protect this waste? If it weren't for Yi Run and Yi Xiangxiang being imprisoned, where would you find the audacity to act so arrogantly? Yin seethed inwardly. Yi Xianqun watched as Yin's expression shifted like the tides. Feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction, Yin had been an ally of Yi Xiangxiang, subjecting him to endless humiliation. Yet now, the once lofty Yin appeared to be nothing more than a barking dog. To humiliate him was hardly a challenge. All of this stemmed from strength. Strength. Yi Xianqun clenched his fists, the determination in his gaze deepening. After a considerable time, Yin's countenance finally stabilized, dark and brooding, as if it could drip black water. Young Master Yi, it is my failure to educate. The wretch perished at your hands, and his death is of little consequence. I shall ensure his family is properly guided. Yin gritted through clenched teeth. The Yi family disciples felt their minds teetering on the brink of collapse. Although Yin is merely a servant of the Yi family, he manages numerous affairs within the clan, and at times, even the direct descendants of the Yi family hesitate to disregard his authority. However, this formidable figure, a postnatal 9th-level powerhouse, unexpectedly finds himself apologizing to a once downtrodden individual, even glossing over the matter of his nephew's demise. Is this truly not a jest from the heavens? Such thoughts lingered in the minds of the Yi family disciples, and as they reflected, their gazes toward Yi Xianqun shifted, imbued with a newfound reverence, as they began to subconsciously equate him with the prodigious talents like Yi Xiangxiang. From waste to genius, such a transformation took but a single night. Yet it was undeniably real that Yi Xianqun paid no heed to Yin. Instead, he crouched before Qingyi, assisting her in adjusting her attire, before lifting her gently and carrying her towards his room in the West Garden. Even as the adult ceremony continued, with the clan leader Yi Xinglan yet to announce their dismissal, and with Yi Junming and the first talent of the Yi family, Yi Xingwen, awaiting their turn, and with thousands of Yi family disciples observing, Yi Xianqun resolutely departed with Qingyi, who appeared akin to a beggar. The disciples of the Yi family stood in stunned silence, yet they harbored a vague understanding of Yi Xianqun's actions. A decade ago, he was ridiculed as a waste. 8 years prior, he had been forcibly expelled from the Yi family at merely 10 years of age. When fortune smiles, one forgets the storms of the past. Witnessing this, Yi Xinglan felt no anger, but rather a profound sense of satisfaction. In his eyes, this was the epitome of a warrior's spirit. Disregarding worldly conventions, single-mindedly pursuing martial arts, who would dare to obstruct him? They would be met with annihilation. Such is the martial path. It is the path he seeks. Junwoo, you have a remarkable son. The Yi family shall finally thrive. Why Yi Xinglan's lips moved slightly, as if speaking to himself or perhaps to some presence within the cosmos. Beside him, Yi Junming cast a glance at Yi Xianqun, bowing his head in silence, only to exhale a long sigh after a considerable pause. Meanwhile, the first prodigy of the Yi family, Yi Xingwen, who had remained silent, exhibited a glimmer of interest in his eyes, a light known only to those familiar with him, indicating his intrigue. That moment, the Yi family, or rather Qingfeng City, was destined to be anything but tranquil. In a corner of the central hall, unnoticed by all, a shadow clad in black gradually materialized. This figure's eyes flashed with disbelief, and ultimately, a smile crept across her lips, as if she had released years of pent-up pressure. After a decade, I had begun to think I had failed. Chapter 5. Alchemy at the East Wilderness Cauldron. After departing from the central hall, Yi Xianqun directly escorted Cheng Yi back to the West Garden. 8 years ago, this had been his domain. Perhaps due to the fact that he had never truly been expelled from the Yi family, the West Garden remained unoccupied, gradually falling into disrepair over the years. He felt a twinge of embarrassment as he arranged for Cheng Yi to have a reasonably clean room near his own, subsequently fetching water for her bath. Cheng Yi, being a young girl, had endured so much that day, and after a warm bath and changing into clothes from Yi Xianqun's childhood, she quickly fell asleep. Once Yi Xianqun exited Cheng Yi's room, he glanced into his uncle Yi Junwen's quarters, only to find it empty, prompting a helpless shake of his head. Yi Junwen, his father's brother, was perpetually immersed in alcohol, rarely dedicating time to cultivation. Were it not for certain circumstances, he too would have been cast out of the Yi family. Yi Junwen had an insatiable fondness for drinking, often staggering home inebriated, a habit that had persisted since Yi Xianqun's birth. In his own room, Yi Xianqun sat cross-legged on the floor, meticulously examining the stone flowers he had purchased at the stall. Along with a piece of tattered cloth he had also acquired, but he chose to overlook the fact that he had spent all his savings on the stone flowers, instead pondering the significance of the cloth. How peculiar. It evokes a sense of familiarity, Yi Xianqun mused, recalling how he had inadvertently noticed the black fragment while perusing the stall. The familiarity, as if it resonated with his very soul, compelled him to possess it. And when the vendor refused to lower the price, he insisted on purchasing both the cloth and the stone flowers together. For quite some time, Yi Xianqun pondered the nature of this cloth, even scouring the records of the East Wilderness Cauldron, yet failing to identify it. Perhaps it was recorded within the cauldron's texts, but he lacked the requisite level of cultivation to access that knowledge. As all records of spiritual artifacts and martial techniques were shrouded in a veil of mist, only retrievable upon attaining a certain mastery, to his surprise, he ultimately uncovered both items. Could this be what they call luck? Yi Xianqun mused that in order to cultivate the East Wilderness Classic, one must possess spiritual jade. Currently, he was unable to absorb the qi of fortune directly, thus he could only temporarily store the accumulated qi within the jade. Awaiting future absorption, in truth, the stone flowers were merely an unexpected gain. The stones beneath them were what Yi Xianqun truly sought. He intended to use the stone flowers to concoct a body-tempering elixir, which would rapidly enhance his physical prowess. Placing the tattered cloth in his pocket, he carefully extracted the stone flowers from the stones, placing them into a wooden box he had prepared in advance. The stone flowers grew upon the stones. Removing them hastily could diminish their efficacy, which was why the vendor had sold them together. However, preserving the stone flowers proved simple. They merely needed to be kept in the wooden box. Yi Xianqun closed his eyes, recalling the method of nurturing jade as described in the East Wilderness Cauldron, then summoned a trace of true qi from within to employ the method of separating jade from stone. With a finger, he gently tapped the stone. What had appeared ordinary and unremarkable began to disintegrate, revealing a piece of purple jade resembling bamboo. This jade, translucent and glistening, seemed as fresh as if just harvested from a purple bamboo grove. Indeed, it is purple bamboo jade. I never imagined it would be hidden within the stone flowers. Fortunately, the East Wilderness Cauldron allows one to perceive all jades. Otherwise, my cultivation would have been indefinitely postponed. Yi Xianqun whispered, acknowledging the importance of the purple bamboo jade, which unexpectedly satisfied him. Jade can be categorized by quality. With even ordinary first-grade jade, Yi Xianqun could nurture jade for cultivation. However, This purple bamboo jade was second grade, possessing the ability to calm the mind and focus the spirit, an invaluable treasure. Even among innate powerhouses, Dawei Xiangshan took a deep breath, attempting to quell his excitement. The 10 years of humiliation had left him with little ability to calm his emotions. After reflecting once more on the jade nurturing method, he gradually began to circulate his true qi. After a considerable duration, Yi Xiangshan pointed towards the purple bamboo jade, his hand transforming in an instant into a cauldron that seemed to suppress the very heavens. Descending upon the purple bamboo jade, the cauldron is desolate. Life is but a dream. Suppressing qi to nurture fortune, transforming jade into a cauldron, desolate. Yi Xiangshan intoned, as if reciting a melody formed by the natural rhythms of the universe. A voice, ethereal yet divine, resonated around Yi Xiangshan, yet it felt so desolate, as though mere remnants of the dead sustained the celestial beings in their lyrical refrain. The purple bamboo jade trembled in response to the sound, as if acknowledging it. Condense. After a prolonged moment, Yi Xiangshan calmly uttered a single word, and gradually, a phantom in the shape of a cauldron emerged within the translucent purple bamboo jade. Upon closer inspection, one would undoubtedly recognize it as the East Wilderness Cauldron, the sacred artifact of the East Wilderness Continent. The East Wilderness Cauldron is a sacred artifact of the East Wilderness Continent. Even a minor family lacks the qualifications to possess a replica of it. The replicas within the Yi family were secured through countless bloody tribulations, underscoring the rarity of the East Wilderness Cauldron. One mere replica could instigate a bloody storm across the East Wilderness Continent. Yet here was Yi Xiangshan, disdainful of a piece of jade that harbored the phantom of the East Wilderness Cauldron, even providing the same nurturing effect. Indeed, it is still a lack of proficiency. A piece of second-grade purple bamboo, jade, nearly drained my true qi. Although I managed to endure, the result was merely a subpar third-grade item. Alas, it will have to suffice. Once the jade was formed, Yi Xiangshan commenced his cultivation. With the assistance of the purple bamboo jade, he could finally begin to practice the East Wilderness Classic. Dawei Xiangshan initiated his cultivation of the East Wilderness Classic. Drawing strands of qi into the purple bamboo jade with each breath, as the sun set and the moon rose, Yi Xiangshan slowly exhaled, channeling his true qi into his dantian. Gradually, he opened his eyes, which no longer appeared ordinary, but sparkled like the stars above. Though their brilliance was subtle, none could overlook the light emanating from him. Truly, the East Wilderness Classic is formidable, even with the aid of second-grade purple bamboo jade. It remains a challenge to cultivate. Yi Xiangshan shook his head in disappointment. It's an unparalleled technique. The East Wilderness Classic's power is beyond comparison to those trivial methods, yet its cultivation difficulty is exceedingly high. After all, the East Wilderness Classic emphasizes the cultivation of foundational depth. It is the true art of nurturing qi and fortune. A half-day of cultivation had not significantly advanced Yi Xiangshan's prowess. Yet it had solidified his current level. Yi Xiangshan did not expect to rely solely on the East Wilderness Classic for his progress. For such an approach is impractical. A martial artist is defined by their martial prowess. Solely cultivating will never lead to the pinnacle, especially since Yi Xiangshan needed to attain a lofty realm in a short span. Everything is nearly in place. It seems it is time to begin. Yi Xiangshan murmured softly, as it was the dead of night. Suddenly, two dark shadows flitted across the western garden of the Yi residence, the trees swaying occasionally, seemingly heralding that the night was anything but tranquil. The moonlight cascaded upon the two shadows, revealing two middle-aged men with identical features. One of the men, slightly older, gestured with his hand, and the other nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two men soared towards the roof of Yi Xiangshan's room like bats. Cautiously lifting the tiles above, peering inside, they observed Yi Xiangshan within, handling some weeds that grew wild, reciting incantations, as if he were studying some peculiar method. A glimmer of disdain flickered in their eyes as they exchanged glances and slowly replaced the tiles, their figures vanishing into the night like bats. Inside Yi Yan's room, he glared with a sullen expression at the brothers in black, Lei Chao and Lei Cheng. "Did you see that waste handling mere weeds?" he questioned, his voice laced with skepticism. Both Lei Chao and Lei Cheng nodded in unison, responding, "We did indeed witness Yi Xiangshan toying with the weeds, muttering something. However, his voice was too faint, and we feared being discovered." Thus we could not discern the words. That why Ian raised an eyebrow slightly. Not being able to hear clearly means you caught part of it, correct? Yes, he mentioned something about killing you. They replied that a shadow of gloom lifted from Yi An's face. As if he had exhaled a sigh of relief that a waste is a waste. It seems his previous fortune was merely a fluke. Once I master my skills, you're doomed. Yi Xianqian at that moment, Yi Xianqian, engrossed in preparing for alchemy, remained oblivious to Yi An's minor machinations. Spirit herb, dead waterflower. What on earth is this? He muttered, seemingly to himself, or perhaps in conversation with an unseen entity. The nourishing chi pill was the first formula he had acquired from the Eastern Wilderness Canon, and the only one he was capable of refining at present. Upon first encountering the formula, he nearly doubted the authenticity of the Eastern Wilderness Canon itself, for the nourishing chi pill was a grade 1 cultivation elixir, and it was not unusual to require rare spiritual herbs. Yet, the herbs required for its concoction were merely common weeds, trampled underfoot. Nonetheless, he soon suppressed his doubts, as the transformations brought forth by the Eastern Wilderness Canon could not be false. These weeds were plentiful in his courtyard, and due to his lack of time for maintenance, he had quite a substantial amount. That why Yi Xianqian casually plucked a handful of the weeds needed for the nourishing chi pill and began his exasperating and painful journey of failures. Bang! A small pot before Yi Xianqian erupted with a sound akin to an explosion. Habitually, he disposed of the ashes into the accumulating pile beside him and commenced another round of refinement. Utilizing jade as the cauldron for alchemy was the final step. Yet at present, his true energy could not support the complete alchemical process. Thus, he resorted to using a kitchen pot for herb refinement, intending to use the purple jade bamboo for the final concoction. This is the 99th time. Am I truly lacking in alchemical talent rather than the formula being at fault? Yi Xianqian lamented, gazing at the pot before him, as expected. The previous 99 attempts had ended in failure, with all the herbs reduced to mere ashes beside him. Fortunately, as he was using weeds for alchemy, had he attempted with spiritual herbs or even the most ordinary of herbs, he would not have been able to bear the consequences. This is the 100th time. I still hold hope for success. For 10 years, he had not given up on cultivation. What were a mere 99 failures in comparison? Drawing a deep breath, he calculated that the time was nearly right, that he then channeled a wisp of true energy into the pot. Ordinary pots could not refine herbs. Only with the true energy from the Eastern Wilderness Canon could the herbs be distilled. As the true energy flowed into the pot, Yi Xianqian suddenly observed the flames beneath the pot flicker, and a tantalizing aroma wafted forth from within. Chapter 6. Then give it a try. The fragrance of the herbs. This was a sign of successful refinement. Yi Xianqian leaped up in excitement. After 99 failures, he had not held much hope for this attempt, yet it had unexpectedly succeeded. With exhilaration painted across his features, he lifted the lid off the pot, and an even more enticing aroma rushed to greet him. Inside the pot, the weeds had transformed into a mound of verdant herbal essence. The alluring fragrance emanating from that Yi Xianqian dipped his finger into the herbal essence and tasted it, feeling a surge of strength coursing through him. Had this not been personally refined by him, he would not have fathomed that such a substance, capable of enhancing a warrior's cultivation, could be derived from mere trampled weeds. It seems the formula is indeed correct, Yi Xianqian exclaimed, his fist pumping forward in excitement. The challenge lay in refining the herbs, merging various herbs to form the essence in one go. The final step of using jade to refine the elixir posed no difficulty at all. As noted in the annotations beside the nourishing chi pill in the Eastern Wilderness Canon, he placed the herbal essence into a wooden box, seated himself upon the ground, and adjusted his posture slightly. Using jade as the cauldron, refining herbs into pills, Yi Xianqian murmured, as the purple jade bamboo began to radiate an aura potent enough to influence the very heavens. The herbal essence seemed to leap joyfully in response to this aura, merging together to gradually form 16 green pills. Yi Xianqian inhaled deeply. Astonished, he understood that the final step of using jade to refine pills was exceedingly simple, yet he had not anticipated such ease, especially resulting in a quantity of 16. To produce 16 pills from a single cauldron indicated a flawless concoction, and astonishingly, there was no depletion of the herbal essence. 16 nourishing chi pills, he pondered. What realm might he ascend to if he consumed them all? Yi Xianqian picked up one of the nourishing chi pills, scrutinizing it closely. merely holding it. He could sense the spiritual energy contained within, and he realized that consuming just one could lead to a considerable breakthrough. Thoughts racing. Yi Xianqun disregarded tidying up and settled into a meditative position to absorb the elixir a day later. Outside the western garden of the Yi residence, Cheng-Yi diligently scrubbed the floor with a bucket. In the days since, aside from mealtimes when she accompanied Yi Xianqun, he had rarely ventured out. Although Yi Xianqun had not instructed Cheng-Yi to perform these tasks, she took it upon herself to help him, wishing to share his burdens. Has the young master still not emerged today? Cheng-Yi pondered, glancing at the tightly shut door. Just then, Yingjie approached with a grim expression, flanked by 3 guards, heading toward Yi Xianqun's room. Upon seeing them, Cheng-Yi's heart raced in alarm. She recognized Yingjie from the central hall. Although she did not know the full extent of their enmity, she was aware that he and Yi Xianqun were at odds. Towering over her, Yingjie and his 3 guards seemed like mountains. "Where is that waste, Yi Xianqun?" Yingjie hissed menacingly at Cheng-Yi. Cheng-Yi clenched her fists, remaining silent. She understood that the young master might be preoccupied with important matters, and thus she could not allow these intruders to disturb him. Her silence was a tactic to buy some time. Noticing Cheng-Yi's refusal to speak, Yingjie snorted disdainfully. Glancing at the closed door, he declared, "It seems that waste is indeed inside. Get in there and drag him out." "Yes," the 3 guards echoed in unison. These guards, all of whom served the Yi family, possessed strength around the 2nd or 3rd level of postnatal cultivation. Typically, as guards, they were not permitted to act against Yi Xianqun, a collateral descendant. Yet they did not hesitate to carry out Yingjie's orders that in their eyes, Yi Xianqun was merely a fortunate waste capable of continuing his cultivation. Such a person was trivial enough to be dealt with at will. They had never considered the repercussions of breaking family rules, as they themselves were the embodiment of those rules. "Stop, you cannot enter," Cheng-Yi interjected, panic rising as she instinctively placed her hands against the door to block their entry. The guard showed no hesitation at her actions. One particularly large guard sneered, "Little brat, you'd best clear the way, or else don't blame me for being rude." The towering guard was a 3rd-level postnatal warrior, and the mere aura he exuded left Cheng-Yi feeling powerless. Yet she remained resolute, pressing firmly against the door. "You cannot enter. The young master is still inside. If you wish to enter, you must step over my corpse." Cheng-Yi gritted her teeth defiantly. "Do you think I would hesitate to kill you?" The large guard scoffed, his laughter cold, as a sharp sword suddenly materialized in his hand, thrusting towards Cheng-Yi. Suddenly, the sword halted mid-air, and the cold smile faded from the guard's face. "Then, give it a try." A chilling voice resonated behind Cheng-Yi, causing her to feel that the cold door she had relied upon had transformed into a warm embrace. As she raised her gaze, she beheld the icy countenance of Yi Xianqun standing directly behind her. In that moment, Cheng-Yi, akin to a child seeking solace, turned around with moist eyes and clung tightly to Yi Xianqun. Unwilling to let go, Yi Xianqun's expression remained devoid of warmth, yet his tone softened as he said, "Yi, go inside and wait for me." Upon hearing his words, Cheng-Yi wiped her tears and obediently nodded before entering the room. After Yi Xianqun firmly shut the door, his gaze instantly turned frigid. "Are you prepared to die?" His words caused the 3 guards to change color, particularly the tall guard whose sword hung suspended in the air. Gazing at Yi Xianqun with a hint of terror, Yingjie, sensing something amiss from a distance, hastily shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Move quickly. This waste is merely a 2nd-tier practitioner. The 3 of you are more than enough to eliminate him." The 3 guards exchanged glances before gritting their teeth and advancing towards Yi Xianqun, though the tall guard lingered at the periphery, hesitant to approach too closely. Perhaps he alone sensed the terrifying aura surrounding Yi Xianqun. It wasn't that he hesitated out of conscience, but rather he felt utterly immobilized, as if suppressed by some unseen force. Yi Xianqun surveyed the trio of guards, a cold smile flickering across his face. 1 2nd-tier warrior and 2 3rd-tier warriors. Truly a lavish lineup. Yingjie crossed his arms mockingly and said, "Only now do you realize fear. It's futile. Let me tell you, you have caused my young master and Lord Yi to enter the Blackwater Cave. And today, I shall make you pay with your life." A glimmer of amusement flashed in Yi Xianqun's eyes as he replied, "Is that so?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than his right leg swept out like a tempest towards the 3 guards. There was no hint of technique, only sheer power and an unstoppable force akin to a bamboo being smashed. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of impact rang out almost simultaneously, and the three guards were sent flying backward as if they were mere sacks of sand. Blood erupting from their mouths and painting the sky in a crimson deluge. That why Yingjie was left agape, witnessing Yi Xianqun effortlessly dispatch all three guards with a single leg sweep. Those guards, not exactly weaklings, had no time to even utter a cry before losing consciousness. What was it you just said? Yi Xianqun clapped his hands, the mockery and coldness in his eyes striking Yingjie as profoundly ironic. Not long ago, he had claimed that Yi Xianqun was nothing more than a waste, merely a second-tier practitioner, and he had been envisioning how to revel in his triumph over Yi Xianqun with the three guards at his side, and how he would seek accolades from Yi Xiangxiang and Yi Junlong in a month's time. Yet all of that had been utterly obliterated with a single kick. Yi Xianqun was neither a waste nor a second-tier practitioner, but rather a formidable fourth-tier warrior. No, one far stronger than him. Even he dared not claim he could send three guards flying with a single kick. If that constituted a waste, then what did that make him? Yingjie's teeth chattered as he struggled to find his voice. Yi Xianqun advanced step by step towards him. He was not a bloodthirsty individual, but he was a man of principles. Those who dared to provoke him should prepare to have their necks cleanly presented for the guillotine. Had he trained just a bit longer, had he not consumed the vitality pill to break through to the fourth tier, perhaps today would have unfolded differently, that he might have lived a life full of regret. Forever unredeemed. As Yingjie watched Yi Xianqun approach, his legs turned to jelly, and he instinctively stepped backward, exclaiming, Yi Xianqun, what do you intend to do? Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Yi Xianqun casually picked up the tall guard's sword, angling it toward the ground as he said, You dare bring men to my doorstep to threaten my life and even seek to kill me? Don't you find that amusing? No, you can't kill me. My father is the captain of the guards. I am a subordinate of young master Yi Xiangxiang. You can't kill me, you can't. Yingjie cried out in fear, waving his hands frantically. Then let them come find me. That way, you'll have company down below. One to you. Yi Xianqun halted before Yingjie, the cold gleam of the sword sending chills through him as if he had entered an icy abyss. The murderous intent emanating from Yi Xianqun made Yingjie feel as though his heart might cease to beat. No, you can't do this to me. I beg you, young Master Yi. If you spare me, I will become your servant. Not only will you gain a capable assistant, but my father will also stand by your side. Oh, please, spare me. As Yingjie knelt before Yi Xianqun, tears and snot streaming down his face, he could sense the deepening murderous intent emanating from him. That sounds rather appealing. But alas, what are you and your father worth? With a swift motion, the sword fell. Cold light flashed, and blood was spilled upon the ground. Chapter 7. The reckless one is you. Yi Xianqun gazed coldly at the blood-soaked and lifeless bodies in the western garden, his eyes devoid of any sympathy. Those who dared to approach him were prepared to meet their demise, and he would not spare anyone. He cast aside the sword and discarded his bloodied garments, returning to his room. Upon entering, he found Cheng Yi lying on the bed, eyes closed and hands covering her ears. Utterly stilled, Yi Xianqun could not help but smile as he said, Little girl, it's all over. Hearing his voice, Cheng Yi opened her tear-filled eyes, and upon seeing Yi Xianqun, they became moist once more. Young master, I was so worried about you, she exclaimed while leaping toward him. Yi Xianqun embraced her and reassured her. There is nothing to worry about. How could your young master be in any danger? Now, be a good girl, and take a nap. With that, he gently patted her neck, and she promptly fell unconscious. Today's events had been quite traumatic for Cheng Yi, and Yi Xianqun felt compelled to force her into slumber, hoping she could forget the day's horrors. Furthermore, he had matters to attend to, and Cheng Yi could not remain awake. After laying Cheng Yi on the bed, a flicker of coldness crossed Yi Xianqun's face, and the murderous aura in his eyes indicated that his current mood could not be easily quelled. He exited the room, locked the door, and armed himself with the bloodied sword, stepping forward with deliberate strides towards the eastern side of the Yi residence. The blood upon the sword had yet to dry. Still warm, dripping onto the ground like a blossoming flower of carnage. The passing Yi family members instinctively moved aside, whispering among themselves, "Isn't that Yi Xianqun? He actually dares to wield a sword within the Yi residence. And it's stained with blood. Is he attempting a rebellion? Does he truly believe that with his second-tier strength he is invincible? That must be Beast's blood. What a show-off. Except for some less experienced Yi family members. The rest wore grave expressions. Those who had seen blood knew well that the blood on Yi Xiangshan's sword was not from beasts but from humans. Freshly spilled human blood. What on earth had Yi Xiangshan done to dare kill within the Yi residence? Yi Xiangshan was consumed with murderous intent. Yi Yingjia's audacity to bring guards to the Western Garden could not have been a decision made without his father, Yi Yinghao's approval. Without Yi Yinghao's nod, how would those guards have dared to act against a young master of the Yi family? He intended to eliminate both the guards and Yi Yingjia, and he would not stop there. Yi Yinghao would also feel his wrath. Even if he could not defeat him, he would ensure that Yi Yinghao would swallow his pride in blood. Before long, he arrived at the eastern side of the Yi residence, where the guards were housed. Behind him, many curious Yi family members trailed, eager to witness Yi Xiangshan's intentions. Yi Xiangshan casually thrust the sword into the ground and shouted, "Yi Yinghao, you old dog, come out." "What?" The Yi family members gasped in unison. Utterly astonished, they could not fathom that Yi Xiangshan would dare to call out to the captain of the guards, Yi Yinghao, in such a manner, and even refer to him as an old dog. They were well aware that Yi Yinghao was a bona fide 7th-tier powerhouse, while Yi Xiangshan was merely a 2nd-tier practitioner. Wait, how had Yi Xiangshan become a 4th-tier practitioner? It had only been a few days. The Yi family members began to realize that Yi Xiangshan's cultivation had surged to the 4th tier. In a matter of just 4 days, he had progressed 2 tiers. What astonishing speed! Could it be that the Yi family was about to gain another genius? So, Yi Xiangshan had already broken through to the 4th tier. This speed surpassed even young master Yi Xiangwen. Humph. What does it matter if he has only 4th tier at 18? Perhaps it's merely the result of a decade's worth of accumulation. It'll likely be the same moving forward. He really thinks he has something, daring to challenge Lord Yi Yinghao. Listening to the Yi family members' discussions, Yi Xiangshan felt nothing but scorn. No one understood him better than himself. What was Yi Yinghao? After all, after waiting a while, still no one responded to Yi Xiangshan. With a cold laugh, he said, "An old dog is still an old dog. You don't even dare to bark back. Do you wish for me to come in and drag you out?" You seeking death. As soon as Yi Xiangshan's words fell, a violent gust of wind surged from afar. Hurtling towards him, unfazed, Yi Xiangshan swung the sword to meet the oncoming tempest. The sword was infused with the essence of Dong Huang's true energy, instantly becoming extraordinarily heavy, as if bearing a sliver of destiny. The wild winds roared, sweeping up leaves, rendering even some of the Yi family disciples unable to maintain their footing. Yet, beneath the sword slash, what could the tempest do but retreat? An old dog remains an old dog. Aside from ambushes and incessant barking, what else can you do? Yi Xiangshan remarked with a sidelong glance, a smirk gracing his lips. The coldness in his eyes, seemingly capable of eroding everything in its path. That previous strike appeared deceptively simple, yet it had already showcased a considerable portion of his strength. That Yi Yinghao was indeed despicable. That blow possessed at least the might of a 5th-level practitioner. "Kid, don't be too arrogant. The one being arrogant is you, old dog." Yi Xiangshan directed his gaze toward the source of the voice. Spotting a grim-faced, imposing middle-aged man staring back at him, asked the captain of the Yi family's guard. Yi Yinghao indeed wielded a degree of capability, making Yi Xiangshan feel that he was far superior to Yi Yin, who was also a 7th-level practitioner. Yi Yinghao snorted coldly, saying, "Yi Xiangshan, do you wish for death with your incessant old dog taunts? Do not think that being a collateral descendant will spare you from my wrath." Yi Xiangshan mockingly shook his head, replying, "I know you dare, which is precisely why I sought you out." It was at this moment that Yi Yinghao noticed the blood on the sword, an ominous thought creeping into his mind. "What do you mean, Yi Xiangshan? Wielding a sword in the Yi family's guard's territory, do you believe I won't kill you right now?" Yi Xiangshan scoffed disdainfully. "I do believe you would, but before that, there are some matters I wish for you to observe." As he spoke, he retrieved a token from his robe and tossed it to the ground, the crisp sound of it hitting the earth capturing everyone's attention. "What is this?" "The Yi family guard token," a Yi family disciple exclaimed upon recognizing the item. The Yi family guard token represented the identity of the Yi family's guards, and no one but them was permitted to possess it. How, then, could it be in Yi Xiangshan's hands? Upon seeing the token, Yi Yinghao's expression instantly darkened. He had an inkling of the truth, but still found it hard to believe that Yi Xianqun. From where did you acquire the Yi family guard token? You are more aware than anyone else, Yi Xianqun replied calmly. May I inquire, Yi Yinghao, what punishment awaits the guards who intrude upon a young master's residence? The surrounding Yi family disciples inwardly realized that trouble was brewing. Yi Xianqun had posed a similar question to Yi Xiang and Yi Run during the coming-of-age ceremony, and now, with this inquiry, it was evident that a significant event was about to unfold. Initially, Yi Yinghao had mocked Yi Xiang and Yi Yin for their foolishness in falling into Yi Xianqun's trap. However, when it came time for him to confront Yi Xianqun's questions, he comprehended that it was not their foolishness, but rather their compulsion to respond. If the young master himself bore no guilt, then those who intruded deserved to die, to instigate others to invade the young master's residence, and even contemplate murder. What punishment should that incur? Such a crime warrants execution, and the entire clan shall bear the consequences. Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing Yi Yinghao's response, Yi Xianqun clapped his hands in satisfaction. Excellent. Since you've provided me with such clarity, you may now go and retrieve the corpses of your subordinates and your SONWAS for you. Spend a month in the Blackwater Cave. Should you dare emerge before the time is up, you shall join them. Yi Xianqun suddenly declared coldly, his words leaving everyone present dumbfounded. To demand death for subordinates and guards, and to banish a man to the Blackwater Cave for a month? Surely, Yi Xianqun had lost his mind. Once the Yi family disciples regained their composure, they all silently mused about the absurdity of the situation. Unlike Yi Yin, who was merely a granted surname, Yi Yinghao was a legitimate member of the Yi family. The disparity in their status and strength was immense. During the coming-of-age ceremony, Yi Xianqun had coerced Yi Yin into submission through the influence of Yi Xinglan, which was somewhat understandable. Yet now, he dared to speak to Yi Yinghao in such a manner? Did he truly believe he had a long life to squander? Yi Xianqun cared not for the thoughts of the Yi family disciples to TO him. Yi Yinghao was merely an old dog. What was there to fear? Yi Xianqun brimmed with confidence, a confidence drawn not only from the Dongwang Ding and Dongwang Dian, but also from his unwavering commitment to martial arts. A warrior should fear nothing. Yi Yinghao's expression fluctuated wildly, ultimately gritting his teeth and glaring with reddened eyes. Very well, Yi Xianqun. You, a mere waste, dare to speak to me in such a manner. You even have the audacity to kill my son, if I do not slay you today. I swear I shall not remain a man. Yi Xianqun pointed his sword directly at Yi Yinghao, retorting, I've heard that line several times already, and yet here I stand unscathed that if you wish to kill me, then come. I, Yi Xianqun, do not shy away from battle. You insolent wretch. Yi Yinghao bellowed, launching a furious assault with his fists. A gust of wind propelled with the force of his strikes aimed directly at Yi Xianqun. Unmoved, Yi Xianqun's gaze remained steady, exuding an air of unyielding calmness. Yi Yinghao was not to be compared with Yi Yin. He wielded a spirit artifact known as the Gale Fist Gauntlet, and with each punch, the winds howled. Having just witnessed Yi Xianqun sever the tempest, he was acutely aware of its might. Though it would require some effort, he believed he could manage. What could the howling winds do? I shall cleave them with a single stroke, Yi Xianqun declared with a cold shout, raising his sword for a horizontal slash, channeling all his true energy into the blade. Perhaps it was a trick of perception, but a shadow of the Dongwang Ding seemed to flicker upon the sword. The once light and agile blade now felt immensely heavy, as if it bore the weight of fate, severing destiny itself. A piercing sound of wind explosion echoed around, a surge of energy erupting from the sword, causing the nearby Yi family disciples to pale and retreat. What did you just say? Old Dog, Chapter 8. Who committed the murder? Yi Xianqun, sword in hand, gazed at Yi Yinghao, his face somewhat pale. The previous strike that severed the tempest had not come easily. After all, Yi Yinghao was a 7th-level practitioner, while Yi Xianqun could contend with 5th-level practitioners. The disparity between him and Yi Yinghao was profound. Tio's slice through the wind was a testament to his solid foundation and the influence of the Dongwang Dian, but he felt a tremor in his hands, struggling to steady the sword, but Yi Yinghao was hardly in a better state. How is this possible? You, a mere 4th-level practitioner, could never sever my gale. Yi Yinghao could not refrain from spitting blood. The tempest originated from him. Having been severed by Yi Xianqun, he suffered some backlash, Combined with Yi Xiangshan's words, he was unable to suppress the blood that surged forth. The surrounding Yi family disciples felt a sense of numbness. The once downtrodden waste was not only boldly resisting a figure of significant influence within the Yi family, but was also able to contend against a renowned 7th-level practitioner in such a short span of time. The imposing Yi Yinghao had actually coughed up blood. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a reality. Yi Xiangshan observed Yi Yinghao's bloodshed, and rather than feeling a sense of relief, his expression grew grave. This spillage of blood meant that Yi Yinghao's injuries were nearly healed. This was no good news, but rather a troubling omen. Old dog, just now you said I sought death, and swore you would not be a man if you did not kill me today. Why then, are you spilling blood now? Have you overindulged? Yi Xiangshan seized the opportunity to provoke him further. How delightful. Perhaps you should consider fathering another child, but do ensure they do not turn out like Yi Yingjie, blind to their surroundings. Yi Xiangshan could not resist taking advantage of this opportunity, pressing on while Yi Yinghao was still reeling. Puff! Upon hearing Yi Xiangshan's words, Yi Yinghao could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood, the rage overwhelming him, causing him to lose consciousness. Yi Xiangshan was taken aback yet somewhat expected this outcome. Yi Yinghao, a long-revered strongman, had faced repeated humiliation today, and with the loss of his son, it was only natural for him to faint from rage that Yi Xiangshan harbored no mercy in his heart. One who dared to strike against him should be prepared for humiliation or even death. That he slowly approached Yi Yinghao, his murderous intent rising once more. This was an opportune moment. Eliminating Yi Yinghao would eradicate future troubles and sever the arms of both Yi Junlong and Yi Xiang. Stop! Everyone halt! A voice filled with urgency echoed from afar. Yi Xiangshan looked up to see Yi Junming rushing toward him, concern etched upon his face, followed closely by a cadre of Yi family guards. Upon witnessing this, Yi Xiangshan did not cease his actions. Instead, he advanced swiftly, aiming a decisive strike at Yi Yinghao's head. How swift was Yi Xiangshan's strike? Yi Junming merely glimpsed a flash of cold light before blood and brain matter began to spray from Yi Yinghao's shattered skull. Damn it! Yi Junming roared, his speed intensifying as he charged toward Yi Xiang. Yi Xiangshan casually tossed aside the sword, inspecting his body to ensure no blood had stained him. Just as he confirmed that not a drop of blood marred his clothing, Yi Junming and his guards encircled him. Uncle, I wonder why you have surrounded me with your guards. It seems I, Yi Xiangshan, have not violated any family rules, Yi Xiangshan said with a smile directed at Yi Junming. Yi Junming clenched his fists, wishing he could incinerate Yi Xiangshan to ashes with the fiery wrath in his eyes. When Yi Yinghao emerged, the Yi family guards had sensed something amiss and hurried to find Yi Junming. Upon learning the situation, Yi Junming rushed over, intending to put a stop to the matter and to draw Yi Yinghao and the guards into his influence. However, he arrived just in time to witness Yi Yinghao fainting and Yi Xiangshan preparing to kill him. When he obstructed the export, Yi Xiangshan, disregarding everything, directly killed his future capable assistant. How could he not feel enraged by such an act? Yi Xiangshan, dare you still claim you have not violated the family rules? In the Yi family, taking lives at will and ignoring the words of elders, each accusation is sufficient to condemn you to death. Yi Junming, in a fit of fury, pointed at the corpse of Yi Yinghao and exclaimed, Murder, cousin, do not slander me. I am a well-respected member of the Yi family. How could I commit such an act? Did you see it? Yi Xiangshan, with a smile, gestured towards a stunned Yi family disciple standing nearby. Having witnessed the ruthless actions of Yi Xiangshan moments before, how could the Yi family disciple dare to admit to having seen anything? He instinctively shook his head and said, There was nothing of the sort. I saw nothing. Huh, and you? No, absolutely not. What about you? Young Master Yi is a good person in the family. How could he kill anyone? Absolutely not. And you? I would stake my ancestors' honor on it. There was absolutely nothing of the sort. The corner of Yi Xiangshan's mouth curled into a smirk as he softly remarked, Very well, that he then cast a glance at Yi Junming and the Yi family guards, stating, Cousin, justice lies in the hearts of the people. From where does your so-called murder arise? Yi Junming felt on the verge of fainting from anger. He had just witnessed Yi Xiangshan slay Yi Yinghao with his own eyes. How could Yi Xiangshan dare to claim otherwise? With the Yi family disciples echoing his denial, who, then, was responsible for the lifeless body sprawled upon the ground? Did it stab itself with a sword? Fine, fine. This time I shall let it go, but if I see you do it again, I will kill you on the spot. Yi Junming took several deep breaths to calm himself, striving to avoid losing consciousness from rage. After all, Yi Xianchen was a direct descendant of the collateral line of the Yi family. From a certain perspective, they were allies. Moreover, Yi Yinghao was not even his target. His true aim was the Yi family guards, so he decided not to pursue this matter that would only infuriate him further. Yi Xianchen smiled and said, "Next time, I shall ensure you do not witness it." Yi Junming took a deep breath to steady his emotions, gazing at Yi Xianchen with a complex expression. All along, he had looked down upon Yi Xianchen. Even as a collateral descendant, his opinion had never changed. However, at this moment, he felt shaken, realizing that the person before him had become unrecognizable, no longer the timid child who had hidden behind his parents over a decade ago, nor the silent, humiliated Yi Xianchen he had known. Yi Xianchen, in turn, looked at Yi Junming, once a radiant figure who had shared laughter and dreams with his father, now corrupted by power. After a long pause, Yi Junming waved his hand, signaling the Yi family guards to remove Yi Yinghao's body. Before departing, he cast a deep glance at Yi Xianchen, his lips moving as if to express gratitude, though Yi Xianchen's expression remained unchanged. Power corrupts the heart. I remain unrestrained in my pursuit of life. You have done well. Remember, do not involve yourselves in family disputes in the future. For a warrior, the most important thing is not power, but a heart that pursues martial arts. Yi Xianchen spoke as if to himself, yet directed his words towards the Yi family disciples. After witnessing the events of the day and hearing Yi Xianchen's words, the Yi family disciples fell silent, contemplating the implications. After a considerable time, once they had regained their composure, Yi Xianchen had already taken his leave. They exchanged glances, each seeing something in the other's eyes. Subsequently, they bowed towards the direction of the West Garden. Yi Xianchen had not anticipated that a single remark of his would enlighten these Yi family disciples on what warriors ought to pursue. Nor could he foresee that the future Yi family would gain numerous formidable individuals as a result. Upon returning to the West Garden, a faint yet still potent scent of blood assailed his nostrils. The 4 corpses remained on the ground. Their blood having dried, he instinctively cleaned the West Garden, discarding the bodies at Yi An's door before returning to his room to check if Cheng Yi had awakened. At that moment, Cheng Yi was still lost in slumber, a sweet smile gracing her face, indicating she was likely dreaming beautifully. Yi Xianchen sighed. During the past decade, his relentless training had deprived him of a peaceful night's rest. 10 years of effort had yielded little, yet now, in just a few days, he had attained such strength. However, Yi Xianchen did not allow himself to feel satisfied, for he understood the vastness of the eastern wilderness was beyond his imagination. True power was not something that could be compared to even the strongest in Qingfeng City or Han China. His journey was far from over. He stepped outside to gather some weeds before returning to his room to continue refining qi-nourishing pills. Having reached the 4th level of the postnatal realm, he knew he must also begin to strengthen his physique. Generally, warriors focus solely on cultivating their essence, yet Yi Xianchen was no ordinary warrior. He aimed to alter the world, thus mere cultivation was insufficient. He required a formidable body as well. The following day, Yi Xianchen opened his eyes, slightly bloodshot, gazing at a worn bundle before him. And no one would ever suspect that within Yi Xianchen's tattered bundle lay numerous qi-nourishing pills and the body-refining liquid he had concocted the previous night. The contents of this shabby bundle were likely worth nearly 3 years' worth of the Yi family's total income. Yet, Yi Xianchen treated it casually, not even considering the possibility of it tearing in his eyes. Aside from the body-refining liquid, he felt no remorse for the qi-nourishing pills. Should they run out, he would simply gather more weeds and continue refining. Despite the relentless pursuit of martial pills by warriors in the outside world, none would fathom that a qi-nourishing pill worth its weight in gold could be produced from mere weeds. After organizing his belongings, Yi Xianchen made his way to Tianyin Pavilion. Tianyin Pavilion was the Yi family's library, housing the martial techniques and skills sought after by their ancestors, as well as those recorded on their spiritual artifacts. The treasures within were so precious that even Yi Xinglan often entered to study the techniques. However, for the Yi family disciples, gaining access was no simple feat. Apart from the coming-of-age ceremony, one could only enter Tianyun Pavilion once they successfully activated a spiritual artifact to select a martial technique or skill. Tianyun Pavilion was constructed in a secluded area of the Yi family estate, guarded solely by an old and no one within the Yi family knew the old man's name. They simply referred to him as Yi Lao. Upon arriving at the entrance of Tianyun Pavilion, Yi Xianqun respectfully bowed and said, "I pay my respects to Yi Lao. I, Yi Xianqun, have come seeking martial techniques." Perhaps Yi Xianqun would not be so courteous to others, but he held the utmost respect for the old man who had long guarded Tianyun Pavilion. Come in, Chapter 9. Our agreement from 10 years ago. Yi Xianqun took a deep breath and stepped into Tianyun Pavilion. This marked his first entry, and everything within was far from what he had envisioned. Contrary to the mysterious aura he had imagined, the true Tianyun Pavilion appeared quite simple and ordinary. In one corner of Tianyun Pavilion sat a rocking chair, where Yi Lao was seated, engrossed in a martial technique book while watching him. While Yi Xianqun's eyes narrowed slightly, Yi Lao seemed like an ordinary old man, yet Yi Xianqun felt as if the old man's gaze could see right through him, causing his muscles to instinctively tense. "I pay my respects to Yi Lao." Yi Xianqun calmed his unusual sensations and bowed to the old man. Yi Lao smiled and nodded, saying, "I remember you. You are the son of that young man Junwu, aren't you? It has been over a decade. You've grown quite a bit." Upon hearing his father's name, Yi Xianqun's expression darkened. His parents and uncle were the only ones who had ever given him warmth in this world. Yet they had perished during a family mission when he was merely 8 years old. Yi Lao keenly sensed Yi Xianqun's shift in mood and sighed inwardly. Changing the subject, "You have come to select martial techniques and skills after passing the coming-of-age ceremony, haven't you?" Yi Xianqun, upon hearing Yi Lao's words, took a long moment to dispel his sadness, for he understood that what his parents wished to see was not his daily, sorrowful reminiscence of them, but rather that he soared high with their hopes in mind. "Yes, Yi Lao, I do not require martial techniques. I would prefer to choose martial skills instead. I wonder if you are aware of the martial skills and techniques in Tianyun Pavilion that are particularly special and non-combat related?" Yi Xianqun pondered for a moment before responding. Generally, warriors tend to select martial skills that suit their spiritual artifacts, but regrettably, Yi Xianqun's spiritual artifact, the Dongwang Ding, had few compatible martial skills available. Martial techniques and skills are categorized into 4 ranks: Sun, Moon, Qian, and Kuan, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, with Sun being the highest and Kuan the lowest. Fortunately, most martial techniques are universally applicable, so Yi Xianqun opted for martial skills. Additionally, considering that there might be special circumstances in the future, he planned to select a non-combat martial skill as well. Yi Lao regarded Yi Xianqun with renewed interest. Typically, those who came to Tianyun Pavilion to select martial techniques and skills were eager to find powerful techniques. It was rare to encounter someone like Yi Xianqun, who would exchange a qualification for a martial technique in favor of a martial skill that is expected of the Yi family, Yi Lao remarked softly. He then rose and retrieved 2 martial skills from the adjacent bookshelf. "I do not have a suitable martial skill for you, but I recommend this one." As he spoke, Yi Lao handed Yi Xianqun a silk-bound martial skill. Ice Heart Technique? Yi Xianqun recited the martial technique he had just received, to which Yi Lao nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "This Ice Heart Technique, I know not which ancestor bequeathed it upon cultivation. It allows martial artists to diminish the likelihood of succumbing to inner demons. It is said to conceal a secret as well. Yet, after all this time, none have uncovered it." Yi Xianqun flipped through the pages of the Ice Heart Technique, pondering whether he should choose it. The ability to reduce the chance of developing inner demons was indeed commendable, but what he truly sought was a technique suited for combat. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to select the Ice Heart Technique, not for its benefits, but due to the esteem in which even Yi Lao held it for a combat technique. He intended to utilize the Taizu Long Fist for the time being. For a decade, he had diligently practiced the Taizu Long Fist day and night. Although this set of strikes was relatively weak, it had become familiar and manageable for him. "Then it shall be this one." "What of the other?" Yi Xianqun inquired, glancing toward the second martial technique. Yi Lao, holding the technique with a hint of nostalgia, said, "This technique is known as the Qi Nourishing Method. It was left here by your father in the Tianyun Pavilion, and he intended to pass it to you upon your entry into the pavilion." These words, Yi Xianqun paused, feeling a pang of bittersweet emotion. although he was unaware of the specific benefits of the qi nourishing method. He understood that his father had always believed he would enter the Tianyun Pavilion to claim it, despite knowing since his childhood that he was incapable of cultivation. This was a manifestation of love, or perhaps an unconditional trust rooted in blood. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xianqun chose this martial technique. Regardless of its effects, he would not forsake something left to him by his father. Seeing Yi Xianqun conclude his selection, Yi Lao's eyes glimmered with a trace of relief as he said, "Very well, young man. You may depart." Yi Xianqun looked at him curiously and replied, "I wonder what you mean, Yi Lao. I have yet to memorize these two techniques." The techniques from the Tianyun Pavilion were not permitted to leave its confines. After selecting them, one was required to recite them on the spot and return them to the pavilion. Yi Lao chuckled softly. Strictly speaking, these two techniques do not belong to the Tianyun Pavilion, so it is permissible for you to take them. Furthermore, I do not believe you would return them. Yi Xianqun's face flushed at this, for he had indeed never considered returning them. Not to mention the ice heart technique, the qi nourishing method was a legacy from his father. How could he ever allow it to be seen by others? With that thought, Yi Xianqun tucked the two techniques into his robe and bowed deeply to Yi Lao, saying, "Thank you for your kindness." Yi Lao squinted, seeing in front of him a youth reminiscent of Yi Junwu from over 20 years ago. Everything seemed unchanged, yet in the next instant, he realized that this young man was merely the son of Yi Junwu. That audacious genius who dared to defy his principles had long since departed. Contemplating this, Yi Lao's gaze dimmed, and he wearily remarked, "Let us go, that I am old and weary. I wish to rest for a while." Yi Xianqun sensed the thoughts weighing on Yi Lao's mind and felt a flicker of bitterness himself. Before bidding farewell and departing, Yi Lao watched him leave, murmuring softly, "Disciple." After leaving the Tianyun Pavilion, Yi Xianqun returned to his room to collect the bundle containing the qi-nourishing pills and body-refining liquid. Proceeding towards the Cold Cloud Cave. The Cold Cloud Cave was the most suitable place for body refinement within the Yi family. Its chilling atmosphere was far from ordinary and could temper both the body and true essence. Along the way, all the Yi family members he encountered lowered their heads to avoid him. The events of the previous day had already spread throughout the family, and even the grieving Yi Yinghao dared not provoke Yi Xianqun. A testament to his burgeoning reputation, Yi Xianqun felt no joy from their reactions, which he had anticipated. His mind was solely focused on one thought: cultivation. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze fixed upon a petite, graceful figure ahead. Yi Xianqun. How did she come out? Has she perhaps broken through? Yi Xianqun squinted, his curiosity piqued. Yi Xianqun was one of the two prodigies of the Yi family, her strength on par with Yi Xianguan. She had always been engrossed in her training, seldom seen within the family compound. After a brief glance at Yi Xianqun, he shook his head slightly. She remained at the pinnacle of the postnatal 9th level, yet had not transcended into the innate realm to cultivate for longevity. What method ensures it? Seize the energy of heaven and earth, claim the source of all things. Compensate for one's own deficiencies. Seize the longevity of the heavens. Shed the mortal coil, claiming 50 years of longevity for the innate. The difference between the innate and postnatal 9th level was but a single realm, yet it was undoubtedly as vast as the heavens. Even the renowned Yi Xianguan and Yi Xianqun were trapped at this bottleneck, unable to advance. Yi Xianqun. Yi Xianqun thought, calling out to her. Yi Xianqun lifted her cherubic face, reminiscent of a child of 12 or 13. Upon spotting Yi Xianqun, she instantly clutched a bag tightly to her chest. Yi Xianqun, seeing this, shook his head in exasperation and remarked, "After all these years, you have not changed at all." Yi Xianqun's face was filled with wariness as she cautiously stepped back, saying, "Yi Xianqun, do not think that just because you are trying to be friendly, I will share my food with you. It is all mine." "Absolutely. Not for you, I never said." Yi Xianqun scratched the back of his head. "Do not even think about it," Yi Xianqun exclaimed, her eyes flashing with warning. It was as if she would strike without hesitation should Yi Xianqun make any move toward her food. "Wait, what do you mean by not even think about it?" "Exactly that. You shall not have any of my food," Yi Xianqun shouted defiantly. That moment, several Yi family members passing by were drawn to the commotion, only to promptly lower their heads and hastily depart upon realizing it was Yi Xianqun and Yi Xianqun engaged in a standoff. Both were considered the two calamities of the Yi family, absolutely not to be trifled with. Yi Xianqun sighed helplessly. He had known Yi Xianjuan for quite some time, although she was undeniably a prodigy. She had an insatiable love for sweets and snacks, always on guard against anyone who might attempt to steal her food. Fortunately, he had brought some treats, otherwise he would not know how to handle the situation. Yi Xianqun thought to himself. Having known her for so long, he had developed a way to manage her. He pulled out a piece of osmanthus cake wrapped in paper and waved it before Yi Xianjuan. In an instant, her wariness dissipated, replaced by a look of longing. She swallowed hard and said, "Even if you tempt me with my favorite osmanthus cake, I still won't share my food with you." Seeing this, Yi Xianqun couldn't help but chuckle. "I won't take your food. This osmanthus cake is yours." With that, he casually tossed the cake to her. With a swift motion, Yi Xianjuan caught the osmanthus cake without a second thought, ignoring any potential poison, and promptly stuffed the entire piece into her mouth. Yi Xianqun remarked helplessly, "At this rate, if an enemy were to poison their food and throw it at you during a battle, you would be done for." I won't be poisoned. I'm not afraid," Yi Xianjuan replied, her mouth full of osmanthus cake. Then Yi Xianqun recalled that Yi Xianjuan had a unique constitution that rendered her immune to poison. Once she finished, she confidently approached Yi Xianqun and said, "Wow, you've grown so tall since we last met. I heard you can cultivate now." Yi Xianqun looked at Yi Xianjuan, who appeared to be of a similar height and appearance to a 12 or 13-year-old, and smiled. "Indeed, do you remember our conversation about the Zhuli sect? In a month, they will come to Qingfeng City to recruit disciples. You and I must both join." Yi Xianjuan suddenly grabbed Yi Xianqun's hand. Yi Xianqun paused for a moment. Joining the Zhuli sect had been a promise made between him and Yi Xianjuan for over a decade. Back then, he had been unaware of his own inability to cultivate. He had thought Yi Xianjuan had forgotten about their agreement. But now, everything was different. He observed Yi Xianjuan's earnest expression, one he had never seen before, and warmth spread through his heart as he replied, "I will indeed join the Zhuli sect." A smile crept across Yi Xianjuan's lips, brightening her face like the sun melting winter snow. Chapter 10. I will settle accounts with you. Yi Xianqun watched Yi Xianjuan depart, his heart brimming with warmth. Within the Yi family, the only ones who would not regard him differently due to his inability to cultivate were Yi Xianjuan and his uncle Yi Junwen. With that thought, Yi Xianqun suppressed all distractions that a new goal had emerged in his heart: to enter the Zhuli sect. The Zhuli sect was the largest sect in Han China, teeming with formidable individuals. A gathering of all the nation's talents, and a realm filled with opportunities. As he contemplated this, he made his way towards the Cold Cloud Cave. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the cave. The Cold Cloud Cave was situated in the most frigid area of the Yi family. The chill emanating from it was enough to cause an ordinary person to fall ill. Yi Xianqun cast a glance at the two attendants dressed in heavy clothing flanking the cave entrance, a glimmer of derision flashing in his eyes. Typically, the Cold Cloud Cave would not require the presence of attendants or guards, as its relentless cold dissuaded the Yi family from restricting access. They only cautioned the family members to be mindful not to allow the cold to seep into their bodies and harm their foundations. However, the presence of two attendants now indicated a clear intent directed at him. The mastermind behind this was undoubtedly Yin. The servants of the Yi family all fall under the management of Yin indeed. Upon seeing Yi Xianqun, a flicker of severity crossed the faces of the two attendants, who then obstructed the passage at the cave's entrance. Trembling, they stammered, "Young Master Yi, we are uncertain about your purpose for visiting Hanyun Cave. What I intend to do in Hanyun Cave is of no concern to you." Yi Xianqun replied with an air of tranquility, yet that seemingly indifferent tone sent shivers down the spines of the attendants. The two attendants felt as though they could scarcely maintain their stance and were on the verge of yielding. But the thought that Yi Xianqun had merely been a discarded waste of the Yi family until recently, even now only possessing a mere postnatal second level of cultivation, made them question what they had to fear. Observing their hesitation, Yi Xianqun gently shook his head and remarked, "It seems you have not yet learned your lesson. A servant ought to know their place. To obstruct one's master leads only to a dead end." As his words fell, a palpable aura of menace erupted from his eyes. The fury from having slain a man the previous day had coalesced within him, a murderous intent that far surpassed what two mere attendants could withstand. The chill of Hanyun Cave, combined with Yi Xianqun's killing intent, surged forth like a tempest towards the two attendants. The attendants felt as though their once bulky garments had become insubstantial, leaving them feeling as if they were stark naked in a frigid wasteland. Suddenly, they sensed a large hand resting upon their shoulders, and a wave of warmth flooded through them, dispelling their cold. Turning back, they glimpsed a flicker of joy on their pallid faces and hastily bowed, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to young Master Yi Chu." Yi Xianqun's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded Yi Chu, who was clad in white and bore an expression of haughty disdain that a cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Yi Chu, a direct descendant of the family, was among the top cultivators of his generation within the Yi clan and had always been a follower of Yi Xiangxiang. Yi Chu gestured to the two attendants, signaling them to depart. What significance did Yi Xiangqun, a mere nuisance to the attendants, hold? Yi Xiangqun casually swayed his body, blocking the way of the two attendants, and without a glance at Yi Chu, declared, "I have no patience for the barking of dogs." Upon finishing his words, he launched his fist forward, and behind him, an ethereal army seemed to materialize, as if his fists were the very charge of that army. The sound of wind slicing through the air echoed like the thunderous hooves of a galloping steed. Yi Chu's eyes widened in astonishment as he blurted out, "The Qinqiao incident from the Taizu long fist. How is this possible? That technique, so simplistic that even a child could master it, possesses such might. What is impossible about it?" Yi Xiangqun retorted coldly, and as he spoke, his fist transformed into palms that struck the shoulders of the two attendants with ferocity. Their cumbersome garments proved utterly futile against Yi Xiangqun's palms. They barely had time to let out a wretched scream before their bodies were sent flying. "Dead?" Yi Chu muttered, his eyes flashing with disbelief as he exclaimed, "Not dead? How is that possible? The force of those strikes is beyond what two ordinary people could withstand." Yi Xiangqun unobtrusively retracted his fists, still not sparing a glance at Yi Chu. "Letting you two live is not a matter of inability to kill, but rather a desire for you to convey a message to that old dog. Yi's servants should know their place. Otherwise, their master will have no qualms about ending them." Meanwhile, deep within Hanyan Cave, an elder with white hair and brows, seated and meditating, glimpsed a spark of brilliance in his eyes. This is the essence of power. He has grasped the concept of force through the Taizu long fist. This young man possesses remarkable tenacity. He paused momentarily, a hint of perplexity crossing his features. But how could that last strike fail to kill those two attendants? Something is amiss. That was a change in tactics, akin to the concept of draining the cup to release military power. At that moment, the elder realized that Yi Xiangqun's strike was not merely superficial, but had been a calculated restraint of power, preparing for the next explosive move of draining the cup to release military power. Yi Xiangqun had skillfully controlled his strength, sparing the lives of those two attendants. Such control and comprehension surpassed even that of Yi Junwu in his prime. The elder gasped in astonishment. "It seems this young man may have merely been feigning weakness, or perhaps he experienced a setback in the past. No, that cannot be." He had already, a glimmer of contemplation flickered in the elder's eyes. Outside Hanyan Cave, Yi Chu remained unable to quell the tumultuous emotions within him that he had never anticipated that Yi Xiangqun, whom he had perceived as an exaggerated figure, could wield such formidable power. Though he was still far beneath Yi Chu, that strength and presence instilled an involuntary sense of fear within him, more so than when facing Yi Xiangxiang or even Yi Xiangwen. No, Yi Chu. Calm yourself. He is merely a weakling who has just begun to cultivate. You are a postnatal 6th-level warrior, not someone of his ilk. Yi Chu slapped his face, repeating this mantra in his mind. Gradually, his arrogance and disdain returned to his visage, and he thought to himself, indeed, he is merely a weakling. What is there to fear? Yi Xiangqun keenly observed Yi Chu's transformation, the coldness at the corners of his mouth deepening. Pointing at the two attendants who lay on the ground, conscious yet unable to move, he stated, "These are your people, are they not? I've just settled accounts with them, and now I shall settle accounts with you." Yi Chu regarded the coldness radiating from Yi Xiangqun's lips, a tremor coursing through his heart. However, recalling his previous words and the backing he had, he felt emboldened. Settle accounts? Yi Xiangqun, what could you possibly have to settle with me? Yi Chu raised his head slightly, as if to touch the heavens. Yi Xiangqun suddenly stepped forward, and behind him, a figure emerged, standing at the pinnacle, exuding an aura so proud that it seemed to repel all who dared approach. What is there to settle? You allowed your subordinates to impede my path. That is the first matter. You claim I am troubling them. That is the second. And the third, I utterly detest you. This debt, how do you intend to repay it? With your life? Or perhaps, Yi Xianqian took another step forward, and the figure behind him slowly opened its eyes, revealing a gaze that was both domineering and aloof. Chapter 11. The Loser Becomes My Slave. The Taizu Long Fist is said to have been created by an unparalleled warrior known as Taizu. Though its techniques may appear rudimentary, they are imbued with the essence of Taizu's sovereign might. Yi Xianqian has devoted 10 years to mastering the Taizu Long Fist, gaining profound insight into its true meaning. I stand at the pinnacle. Who dares to rival me? Though Yi Chu was a postnatal 6th-level warrior, his esteemed position within the Yi family could not withstand such an overwhelming aura of dominance that he instinctively stepped back, a flicker of fear manifesting on his face, and he felt a faint glimmer of brownish-yellow energy in his hand, a sign of his terror as he summoned his internal spiritual weapon to defend himself. The internal spiritual weapon is the essence of a warrior. If one were to forcefully summon it before reaching the Dragon Leap realm, it would inevitably result in severe damage to one's foundation. This was distinct from Yi Xianxiang, who merely wielded a weapon akin to an internal spiritual weapon. Yi Chu's complexion paled, but the fear that had enveloped his face dissipated in an instant. Clearly, the Zhen Guansu lock of the Heavenly Gate granted him tremendous confidence, allowing him to suppress his fear of Yi Xianqian's overwhelming presence. Yi Xianqian, I never imagined you could comprehend the very essence of power that even I have yet to master. But what does that matter? You are merely a postnatal 4th-level warrior. How could you withstand me wielding a spiritual weapon? Yi Chu clutched the Zhen Guansu tightly and laughed maniacally. An invisible force of restraint emanated from the Zhen Guansu. Zhen Guan, Zhen Sikan Guan. The Zhen Guansu is inherently a binding spiritual weapon, and in Yi Chu's hands, it displayed its full power of confinement. Yi Xianqian, witnessing this, felt no hint of panic. Indeed, he was merely a postnatal 4th-level warrior. However, his 4th level was fundamentally different from the ordinary. What of the Zhen Guansu? What was there to fear? Yi Xianqian roared, and once again, a solitary figure emerged behind him, embodying an air of pride that seemed to encompass all humanity. Yet to Yi Chu's eyes, this proud figure bore a striking resemblance to Yi Xianqian, as if it were a vision of him years hence. At this moment, an unseen force of restraint descended upon Yi Xianqian. He felt as though a tremendous weight were crashing down upon him from above. Yet he had no intention of evading. Bang! The instant the force of restraint struck, Yi Xianqian's body involuntarily pressed down, his feet shattering the stone slabs beneath him, debris and brown earth scattering across his shoes. Yi Chu, witnessing this, couldn't help but mockingly laugh. Just as I thought. Yi Xianqian, did you not claim to be unafraid of my Zhen Guansu? What now? Are you rendered mute by the pressure? Yi Xianqian slowly lowered his head, seemingly affirming Yi Chu's words. Just as Yi Chu reveled in his triumph, Yi Xianqian abruptly lifted his head. His eyes, akin to stars in the night sky, conveyed an unwavering spirit, a spirit of defiance and resilience. Do you think this mere force of restraint will be effective? Yi Xianqian roared once more, his voice resonating like a long-dormant dragon awakening to roar at the heavens. Over the past decade, he had endured countless grievances. He had been humiliated and cast out from the Yi family. The pent-up rage that had yet to be unleashed only deepened with each passing moment. Is it a given that the weak must suffer? Absolutely not. With a resounding crack akin to shattering glass, an explosive sound erupted around Yi Xianqian's right hand, which had previously been immobile, as he suddenly clenched his fist. Yi Chu's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? The Zhen Guansu summoned at the cost of my foundation could not be escaped even by Yi Xianxiang. How could a mere postnatal 4th-level warrior like you possibly break free?" As soon as his words fell, he noticed Yi Xianqian remain utterly motionless, a flicker of realization igniting in his eyes. I understand. Haha, I knew you could never break free. It turns out you exerted all your strength just to escape for a moment. Now you must be once again suppressed by my Zhen Guansu, right? Your body must have sustained internal injuries as well. Yi Xianqian's expression showed no signs of change, but a hint of sarcasm gradually emerged in his eyes. Fool, Yi Xianqian coldly remarked. The moment his words landed, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Yi Xianqun cracked his neck, clenched his fists, kicked his legs, and his gaze remained fixed on Yi Chu, as though the bindings of the Jin Guanzi had no effect on him whatsoever. Yi Chu looked at Yi Xianqun with astonishment, his previously pale complexion now even more ghastly. Impossible. How could this be? My Jin Guanzi can suppress even the Tian Guan. How could you possibly break free? Yi Chu exclaimed, nearly losing his mind, as he waved the Jin Guanzi in his hand, a thread of binding force once again surging toward Yi Xianqun. Yi Xianqun extended his right hand, disregarding the approaching binding force, and slowly straightened his fingers. Just as the binding force drew near, a resounding crack echoed, reverberating like a bone shattering. With a resounding smack, Yi Xianqun's right fist struck the binding force, and the true essence within him erupted forth. Behind him, his proud silhouette mirrored his actions, launching an assault toward Yi Chu. Boom! Splatter! Two distinct sounds resonated simultaneously. The binding force before them dissipated, while Yi Chu involuntarily felt the urge to spit blood. Observing Yi Chu's blood-spattered visage, Yi Xianqun advanced step by step, while the Jin Guanzi in Yi Chu's hand had vanished. His complexion had turned even more ashen, resembling a blank sheet of paper, clearly indicating that his foundation had suffered significant damage. As Yi Xianqun approached, the proud figure behind him gradually faded away, yet the murderous aura surrounding him intensified with each passing moment. Yi Chu felt his legs tremble incessantly. The continuous application of the Jin Guanzi, coupled with Yi Xianqun's shattering of the binding force, had drained his true essence. With every step Yi Xianqun took, it felt as if a heavy hammer was striking his heart, deepening the fear within him. Don't come closer. Don't come any closer. Yi Chu repeatedly waved his hands, retreating backward. Yi Xianqun halted his steps, gazing at Yi Chu as one would regard a lifeless corpse. Did you not claim that your Jin Guanzi could seal even the Tian Guan? Now, why not attempt it again? Upon hearing Yi Xianqun's words, Yi Chu found himself devoid of strength to support his feet any longer and weakly knelt on the ground. Tears and snot streaming down his face. Yi Xianqun, oh no, young Master Yi, I beg you to spare me. Yes, I was foolish before that my Jin Guanzi can indeed bind the Tian Guan. But who is young Master Yi? How could it possibly be effective against you? Yi Chu blubbered through his tears. Seeing Yi Chu's pitiful state, Yi Xianqun felt a twinge of disappointment within. The younger generation of the Yi family had become akin to this, bullying the weak, yet when faced with defeat, they would grovel like worms before their foes. The internal strife within the Yi family was numerous. Without Yi Xinglan's stronghold, the family would likely be consumed by the various powers of Qingfeng City within an hour. However, this thought quickly faded. Although Yi Xinglan was on the verge of relinquishing his position as patriarch, he still had many years left to live. As long as he remained, the Yi family could not perish. Yi Xianqun had a strong desire to eliminate Yi Chu, but just moments ago, he felt an elusive gaze upon him from within the depths of the cold cloud cave. He recognized it as the watchful eye of Old Han, who had long resided in the cave's depths. In other places, he could act recklessly, but within the cold cloud cave, Old Han would never allow him to commit murder. With that thought, Yi Xianqun's fervor diminished. After all, regardless of how the Yi family treated him, he was still a member of the family. He could disrespect many of the Yi family members, but he could not dishonor those elders who had continuously protected the Yi family. Moreover, Yi Chu was considered one of the top figures in the Yi family. Killing him would only harm the family. Even though the Yi family was the overlord of Qingfeng City, a formidable family, the Han family still existed. The thought of the Han family brought a hint of bitterness to Yi Xianqun's eyes. He had not returned to the Han family in quite some time. Seeing Yi Xianqun's silence, Yi Chu mistakenly believed that Yi Xianqun's heart had softened. He knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing and pleading, "Young Master Yi, I beg you to spare me. Just let me go as if I were nothing. Please do not kill me." "Kill you?" Yi Xianqun scoffed. "Killing you would only dirty my hands." Upon hearing this, Yi Chu couldn't help but break into a smile, repeatedly expressing gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you for your mercy. Death may be avoided, but the punishment for living cannot." Yi Xianqun coldly declared, as if pronouncing a sentence, "The loser shall become my servant." Yi Chu was momentarily taken aback. Years of accumulated arrogance compelled him to respond. "This Yi Xianqun understood that Yi Chu had always been one of the top figures among the younger generation of the Yi family, that if he were to easily accept servitude, it would raise suspicions about his sincerity. However, what did Yi Chu's hesitation matter? If he refused to comply, then he would be beaten into submission. With that in mind, Yi Xianqun casually raised his right hand and slowly clenched his fist, the murderous intent in his eyes deepening with each crack of sound. Upon meeting Yi Xianqun's gaze, filled with murderous intent, Yi Chu shivered involuntarily, gritting his teeth as he bowed to Yi Xianqun. Saying, "I greet my master." Yi Chu's response greatly displeased Yi Xianqun, yet subduing him was a necessary task, that he had someone beside him who lacked the ability to protect herself. Chengyi.in the Yi family. He had made too many enemies. While he was unafraid, he was concerned that those individuals might harm Chengyi, which was why he needed to subdue Yi Chu. With that thought, Yi Xianqun nodded at Yi Chu. Perhaps due to Yi Xianqun's earlier assertiveness, Yi Chu quickly accepted his role as Yi Xianqun's servant, naturally bowing his head to stand behind him. Protect Chengyi well, if she loses even a single hair. "I shall take your head," Yi Xianqun said coldly to Yi Chu. Yi Chu shivered once more, lowering his head as he replied, "Yes, master. I will ensure Chengyi's safety." Yi Xianqun nodded and waved his hand, signaling Yi Chu to leave. Yi Chu quietly retreated, leaving Yi Xianqun alone. Standing at the entrance of the cold cloud cave, a chill rushed towards him, and countless small needles pierced through his clothing, pricking his skin and penetrating his very marrow. He had visited the cold cloud cave before, but at that time, he had been unable to withstand the cold and had retreated. Such chilling air would cause an ordinary person to faint in mere seconds, or even die instantly. Even a practitioner at the early stages of the acquired realm would not dare to resist without using their true essence, for the cold in the cold cloud cave was terrifying. Yet at this moment, Yi Xianqun did not resist with true essence, for only in this way could the cold's physical training reach its utmost potential, that if he could not endure such pain, how could he hope to rise above the world and alter it? Martial artists cultivate to refine their energy, strengthen their bodies, and temper their minds, Yi Xianqun murmured, then slowly stepped into the cold cloud cave, entering this legendary place known within the Yi family at this moment. Deep within the cold cloud cave, old Han slowly stood, gazing complexly towards the cave's entrance and murmuring, "In the end, you have still come in." Chapter 12. Who fears whom? As soon as Yi Xianqun stepped into the cold cloud cave, an invasive chill rushed toward him. In an instant, his white garments became permeated by the cold, gradually frosting over Yi Xianqun's brow began to gather small white particles, making him appear as though he had aged several years in an instant. Yet, even so, his expression remained unchanged. That it has only been a few moments, yet I already feel my physical form has strengthened considerably. Is it due to the novelty of this experience, or some other reason? Yi Xianqun stood at the entrance for a short while, pondering. Previously, when he battled Yi Chu, he had not sensed any remarkable strength in Yi Chu's physique. Now, however, he felt his own body growing stronger, leaving him perplexed as to the reason. While he was deep in thought, a piercing voice suddenly rang out. Another country bumpkin has arrived. Standing at the entrance like that, I wonder if he has been frozen stiff. Yi Xianqun paused slightly. Turning to the source of the voice there, he saw a rather short, middle-aged man eyeing him with disdain. After sizing up Yi Xianqun for a moment, the middle-aged man spat contemptuously. Acquired realm 4th stage. It seems the Yi family is getting weaker by the day. The man's voice was exceedingly grating, yet upon closer listening, it lacked any sense of age or weariness, sounding more like that of a youth. Yi Xianqun glanced at the man and recalled that he was a criminal of the Yi family, or rather, someone who had been imprisoned in the cold cloud cave for an extended period. Throughout the generations, the Yi family had harbored some truly heinous individuals, those whose crimes did not warrant death, but whose actions were intolerable. Thus, the Yi family would imprison such individuals within the cold cloud cave. Although the chill of the cold cloud cave offers substantial physical fortitude, it is equally perilous. Much like the process of carving jade, one must endure countless blows to emerge as a refined creation. Those who cannot withstand the trials are destined to shatter. The majority of those imprisoned here barely survive, with only a few emerging as either aberrant beings or formidable warriors, subsequently serving the Yi family. According to Yi Xianqun, the guardians of the cold cloud cave are precisely these individuals, albeit he has chosen to remain within the cave voluntarily. Noticing Yi Xiangshan's silence, the middle-aged man grew somewhat irritable. He had been confined in the Cold Cloud Cave for 20 years. Although he had managed to survive, he had merely taken advantage of a situation, resisting the cold with his true essence at the cave's periphery daily. His cultivation had not progressed significantly, and he remained at the 6th level of the acquired realm. Yet this had fostered his deviant personality that he dared not provoke some of the more prominent young members of the Yi family. But upon encountering someone who appeared exceedingly dull and weak, he could not resist the impulse to bully him. With that thought, he let out a sinister chuckle, the harshness of his laughter causing Yi Xiangshan's eardrums to vibrate. Realizing that this man had been psychologically warped by the trials of the Cold Cloud Cave, Yi Xiangshan chose to ignore him and intended to delve deeper into the cave to commence his cultivation. The middle-aged man, seeing Yi Xiangshan bypass him, felt a surge of perverse excitement that, it seems this unfamiliar fellow is quite afraid of me. This is going to be fun. He mused to himself that why Yi Xiangshan regarded the diminutive figure before him and pondered. Is this my misfortune or his? Calmly facing the grotesquely distorted man, he inquired, "What exactly do you intend to do?" The middle-aged man scanned Yi Xiangshan with a dismissive glance, thinking, this individual appears remarkably composed. However, he does not seem to be of any significance. I recognize all the top figures of the Yi family. His attire is quite ordinary, suggesting he is merely a mediocre descendant of the Yi clan. Though he too was a member of the Yi family, his status differed significantly from that of ordinary clan members. Provoking influential descendants of the Yi family would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Once assured that Yi Xiangshan lacked any substantial backing, he resolved to focus on playing with this amusing toy that, I don't have any grand intentions, that I merely wish to have some fun with you. The diminutive man said, covering his mouth, though his small hands could not conceal his large mouth, lending him an exceedingly bizarre appearance. That why Yi Xiangshan sighed inwardly, reflecting, why is there such a plethora of fools everywhere? Were it not for the restrictions against violence within the Cold Cloud Cave, he would have long since sent this grotesque individual flying with a single punch. And how do you propose we play? Yi Xiangshan asked with an unruffled demeanor. The diminutive man, observing Yi Xiangshan's placid expression, sensed an underlying unease but could not pinpoint the source. He thus attributed his excitement solely to having discovered a new plaything. It seems this is your first time in the Cold Cloud Cave, isn't it? How about we compete to see who can venture deeper into the cave? If you lose, you'll have to crawl and bark like a dog. He exclaimed, covering his mouth while grinning eerily, as if narrating a mere reality, without seeking Yi Xiangshan's consent. Did I in the diminutive man's mind, there was no need to consult an acquired realm for cultivator about such matters. To him, it was entirely unnecessary. An acquired realm for martial artist without connections was fair game. Oh, Yi Xiangshan responded with a playful tone, enunciating deliberately. What if you lose? Pfft. Haha, are you jesting? I, Yi Chi, have resided in the Cold Cloud Cave for 20 years. My familiarity with it far surpasses that of a newcomer like you. Moreover, how could a mere acquired realm for martial artist ever hope to rival me? Yi Chi could not suppress his laughter, his shrill guffaws causing some snow above to cascade down to so. You believe I stand no chance of winning? Yi Xiangshan said languidly. Absolutely. Yi Chi replied without hesitation, then paused to add, though it's an impossible feat. We are both members of the Yi family. How about this? If I lose, I shall eat my own excrement. Very well, let us see who can go deeper, Yi Xiangshan stated, stifling a laugh at the absurdity of the wager. Who fears whom in this contest? Yi Chi thought, feeling increasingly uneasy, yet dismissing it as mere bravado, confident in his own abilities. After Yi Xiangshan's agreement, Yi Chi swiftly dashed deeper into the Cold Cloud Cave. He felt no fear of Yi Xiangshan reneging on their deal, for it would be folly for Yi Xiangshan to abandon such a prime cultivation location. As Yi Chi charged ahead, he felt the cold air assail him, piercing his flesh like daggers. Penetrating to his very bones, he summoned his true essence to fend off the icy onslaught, and though the pain intensified, his elation grew. I can feel my resistance to the chill has improved significantly. It seems I can finally cultivate here, he chuckled inwardly. Given that he had to reside in the Cold Cloud Cave, he could not indulge in cultivation as other Yi family members did, simply waiting for their true essence to deplete before retreating. Thus, he had never found the time to cultivate. Instead, he had continuously fought off the encroaching cold that I must express my gratitude to that young man. Yi Qi thought maliciously. Capturing a plaything like Yi Xianqun, he could not simply allow him to bark like a dog. As he considered Yi Xianqun, Yi Qi glanced back to see where he was. Upon spotting him, he sneered, "That fool! Does he think this is a marathon? Why is he moving so slowly? The longer one lingers in a spot, the more cold one must endure. Does he not understand this?" Victory is assured. Although he had not explicitly stated it, he had been acutely aware of Yi Xianqun's unusual behavior. Now, witnessing Yi Xianqun's sluggish pace, he felt a sense of relief. It seems I have been in the cold cloud cave for too long. My judgment has become clouded. Yi Qi mused, dismissing thoughts of Yi Xianqun as he continued his rush into the depths. Meanwhile, Yi Xianqun paid Yi Qi no mind, instead moving slowly. His intention was to cultivate. So he welcomed the chill. Were it not for Yi Qi's repulsiveness, he would have focused solely on his training. Moving at a leisurely pace, Yi Qi swiftly left Yi Xianqun behind. In contrast, Yi Xianqun refrained from using any true essence to resist the cold. He chose to endure and even embrace it. Sculpting jade involves not just silent endurance but also acceptance of the chiseling, allowing one to radiate a more brilliant light. Yi Xianqun distinctly felt his physical strength amplifying, drawing ever closer to his cultivation level. This growth was so substantial that he sensed he might achieve the 4th level of the acquired realm without resorting to body-refining elixirs. It seems this journey was worthwhile, he thought to himself. Not only was his physical form strengthening, but his true essence was also being refined by the cold, gradually enhancing it. He surmised that he might soon attain a breakthrough. Clenching his fists, he declared, "In 4 days, I shall reach the 5th level of the acquired realm." Such speed is undeniably rapid, yet it remains insufficient. With undercurrents swirling within the Yi family, his current strength was inadequate, especially as he sought to fulfill his promise to Yi Xianqun, to enter the Zhu Li sect. This was a childhood vow, and his commitment. With that thought, he quickened his pace, as the cold in his current location no longer posed a significant challenge. At this moment, Yi Qi was acutely aware of the substantial depletion of his true essence. His once frenzied pace had begun to wane, and he sensed a growing numbness in his body, his limbs becoming sluggish. Yet, the joy in his heart remained undiminished. Individuals like him were not incapable of leaving the cold cloud cave. One merely needed to reach the innate realm or penetrate 1,000 meters into the cave. He calculated that he was nearing the 1,000-meter mark. Even if he did not succeed this time, he was certain he would next time. That little brat is truly my good fortune. Should I not treat him well? Yi Qi cackled inwardly, contemplating how he might toy with his newfound plaything. Just as he entertained these thoughts, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching him. Yi Qi pondered. Is someone else delving into the cold cloud cave? Could it be that prodigy, Yi Xianguan? Unlikely, as Yi Xiangxiang is imprisoned in the Blackwater Cave. Then who could this be? As he mulled this over, he turned to look back, and in that instant, his eyes widened in disbelief, his gaze nearly falling from his face. How is this possible? How could you possibly catch up to me? Yi Qi let out a desperate shout as Yi Xiangqun strolled leisurely, as if wandering through a tranquil garden. The frigid air, potent enough to freeze a postnatal martial artist to death, seemed to have no effect on him whatsoever. Not a trace of frost marred his pristine, white attire. Yi Qi's expression twisted into one of disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Impossible. You are merely a postnatal fourfold martial artist. How could you possibly keep pace with me in the cold cloud cave? With a slight smirk, Yi Xianqun replied, Postnatal fourfold? I am no longer that. With a deep growl, he unleashed a sharp crack, as if the surrounding spiritual energy were drawn to him, spiraling into his body. Laden with coldness that I end the span of merely 3 breaths, Yi Xianqun ascended to postnatal 5-fold, the influx of energy steadily solidifying his cultivation. Yi Qi felt as though his mind could scarcely comprehend the situation. Just moments ago, he had recalled Yi Xianqun as merely a nascent 4-fold martial artist, and now he had inexplicably broken through to 5-fold, even naturally consolidating his power. This was a clear indication of a profound foundation. The mysteries of the Eastern Wilderness Canon were far beyond what Yi Qi could fathom. Although the Eastern Wilderness Canon was notoriously difficult to cultivate, it was an unparalleled technique that laid a robust foundation. No matter the level of cultivation, Once a breakthrough was achieved, it would naturally solidify. Perhaps it was this solid foundation that granted him a resilience against the cold far superior to that of ordinary martial artists. Behind him, a solitary figure flashed by. Yet Yi Qi captured the essence of that presence, that he had never encountered such a terrifying figure, one that seemed to exist apart from the world, as if no one else could ever stand beside him. Instantly, fear gripped Yi Qi's heart, and he recalled the wager. Should he lose, he would be forced to consume his own excrement, an unthinkable fate. With a furious roar, Yi Qi turned and charged ahead. To lose would mean he could never show his face again. Yi Xianqun shook his head, pondering the futility of struggle. With that, he continued his leisurely pace, as if on a casual stroll, yet he remained steadfastly in pursuit of the relentlessly dashing Yi Qi. Gradually closing the distance, hearing the approaching footsteps, Yi Qi incredulously shouted, "How is this possible? The cold here is enough to incapacitate a postnatal fourfold martial artist, yet you seem unaffected." Yi Xianqun slightly shook his head and pointed to his sleeve, saying, "That may be true, but look, even my sleeve is frozen." Upon hearing this, Yi Qi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What did a frozen sleeve signify? He was on the verge of freezing to death. Though his body felt increasingly numb, he dared not halt. Stopping would only hasten his demise. Observing this, Yi Xianqun remained silent. Quietly walking past him, that eye in his heart, Yi Xianqun harbored a strong disdain for Yi Qi. Since he loathed him, he was determined to break him. This was his principle. Deep within the cold cloud cave, the elder Han felt the intensity of this wager. According to the rules of the cold cloud cave, he should have intervened, but the presence of Yi Xianqun gave him pause, and he found himself reluctant to intervene. Perhaps he desired to see the extent of Yi Xianqun's capabilities, or perhaps he was burdened by guilt from the past. At this moment, Yi Qi sensed his own limitations, his eyes growing heavy and nearly closing. Meanwhile, Yi Xianqun had approached his side. Yi Qi's body had grown so stiff from the cold that he could no longer sit on the ground to rest. With a frozen mouth, he pleaded, "Please spare me. I will do anything you ask, just don't do that." Yi Xianqun gazed at Yi Qi's body, nearly encased in frost, feeling nothing but indifference. Had he known it would come to this, he would have acted differently from the start. There is no remedy for regret in this world. Once one dares to speak, they must abide by their words. With this thought, Yi Xianqun delivered a powerful kick to Yi Qi's abdomen, causing a surge of bile to rise in his throat, accompanied by an overwhelming urge to relieve himself. Gagging uncontrollably, Yi Qi could no longer hold back, expelling a torrent of brownish liquid and solid waste. A foul odor pervaded the air, prompting Yi Xianqun to wrinkle his nose in distaste. He then seized Yi Qi's sleeve, pushing him into the foul mixture. "Come now, consume what you have produced," Yi Xianqun remarked with a hint of amusement, then nonchalantly strode away. With the wager complete, Yi Xianqun had no desire to linger with Yi Qi any longer. His strength was still insufficient. He needed to continue his cultivation. The elder Han, who had been silently observing, let out a heavy sigh, a complex expression crossing his face. It seemed that Yi Xianqun was indeed capable of cultivating. Had the years of suppression led to this explosive emergence? Had they been wrong all along? As the elder's voice echoed around him, his expression suddenly turned cold. "Drag Yi Qi away and clean this up." That as soon as he finished speaking, a figure clad in black appeared, responding, "Understood." Yi Xianqun was unaware of how deeply he had penetrated this place. He merely felt overwhelmed by the cold. After waiting for a moment, without feeling his body acclimatizing to the chill, he nodded in satisfaction that he casually seated himself on the frost-covered ground and retrieved 2 martial arts manuals from his robe, the Ice Heart Technique and the Qi Nourishing Method. Slowly, Yi Xianqun pronounced the names of the 2 techniques. The Ice Heart Technique was praised even by the elder Yi, while the Qi Nourishing Method had been passed down from his father. These 2 techniques would be his focus for cultivation moving forward. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xianqun decided to put away the Ice Heart Technique. In comparison, he was far more eager to master the technique left to him by his father. The Qi Nourishing Method absorbed spiritual energy, refining true essence. As he opened the first page, he began to read aloud. Initially, he felt nothing peculiar about the earlier lines, but as he progressed, his expression grew increasingly grave. Upon reaching the final lines, a glimmer of astonishment lit up his eyes. Such a formidable technique! Yi Xianqun marveled. The Qi nourishing method was less a martial technique and more a foundational practice. However, in a certain sense, it also functioned as a martial skill. Regardless of the strength of the practitioner, each individual could only cultivate one foundational practice that, in contrast, martial techniques could encompass multiple forms, provided they were suitable. Yet the Qi nourishing method, in a sense, was a foundational practice that allowed a martial artist to cultivate anew from the first level of postnatal cultivation, effectively granting them double the strength. Because it was classified as a martial technique, practitioners could disregard the limitations of foundational practices during their cultivation. Such a technique, even within the eastern wilderness continent, would surely incite a storm of bloodshed. Yi Xianqun was oblivious as to how his father had obtained this extraordinary technique, but he was certain that perhaps he was the only one in the eastern wilderness who understood its significance. The subsequent content was comprehensible only to him. From a young age, his father had compelled him to study a unique script, one that diverged from the characters of the eastern wilderness. More importantly, the order of reading these characters was unconventional. Even when his mother was ailing, she had insisted that he learn. The most crucial content of the Qi nourishing method was inscribed in this script. Gripping the Qi nourishing method tightly, Yi Xianqun finally grasped the good intentions behind his parents' earlier insistence. It was not that they did not care for him, but rather that they wished for his optimal growth. The Qi nourishing method must be cultivated. After reviewing the Qi nourishing method once more and committing its contents to memory, he tore it to shreds. Such a powerful technique could not be allowed to circulate. Otherwise, he would likely find himself in peril. Once he confirmed that the Qi nourishing method could not be replicated, Yi Xianqun closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The Qi nourishing method gradually activated, and he felt the spiritual energy and coldness merging into his body, that a cool, refreshing sensation coursed through him, but it did not enter his dantian to transform into true essence. Instead, it lingered above his dantian. The dantian is divided into upper and lower sections, with true essence residing in the lower dantian. Although the upper dantian exists, it is generally untouchable and inaccessible. The Qi nourishing method focuses on the upper dantian, unlocking it to allow a martial artist to cultivate anew from the first level of postnatal, equating to 2 breakthroughs. As the Qi nourishing method activated, the upper dantian began to open. Seeing this, Yi Xianqun wasted no time. He hastily opened his bag and retrieved the prepared Qi nourishing pill, swallowing it whole. With a resounding pop, the Qi nourishing pill dissolved instantly, flooding his body with spiritual energy. The true essence within his upper dantian surged. Postnatal 1-fold, 2-fold, 3-fold, 4-fold, 5-fold. In mere moments, more than half of the Qi nourishing pills he had brought were consumed, but the results were striking. He had once again broken through from postnatal 1-fold to 5-fold. And the forces of heaven and earth further refined his true essence and body, enhancing the purity of his essence and greatly strengthening his physique. Although his physical strength had not yet reached 5-fold, it was significantly closer. Yi Xianqun could hardly contain his joy. Cultivating the Qi nourishing method seemed to double the difficulty, yet the results were unparalleled compared to anything he had previously experienced. Yi Xianqun swung his fist forward, feeling a surge of power within his body, and joyfully remarked. Just as he finished speaking, the true essence from his upper dantian gradually descended, entering his lower dantian. In an instant, the true essence in his lower dantian doubled, while the upper dantian closed once more due to the depletion of its essence. Familiar with the Qi cultivation method, Yi Xianqun understood that initially, practicing this technique would open the upper dantian. Once the cultivation levels of both dantian were equal, the true essence of both would merge, making the cultivation for a martial artist twice as difficult as before. While the benefits gained would be unparalleled, this was the terrifying nature of the Qi cultivation method, a technique that was not merely a skill, yet undeniably a martial art. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xianqun was not deterred by the difficulty of cultivation. The Donghuang classics recorded numerous medicinal pills. With these pills, his cultivation would not lag significantly, while his strength would increase considerably. Thanks to the Qi cultivation method, Yi Xianqun held high hopes for the ice heart technique. However, upon practicing the ice heart technique, he was utterly disappointed. It was exceedingly simple, merely reducing external influences on the martial artist during cultivation. Such a technique was indeed necessary for martial artists, as inner demons perpetually haunt them. Yet, the advantages brought by the qi cultivation method left Yi Xiangqun feeling apprehensive. Forget it, the qi cultivation method is sufficient. Fortune cannot favor me entirely, Yi Xiangqun murmured to himself, then slowly closed his eyes, enduring the cold air of the cold cloud cave as he began his cultivation. While medicinal pills were essential for cultivation, relying on them constantly would lead to dependency. Thus, Yi Xiangqun resolved to diligently practice for a while first. After Yi Xiangqun entered the cold cloud cave, the Yi family gradually returned to a semblance of tranquility. However, this tranquility was merely superficial, as undercurrents began to stir. Chapter 14. Who says the innate have no power? Bang! A resounding explosion echoed through the cold cloud cave. Many of the Yi family's disciples, unable to endure any longer, opened their eyes in unison and exclaimed, "How is that freak still cultivating? It's been 3 days. Over these 3 days, they had suffered greatly. Every time they attempted to focus on their own cultivation, a deafening crash would erupt from the depths of the cave, as though a fierce battle raged within. Yet upon investigation, they discovered a young man, his features obscured, practicing martial arts in the nude. Due to the intense cold, they could not discern what martial art he was practicing, only that its power was extraordinarily formidable, so powerful that they could not guarantee their safety even if they were struck by a single blow. Many knowledgeable Yi family disciples speculated about the name of this martial art, and as for the identity of the young man, there was no need for conjecture. The only 2 men capable of venturing more than 1,000 meters into the cold cloud cave were Yi Xiangwen and Yi Xiangxiang. At that moment, Yi Xiangxiang was imprisoned in the Blackwater Cave, his fate unknown, making the identity of the young man all too clear. Although many felt that the figure did not resemble Yi Xiangwen, but bore a striking resemblance to Yi Xiangqun, who had recently stirred the Yi family, they could hardly believe that such a powerful young man could be Yi Xiangqun. How could it possibly be that once inept Yi Xiangqun, with his innate 4th level of cultivation, it was inconceivable that he could venture so deep or possess such strength? As the discussion buzzed among them, a faint yet resolute sound of footsteps approached from the distance. The previously noisy cold cloud cave fell silent in an instant, as all the Yi family disciples turned toward the direction of the footsteps, their eyes filled with reverence. They knew that the owner of this sound was none other than the remarkable figure they had just been discussing, Yi Xiangwen, the unparalleled genius of the Yi family. In their hearts, regardless of how famed Yi Xiangxiang was or how powerful his father, Yi Junlong, was, none could supplant Yi Xiangwen's position in their minds. Clap, clap, clap. The footsteps drew nearer. And whether they were proud or ordinary disciples of the Yi family, they all gazed solemnly into the depths of the cold cloud cave, awaiting the arrival of their future king. A figure clad in white slowly approached them, the sunlight occasionally glinting off him, illuminating his slender yet resolute stature. The Yi family disciples gazed at this figure with deep admiration, then collectively shouted, "Greetings, young Master Yi." The harmonious chorus reverberated throughout the cold cloud cave, momentarily startling the recently fatigued Yi Xiangqun. How strange! When did I become so popular in the Yi family? Yi Xiangqun pondered in bewilderment. Just as he was lost in thought, he noticed the expression of all the Yi family disciples in front of him shift from reverence to astonishment. How could it be him? This is not right. Shouldn't it be young Master Yi Xiangwen? Yi Xiangqun was still confused by their reactions, having cultivated in the cold cloud cave for 3 days. He had endured the cold while practicing the Taizu Longquan. Currently, Taizu Longquan was his sole martial art, and thus his focus was entirely on it. Moreover, since he began cultivating, he felt a subtle enhancement in his energy and spirit each time he practiced Taizu Longquan, as if it concealed some hidden secret. However, Yi Xiangqun did not dwell on this. Instead, he continued to practice diligently. Regardless of any secrets, without sufficient strength, they were merely treasures locked behind closed doors in 3 days. He did not achieve a significant breakthrough in his cultivation. Rather, his physique had advanced to the innate 5th level. Such a rate of improvement would astound many. Even those hailed as the Yi family's greatest talents took a full week to progress from the innate 4th level to the 5th. Yet, Yi Xiangqun considered 3 days to be rather slow. As he contemplated, a somewhat plumpy family disciple stepped forward, looking at Yi Xiangqun in disbelief, and asked, Yi Xiangqun, did you just emerge from the depths of the cold cloud cave?" The moment the plump disciple spoke, the attention of the other Yi family disciples was drawn to him. eagerly awaiting Yi Xiangqun's response. Although they already knew the answer, Yi Xiangqun paused momentarily, shrugged, and replied, "Yes, what of it?" As soon as his words fell, all the Yi family disciples gasped in shock, a powerful figure emerging from a depth of 1,000 meters. This feat could only be achieved by the likes of Yi Xiangwen and Yi Xiangjuan among the younger generation of the Yi family. No. Now there was also Yi Xiangqun. Just a few days prior, he had only been an innate second-level martial artist. No, Yi Xiangqun was more than just an innate second-level martial artist at that moment. The Yi family disciples realized that Yi Xiangqun had actually reached the innate 5th level. In just a matter of days, he had advanced from the innate 2nd level to the 5th. Such speed had never been heard of, not only in the Yi family, but throughout Han China. Feeling the astonished and bewildered gazes of the Yi family disciples, Yi Xiangqun was left utterly perplexed. And he simply walked away, that he had much to attend to and could not linger with the Yi family disciples. Once Yi Xiangqun departed, the Yi family disciples finally regained their senses, their expressions shifting to one of utter disbelief. How could it be that in just a few days, the once dubious Yi family member could now stand shoulder to shoulder with the two greatest talents of the Yi family? How could such a figure have previously been humiliated and even expelled from the Yi family? Could this be a scheme? The Yi family disciples began to murmur among themselves, some casting furtive glances as though planning something. Outside the cold cloud cave, the sun shone brightly, warming Yi Xiangqun's body and gradually dispelling the lingering chill. He faced the sunlight, allowing the shadows that had long oppressed him to dissipate slowly. "I wonder how Qingyi has fared over these 3 days," Yi Xiangqun murmured, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Though their acquaintance had been brief, Qingyi's cleverness and the scene of her standing outside his door that day had led him to gradually regard her as his sister. Thus, he had taken special care to have Yi Chu protect Qingyi. As he pondered, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from the direction of the West Garden. Yi Xiangqun's expression instantly turned cold. "Who dares to act recklessly in my West Garden?" In the West Garden, Lei Chao and Lei Cheng, clad in black, appeared gaunt and hollow-eyed, resembling two upright bats. Not far ahead of them, Yi Chu looked weary, as if suffering from internal injuries, while Qingyi stood behind him, sobbing, murmuring, "Young Master Yi. Young Master Yi, why haven't you returned yet? Please come back quickly, otherwise, Yi Chu Gij will." Hearing Qingyi's words, Yi Chu couldn't help but smile bitterly. What good was praying for Yi Xiangqun's return? Lei Chao and Lei Cheng were undeniably formidable innate 7th-level warriors. Even he could not withstand a single blow from them, let alone Yi Xiangqun, no matter how strong he was, could not possibly fend off the attacks of two innate 7th-level warriors. Upon hearing Qingyi's words, Lei Chao and Lei Cheng couldn't help but laugh, their laughter piercing like that of bats, nearly overwhelming both Qingyi and Yi Chu. Yi Chu exerted his true essence to resist, desperately maintaining his stance in front of Qingyi. Though his body trembled, he did not waver from shielding her. Yi Chu was a proud man, bound by his promises. Having vowed to protect Qingyi, he would stand firm even unto death to ensure her safety. Qingyi stood behind Yi Chu, observing the tremors coursing through his body, yet he made no attempt to move. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she implored, "Yi Chu Gij, hurry and flee, with your strength alone. They wouldn't dare lay a finger on you, just leave Yi behind. Having met young Master Yi and you, I'm already content." At that moment, Lei Chao and Lei Cheng nodded in a peculiar manner. Addressing Yi Chu, "You are indeed among the elite of the younger generation of the Yi family. We, as brothers, do not wish to make things difficult for you, that if you are wise, you will depart swiftly. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness." Yi Chu was about to respond when a sharp pain in his chest compelled him to cough violently. Coughing a few times, he felt a metallic taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. Seeing this, Lei Chao and Lei Cheng erupted into laughter. "Ha ha! Yi Chu, I advise you to leave quickly, that if you seek a physician now, perhaps your injuries can be alleviated." Yi Chu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, in a somewhat weakened tone, replied, "This is the Yi family. I'm a direct descendant of the Yi clan. Do you dare to act against me here? Are you not afraid that the family head will annihilate both you and Yin?" Lei Chao and Lei Cheng paused, regarding him as if he were a fool, and said, "Rest assured, the family head will never know. Besides, we have young Master Yi backing us. Who would dare to challenge us?" "Oh, is that so?" A chilling voice echoed from behind Lei Chao and Lei Chung, causing them to feel an unsettling sensation crawling through their minds, akin to a centipede. It made them tremble with fear. Yet they found no means to dispel it. Yi Chu and Chung looked up at the sound, and in an instant, their expressions transformed, as if all that had transpired had been erased. Yi Xiangqin, young Master Yi, stood before them, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The white robes he wore seemed to sense his wrath, billowing gently as if in a breeze. His emotionless gaze swept over Lei Chao and Lei Chung, and he spoke slowly. Who was it that claimed we could not do anything to you? Lei Chao and Lei Chung instinctively took a step back, feeling their inner energy spiraling out of control. As if resisting some unspeakable terror, Yi Xiangqin glanced at Yi Chu and Cheng Yi, his murderous intent intensifying. A creeping dread began to take root in the hearts of Lei Chao and Lei Chung. Why you are Yi Xiangqin? Yi Xiangqin stepped forward, and behind him, a solitary, imposing figure began to materialize. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Yi Xiangqin, yet emanated an even more formidable aura. This is power? How can it be? They exclaimed. You are merely at the postnatal realm. How could you possibly comprehend the essence of power? Realizing the weight of the pressure upon them was indeed the essence of power. They could not help but blurt out, form, power, path. These are the three realms of martial arts that to comprehend a realm superior to others is sufficient to exert overwhelming dominance. Who said the postnatal realm cannot possess power? Yi Xiangqin replied coldly. As soon as his words fell, an air of arrogance and dominance erupted forth. The Taizu Long Fist, simple yet tyrannical. The essence derived from the Taizu Long Fist was not merely a superficial understanding. It was a manifestation of the martial artist's indomitable spirit. Although Lei Chao and Lei Chung were both formidable postnatal 7-tier warriors, their mastery of martial techniques had only reached the pinnacle of form, rendering them utterly incapable of resisting Yi Xiangqin's essence. Now, tell me, can the postnatal realm possess power? Chapter 15. Is the postnatal 7-tier so mighty? Yi Xiangqin's words struck like a hammer upon the psyche of Lei Chao and Lei Chung, nearly shattering their mental defenses. Yet, being seasoned warriors, they quickly channeled their energy to regain their composure. Noticing their faces gradually calm, Yi Xiangqin remarked, It seems you are not entirely lacking in substance. But what does that matter? You struck my servant and frightened my sister. For that, you both must die. With a shift in tone, Yi Xiangqin roared. By this time, Lei Chao and Lei Chung had fortified their resolve and remained unfazed by Yi Xiangqin's outburst. They exchanged glances, revealing mutual apprehension towards him. Resolutely, they nodded, then stepped forward, encircling Yi Xiangqin. Yi Xiangqin. Do not think that a mere increase in strength makes you invincible. We are postnatal 7-tier warriors. Moreover, we brothers share a deep bond. You, a mere postnatal 5-tier, cannot compare. How shameless you two are. Cheng Yi scolded from behind. Upon hearing this, Lei Chao and Lei Chung scoffed derisively. Having endured life-and-death battles, they understood that pride was irrelevant. Winning and surviving were all that mattered. No one would remember a deceased person's dignity. Yi Chu was also aware of this, and thus remained silent. At this moment, he gazed in disbelief at Yi Xiangqin, who stood resolutely like a mountain. Merely 3 days had passed. Yi Xiangqin had advanced from postnatal 4-tier to 5-tier. Moreover, his aura was entirely transformed. Tilting his head, Yi Xiangqin surveyed the encircling Lei Chao and Lei Chung, his eyes devoid of fear despite their postnatal 7-tier status. Instead, harboring a hint of mockery, is the postnatal 7-tier really so powerful? Yi Xiangqin calmly stated, uttering words that astonished all present. Is the postnatal 7-tier truly formidable? Where does its strength lie? In Qingfeng City. Attaining this level grants entry into any family. For postnatal 6-tier and 7-tier represent a clear dividing line. Lei Chao and Lei Chung dismissed Yi Xiangqin's words as the ramblings of a terrified fool, not considering that he had nearly compelled them to surrender merely through his aura. Yi Xiangqin, do you think your empty words will deter us from attacking? This time, we shall teach you a lesson on how to properly manage matters for housekeeper Yin. They bellowed in unison. Enough chatter. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. Yi Xiangqin replied calmly, provoking almost a frenzy in Lei Chao and Lei Chung. His expression and tone clearly indicated he was dismissing the two brothers. "Ah, you arrogant brat. We shall show you the terror of the Bat brothers," they screamed in unison, their voices transforming into waves of sound that surged toward Yi Xiangqun. Yi Xiangqun's eyes narrowed. Sound wave attack. "Exactly. Witness how we will vanquish you with our combined assault." "Interesting," Yi Xiangqun smirked. "But death? You think too highly of yourselves." With a fierce roar, Yi Xiangqun summoned his inner energy, surrounding himself protectively. A piercing sound erupted around him. As Lei Chao and Lei Cheng's sound wave attack dissipated against Yi Xiangqun's energy barrier, their eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible? Our attacks are inescapable. Many postnatal 7-tier warriors have perished under this. How could a mere postnatal 5-tier warrior withstand it?" Yi Xiangqun cracked his neck, bemused by the growing number of fools. "How to withstand it? It is merely sound waves. I could shatter them for you to see." Anger flashed across Lei Chao and Lei Cheng's faces as they gathered their energy. Shouting in unison, "We shall see how you shatter them." The combined sound wave attack of two postnatal 7-tier warriors was formidable, causing the very ground beneath them to crumble. Yet, Yi Xiangqun remained unfazed. With a single step forward, Yi Xiangqun summoned an unstoppable army behind him. His footfall echoed like the thundering hooves of charging cavalry, resonating powerfully. "Sound waves? Watch me shatter them with one punch. Break for me!" Yi Xiangqun roared, launching his right fist forward. The army behind him raised their heads and brandished their long spears toward the incoming sound waves. With a sharp clang, the long spears collided with the sound waves, tearing them into fragments. Lei Chao and Lei Cheng stood in disbelief, stunned by Yi Xiangqun's audacious proclamation. How could this be possible? He is merely a postnatal 5-tier warrior. How could he withstand our assault? They realized that Yi Xiangqun had not only faced their dual assault, but had also employed the defense of his inner energy previously. Now, how could this be? Finally grasping the terror of Yi Xiangqun, they felt a creeping sense of urgency. "Earlier, did you not say it was impossible?" Yi Xiangqun waved his hand, his expression seemingly unconcerned, as if he had not exerted his full strength. And indeed, it was true. He had discovered that his current strength could no longer be defined by mere cultivation levels. Facing two synchronized postnatal 7-tier warriors, he felt utterly unconcerned. Without a word, Lei Chao and Lei Cheng had already regarded Yi Xiangqun as their greatest adversary. Understanding that today would end in either their death or his, there was no alternate outcome. Seeing their silence, Yi Xiangqun chuckled. "Since you won't come to me, then I shall come to you." The Qinxiao incident. Yi Xiangqun let out a low growl, his right fist crashing towards Lei Chao. The force of his punch sliced through the air, aiming directly at Lei Chao. He refrained from employing any momentum, for he deemed Lei Chao unworthy. Lei Chao comprehended Yi Xiangqun's disdain, his heart consumed by nothing but rage. Yet, what could his fury accomplish? Even this single strike from Yi Xiangqun was beyond Lei Chao's capacity to withstand effortlessly. "Brother!" Lei Cheng cried out in despair. Lei Chao had no time to respond. Instead, he summoned his body's true essence, bracing himself for Yi Xiangqun's impending blow. Bang! Yi Xiangqun's punch forcefully collided with Lei Chao's body. Lei Chao exerted every ounce of strength to shield himself with his hands, attempting to ward off Yi Xiangqun's assault. But to what avail? As expected, Lei Chao was sent flying by Yi Xiangqun's strike. Late stage of the acquired realm. Merely that, Yi Xiangqun remarked indifferently. Lei Cheng cast a glance at the fallen Lei Chao, gritting his teeth, and without hesitation, turned to flee. He and Lei Chao shared a deep bond. Understanding that Lei Chao wished for his escape, Yi Xiangqun was not someone he could contend with alone. Yi Xiangqun observed the retreating Lei Cheng, making no effort to impede him. Seeing Yi Xiangqun's demeanor, both Lei Cheng and Lei Chao felt a flicker of joy. They secretly mused, "Yi Xiangqun is formidable. Yet it appears his heart lacks the ruthlessness to kill us." Their thoughts were tinged with relief. Who desires death when survival is an option? Yi Xiangqun glanced at the prostrate Lei Chao and chose to disregard him, striding directly towards Yi Chu and Qingyi. Witnessing this, Lei Chao felt even more elated, forcing himself to rise and stealthily depart. All of this was within Yi Xiangqun's sight, yet he made no move to intervene, not out of fear of bloodshed, but from disdain. At that moment, the Yi family was entangled in numerous complexities. Indiscriminate slaughter might intimidate some petty criminals, yet it would plunge the Yi family into a passive state that he could care less about his own life or death. But there were those within the Yi family whom he cherished. Yi Xiangjuan and his uncle, Yi Junwen. Approaching Yi Chu, who appeared pale and evidently wounded, Yi Xiangchen said, "Thank you, Yi Chu." Before Yi Chu could respond, Cheng Yi, with tears streaming down her face, exclaimed, "If it weren't for brother Yi Chu, Yi would have perished long ago." Yi Xiangchen was momentarily taken aback by her words. Brother. Upon further reflection, he began to grasp certain matters that he scrutinized Yi Chu closely and nodded inwardly, acknowledging, "Not bad." With that, he retrieved the remaining bottle of qi nourishing pills from his pocket and presented it to Cheng Yi, saying, "Yi, since Yi Chu has saved you, please take good care of him. Here is a bottle of pills. Administer one to him weekly, and his health will soon be restored." As soon as Yi Xiangchen's words fell, Cheng Yi swiftly accepted the qi nourishing pills, clutching them tightly, declaring, "I will." Observing this, Yi Xiangchen shook his head with a hint of exasperation and made his way to his room. For the time being, he had no desire to concern himself with anything else. Merely surviving does not guarantee it to be a blessing. Perhaps it is merely the beginning of a nightmare. At this moment, Lei Chao and Lei Cheng had reunited, supporting each other as they returned to Yi. Yi and Lei reclined in a rocking chair, peacefully asleep. As Lei Chao and Lei Cheng approached him, he abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze, somewhat clouded yet strikingly intense, was a stark contrast to his previous demeanor during the coming-of-age ceremony, now appearing more formidable and powerful. "Did we fail?" Yin asked with an air of calmness. Lei Chao and Lei Cheng, suppressing their bodily agony, knelt before Yin, pleading, "Please forgive us, my lord," as we were about to abduct Cheng Yi. Yi Chu suddenly intervened. "Given that he is a direct descendant of the Yi family, we hesitated to act against him. In the end." Yin slightly raised his white brow, inquiring, "In the end, what happened?" With their heads bowed even lower, filled with trepidation, Lei Chao and Lei Cheng replied, "In the end, that useless Yi Xiangchen appeared. He then defeated both of you as Spang." As soon as their words had escaped, Yin slammed his hand down on the armrest of the chair. The seemingly casual strike shattered the armrest, yet spared the rocking chair itself. Yi Xiangchen, Yi Xiangchen. The mere thought of Yi Xiangchen made Yin grit his teeth in anger. It was due to Yi Xiangchen that he had suffered such immense humiliation. And you too, to think you would be defeated by that useless fool. What do you propose we do now? Yin's tone turned icy as he glared at Lei Chao and Lei Cheng. The two felt a chill run down their spines under Yin's cold gaze. They exchanged glances, rolling up their long sleeves to reveal their terrifying arms, riddled with bite marks. Upon seeing their arms, Yin couldn't help but chuckle sinisterly, his voice more jarring and eerie than theirs, akin to that of a bat. "Truly perfect, your arms are filled with my bite marks." Stepping down from the rocking chair, he approached the two, slowly caressing their arms, making them feel nauseated, yet they dared not move. They feared that if Yin were displeased, he might kill them. Observing their reaction, a glimmer of boredom flickered in Yi-An's eyes as he opened his mouth, revealing his sharp teeth. "Once Yi Xiangchen perfects my divine skills, I shall drain your blood dry." Chapter 16. Apologize for the fan. Upon returning to his room, Yi Xiangchen did not continue his training, but instead fell into a deep slumber. He understood the principle of moderation. Prolonged training and frequent breakthroughs had left his body unable to endure any further. Thus what he required now was rest. The following day, upon stepping outside, Yi Xiangchen noticed the absence of both Yi Chu and Cheng Yi. "Women are not meant to stay," Yi Xiangchen murmured, but he realized that Cheng Yi had likely gone to care for Yi Chu in his room. After some contemplation, and seeing that there were no pressing matters at hand, he resolved to return to the village of Arid Mountain. He had spent 8 years there, serving as a mentor to the children of the village. Most of the children in Arid Mountain, like he once was, had not awakened their spiritual tools and were unable to cultivate. Therefore, Arid Mountain needed him to teach the children the Taizu Longquan, not to enable their cultivation, but to help them develop strong physiques, a legendary martial art created by a powerful figure. Taizu Longquan had not been rendered obsolete, possessing its own unique merits. The more Yi Xiangchen practiced, the more he appreciated its profoundness. Qingfeng City was as tranquil and bustling as ever, with people bustling about while Yi Xianqun surveyed his surroundings, intending to purchase some items to bring back to the children in Arid Mountain. As he passed through the marketplace, he suddenly noticed a crowd gathered around a stall he had previously visited. "What is happening?" Yi Xianqun murmured. Initially, he had no intention of getting involved, but the fleeting memory of the stall owner's terror flashed through his mind, compelling him to approach. Upon arrival, he found a rather arrogant young man pointing at the stall owner, berating him. "Do you know who I am? How dare you ask me for money? Let me tell you. I took your goods as a sign of respect." Yi Xianqun's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the young man, quickly recognizing him as Han Feng, the second son of the Han family. The Han family stood on equal footing with the Yi family, both being dominant forces in Qingfeng City. However, the younger generation of the Han family subtly overshadowed the Yi family, especially since Han Feng's brother, Han Zhou, was a disciple of the Zhu Li sect, giving the Han family an upper hand at this time. Of course, this was only temporary, as the younger generation of the Yi family boasted numerous elite figures. It was merely a matter of timing, preventing them from stepping forward. Recently, the Zhu Li sect had begun accepting disciples again, and the Yi family was likely to secure the majority of the slots. Contemplating this, Yi Xianqun smirked inwardly, no matter what. The slots in the Zhu Li sect belonged to me. Yi Xianqun was confident in his ability to secure a spot in the Zhu Li sect, yet he also understood that some would not allow him to attain it easily. But he feared nothing. Whoever dared to obstruct him would find their hands severed. If they dared to hinder him further, he would strike them down. At that moment, the somewhat taciturn stall owner replied, "A fair trade of money for goods is a fundamental principle. Regardless of whether you are the second young master of the Han family or some other nonsense, if you take something, you must pay." The bystanders gasped at the stall owner's words. Han Zhou was a tyrant in Qingfeng City. He had never paid for anything he took. His very identity was wealth, and thus no one had ever dared to demand money from him. At least not until now. Han Zhou believed that merely intimidating this brash young man would suffice. Yet he did not expect that the seemingly weary ordinary martial artist would dare to retort, let alone demand payment. However, being the second young master of the Han family, Han Feng was not lacking in intelligence. Noticing that the stall owner was unafraid, he began to ponder whether the stall owner had some backing or was merely an ignorant fool, casting several glances at him. But soon he dismissed his wariness, concluding that the stall owner was merely an exceedingly ordinary, acquired level 7 martial artist, while his strength was respectable in Qingfeng City. Han Feng himself was also an acquired level 7 martial artist, and with the Han family backing him, he had no reason to take the stall owner seriously. It seems you're just a fool. Very well, I haven't killed anyone in a while. Today shall be your day of sacrifice. Han Zhou exclaimed with a hint of excitement in his voice. His temperament was notoriously brutal, and he had a penchant for violence. Had it not been for the constraints imposed by Han Yongzi, the patriarch of the Han family, he would have likely claimed numerous lives by now. Observing Han Zhou's demeanor, Yi Xianqun glanced at the boss, who remained taciturn. Yet Yi Xianqun could distinctly sense an icy aura that others failed to perceive. While he might have overlooked such behavior from a stranger, Han Murong, his mother, was the daughter of Han Yongzi, making Han Zhou his cousin. Although the relationship between their families was far from cordial, he could not stand idly by and watch Han Zhou march towards his own demise. With such thoughts weighing on him, Yi Xianqun sighed inwardly, reflecting on the vastness of the world and the ceaseless emergence of fools that he then bellowed, "Stop!" Startled by the command, Han Zhou paused and retorted, "Who dares to tell me, young master, to stop?" The onlookers were equally taken aback, turning to discern the source of the voice. Who was this audacious individual daring to interfere in Han Zhou's affairs? Most of those unfamiliar with Yi Xianqun were left pondering this question. But a select few who had witnessed Yi Xianqun eliminate Yi Ren just days prior felt a chill of foreboding. These few had discreetly inquired into Yi Xianqun's background, and the more they learned, the more alarmed they became. After returning to the Yi family, Yi Junlong and Yi Xiangshan had been imprisoned in the Blackwater Cave, and the family steward, Yi Yin, had personally apologized to him. Not only that, but he had also dispatched the head of the Yi family's guards, Yi Yinghao, along with his son, Yi Yingjie, as if nothing had transpired. No one dared to confront him. It was rumored that Yi Xianqun had even ventured deep into the cold cloud cave of the Yi family, reaching a depth of 1,000 meters, establishing himself as the third most prominent figure among the younger generation of the Yi family. The consequences of such a person crossing paths with the second young master of the Han family were beyond the comprehension of these ordinary citizens and minor martial artists. Save for the bravest among them, most discreetly departed to avoid any trouble that moment. Han Zhou had spotted Yi Xianqun, that is Yi Xianqun's cousin. He recognized him immediately, that a sly smile crept across his face. Reminiscent of a child encountering a new toy, as he remarked, "Isn't this my waste of a cousin, Yi Xianqun? What is the matter? Has this boss become your shield? Don't make me laugh." In response to Han Zhou's taunts, Yi Xianqun declared, "Fool." The moment those words escaped his lips, the surrounding crowd fell silent. While it was one thing to command someone to stop, it was quite another to insult Han Zhou so brazenly. The onlookers could hardly believe their ears. Han Zhou's expression turned icy in an instant. That "Why, Yi Xianqun? Are you getting a bit too bold? Out of respect for your deceased mother, I shall call you cousin. But you seem to think yourself important." Yi Xianqun's face darkened at those words. His parents were his Achilles heel. While he could overlook much, to speak to him in such a tone was tantamount to courting death. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xianqun swung his hand and struck Han Zhou across the face. A sharp crack echoed, followed by Han Zhou's anguished wail, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Yet his inner fury remained unquenched, deepened by the encounter. Were it not for the desire to avoid leaving the Han family without a successor, he would have easily ended Han Zhou's life with that single blow. "Yi Xianqun, how dare you strike me? I will kill you!" Han Zhou cried, clutching his swollen face, his voice hoarse with rage. That a glimmer of cold light flickered in Yi Xianqun's eyes as he delivered another resounding slap. This time, Han Zhou's left cheek also swelled, rendering him a grotesque sight, akin to a pig's head. "Yi Xianqun, you dare slap? Yi Xianqun, slap? You slap, slap, slap. Go ahead, try again. Aren't you so tough? Didn't you want to kill me?" Yi Xianqun's voice was icy as he raised his hand. Staring down at Han Zhou, whose teeth had been considerably knocked out at this point, Han Zhou had lost count of the blows he had received. Every time he dared to speak out of turn, Yi Xianqun would deliver another slap. The onlookers, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, were paralyzed with fear, unable to comprehend how the second young master of the Han family could be reduced to such a state. Silenced and battered. "Qiu, where are you?" Han Zhou mumbled, his words slurred, tears welling in his eyes. How could the esteemed second young master of the Han family endure such humiliation? Yi Xianqun regarded Han Zhou coldly, his raised hand unwavering. "Apologize." Han Zhou, taken aback by Yi Xianqun's demand, momentarily froze. In that instant of confusion, Yi Xianqun struck him again. Slap. This time, the blow was delivered with considerable force, sending one of Han Zhou's teeth flying. The realization of his humiliation dawned on Han Zhou, tears of disgrace filling his eyes as he stammered, "I'm sorry, slap. Not loud enough? I'm sorry, slap. Louder. I'm sorry, cousin. I was wrong. Please don't hit me anymore." Perhaps overwhelmed by pain, Han Zhou finally articulated his words clearly, tears and snot streaming down his face as he clutched the remnants of his almost entirely lost teeth. The crowd stood in stunned silence, grappling with the absurdity of the scene. A man reduced to a pig's head, begging for forgiveness after having been so brutally assaulted. Such a scenario would have been unimaginable in the past, yet it unfolded before their very eyes now. Seeing Han Zhou in such a state, a fraction of Yi Xianqun's anger dissipated. He cast a glance at the boss, noting that the previously chilling aura had vanished, and he felt somewhat reassured. Here, only he understood the true terror of the boss. Should he provoke the boss, Yi Xianqun could not guarantee his own survival. The disparities in power were staggering, crossing several realms. Even now, Yi Xianqun could not fathom the existence of such formidable experts in Qingfeng City. Realizing Yi Xianqun's gaze was directed at the boss, Han Zhou quickly understood the implications. "I was wrong. Boss, I was wrong. I will pay you. 10-fold. No, 100-fold, he pleaded, glancing nervously at Yi Xianqun, who appeared displeased, prompting him to amend his words. The boss regarded Yi Xianqun with a nod of acknowledgement, stating, "1 spirit stone." Han Zhou gasped at the mention of a spirit stone, a precious resource for martial artists, worth its weight in gold. However, 1 spirit stone could not be exchanged for 1,000 taels of gold. Even a mere stone flower was only worth 10 taels. The value of a spirit stone was evident, although reluctant. Hanzhou dared not refuse, especially with a vengeful demon by his side. After presenting a spirit stone to the boss, Hanzhou departed, tail between his legs, to Yi Xiangqun. And that detestable boss. You too will pay for this. Chapter 17. Diverting the Waters of Disaster. Yi Xiangqun observed the malice in Hanzhou's eyes as he turned away, understanding that Hanzhou would likely seek retribution in the future. However, he regarded the threat with indifference. With his growing strength, Yi Xiangqun had learned to disregard such trivial matters. He offered a respectful nod to the boss, who acknowledged him with an expression of utmost neutrality, as if the earlier events had not affected him in the slightest. The onlookers were filled with confusion, pondering why the man who had dared to slap Hanzhou would express gratitude to such an unremarkable-looking boss. Could it truly be, as Hanzhou claimed, that the boss was under Yi Xiangqun's protection? Yi Xiangqun, witnessing this, felt a sense of relief wash over him, that he intended to leave, knowing that the boss had ulterior motives for his presence in Qingfeng City, and thus deemed it wise to limit his interactions with him. Moreover, he held no desire to entangle himself with this enigmatic figure. As he turned to depart, he noticed a flicker of hesitation in the boss's eyes before the latter spoke. Do you still possess that fragment of cloth? Yi Xiangqun paused, recalling the piece that had exerted a strange pull on his very soul. Yes, I still have it. Upon hearing this, the boss silently acknowledged. Indeed, he is my son. After a moment of contemplation, the boss advised, do not lose that fragment. It holds significance for you. With that, the boss began to gather his belongings, seemingly preparing to leave the vicinity. Yi Xiangqun touched the fragment tucked against his chest, pondering its potential significance. When he raised his head again, he found that the boss had vanished. The crowd gradually dispersed, and after lingering for a moment, Yi Xiangqun too departed to the desolate mountain village. Yi Xiangqun stood at the entrance, burdened with a plethora of items. That he gazed at the familiar surroundings, filled with a sense of nostalgia that he had spent 8 years in this village. Yearning for the day he could cultivate his abilities. The thought of returning to Mountain Village after achieving that dream was a feeling beyond words. Suddenly, a child approached from the distance, and upon spotting Yi Xiangqun, his eyes lit up with excitement as he shouted, Hey, Master! Everyone, come quick! Master is back! As the voices of the children faded away, a cacophony of scattered sounds echoed from every household in Huangshan Village. Before long, the children of Huangshan Village, accompanied by several villagers, came rushing towards the village entrance. Upon witnessing this, Yi Xiangqun felt a warm sensation blossom in his heart. Although he belonged to the Yi family, he felt a deeper connection to Huangshan Village, which he considered his true home. Returning to Huangshan Village, Yi Xiangqun even sensed that the flow of his true essence was significantly invigorated. Everyone, I have returned, Yi Xiangqun declared with a smile. The villagers erupted in a hearty laughter, and a robust man chimed in. Ah, Xiangqun, why have you returned so late? Were you bullied by the Yi family? As soon as he finished speaking, a somewhat plump middle-aged woman next to him playfully smacked his head, saying, Daniu, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiangqun is a formidable man. Who could possibly bully him? Daniu sheepishly rubbed his head and admitted. You're right, I misspoke. Daniu's words. Laughter filled the air once more. Standing aside, Yi Xiangqun felt a wave of emotion wash over him. As if tears were about to spill from his eyes, he understood that Daniu and his wife were intentionally making light of the situation. To the villagers, his return symbolized the failure of his coming-of-age ceremony and his expulsion from the Yi family. They sought to alleviate his discomfort and sorrow in this manner. But I can cultivate now, Yi Xiangqun said, his voice tinged with emotion as he looked at the smiling faces around him. Suddenly, the laughter of the villagers ceased, and Daniu stepped forward, embracing Yi Xiangqun. That I knew it. I knew you wouldn't fail. You can cultivate now. You are a warrior, he exclaimed, wiping a tear from his eye. The villagers fell into a thoughtful silence, not out of sadness, but because their joy was too profound to articulate. They had watched Yi Xiangqun grow up, witnessing his nightly practice of Taizu Chongquan on the mountain, observing him transform from a reticent child into a seemingly cheerful, yet deeply tormented young man. As ordinary folk, they felt powerless to alter his fate, yet they supported him quietly, secretly slaughtering chickens at home to make nourishing soup for him, even if it meant foregoing their own meals. After all, they were family. Yi Xiangqun felt his eyes moisten. overwhelmed by a sense of belonging that surpassed even the joy of being able to cultivate. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from afar, prompting the villagers and Yi Xianqun to turn with a hint of reverence in their eyes. The village chief. The villagers slowly parted to create a path, as the village chief, leaning on a cane, approached Yi Xianqun. His hair had turned gray, age spots creeping onto his face, and his eyes appeared somewhat clouded. Yet he still exuded vitality, as if the passage of time could erode his body but not his spirit. "Child, can you cultivate now?" the village chief asked, after a long moment of silence, his gaze fixed on Yi Xianqun. Yi Xianqun nodded and suddenly knelt, bowing deeply to the village chief and the villagers. "Today I, Yi Xianqun, bow to you all. This bow is not for any particular reason. It is simply my desire. A true man bows only to others, not to heaven and earth. A bow requires no justification. It merely demands clarity of heart." Upon witnessing Yi Xianqun's gesture, the village chief sighed inwardly. "What should I do for this child?" he pondered. "Enough," he finally said. Allowing Yi Xianqun to rise, as Yi Xianqun stood, he looked at the village chief, somewhat perplexed that he had sensed a strange shift in the chief's emotions, leaving him bewildered. Before he could contemplate further, the village chief had already departed, and the villagers flocked around him, inquiring about his experiences. After the village chief left, he made his way slowly back to his quarters. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in black appeared before him. It was Nohua, the one who had pledged to safeguard Yi Xianqun's safety. "It seems we have failed," the village chief lamented, gazing at Nohua. Nohua nodded silently, though he had not been present in Huangshan village. He was well aware of the happenings there and knew that Yi Xianqun had returned. "Must we repeat what happened 10 years ago?" and Nohua asked after a prolonged silence, grappling with his thoughts. The village chief opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately fell silent, standing quietly before Nohua. And Nohua sighed, knowing his old friend well enough to understand that his stillness signified a desire to prevent any reckless actions reminiscent of the past. Just as this thought crossed his mind, both he and the village chief narrowed their eyes. Glancing to the left, a chilling presence began to materialize from that direction, causing frost to form on the surrounding flora. As if winter had suddenly descended, an aged figure emerged before them, shrouded in cold, and Nohua and the village chief regarded this elderly figure with caution. "What brings you here?" and Nohua asked, his body tensed. He had known this man for a very long time. Although they hailed from the same origin, their natures were entirely different. This man was more formidable and ruthless than he. The events of a decade ago had been instigated by him. The man glanced at Nohua and the village chief, his gaze finally settling on the latter. After a prolonged scrutiny, he sighed deeply. "It has been 10 years. You have aged and suffered." The village chief regarded him with a complex expression before responding. "I am no longer a rebel, that I have aged, and I bear wounds." "What of it?" "Then you intend to give up?" the man replied flatly. His words struck a chord within the village chief that he fell silent. For indeed, as the man had said, he had been contemplating surrendering. Sometimes, after a prolonged period of tranquility, one may no longer wish to return to a previous life. Dadaen Nohua stepped forward, positioning himself before the village chief. "We are no longer rebels. 10 years ago, we concluded our final ACT. Dadaen Nohua stated, his gaze fixed intently on the man. The man silently regarded the village chief and Nohua for an extended period. "Is that so? I understand," he murmured before turning to leave. The village chief and Nohua stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the man's unexpected departure. What just transpired? After presenting gifts to the villagers, Yi Xianqun made his way to the mountain where he usually practiced at the summit. He had constructed a wooden dwelling that had become his home. Sitting quietly atop the mountain, he gazed at the sun. After finishing his training, he would often sit and watch the sun. In the past, he had contemplated whether he should abandon his cultivation to live a simple life in Huangshan village. Each time such thoughts arose, he would feel a pang of uncertainty. Yet ultimately, he would continue his cultivation, for he understood that while people may stumble, they must also possess the strength and courage to rise again. Failure might be a possibility, but success was also within reach. After a while, he gradually closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. For a warrior, cultivation is a never-ending journey to progress. One must never retreat. Just as he was immersed in these thoughts, a peculiar roar echoed from afar. "Gah!" Yi Xianqun furrowed his brow, Opening his eyes to peer in the direction of the sound, to his astonishment, he saw a winged pig soaring towards him, followed closely by a magnificent golden eagle. Are those spirit beasts? How is that possible? How could spirit beasts enter Qingfeng City? Yi Xianqian exclaimed in astonishment. That it was no wonder Yi Xianqian was taken aback. Qingfeng City had a long history, and even the Yi family could not trace its origins. They only knew that it was situated near Qingfeng Mountain, which was home to numerous spirit beasts. However, these spirit beasts had always seemed fearful of entering Qingfeng City, as if some unseen force held them at bay. Years ago, a warrior had slain a spirit beast of innate rank, prompting the bereaved spirit beast to pursue him. Yet, upon reaching Qingfeng City, the grieving creature had fled in terror, as though it sensed imminent doom. Since then, it was believed that no spirit beast dared venture into Qingfeng City. Yet now, at this very moment, Yi Xianqian found himself witnessing two spirit beasts soaring above the city. What on earth was happening? After murmuring to himself, he scrutinized the two spirit beasts closely to his bewilderment. He could not identify their origins. The Donghuang Classic recorded numerous spirit beasts and spiritual herbs, encompassing nearly all known species on the Donghuang continent. Yet he found himself unable to recognize these two spirit beasts. As he pondered this, the flying pig seemed to spot him, letting out an excited squeal as it flew closer. Yi Xianqian momentarily froze and then exclaimed, "A disaster approaches. This is not good." The flying pig was evidently being pursued by the golden eagle, and it appeared that the flying pig possessed no capacity to counter the formidable predator. Upon spotting the eagle, the flying pig devised a plan to have it serve as a buffer against the golden eagle. Chapter 18. Dare to come, kill. The golden eagle closely trailed the flying pig, and at this moment, it also became aware of Yi Xianqian's presence. Could this human be an accomplice of that detestable pig? The golden eagle pondered in confusion. Those spirit beasts only approach human-like intelligence at the innate realm. Its unique identity and status granted it a semblance of human intellect even in the acquired realm, albeit without the ability to speak. Yet, what of that? A mere acquired fifth-level human, I can easily dispose of. The golden eagle mused, having already included Yi Xianqian in its list of enemies to be eliminated. Humans and spirit beasts are inherently at odds, and their encounters inevitably lead to bloodshed. This is the nature of living beings. Cultivation demands the seizing of all, and to progress, one must lay a foundation of bones. Upon detecting the murderous intent in the golden eagle's gaze, Yi Xianqian realized that he had been dragged into this predicament by the flying pig. Although he felt utterly innocent, he swiftly readied himself for battle. Regardless of the reasons, anyone daring to challenge him must pay with their life. With that thought, the true essence within Yi Xianqian surged, a haughty glint flickering in his eyes. This ground is mine. Dare to enter, and I shall kill. Yi Xianqian bellowed at the flying pig and the golden eagle. His voice roared like thunder, and a solitary, proud figure gradually emerged behind him, becoming increasingly clear and resembling Yi Xianqian himself. Previously, this figure bore only a slight resemblance to Yi Xianqian, but now it was merging with him. It was not merely a change in appearance, but rather a transformation in aura. I stand at the pinnacle. Who dares to challenge me? Both the flying pig and the golden eagle were momentarily subdued by Yi Xianqian's imposing presence. They felt a flicker of trepidation, even though they knew their cultivation levels far surpassed that of Yi Xianqian and that their lineage was infinitely more noble than that of this insignificant human. Yet, regardless of their superiority, they could not shake the encroaching fear. This was unrelated to their cultivation prowess. It was an aura potent enough to influence the very souls of their adversaries. A glimmer of hesitation crossed the flying pig's eyes. It sensed the human was exceedingly formidable. However, it could neither retreat nor pause, only advance. Resolving itself, the flying pig gritted its teeth and continued towards Yi Xianqian, reasoning that the situation could scarcely worsen. If caught by the golden eagle, it would undoubtedly meet its demise. It had no desire to perish so soon. There were still numerous sows awaiting its return. The golden eagle, too, felt a moment of hesitation. But upon seeing the flying pig press forward, it cast aside its fear. It spread its wings once more, a subtle wind swirling around it, and in an instant, the golden eagle's speed surged anew. Were it not for the flying pig's cunning, Knowing the golden eagle could not easily change direction and continuously circling, it would have been captured and torn to shreds long ago, despite the flying pig's evasive maneuvers. The golden eagle gradually closed the distance between them. With no other options, the flying pig could only continue to lead the golden eagle toward Yi Xianqian. Yi Xianqian had anticipated this development and remained calm. Since they had arrived, they would be met with preparation. With a thunderous shout, Yi Xianqian thrust his right fist forward. The proud figure behind him sparkled with a glint of brilliance, synchronizing with Yi Xianqian's forward strike. The mountains roared as his punch summoned winds that began to stir upon the slopes. Yi Xianqian infused his punch with his domineering true essence and the formidable strength of his physique, causing even the winds to howl in response. The punch's wind rushed towards the flying pig, which felt as though an explosive fist, resembling shards of shattered fragments, was hurtling towards it. Its once proud, hardened skin could not withstand the onslaught of the punch's wind. The overwhelming force penetrated its skin, crashing against its bones and innards. Gah! The flying pig let out a wretched scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, a sound so piercing that even the golden eagle, relentlessly pursuing from behind, was compelled to halt in its tracks. Although the flying pig was vastly inferior in strength, the golden eagle recognized the nobility of the flying pig's bloodline. If even the flying pig could not withstand such a blow, how could it dare to advance? The golden eagle thought to itself that Yi Xianqian remained unfazed by the flying pig's agonized cries, raising his right fist once more, his cold gaze conveying a singular message to both the flying pig and the golden eagle. Dare to approach again, and I shall kill. The flying pig, being a 7th-level acquired spirit beast, quickly dissipated the force of Yi Xianqian's punch wind. Nonetheless, the excruciating pain lingered in its mind like a haunting shadow at that moment. The flying pig regarded Yi Xianqian with an expression akin to that of a terrified creature facing a demon. In the flying pig's mind, Yi Xianqian was indeed a demonic figure clad in human skin. Observing the flying pig's reaction, the golden eagle too felt a wave of uncertainty wash over it. After a moment's thought, it let out a shrill cry towards the flying pig. Ming! The golden eagle's cry was laden with a tone of apprehension, and the flying pig immediately understood its intent. The human is dangerous. Let us not provoke him. We must flee. After glancing back at Yi Xianqian, who stood atop the mountain like a pillar supporting the heavens, the flying pig responded cautiously to the golden eagle. Upon seeing the flying pig acquiesce, a glimmer of relief flickered in the golden eagle's eyes, and it cast a sidelong glance at Yi Xianqian, as if to say, "Let us depart now. No one must engage." Yi Xianqian, witnessing this, could not help but let out a cold laugh. "Now you wish to leave?" Too late, as his words fell. His hands traced circles in the air, drawing forth an invisible force that pulled the flying pig and the golden eagle towards him. With a commanding shout, Yi Xianqian declared, "Let the wine cup release the military power." His true essence poured into his arms, seemingly without effect, yet gradually pulling the flying pig and the golden eagle from the air toward him. What was described as release was, in reality, an overwhelming grasp. Seizing all power within his control, no force could escape. The flying pig and golden eagle felt as though their strength had been suddenly drained, their bodies involuntarily drawn towards Yi Xianqian. The two spirit beasts roared, their true essence surging as they struggled to break free. Yet the more they resisted, the more powerless they felt. Wishing to escape, the harder they fought, the more feeble they became. Yi Xianqian barked out a command, then casually yanked downward. The yellow robe adorned him. The power he drew from the flying pig and golden eagle surged into him, enveloping him as if a majestic yellow robe had been draped upon his shoulders, bestowing upon Yi Xianqian an aura that commanded respect without anger. In the midst of Yi Xianqian's transformation, the flying pig and golden eagle suddenly found themselves freed from the pull. However, before they could revel in their liberation, they felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon them. They felt as though they were being crushed by a mountain, the flow of their true essence slowing to a crawl, and even their instinctual flight became nearly impossible to maintain. How could this be? This pressure, this aura, merely a lowly human. How could he possibly suppress me, a noble spirit beast? The two spirit beasts echoed the same thought in their minds. Qingfeng City was a forbidden zone for spirit beasts. and their ability to soar freely within it was a testament to their power. This was a source of pride for them. Yet at this moment, the once noble beings found themselves utterly subdued by a lowly human, unable to resist even with a few simple maneuvers. In the past, they would never have dared to imagine such a scenario. Yi Xianqian was unaware of their thoughts, and even if he had known, he would have merely smiled in derision. The donning of the yellow robe was not merely a change in aura, but a transformation of power. A glint of coldness flashed in Yi Xianqian's eyes as he bent his legs slightly, then suddenly leapt forward, his body piercing through the air like a sharpened arrow, transforming into a faint silhouette as he lunged towards the golden eagle and the flying pig. The flying pig and golden eagle were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged glances filled with scorn, their hearts brimming with delight. To them, Yi Xianqian's actions were nothing short of foolishness. Every creature possesses its own nature, just as birds soar through the sky and fish dive into the sea. Humans exist on land, inherently incapable of flying. Only by reaching the dragon leap stage can they transcend their limitations and take to the skies. Yet here was Yi Xianqian, merely at the acquired realm, daring to challenge them. Despite feeling the pressure from Yi Xianqian, the flying pig and golden eagle were not filled with despair or dismay. Rather, they experienced an exhilarating sense of victory in their eyes. The moment Yi Xianqian approached them marked the moment of his demise. As proud, powerful spirit beasts of the skies, they possessed mastery over the heavens that Yi Xianqian could never hope to rival. At this moment, Yi Xianqian clearly perceived the scorn in their eyes, and a flicker of irony crossed his mind as well. In the sky, he could not compare to them. Who set the rules? Who declared that the acquired realm could not rise from the land? It was utterly absurd. As Yi Xianqian's true essence flowed within him, his body defied gravity, twisting in the air in a manner that harmonized with the currents of wind, allowing him to remain suspended for 3 breaths of time. How long could 3 breaths truly last? It was but a mere 3 breaths of life, or the span of a fleeting sentence. However, for a martial artist, 3 breaths are sufficient to alter the fates of 2 beings. The sky pig and the golden eagle stood in stunned disbelief, their minds racing with the thought, how could this be possible? How could an inconsequential post-natal mortal linger in the skies? At this moment, Yi Xianqian had harmonized his body and spirit, channeling all of his true essence into his arms, which were taut with power. As he unleashed a fierce assault upon the sky pig and the golden eagle, the Qinxiao incident, Yi Xianqian bellowed as a shadowy army materialized behind him, the soldiers appearing as one entity. Their steeds, dark as the abyss, returned from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of malevolence akin to demonic flames. The sky pig and the golden eagle were further taken aback. In that fleeting instant, memories embedded in their bloodline surged forth, flooding their minds with a harrowing recollection. This was the legacy of their ancestors. No, this cannot be. It has been lost for so many years. How could it return? The 2 spirit beasts roared in their hearts as the army behind Yi Xianqian raised their heads, their gazes piercing like swords aimed at the duo. Bang! The moment their eyes met, Yi Xianqian's fist descended with devastating force, shattering the heads of the sky pig and the golden eagle into fragments. Blood and brain matter danced through the air, while Yi Xianqian and the lifeless forms of the 2 beasts began their descent. Yet, Yi Xianqian felt no fear. Having been tempered by the cold cloud cave, his body had approached a state of remarkable equilibrium. Just as before, with all his might, he could even suspend himself in the air for 3 breaths. The difficulty of physical cultivation lies in the unimaginable power attained post-achievement. Although the mountains of Huangshan village were relatively lowly, their heights were not something Yi Xianqian could casually disregard at this moment. He had no leverage to rely upon, and his falling speed increased with alarming rapidity. Would Yi Xianqian meet his demise in such a manner? The answer was a resounding no. Yi Xianqian dared to act so boldly precisely because he had his own means of assurance. He seized the blood-soaked bodies of the sky pig and the golden eagle, channeling the scant true essence left within him into his legs. The weight of the 2 spirit beasts, at least 1,000 jin, combined with the infusion of true essence into his legs, caused Yi Xianqian's weight to surge dramatically, accelerating his fall. Now, he was merely 50 meters above ground, and at his current velocity, a fall would undoubtedly spell his doom. While martial artists transcend the ordinary, They are not immune to the laws of nature without reaching a certain level. Suddenly, Yi Xianqun thrust his hands forward, casting the two corpses outward, and his speed decreased ever so slightly. As his body veered toward the mountainside, that at this moment, Yi Xianqun's body was almost in contact with the cliff face, but he forcefully stepped against the wall, the impact resonating like a legion of cavalry thundering upon the earth. The air reverberating with the sounds of hooves, crack, boom. Yi Xianqun's legs shattered the rocky surface. A powerful recoil surged back through his limbs. Such force could injure an ordinary postnatal 5th-level martial artist. However, Yi Xianqun was no ordinary postnatal martial artist. His physical strength was sufficient to withstand a typical 5th-level martial artist's might, rendering the recoil a mere tickle to him. With that single step, his descent slowed significantly, and he continued to push against the mountainside, allowing him to gracefully land upon the ground. As he touched down, Yi Xianqun felt a wave of fatigue wash over his legs. His trousers nearly worn to shreds from the friction against the cliff. Yet for a postnatal 5th-level martial artist to drop from such a height while holding two corpses and merely feel a bit of soreness in his legs was a tale so fantastical that no one would believe it. At such heights, not even a postnatal 5th level, let alone a 9th-level expert, could escape unscathed, with many likely sustaining severe injuries or worse. Yi Xianqun brushed off his clothes, his gaze drifting toward the direction where he had tossed the corpses. Murmuring, "To fall is to die, what a jest." With that, he sauntered toward the location of the bodies. Earlier, he had managed to effortlessly slay the two spirit beasts, an achievement he considered somewhat fortuitous. Had the two beasts not been suppressed in their true essence, or had they been biding their time for a counterattack, he would never have been able to defeat them so easily. After all, both beasts were formidable creatures of the 7th level and above. Yi Xianqun sensed that they were far from ordinary beings of their realm. Thus, he had resolved to eliminate them. Martial artists do not merely absorb the essence of heaven and earth. They seize all that exists to survive. They consume the flesh and blood of spirit beasts and partake of the divine herbs of the world. Upon reaching the site of the two corpses, Yi Xianqun examined them closely, discovering that neither had suffered any damage from the height of their fall. Blood continued to spurt from the shattered remains of their heads. What kind of creatures were these spirit beasts, to have fallen from such heights without a mark of injury? Standing beside the corpses, Yi Xianqun observed the extraordinary nature of these spirit beasts. The blood that gushed forth bore an ethereal essence, as if infused with spiritual energy. Even in death, he could sense the latent power within their bodies, a force that instilled a sense of gravity in him. Had the two spirit beasts not underestimated him, coupled with the Grand Ancestor's long fist being adept at successive strikes, it would have been a fierce battle indeed. Yi Xianqun crouched down, scrutinizing the sky pig. Although the golden eagle was significantly stronger, the sky pig must possess something that the golden eagle desperately coveted. Thus, Yi Xianqun intended to investigate the sky pig first, hoping to uncover something of value. He turned the sky pig's body over and soon discovered a thin layer of fur beneath its abdomen, seemingly fused with its skin. Had Yi Xianqun not accidentally touched it and felt something amiss? He might have overlooked it entirely, that he reached out to feel the layer of skin, quickly uncovering two objects. One was a fragment of cloth that Yi Xianqun recognized, a piece he had received from the proprietor, who had specifically warned him against discarding it. As he caressed the shard of cloth, he sensed a subtle allure emanating from it, but just as he sought to delve deeper, the attraction dissipated. He retrieved the cloth fragment from his chest, comparing it with the one he had found, yet discovered no clues. What could these fragments possibly be? They seemed to hold significance even for the enigmatic proprietor. And it appeared that the golden eagle's pursuit of the sky pig was also tied to this cloth. That it seemed there was a secret at play, yet the proprietor had deemed it worthy enough to entrust to him. What could it be? Yi Xianqun murmured to himself while examining the two fragments, ultimately unable to discern any answer, and thus decided to keep them close to his heart. The two items he had extracted from the sky pig included the cloth and a seemingly unremarkable ring, most likely a storage ring. Yi Xianqun toyed with the ring, remarking, "This must be a storage ring," that he had learned from the Eastern Wilderness classics that storage rings were exceedingly rare spiritual artifacts, capable of containing items within. In Qingfeng City, only the heads of the two dominant families, the Han and the Yi, possessed such treasures that as he infused a bit of true essence into the ring, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Before him lay a space of approximately 10 square meters, not empty, but scattered with spiritual stones and various herbs that Yi Xianqun could not fully identify. Upon counting, he found over 100 spiritual stones within, though that was not the most valuable aspect. The herbs were the true treasures. Even a single specimen would incite fierce battles among innate experts in Qingfeng City. A radiant smile of uncontainable joy spread across Yi Xianqun's face. It was no wonder he felt this way. Up until now, the greatest fortune he had encountered was a mere 10 taels of gold. Yet now, he held spiritual stones and herbs worth many times that amount, along with the precious storage ring. Enough to entice even late-stage, innate experts to lay aside their pride and vie for its possession. At this moment, Yi Xianqun was utterly unaware that the elixirs and body-enhancing liquids he had previously consumed vastly exceeded their apparent worth. Had he been cognizant of this fact, his thoughts would surely have taken a different turn. After all, having endured a decade of trials, Yi Xianqun swiftly quelled the joy swelling within him, that he understood that should these treasures come to the attention of others, not only would his life be at stake, but also that of Cheng Yi and his uncle. Thus, he resolved to conceal them within his undergarments for the time being, intending to address the matter later. Having witnessed the precedent set by the flying pig, Yi Xianqun approached the golden eagle with a flicker of anticipation. Yet, reality proved that his fortune could not be so consistently favorable. The golden eagle bore no precious items. Perhaps its most valuable asset was its flesh and blood. After meticulously examining every nook and cranny, he stored the remains of the 2 spirit beasts within his storage ring. The flesh and blood of spirit beasts held significant benefits for martial artists, capable of fortifying the body. For ordinary individuals, they could even prolong life. Once Yi Xianqun had meticulously erased any traces, he made his way back to Huangshan village to By now. It was nearing noon, and the villagers were resting at home, awaiting the afternoon's agricultural endeavors. Arriving at the village's main well, Yi Xianqun noted the absence of onlookers and proceeded to pour the blood of the 2 corpses into its depths, given that the main well served every household. He harbored no fears of contaminating it. His intention was to subtly alter the villagers' physical constitutions, but he was acutely aware that had he offered the flesh and blood of the spirit beasts directly, they would have met with resistance. Having completed his task, Yi Xianqun stealthily departed. Huangshan village was inhabited solely by ordinary folk, all of whom were incapable of cultivation. Although situated within Qingfeng City, it was almost isolated from the outside world. Yi Xianqun wished to preserve this tranquility, thus he slipped away unnoticed. Shortly after his departure, the village chief and Anua emerged from a distance, watching Yi Xianqun leave. Their expressions were laden with complexity. Their minds brimmed with unspoken words. Eventually, they exchanged a glance and slowly turned away, murmuring the name Ni Feng. After their exit, a figure clad in black gradually materialized, but he glanced at the direction in which the village chief and Anua had departed. Then at Yi Xianqun's retreating figure. With a sigh, he muttered, "The situation is becoming increasingly intricate." Subsequently, he faded from view. Chapter 20. Who Seeks Death? After leaving Huangshan village, Yi Xianqun made his way directly to the Yi family estate. The noon hour had passed, and the streets of Qingfeng City were gradually becoming bustling with activity. Upon arriving at a certain inn, he was met with a cacophony of voices. Surprised, he paused and wondered, "What is she doing here?" With that, he turned and entered the inn. This establishment was renowned as one of the premier inns in Qingfeng City, reportedly owned by a small family from the area. As soon as Yi Xianqun stepped inside, he was greeted by an enchanting fragrance that, with just a few inhalations, alleviated much of his fatigue. "Is this the drunken flower fragrance?" Yi Xianqun murmured to himself. No sooner had he spoken than a scholar clad in traditional robes approached him, exclaiming, "Esteemed guest, you possess remarkable discernment. You have immediately recognized our Jiang family's most famous drunken flower fragrance." Upon hearing this, Yi Xianqun couldn't help but tap his forehead in disbelief, silently musing, could it be such a coincidence? The drunken flower fragrance was documented in the Eastern Wilderness classics as an aroma that alleviated fatigue. While this was its commonly known property, when processed, it could also be transformed into a scent that facilitated rapid comprehension. Yi Xianqun had previously sought this fragrance, but never expected to find it here. Of course, this was merely an unexpected bonus. He had entered the inn for the sake of a woman. He spotted a table ahead, cluttered with empty bowls and plates, where a petite girl was voraciously consuming her meal. This girl was none other than Yi Xianjuan. Understanding her nature, Yi Xianjuan chose not to disturb her and instead turned to the scholar, inquiring, "You mentioned that this drunken flower fragrance is your family as pride." The scholar paused, lowering his head slightly as he replied, "Indeed." His demeanor was exceedingly polite, yet Yi Xianjuan caught a fleeting glimmer of disdain in the scholar's downcast eyes. "That it seems I have been regarded as a country bumpkin." Yi Xianjuan lamented internally that it was no wonder the scholar held such an opinion. In the eyes of ordinary citizens of Qingfeng City, the Jiang family was considered a prominent clan that if one had not heard of them, how could they not be perceived as a rustic? However, the scholar had failed to realize that the family he took pride in was, to the Yi family, merely insignificant. That Yi Xianjuan did not take offense at the scholar's condescension, for he still required the drunken flower fragrance, and it was a trivial matter. "That I see that I am quite interested in your esteemed family's drunken flower fragrance. Might I inquire if it is available for purchase?" He replied calmly. The scholar hesitated. Then, after surveying Yi Xianjuan once more, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Initially, he had assumed Yi Xianjuan was an uninformed country bumpkin, but upon closer inspection, he realized that Yi Xianjuan was a postnatal 5th-level martial artist. While this might not be remarkable in the grand scheme of Qingfeng City, it was undoubtedly exceptional among the younger generation. That it was important to note that Yi Chu was merely a postnatal 6th-level martial artist. Even within the Yi family, this was a notable achievement. The top young talents from smaller families were hardly comparable. This person is indeed a postnatal 5th-level martial artist. He appears to be around the same age as the young master. How could he, a country bumpkin, have cultivation on par with the young master? The scholar pondered, intrigued that as the manager of the Jiang family's establishment, he possessed a modicum of capability and sought to befriend Yi Xianjuan, even considering ways to win him over. However, the drunken flower fragrance was a source of pride for the Jiang family, typically given away rather than sold, and even then, rarely offered to outsiders. Thus, he politely declined. "I apologize, esteemed guest, but the drunken flower fragrance is a treasured possession of our Jiang family and is not for sale." Yi Xianjuan's brow furrowed slightly at this response. While the drunken flower fragrance was indeed valuable, it was primarily so for ordinary martial artists. Such an item was not even deemed worthy of mention in the Eastern Wilderness classics. Otherwise, he would not have turned to the Jiang family. Despite this, Yi Xianjuan refrained from pressing the issue, recognizing that the scholar's demeanor had been amicable aside from the initial encounter. After all, one should not strike a friendly face. "What a pity," he replied, concealing his disappointment. That moment, Yi Xianjuan's childlike voice rang out. "Money? I have no money." Yi Xianjuan couldn't help but chuckle at this. That in the Yi family, Yi Xianjuan was accustomed to getting her way, eating wherever she pleased without paying a dime. Thus, she carried no money with her. "Lucky me to have encountered her today. Otherwise, this establishment would be in for trouble," he thought, sighing inwardly. Yi Xianjuan had never worried about Yi Xianjuan causing trouble at a restaurant. Rather, he was more concerned about the establishment itself. After all, Yi Xianjuan was a peak postnatal 9th-level powerhouse. According to Yi Xinglan, even ordinary innate powerhouses could do little against her. One could only imagine her strength. In Qingfeng City, Yi Xianjuan was a force to be reckoned with. Among postnatal martial artists, none could rival her except Yi Xiangwen. Even against innate powerhouses, she could hold her ground for a while. As long as she could endure, the Yi family's innate experts would soon arrive, and no one could possibly harm Yi Xianjuan. Thus, Yi Xianjuan was not worried about her. Rather, he feared the restaurant might be demolished by her. Just as he contemplated stepping in to settle the bill for Yi Xianjuan, a voice, sharp and feminine, pierced through the air. "What? No money? Who dares to eat without paying in my family's establishment?" Furrowing his brow, Yi Xianjuan followed the voice, spotting a foppish young man, his face caked with makeup, striding toward Yi Xianjuan. Behind him trailed a taciturn middle-aged man, casting a cursory glance at the effeminate young man. Yi Xianjuan quickly shifted his gaze. This fop was merely a postnatal 5th-level martial artist, with a feeble demeanor that reeked of indulgence. However, the middle-aged man caught his attention. Upon a single glance, Yi Xianjuan found it challenging to gauge the man's cultivation level, as it seemed to fluctuate, sometimes postnatal 8th level, other times even reaching postnatal 9th level, brushing against the threshold of innate power. As if sensing Yi Xianchen's scrutiny, the middle-aged man turned to face him in an instant. A serious expression flitted across his features. With his wealth of experience, he discerned that Yi Xianchen's strength was formidable, far more complex than the mere postnatal fifth level he appeared to be, instilling a sense of danger within him. This sense of danger is even more intense than before. This individual is not to be trifled with. A thought flashed through the man's mind, and he then noticed the figure slightly turning, subtly positioning himself between Yi Xianchen and that young master. Why Yi Xianchen felt a twinge of trepidation as his muscles involuntarily tensed, as if confronted by a ferocious spirit beast that moment. Yi Xianjuan's voice rang out again. A free meal? What is that? Is it delicious? Yi Xianjuan exclaimed excitedly from her seat at the table, as if the mere assurance of its tastiness would compel her to devour a portion immediately. Seeing this, Yi Xianchen couldn't help but smack his forehead. Just as he was about to agree, the young master happened to catch sight of Yi Xianjuan. Jiang Nan, upon seeing Yi Xianjuan, couldn't help but rub his eyes. Unable to believe what he was witnessing, Yi Xianjuan was quite adorable, resembling a delicate doll, petite yet utterly charming, exuding an aura of innocence. This immediately sparked a thought in Jiang Nan's mind, to possess Yi Xianjuan and make her his own. Jiang Nan had always been a lecherous man, having secretly taken advantage of countless girls, to the point that his cultivation had suffered over the years. Now that this thought had taken root, he felt compelled to act on it. He approached Yi Xianjuan, gazing at her with greedy eyes, and said, "Delicious. Of course, it's delicious that I have it at my home. Little sister, come home with me, and I'll treat you to some." Jiang Nan could tell that Yi Xianjuan was naive to the ways of the world. He even mistakenly assumed she was merely a 12-year-old child. Thus, he planned to lure her to his home, for what would happen afterward. Once she entered the Jiang household, what he did would be entirely at his discretion. Yi Xianchen's expression turned icy at his words, an ominous aura radiating from him, causing the scholar beside him to feel as though a terrifying spirit beast was fixating on him. However, the scholar knew that he was not being stared down by a fearsome creature, but rather by an unassuming warrior standing beside him. Following Yi Xianchen's gaze, the scholar's complexion changed instantly. "Oh no!" he silently exclaimed at that moment. He realized that Yi Xianchen was acquainted with Yi Xianjuan, while his young master was making advances on her, even attempting to deceive her. He had no knowledge of Yi Xianchen's influence, nor of Yi Xianjuan's, but in that fleeting instant, he sensed that Yi Xianchen was absolutely not someone to provoke. Even if he were to attempt to intervene on behalf of his young master, he could not afford to antagonize Yi Xianchen. A voice in his mind warned him that provoking Yi Xianchen would not only lead to his demise, but also to the ruin of the Jiang family. Seeking death, Yi Xianchen coldly admonished Jiang Nan, "Who dares to act insolently towards this young master?" Jiang Nan instinctively retorted, but when he raised his gaze to meet Yi Xianchen's, he couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. A mere postnatal fifth-layer warrior is being so brazen, young and yet aspiring to be a hero. Yi Xianchen's expression grew even colder, and before he could speak, the scholar, sensing the brewing conflict, hurriedly stepped forward, waving his hands at Jiang Nan. "It's a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding." As he spoke, the scholar discreetly winked at Jiang Nan and whispered urgently, "Young master, do not provoke him. Let's leave quickly." Upon hearing the scholar's words, Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively believing that Yi Xianchen was a formidable figure, hence the warning to avoid him. However, as Jiang Nan pondered who in Qingfeng City he should steer clear of, he found no recollection of Yi Xianchen. It was no wonder Jiang Nan was unaware of Yi Xianchen, or even of Yi Xianjuan. The Yi family was not a clan the Jiang family could approach, and since both Yi Xianchen and Yi Xianjuan rarely appeared in Qingfeng City, Jiang Nan had no inkling that he was pushing himself toward two calamities, let alone Yi Xianchen, a person whom even the Yi family would not dare to confront. Just the mention of Yi Xianjuan, whom everyone in the Yi family revered, was enough that Jiang Nan should not dare to provoke her. If a single hair from Yi Xianjuan were to fall, the Jiang family would face annihilation. Unfortunately, Jiang Nan was blissfully ignorant of all this, dismissing the scholar's warnings as mere nonsense. With a fierce expression, Jiang Nan raised his hand and slapped the scholar, stunning him momentarily. "Dio, I need your guidance in my affairs. He's just a postnatal fifth-layer warrior. Am I not allowed to provoke him?" "Absurd." Jiang Nan spat at the scholar, then roughly shoved him aside. "What are you? How dare you speak to me like that in my family's establishment? I will see who is courting death." Jiang Nan pointed at Yi Xianqun, his tone dripping with arrogance, so much so that even Jiang Tao, who stood behind him, could not bear to witness it. Jiang Tao shook his head inwardly, realizing that if he hadn't been protecting Jiang Nan all these years, his young master would have been killed countless times due to his reckless arrogance. "Oh, it seems there are such formidable families in Qingfeng City." Chapter 21. "Oh, how impressive!" A rather indifferent voice interjected from the side. Jiang Nan instinctively replied, "Of course, our Jiang family is among the top in Qingfeng City. Just look at this establishment. Countless warriors pass through daily, and we frequently host innate experts." "Is that so?" "Quite impressive," the cold voice responded again, and a hint of pride flashed across Jiang Nan's face. "Indeed, it's the Jiang family." Yi Chu entered the inn with measured steps. Clad in white, his expression calm and unassuming, drawing the attention of those present. Upon seeing Yi Chu, Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned, his previous look of pride evaporating. Replaced by a sycophantic demeanor, he bent low, resembling a dog before its master, and rushed to greet Yi Chu, bowing repeatedly as he said, "Ah, young Master Yi Chu, what brings you here?" Yi Chu regarded Jiang Nan with a bemused smile. "What brings me here? Am I unwelcome? Ah, indeed, this is the place for innate experts. I suppose I am not qualified to be here." With that, Yi Chu flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Jiang Nan hurriedly grabbed the hem of Yi Chu's garment, exclaiming, "Young Master Yi, how could you say such a thing? Your presence graces our establishment. How could we possibly consider you unworthy?" Yi Chu looked at Jiang Nan's obsequiousness with a hint of derision. "Did you not just proclaim that your Jiang family is among the top in Qingfeng City? You are the young master of the Jiang family. How could a mere scion of the Yi family like me dare to be addressed as young master by you?" Slap. Jiang Nan, upon hearing this, suddenly struck himself across the face. A loud crack resounding as a bright red handprint bloomed on his foundation-caked cheek. Jiang Nan exerted no restraint, delivering a forceful slap that left him feeling a stinging pain, making even speech difficult. Despite the pain, Jiang Nan's sycophantic smile remained unwavering. "Young Master Yi, please do not say such things. I was merely speaking thoughtlessly, just idle chatter." As these words escaped his lips, the patrons in the inn were momentarily taken aback. Jiang Nan was the eldest master of the Jiang family, a figure of considerable status, and within this inn, few dared to speak to him directly. Some patrons, whose daughters had been taken by Jiang Nan, did not even dare to utter a word of complaint. For the head of the Jiang family was a bona fide innate expert, a prominent figure in Qingfeng City. Consequently, Jiang Nan, as the sole heir of the Jiang family, was not someone ordinary warriors dared to provoke. It was rumored that Jiang Tao, who always accompanied Jiang Nan, was a formidable warrior himself, and many who had plotted against Jiang Nan had met their demise at Jiang Tao's hands. Yet this man, who held such power, was now groveling before a young man? "Wait, is that Yi Chu, young Master Yi?" Suddenly, a voice of astonishment rang out from within the inn, prompting others to pause and scrutinize Yi Chu. Realization dawned. It truly is young Master Yi Chu, the one said to be second only to the three prodigies of the Yi family. Indeed, it is young Master Yi Chu. I caught a glimpse of him from afar before. His charisma and strength are unforgettable. Observing the patrons' discussion regarding Yi Chu, Yi Xianqun couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. Oh, it seems Yi Chu is quite renowned in Qingfeng City, but he hadn't anticipated this at all, having lived in the remote village for so long. Yi Xianqun was unaware of Yi Chu's considerable reputation, which even surpassed that of Yi Xiangxiang. After all, Yi Chu had achieved such heights through his own efforts, making him more esteemed than Yi Xiangxiang, who relied on familial connections. Upon hearing the patrons' comments, Jiang Nan's obsequiousness deepened. "Young master, see how everyone here recognizes you. How could I possibly compare? Is that so?" Yi Chu cast a cold glance at Jiang Nan, his sharp gaze seeming to penetrate through him. "Yes, indeed." Jiang Nan bent low, yet his thoughts were far from compliant. "What a joke! If you weren't a mere lackey of young master Yi Xiangxiang, would I even consider you?" Cursing his misfortune, Jiang Nan resolved to enjoy the little girl later. Yi Chu studied Jiang Nan intently, as if comprehending his thoughts, and let out a faintly mocking laugh before pointing at Yi Xianqun and Yi Xiangjuan, asking, "What is the situation with these two?" Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. Then with a swift glance, he approached Yi Chu and whispered, "Young Master Yi, these two are here to cause trouble. Point one is attempting to dine and dash, while the other dares to insult you and the Yi family. That is why I claim that the Jiang family ranks among the top. These country bumpkins have no idea how formidable the Yi family truly is." Upon hearing this, Yi Chu's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Were it not for his considerable restraint, he might have burst into laughter. Was Jiang Nan out of his mind? One of them was Yi Xiangjuan, among the strongest of the younger generation of the Yi family. And the other was Yi Xiangchen, an enigmatic figure who was the first to dare kill within the Yi family. Jiang Nan had the audacity to claim that one was a mooch and the other a slanderer, and to label them as country hicks, even if that were the case. So what? In the entire Yi family, there were hardly any who could contend with them. Those who would not dare to act. The two formidable reapers of the Yi family were not to be trifled with. Seeing Yi Chu's odd expression, Jiang Nan assumed it was due to the perceived annoyance caused by the two country bumpkins, and he hastily gestured towards Jiang Tao and the scholar, exclaiming, "You two, quickly take these two away. Keep a close watch on them. If they attempt to escape, I will hold you accountable." Jiang Tao and the scholar were momentarily stunned. Their immediate reaction one of resistance. The scholar remained silent, but upon seeing Yi Xiangchen, Jiang Tao's impression of him was that he was exceedingly dangerous, and his instinct urged him to avoid conflict. The scholar, after receiving the command, appeared conflicted, finally gritting his teeth and saying, "Please think this through, young master." Yi Chu, upon hearing the scholar's words, felt a flicker of appreciation. At least in his eyes, the scholar was a clever individual, capable of discerning whom to provoke and whom not to. Jiang Nan, ever observant of Yi Chu's demeanor, noticed him fixating on the scholar and assumed he was displeased with the scholar's response. Thus, Jiang Nan's expression turned icy as he glared fiercely at the scholar, declaring, "Jiang Zetian, do not think that just because you share some blood ties with me, you can defy my orders. You are but my dog. Do as I command." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zetian's expression shifted, filled with bitterness. What wrong had he committed? He had devoted himself to managing the Jiang family's affairs, even enduring scorn without protest. Now, with his actions intended for the good of the Jiang family, Jiang Nan, this young master, dared to insult him so? Jiang Zetian was engulfed in rage. He had remained loyal to repay the Jiang family's kindness, yet now he faced such humiliation from Jiang Nan. How could he not be furious? Very well. If Jiang Nan considered me a mere dog, then I shall no longer regard your Jiang family with gratitude. The scholar's expression grew resolute as he spoke. Jiang Nan hesitated momentarily, a surge of inexplicable anger igniting within him. "Jiang Zetian, have you grown so bold as to think I permit you to leave?" Jiang Zetian paused, ready to retort, when a cold voice interjected. "I am the one allowing him to leave. Is that a problem?" Yi Xiangchen, seated beside Yi Xiangjuan, articulated each word with deliberate precision. Jiang Nan turned to glare at Yi Xiangchen, his fury intensifying. "What do you, a country bumpkin, amount to? How dare you speak so audaciously? Very well. I shall see how you manage to let Jiang Zetian leave." Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Yi Chu could not help but shake his head, muttering, "Truly fools abound year after year, but this year seems particularly rife with them." At this, Jiang Nan's expression transformed from rage to sycophancy. "Indeed, young Master Yi, I too wonder why there are so many fools nowadays. They are merely innate five-fold martial artists, yet they dare to speak to your subordinate in such a manner that, oh, is he your subordinate?" Yi Chu replied, tilting his head to regard Yi Xiangchen, his tone laced with an undercurrent of menace. As Yi Chu noticed Yi Xiangchen's gaze upon him, his earlier composure evaporated, and he swiftly turned, delivering a resounding slap to Jiang Nan, leaving his face swollen. Jiang Nan was stunned by the blow, bewildered as to where he had offended Yi Chu. "Young Master Yi, you must have misunderstood. He is not my subordinate," Yi Chu said somewhat awkwardly to Yi Xiangchen. Although he had been a servant to Yi Xiangchen for some time, he had had limited interaction with him, thus feeling somewhat estranged in his role. However, his reverence for Yi Xiangchen was genuine. A so-called waste had, in a short span, become a person capable of effortlessly defeating two innate sevenfold martial artists. How could he not hold him in awe? Though he did not voice it, Yi Chu had indeed come to view Yi Xiangchen as his master. Jiang Nan, still reeling from the slap, felt a flicker of terror in his eyes upon hearing Yi Chu's words. Yi Chu had referred to that country bumpkin as young master, and it appeared he held him in high regard. Could it be that this country bumpkin was the mysterious Yi Xiangwen of the Yi family? Jiang Nan thought in horror. However, as he scrutinized Yi Xiangchen closely, something felt amiss. That no, wait. Yi Xiangwen is an innate ninefold peak expert, and this country bumpkin does not resemble him at all. Jiang Nan pondered in confusion. Is that so? Yi Xiangchen said coldly, his tone rife with dissatisfaction. Did I in truth? He held a degree of discontent toward Yi Chu as well, much like an elder brother watching his sister's husband. There was an inherent dislike. Although he was unaware of the current state of Yi Chu and Cheng Yi's relationship, he had surmised that their bond was progressing rapidly. Naturally, Yi Chu lowered his head, addressing Yi Xiangchen, his demeanor reflecting his perception of Yi Xiangchen as his superior, which only served to heighten Jiang Nan's trepidation. What was happening? Why did Yi Chu seem to regard that country bumpkin as his master? This country bumpkin was not young master Yi Xiang. How could this be possible? Jiang Nan's mind raced in fear, but no matter how he thought about it, he realized he had kicked a hard rock. Yi Xiangchen did not acknowledge Yi Chu's words, but instead focused intently on him. After a lengthy pause, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yi Xiangchen's eyes, and he remarked, "Your injuries have fully healed, and you have broken through. Quite commendable to Yi Chu." Upon hearing Yi Xiangchen's words, felt a sense of helplessness, that he had believed he had concealed his breakthrough well, yet Yi Xiangchen had discerned it. Moreover, what should have been a matter to shake the Yi family had merely garnered a not bad from Yi Xiangchen. This made Yi Chu realize that his earlier elation had been nothing more than self-delusion. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan's expression shifted drastically upon hearing Yi Xiangchen's remark that he recalled Yi Chu was an innate six-fold martial artist. And now that Yi Chu claimed to have broken through, did that not imply he had reached the same level as Yi Xiang? This signified that the young generation of the Yi family now boasted 4 top-tier figures. Chapter 22. The breaking point to speak of this would be unbelievable. I, a member of the young elite of the Yi family, had been regarded as merely not bad in the eyes of an innate 5-fold martial artist. Yi Chu shook his head in disbelief. Yet, Yi Chu felt no discontent whatsoever. Since he had consumed the qi-nourishing pill provided by Yi Xiangchen, he had come to realize the limitations of his former worldview. The world was vast, allowing one who had been stuck at a bottleneck to break through with ease. What had once seemed remarkable now appeared trivial in comparison. The innate 7-fold level was merely a beginning. It wasn't even the true beginning. Upon witnessing the determination and clarity in Yi Chu's eyes, Yi Xiangchen patted him on the shoulder, his impression of Yi Chu improving slightly. After obtaining the Eastern Wilderness Cauldron and the Eastern Wilderness Classic, Yi Xiangchen's perspective had broadened. What he once deemed powerful now seemed merely ordinary. Yi Chu, feeling the affirming pat on his shoulder and catching a glimpse of Yi Xiangchen's satisfied gaze, felt a warmth of validation coursing through him. So this was what it felt like to be acknowledged. It felt rather pleasant that a flicker of joy graced Yi Chu's face, which did not escape Jiang Nan's notice. Yi Chu was actually smiling. Who exactly was this country bumpkin? Previously, when following Yi Xiang, he had never exhibited such a smile. Now, simply receiving a pat on the shoulder had elicited laughter. Jiang Nan pondered in disbelief that in his previous escapades with his unruly friends, he had encountered Yi Xiang before, and Yi Chu had always been by Yi Xiang's side. Yi Xiang had basked in the limelight, exuding arrogance and an air of superiority, while Yi Chu had perpetually appeared cold, as if he had never known the meaning of laughter. Yet now, Jiang Nan witnessed Yi Chu smile. Overwhelmed by the revelation, Jiang Nan's legs turned to jelly, and he fell to his knees with a resounding thud, the sound echoing conspicuously in the somewhat silent tavern. The patrons were drawn to the noise, their gazes filled with astonishment and disbelief as they beheld Jiang Nan kneeling on the ground. They were familiar faces, having frequented the establishment before, and in their minds, Jiang Nan had always been the epitome of arrogance. Even when faced with figures not to be trifled with, he had merely resorted to sycophancy. However, he had never once knelt, for Jiang Nan was a young master of a prominent family, representing the family's dignity. Kneeling would signify the surrender of the entire family to the Yi family. Although the Jiang family has long yearned to bow in submission to the Yi family, the reality of such an act is an entirely different matter. Jiang Nan, though oblivious to the gazes of others. Could distinctly feel that every stare directed at him was imbued with a searing intensity, filled with disdain and mockery. Just moments ago, he had boasted loudly about the Jiang family's preeminence in Qingfeng City, proclaiming the prowess of the illustrious Jiang young master. Yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself groveling before Yi Chu, kneeling before the very rural folk he had derided. Jiang Nan felt as though his face was aflame. Yet he was compelled to act thus, for he had come to realize that the man he had insulted held a position of significant esteem in the Yi family, perhaps even surpassing that of the revered Yi Xiangxiang whom he had always admired. To provoke Yi Xiangxiang would spell doom for the Jiang family, and what of angering one who was even more formidable? I beg your pardon. I was brash and thoughtless. Please, I implore you to forgive me. Jiang Nan gritted his teeth and bowed deeply to Yi Xiangqian. His action startled both the patrons of the inn and Jiang Tao. They had believed that Jiang Nan's kneeling was the pinnacle of humiliation, only to be taken aback when he prostrated himself further. Yi Xiangqian smirked derisively. Oh, is that so? Jiang Nan felt as if his very skin was shedding. He had just called Yi Xiangqian a country bumpkin and accused him of courting death. Now, it appeared that the one courting death was he. Moreover, Jiang Zetian had specifically warned him against provoking Yi Xiangqian. How foolish he had been. Now, the one facing disgrace was indeed him. I beseech you to forgive me. Although Jiang Nan was engulfed in shame, he had no choice but to act in this manner. If Yi Xiangqian chose not to forgive him, the Jiang family, upon which he relied for survival, would face ruin, and he himself would undoubtedly be torn apart by others. Observing Jiang Nan's plight, Jiang Zetian felt a mix of compassion and satisfaction. His compassion arose from his long-standing service to the Jiang family, which had cultivated a sense of belonging within him. Witnessing Jiang Nan repeatedly trample upon the dignity of the Jiang family was a sight he found increasingly difficult to endure. Yet, having just been insulted by Jiang Nan and having severed ties with the Jiang family, he could not help but feel a sense of relief, a vindictive pleasure in witnessing the Jiang family's misjudgment. Yi Xiangqian could not help but reflect on Jiang Zetian's excitement, recognizing that it mirrored the astonishment he had observed within the Yi family just days prior. As he pondered this, he suddenly recalled the original cause of the commotion. Yi Xiangjuan was missing. Amidst the earlier chaos, Yi Xiangqian had failed to notice that Yi Xiangjuan had quietly slipped away. Where could Xiangjuan have gone? Could she have returned to the Yi family? Yi Xiangqian mused internally. This was not surprising. Yi Xiangjuan had always prioritized her appetite, often acting on her whims that it was entirely possible that she had returned home. Reminiscing about the delicacies of the Yi family. Just as he contemplated this, Yi Xiangjuan's voice emerged from the kitchen of the inn. What on earth is this? It's utterly inedible. Yi Xiangqian smacked his forehead in exasperation, realizing so she sneaked into someone else's kitchen to eat. Here I was, worrying. The patrons of the inn understood the situation, finding it rather strange that a person who clearly had no right to dine for free could compel the innkeeper to kneel while she continued to enjoy her meal. What a peculiar world we live in. Aside from Yi Chu and Yi Xiangqian, everyone assumed that Yi Xiangjuan must be either Yi Xiangqian's sister or his wife. Otherwise, he would not have acted in such a manner. Ahem, some of our chefs are not particularly skilled at cooking. Just wait, and I shall dismiss those who cannot cook properly. We have plenty of delicious dishes, so do not fret. Jiang Nan coughed a few times and then shouted into the kitchen. Afterward, he turned to Yi Xiangqian, ingratiatingly saying, "Do you see? I am taking the right approach. Young Master Yi, please show mercy and consider my actions as nothing more than a passing breeze." Yi Xiangqian sighed deeply, his initial anger dissipating considerably. After all, it was Yi Xiangjuan who had been in the wrong. Had it not been for Jiang Nan's lecherous ways, the situation would not have escalated to this point. It was simply a case of self-inflicted misery. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xiangqian addressed Jiang Nan, "I can spare you this time. However, I have taken an interest in Zhuhuaxiang." Jiang Nan paused, then exclaimed, I understand. Upon my return, I shall ensure that Zhuhuaxiang is delivered to the Yi family." Simultaneously, Jiang Nan breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Xiangqian's demand for Zhuhuaxiang was not a grave issue. Previously, the Jiang family often presented Zhuhuaxiang as a gift to the Yi family, who had always regarded it with disdain to the young members of the Yi family. Zhuhuaxiang was considered a useless trinket, meant only for women. Yi Xiangqian nodded, not pressing for more. The efficacy of Zuoxiang in invigorating the spirit was significant, yet its effects diminished with use, so Yi Xianqun had no need for a large quantity. It was likely that the Jiang family would provide an ample supply of Zuiwaxiang. De Yi Chu, observing the exchange, felt a sense of indignation. In his view, one who dared to provoke the Yi family should not be able to settle matters with mere Zuihuaxie. At the very least, he ought to extort a sum of spirit stones. For a martial artist at the postnatal stage, what they desired most were spirit stones. The speed of cultivation with spirit stones was far superior to ordinary methods. Reflecting on the spirit stones, Yi Chu was reminded of the qi-nourishing pills Yi Xianqun had given him. After attempting to cultivate with spirit stones, he discovered that the effectiveness of the qi-nourishing pills was nearly equivalent to that of a spirit stone, particularly due to their nature as a pill, which made them easier to absorb. This revelation greatly enhanced the value of the qi-nourishing pills, far exceeding that of a spirit stone. It also led Yi Chu to question the origin of the qi-nourishing pills. He could not comprehend how someone previously deemed a waste and expelled from the Yi family could casually bestow upon him a bottle of precious pills that even innate martial artists would covet. However, Yi Chu remained unaware that what he regarded as invaluable qi-nourishing pills, in Yi Xianqun's eyes, were merely slightly superior to roadside weeds, something he could easily concoct in abundance. Ignoring the jubilant Jiangnan, Yi Xianqun made his way to the kitchen of the inn there. He found the diminutive Yi Xianjuan darting about, clutching food in one hand while stuffing her mouth with roasted meat that she had no time to chew. In a corner of the kitchen stood several individuals who appeared to be chefs, their faces pale with fear as they watched Yi Xianjuan devour food with gleaming eyes. Yi Xianqun shook his head and approached, lifting Yi Xianjuan effortlessly. "Xianjuan, have you finished eating?" he shouted in her ear. Upon hearing this, Yi Xianjuan reluctantly swallowed the food in her mouth and replied, "Xianqun, when did you arrive? There's so much to eat. Hurry up and join me." Yi Xianqun chuckled helplessly. The old Yi Xianjuan would never have shared her food, yet now she was inviting him to join her, indicating that she had already filled her belly and was merely reluctant to part with the delicacies. He promptly snatched the food from her hands and, using a clean cloth, wiped the grease from her hands and face before saying, "No more eating. Come with me." Burp. Just as Yi Xianjuan was about to protest, she involuntarily burped, her cheeks flushing as she pouted, Fine, I want to eat anymore. It's all tasteless anyway." Yi Xianqun and the nearby chefs exchanged glances of exasperation. If it was so unappetizing, why had she eaten so much? Yi Xianqun chose silence, intending to carry Yi Xianjuan away when she suddenly shouted, "Xianqun, wait." Yi Xianqun paused and asked, "What is it now, my dear aunt?" Yi Xianjuan pulled him to a corner of the kitchen, pointing at a fruit with clear bite marks, exclaiming, "Xianqun, this thing is so annoying. I bit it once but couldn't open it. It's terribly bitter." Yi Xianqun gazed at the red fruit, which bore teeth marks and resembled a miniature apple. Feeling a sense of familiarity at that moment, a chef interjected, "This fruit is something we just received today from a hunter, that we thought it was a new variety, so we accepted it, but we couldn't figure out how to open it no matter what we tried." Yet this young lady, managed to leave bite marks. It was only then that Yi Xianqun noticed a knife beside the fruit, clearly dulled, and he glanced at Yi Xianjuan's pristine teeth, wondering, what kind of teeth does she have? Chapter 23. Spiritual Pills? Yi Xianjuan instinctively covered her mouth and muttered, "The knives here are of poor quality. It has nothing to do with me." Yi Xianqun, somewhat helpless, averted his gaze. Not only was Yi Xianjuan a glutton, but she also possessed a strong sense of pride. She would concoct any excuse, no matter how flimsy, to defend herself that he applied a bit of pressure to the red fruit, discovering that its hardness far exceeded his expectations. The force he had exerted was sufficient to crush steel, yet it had no effect on the fruit at all. This left him pondering just how strong Yi Xianjuan's teeth must be to leave a mark on such a fruit. After toying with the fruit for a while, Yi Xianqun mused, "What on earth is this red fruit? It seems vaguely familiar." Yi Xianqun felt as though he had encountered this fruit before, yet when he pondered deeply, he could not recall where he had seen it. Thus, he decided to stow the fruit away and prepare to leave the inn. Yi Xianqun, carrying Yi Xianjuan, exited the kitchen, where he found Jiang Nan standing outside with a sycophantic expression. Flanked by the silent Jiang Tao, a glance around revealed that Yi Chu had already departed, prompting a sense of admiration in his heart. Indeed, a martial artist is as such. "Young Master Yi," the distance to the Yi residence is somewhat considerable. Fortunately, I have 2 swift steeds at my disposal, perfectly suited to escort you and this young lady back, Jiang Nan said, bowing deeply to Yi Xianqun at that moment. Jiang Nan had completely forgotten his previous arrogance and humiliation. His mind solely focused on currying favor with Yi Xianqun, eager to align himself with the esteemed Yi family. Although he was unaware of Yi Xianqun's true identity, the fact that even the prodigious Yi Chu regarded him as a master spoke volumes. Thus, Jiang Nan believed that by winning Yi Xianqun's favor, his future prospects would be limitless. That why Yi Xianqun discerned Jiang Nan's intentions and held no favorable impression of him, viewing him as a coward who only flattered the powerful. Consequently, he chose to disregard both Jiang Nan and Jiang Tao, carrying the pouting Yi Xianqun, who resembled a puppet, towards the inn's exit. Seeing Yi Xianqun ignore him, Jiang Nan's expression darkened, and he inwardly cursed. What audacity! How dare he disregard me, Jiang Nan? As he fumed, he contemplated how to reclaim his dignity, excitement bubbling within him. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao shook his head, silently lamenting, a useless person cannot be helped. Well, the debt has been settled. It is time to take my leave. After Yi Xianqun and Yi Xianjun departed, they spotted Jiang Zetian standing quietly outside the inn. Seemingly awaiting someone's arrival, Yi Xianqun cast a few glances at Jiang Zetian, noting his scholarly attire, which made him appear like a bookish scholar toiling away in solitude. However, upon closer inspection, Yi Xianqun recognized something extraordinary about Jiang Zetian. After some contemplation, Yi Xianqun approached Jiang Zetian. The latter, upon seeing Yi Xianqun, felt a surge of admiration. Although he had sensed that Yi Xianqun was no ordinary individual from their first encounter, he had never anticipated that a seemingly frail man clad in white could command such reverence from Jiang Nan, who had knelt in servitude that as someone cast out by the Jiang family. He yearned to become someone like Yi Xianqun, a person who could inspire deference from those he once regarded as formidable, even to the extent of sacrificing dignity for survival. Such a life was what Jiang Zetian aspired to. Are you waiting for me? Yi Xianqun approached, noticing a flicker of desire in Jiang Zetian's eyes, which led him to understand that Jiang Zetian was indeed awaiting his presence. Jiang Zetian nodded and spoke, I am now homeless and wonder if you might take me in. Before Yi Xianqun could respond, the seemingly doll-like Yi Xianjun, who had been hanging limply in his grasp, suddenly glared at Jiang Zetian, declaring, Don't think you can steal my food. Jiang Zetian, taken aback, replied, That was not my intention, Mississippi uncertain of the true identity of this girl who appeared so youthful. He recognized Yi Xianqun's affection for her and wished to avoid any misunderstanding. Yi Xianjun pouted, ready to retort, but Yi Xianqun raised a hand to halt her words, believing that Yi Xianqun intended to allow Jiang Zetian to take her food. A flicker of anger crossed her eyes. Yet, at that moment, Yi Xianqun cast her a glance, signaling that he would not permit such a thing. You are right. One should not compete with her for food. Moreover, I lack the means to provide you with shelter, Yi Xianqun remarked to Jiang Zetian. Instantly, Jiang Zetian's expression dimmed, and he muttered, Is that so? Indeed, I have been cast aside. A hollow laugh escaped him, filled with desolation. Yi Xianqun placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, No, you misunderstand. Your talents lie not in servitude but in management. Thus I cannot take you in. Only the Yi family has the capacity to do so. Jiang Zetian was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, What do you mean? Yi Xianqun's lips curled into a faint smile as he carried Yi Xianjun away, turning briefly to utter, You will understand, upon returning to the Yi residence with Yi Xianjun. He deposited her in the kitchen before retreating alone to the western garden. As dusk approached, the sun cast its warm glow upon the desolate western garden, rendering it eerily melancholic. In the center stood a man with a nose like a wine barrel, seemingly lost in thought, illuminated by the setting sun, his demeanor reflecting the weight of life's harsh transformations. Upon entering the western garden, Yi Xianqun was momentarily taken aback, a wave of emotion washing over him, softening the previously icy gaze he had maintained. Uncle, he called out, his eyes fixed on the figure before him. Yi Junwen, standing in the garden, paused, then turned slowly, gazing at Yi Xianjun with a mix of complex emotions. You back? You've grown, he remarked, approaching Yi Xianqun and enveloping him in a warm embrace, whispering softly. Upon hearing that familiar yet somewhat foreign voice, Yi Xianqun's eyes glistened with unshed tears. since being cast out of the Yi family 8 years prior. He had not seen Yi Junwen again. The family had strictly forbidden anyone without authorization from entering the desolate mountain village, a rule steeped in tradition since the family's inception. Whenever Yi Xiangqun yearned to see Yi Junwen, circumstances conspired against him, rendering such an encounter impossible. "Yes, uncle, I have returned. I am back here," Yi Xiangqun said slowly, returning the embrace. Neither noticed the faint tremor of emotion lacing their voices. Perhaps they both understood, yet chose not to articulate it. After a lengthy pause, Yi Junwen released him, placing both hands on Yi Xiangqun's shoulders, scrutinizing him intently, occasionally patting his chest. "You have grown. 8 years ago, you were just a child. And now you have become a young man. That I have heard about your accomplishments since returning to the Yi family. You have done remarkably well." At Yi Junwen's words, Yi Xiangqun felt warmth spreading in his eyes. Though they were not father and son, and despite the long years of separation, their bond had never waned in the eyes of the Yi family. Yi Xiangqun had been deemed worthless, treated worse than a servant, subjected to scornful glares and ridicule. Yet, Yi Xiangqun and Yi Junwen had never looked down upon him. Instead, they had consistently shown him concern. Every moment of kindness had been etched into his memory. If someone were to ask him why he persevered in his cultivation, he would declare that he sought to overturn the world, so that those he wished to protect would never again be harmed. Yi Xiangqun clenched his fist, resolving within his heart. His unwavering commitment to cultivation stemmed from this very desire. Nodding at Yi Junwen, he smiled, saying, "From now on, I will be able to protect you." Yi Junwen paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, patting Yi Xiangqun's shoulder. Well, you truly have grown. You understand the importance of protecting your uncle." Yi Xiangqun grinned, his joy radiating brightly. In the following moments, Yi Junwen bombarded Yi Xiangqun with countless questions about the events of the past 8 years, inquiring about his recent well-being and sharing snippets of his own life. Eventually, both became intoxicated, not with alcohol, but with the reminiscence of shared memories. People often find themselves lost in their own reveries. In the dead of night, Yi Xiangqun stirred, glancing down at Yi Junwen, who lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly inebriated. That moment, Yi Junwen turned over, a flicker of pain crossing his face as he murmured, "Bai Mei, don't go, don't go." Yi Xiangqun paused, brow furrowing in confusion. "Bai Mei? Who is this person? Why have I never heard uncle mention them?" After pondering for a while, he could not recall anyone by that name in Qingfeng City. However, observing Yi Junwen's pained expression, he instinctively sensed that this Bai Mei might be an unforgettable figure in Yi Junwen's past, potentially the source of his anguish. Could it be that she is my future aunt? Yi Xiangqun murmured softly to himself, and then resolved in his heart to pay attention to this individual in the future. But he was aware that he would eventually leave Qingfeng City, so he made a mental note of this person. Should he encounter the one with white eyebrows again, he could keep an eye on him, or even bring him to Yi Junwen. With this thought, Yi Xiangqun carried Yi Junwen back to his room, covered him with a blanket, and then turned to leave. It was already the dead of night, and apart from the patrolling guards, there was not a soul in the Yi residence. Yi Xiangqun made his way to a secluded area of the estate, a vast site occupied by an enormous artificial mountain. This part of the Yi family grounds was quite remote, with no other members residing nearby, hence it was rarely frequented. Standing behind the artificial mountain for a considerable time, he murmured, "After 8 years, this place remains unchanged." This location was where, 8 years prior, as a child, he had accidentally stumbled upon while lost, and it was behind this very mountain that he had discovered a hidden entrance. After exploring behind the artificial mountain for a while, a sudden crack echoed, and a 3-meter-high, 2-meter-wide opening appeared. Yi Xiangqun nodded in acknowledgement. It matched his memories perfectly. This immense artificial mountain towered 100 meters high. And aside from his accidental discovery, no one had ever known of the hidden entrance. After surveying the surroundings and confirming his solitude, Yi Xiangqun swiftly entered the opening. As he did, the entrance closed automatically behind him, plunging him into darkness. Fortunately, Yi Xiangqun had prepared for such an eventuality. He produced a candle and lit it. Illuminated by the flickering flame, the cavern's interior revealed itself to him. It was empty and spacious, seemingly capable of accommodating 4 or 5 individuals. The farthest recess lay a dusty copper chest, which Yi Xiangqun approached with a sense of nostalgia. This chest had been placed there from the very beginning, containing only a bead that Yi Xiangqun could not recognize. Due to certain circumstances, he had refrained from retrieving it at that time, that Yi Xianchen had come here to resolve a lingering doubt in his heart. Chapter 24. The Sudden Appearance of a Corpse. Were they indeed the same? He took out the bead he retrieved from the chest and simultaneously produced the red fruit he had acquired that day. Placing the bead and the fruit side by side, they appeared almost identical, save for the bead's green hue contrasted against the fruit's red that Yi Xianchen pondered. What exactly are these two items? They are incredibly hard, even capable of dulling a blade upon impact. Yet, they lack any trace of spiritual energy. Unlike spiritual artifacts that he contemplated, his true essence began to surge violently, seemingly drawn by an unseen force that Yi Xianchen was taken aback. Observing the two items with a mix of curiosity and confusion, the sudden movement of his true essence was not coincidental. It urged him to consume the two objects in his hand. This sensation was peculiar, as if his true essence possessed a will of its own, filled with a ravenous hunger to devour the items and satiate its longing. Feeling this compulsion, Yi Xianchen mused, "What on earth are these two items? Why does the Eastern Wilderness Canon insist I consume them?" No sooner had he voiced his thoughts than he swallowed both items. The Eastern Wilderness Canon was essential for his cultivation, and if it urged him to ingest them, it surely held some significance for him. As the two objects slid down his throat, the once indomitable materials instantly dissolved. Yi Xianchen's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly sat down to circulate the Eastern Wilderness Canon. After dissolving, the two items transformed into two streams of concentrated spiritual energy, intertwining as they flowed down his throat and into his body. This spiritual energy was remarkably dense and completely beyond Yi Xianchen's control. Forcefully coursing through his meridians, heedless of their capacity to endure, he felt a throbbing pain in his meridians, his complexion gradually reddening as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. What could these items be? Possessing such formidable spiritual energy, enduring the agony in his meridians, Yi Xianchen guided the energy toward his dantian. It was important to note that his body was unlike that of an ordinary martial artist. His physical strength was capable of contending directly with a martial artist at the 5th level of postnatal cultivation. Consequently, his meridians were naturally wider than those of typical practitioners. Yet even so, he struggled to accommodate such a deluge of spiritual energy, underscoring its extraordinary density. Gritting his teeth, Yi Xianchen painstakingly dispersed the energy, that if he did not act quickly to diffuse it, the accumulating energy could potentially rupture his meridians. If that were to happen, even if he survived, he would become utterly incapacitated. Suddenly, Yi Xianchen's muscles tensed, and the once loose fabric of his clothing burst apart, revealing his well-defined physique. However, at that moment, his muscles appeared fearsome, veins bulging on the surface of his skin, as if they might explode at any moment. Yi Xianchen's face grew increasingly flushed, resembling a lobster. He suddenly roared toward the heavens, every pore on his body erupting with blood. Crimson droplets splattered everywhere, staining his shredded garments and skin. Yi Xianchen felt his consciousness wane, his eyelids heavy, and a fleeting look of daze crossed his eyes before he collapsed. After Yi Xianchen lost consciousness, his muscles swelled dramatically for a moment before retracting. This expansion and contraction, a faint metallic sheen glimmered across his skin, as if his physical strength had significantly increased. The following day, Yi Xianchen awoke from his slumber. Gazing at the dim surroundings, his mind foggy and unable to recall the events that transpired. Rubbing his head, he slowly began to piece together the previous day's occurrences. He recalled swallowing the two beads of fruit, which had unleashed an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy into his body, causing chaos within. Had he not managed to control the energy and direct it into his dantian while dispersing some throughout his body, that dense energy might have very well killed him. Peering at his blood-soaked body, adorned with tatters of fabric, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Although he had successfully broken through to the 6th level of postnatal cultivation thanks to the energy, he would not dare to endure such a trial again. What on earth were those two items? Yi Xianchen pondered silently. Just then, the Eastern Wilderness Canon transmitted a message to him. After reading it, Yi Xianchen realized that the items were spiritual pills unique to innate spiritual beasts. These pills were quite rare, not present in every spiritual beast's body, and could be used for alchemy or consumed directly to provide a significant amount of spiritual energy. Understanding this, Yi Xianchen grasped why ingesting the two pills had such an effect. After all, they were artifacts of innate origin, and for him to withstand their potency was indeed a testament to his exceptional talent. However, more pressing on his mind was the fact that he had no clothing to wear. The destruction of his garments left him nearly naked. What was he to do? Would he have to run about in the nude? Yi Xianqun lamented helplessly at this juncture. Jiang Zetian stood before the legendary figure in Qingfeng City, his heart brimming with reverence to Yi Xinglan. The head of the Yi family was also one of the two dominant powers in Qingfeng City, a veritable legend, an existence he had once looked up to. Yet now he found himself standing before Yi Xinglan, even engaging in conversation with him. Yi Xinglan sat upon a chair made of yellow pear wood, his gaze remarkably calm, akin to still waters. After a moment, he glanced at Jiang Zetian and inquired, "You are Jiang Zetian, who originally managed the Jiang family's enterprises?" Upon hearing Yi Xinglan's voice, Jiang Zetian involuntarily tensed. It was not due to fear, but rather from nerves. "Yes, head of the Yi family," he replied to Yi Xinglan nodded slightly, revealing no emotion on his face. "You say you were introduced by Yi Xianqun?" "Indeed," Jiang Zetian answered. Lowering his head, Yi Xinglan paused, scrutinizing Jiang Zetian for a while before stating, "I have heard a bit about your situation. You may go and familiarize yourself with matters from Yi." And Jiang Zetian, feeling somewhat bewildered, struggled to comprehend the implications. Was he being retained? He hesitantly asked. Yi Xinglan affirmed with a sound, and then rose to leave. Yes, he did. He seemed to recall something and turned to Jiang Zetian, saying, "Do your best. Remember, do not involve yourself in the Yi family's disputes. For everything else, pursue it with vigor." A glimmer of joy flickered in Jiang Zetian's eyes as he discerned the meaning behind Yi Xinglan's words. It was an invitation to act freely, assuring him that regardless of what unfolded, Yi Xinglan would be there to support him. "Yes, head of the family." Yi Xianqun swiftly incapacitated a passing guard with a decisive strike. Hastily removing the guard's attire and donning it himself, that he adjusted the clothing and nodded in satisfaction. The guards of the Yi family did not wear armor while patrolling. Instead, they were adorned in garments crafted from the skin of a mystical creature known as the Golden Python. These garments offered a modicum of protection while also providing remarkable flexibility, making them well-suited for Yi Xianqun. Ideally, as a young master of the Yi family, he would possess superior clothing, but unfortunately, he had consistently forgotten to retrieve it, resulting in the guard's attire appearing more refined than his own. After casually discarding the incapacitated guard, Yi Xianqun proceeded toward the western garden. Upon departing from the secluded area, he noticed a commotion ahead. Driven by curiosity, he approached and observed the Yi family disciples, their expressions grave as they stared intently at the ground. Leaning closer, his countenance shifted dramatically upon discovering a desiccated corpse lying before him. The body appeared as though all the blood had been drained from it, devoid of any color and grotesquely shriveled. Upon examining the corpse's clothing and features, Yi Xianqun discerned that it belonged to a servant of the Yi family. Though the state of the body rendered identification impossible, the shocking realization struck him: a corpse within the Yi household. Moreover, it seemed to have succumbed to blood loss. Who could possess such audacity to act so brazenly within the confines of the Yi family? As Yi Xianqun pondered this disturbing revelation, a slightly portly disciple of the Yi family spoke up. Yi Xianqun recognized him as the chubby fellow he had encountered a few days prior at Hanyan Cave. Though the plump disciple's cultivation was modest, his social connections appeared robust. Following his comment, several individuals around him chimed in, their faces etched with concern as they speculated on the circumstances surrounding the grim discovery. Yi Xianqun glanced around, his expression shifting once more, before quietly departing the scene. Shortly after his exit, a contingent of guards arrived. Upon sighting the corpse, their faces paled, and they hastily removed it, while the leader rushed to report the incident to the family head. A death within the Yi family was not a grave concern, but a blood-drained body was a matter of utmost seriousness. The perpetrator could either be a spirit beast or a human adept in dark arts. Given that spirit beasts were unable to enter Qingfeng City, it indicated that a practitioner of sinister blood-sucking techniques was lurking within the Yi family. If this individual was not swiftly apprehended, the Yi family could face a succession of fatalities, as those who practice such dark arts require daily blood intake to sustain their powers. Lest they risk their very lives, Yi Xianqun was acutely aware of this reality and harbored a nagging suspicion regarding the identity of the perpetrator. Instead of returning to the Western Garden, he made his way to Yi Chu, Upon his arrival, he found Cheng-Yi, resembling a matriarch, directing Yi Chu's maid in tidying up. Beside Cheng-Yi, Yi Chu wore a helpless expression. As if resigned to her commands, Yi Xianqun approached and greeted Cheng-Yi before pulling Yi Chu aside to discuss the day's unsettling events. Yi Chu furrowed his brow, casting furtive glances at Cheng-Yi, and remarked that the bloodsucker must certainly be practicing some form of dark art. This incident could spell disaster for the Yi family. Yi Xianqun nodded in agreement, then cast a glance at Cheng-Yi, instructing, "You must escort Cheng-Yi to Huangshan village. Ensure that it is done discreetly. Did I fear for her safety?" Yi Chu nodded in acquiescence, already contemplating the need to send Cheng-Yi away. Huangshan village was ideally remote and isolated. With caution, Cheng-Yi should remain safe at that moment. Yi Chu noticed a hint of contemplation in Yi Xianqun's eyes and impulsively asked, "Young Master Yi, do you know who the practitioner of dark arts is?" Yi Xianqun nodded, stating, "I have a strong suspicion regarding their identity." Yi Chu pressed for clarity. "Then who is it? Tell me, and I shall confront them immediately." Yi Xianqun raised a hand to halt Yi Chu's eagerness, saying patience is essential. Acting hastily will only alert them. Now is not the time. Yi Chu, perplexed, responded, "Wait? Why should we wait? Young Master Yi, if we delay any longer, more lives within the Yi family may be lost to this bloodsucker. When you learn their identity, you will understand my reasoning," Yi Xianqun replied. Chapter 25. The Tattered Map. "What? It is him!" Yi Chu exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Xianqun affirmed with a nod, upon witnessing the corpse. He had deduced the identity of the culprit. Within the Yi family, only one person possessed both the audacity and motive to commit such an act. Upon receiving Yi Xianqun's confirmation, Yi Chu contemplated the implications and realized that, if it were indeed that individual, resolving the matter would not be straightforward. "Then what do you suggest we do, young Master Yi? We cannot simply ignore this," Yi Chu inquired. Yi Xianqun placed a reassuring hand on Yi Chu's shoulder, saying, "First, take Cheng-Yi to Huangshan village and remain nearby, that I will handle the rest." But Yi Chu hesitated. Without further discussion, Yi Xianqun turned and departed, leaving behind a slender, yet imposing figure. Merely a practitioner of dark arts. What can they possibly do? I alone am more than capable of dealing with them. Yi Xianqun thought to himself. He then made his way back to the Western Garden, choosing not to act against the bloodsucker just yet. Firstly, that individual had likely consumed an adequate amount of blood today and would be preoccupied with cultivation. Secondly, Yi Xianqun intended to await the opportune moment for the possibility of the Yi family being ambushed during this interval. He felt little concern. The family had already heightened their vigilance, making it unlikely that the assailant would succeed in the short term. With this resolution, Yi Xianqun arrived at the entrance of the Western Garden. Someone is there." Yi Xianqun paused, noticing a guard stationed at the entrance, holding a wooden box. As Yi Xianqun approached, the guard met his gaze. A flicker of reverence crossing his face, he lowered his head and presented the wooden box, saying, "Young Master Yi, someone from the Jiang family delivered this box, stating it was something you requested. They appeared rather anxious, so I took the liberty of bringing it to you, fearing it might be of urgent necessity." Yi Xianqun understood that the contents of the box were likely the Zuihua Xiang, and he accepted it, replying to the guard, "Thank you, I appreciate your efforts. You may return now." With that, Yi Xianqun entered the Western Garden without waiting for the guard's response. The guard, far from feeling slighted, felt a wave of relief at having delivered the box. He had heard tales of Yi Xianqun's fearsome reputation. His previous leader, Yi Yinghao, had been slain by Yi Xianqun's sword. Although he had not witnessed the event firsthand, the accounts he had heard painted Yi Xianqun as a figure capable of killing in a fit of rage. Moreover, in the Yi family, no one seemed inclined to intervene in his violent outbursts. Had it not been for the fortunate timing that allowed him to be free, he would never have dared to seek out Yi Xianqun, fearing for his own safety. With these thoughts, the guard hastily exited the Western Garden. Feeling as though his very presence there heightened his anxiety, an unbearable sensation to endure this moment, Yi Xianqun entered his room with a wooden box, glancing around for Yi Junwen, only to find that he had seemingly vanished. Yi Xianqun shook his head slightly, knowing his uncle was likely off drinking. While his uncle had many admirable qualities, his fondness for alcohol was a source of annoyance. He often lost track of time when indulging. After returning to his room, Yi Xianqun placed the wooden box on the table and seated himself cross-legged on the bed, contemplating the method for concocting the awakening incense. The awakening incense could significantly accelerate the speed of martial arts cultivation. Though its effects diminished over time, it remained an extraordinary substance, as martial arts training was notoriously arduous and time-consuming. The utility of the awakening incense could not be overstated. The process of crafting the awakening incense was not particularly complex. It essentially involved reconstituting Zehua Xiang through a special method. However, this unique method was something only Yi Xianqun could execute. The special technique entailed using a jade cauldron for the refining process, Yi Xianqun's distinctive alchemical approach. Utilizing jade as the vessel for alchemical creation, he etched the method of refinement into his memory, contemplating it repeatedly until he was certain of its accuracy. Then, he retrieved the purple jade bamboo from his bosom. After days of cultivation and a breakthrough in his cultivation level, the luster of the purple jade bamboo had significantly improved, and within it, Yi Xianqun could faintly perceive a glimmer of flowing light. He understood that this radiance was a manifestation of accumulated fortune, in the eastern wilderness. The practice of cultivation emphasized the nurturing of vital energy and true essence present. He was unable to absorb this fortune, so he could only store the subtly absorbed fortune within the purple jade bamboo during his cultivation. Yi Xianqun opened the wooden box and discovered it was filled with fragrant incense. He recognized this as the drunken flower fragrance. Subsequently, he infused his true essence into the purple jade bamboo and began to refine the awakening fragrance. Time slipped away unnoticed, and eventually, Yi Xianqun succeeded in transforming the entire drunken flower fragrance into awakening fragrance. What was once a box brimming with incense was now reduced to half, and inside was no longer the drunken flower fragrance, but rather the awakening fragrance. Yi Xianqun gazed at the box of awakening fragrance and mused. The awakening fragrance is ready, but what martial skill should I cultivate? The Taizu long fist. There is no need for that. What I lack now is comprehension and realm. Continuing to cultivate would yield no benefit. Perhaps I should practice the ice heart technique. The thought of the ice heart technique left him somewhat at a loss. According to Yi Lao, the ice heart technique concealed a significant secret. Yet the world remained unaware of it. Despite practicing the ice heart technique until now, he had uncovered no secrets, and its effects seemed rather limited, leading him to contemplate abandoning it upon seeing the awakening fragrance. Yi Xianqun hesitated, uncertain whether he should take the opportunity to practice once more. Well then, let us give it a try, he finally decided, taking some awakening fragrance and igniting it. The fragrance slowly wafted through the room as Yi Xianqun inhaled it quietly. Gradually, he felt his spirit becoming tranquil and robust, as though any martial skill he practiced would be significantly enhanced compared to usual. Understanding this was the effect of the awakening fragrance. Yi Xianqun slowly closed his eyes and began to circulate the ice heart technique. The fragrance continuously ascended and descended into his body, that he maintained a seated meditation posture, diligently operating the ice heart technique. As the night deepened, half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Yet Yi Xianqun remained in his original position, his expression growing increasingly tranquil, akin to still waters and icy cold. Suddenly, a wisp of white vapor appeared on his face, swirling around, while his brow occasionally twitched. As if sensing the presence of this vapor, the vapor seemed to be drawn by something and gradually merged into Yi Xianqun's brow. The previously restless brow calmed down at this moment, and the white vapor completely integrated into it. Just then, Yi Xianqun's eyes snapped open, a flicker of brilliance flashing within. In that instant, it seemed as if the colors of his right and left eyes had shifted. His right eye appeared black, while his left glimmered white. This fleeting transformation left one questioning whether it was an illusion or a reality. Yi Xianqun gradually withdrew from the ice heart technique, exhaling a breath of turbid air. To his astonishment, the secret of the ice heart technique was revealed in this moment. After exhaling, he contemplated, realizing that he had entered a state of sudden enlightenment thanks to the effect of the awakening fragrance. In this state, his progress with the ice heart technique accelerated remarkably, allowing him to cultivate it to completion and simultaneously attain its benefits. This meant he could operate with dual consciousness. While seemingly straightforward, was far from easy to achieve, especially for a martial artist. In simpler terms, the more straightforward a person was, the easier it became to utilize dual consciousness, as focus was paramount. Conversely, for individuals with complex thoughts, Dual consciousness became increasingly challenging, particularly when dealing with intricate matters. However, the Ice Heart technique enabled one to engage in dual consciousness effortlessly, or rather, Yi Xianqian now possessed two dominant consciousnesses, both under his control. With this newfound ability, Yi Xianqian could effortlessly refine two types of medicinal pills simultaneously or employ different martial skills at once. Such an effect would undoubtedly send shivers down the spines of many martial artists. Yet, Yi Xianqian felt a lingering suspicion that this was not the secret that Yi Lao had alluded to. Given that achieving mastery in the Ice Heart technique merely required consistent practice, there must have been many who attained mastery throughout history, yet none had unearthed the technique's secret. This suggested that the true secret of the Ice Heart technique was not dual consciousness. After pondering for a long time without arriving at a conclusion, Yi Xianqian decided to set the matter aside for the time being that he then stored the remaining awakening fragrance in his storage ring. According to his observations, the leftover fragrance could provide for 10 more uses. Suddenly, he recalled the scraps of cloth. After placing the awakening fragrance in his storage ring, he stumbled upon the scraps he had stored. He took them out, intending to examine them closely. As he laid the scraps on the table, he observed that they were made from an ancient type of leather. Pulling at them, he found that even with the strength capable of easily shattering stone, he could not harm the two pieces of cloth. These items are rather extraordinary, Yi Xianqian murmured to himself. Just then, a wisp of white vapor flickered in his brow, and before his eyes, the two scraps seemed to transform slowly. Yi Xianqian was taken aback for a moment. Then upon closer inspection, he discovered that faint patterns had emerged on the scraps, resembling a map. These scraps are actually pieces of a map, he whispered, lifting the two pieces. Strangely, as he picked them up, the patterns vanished, as if they had never existed. What on earth is happening? Chapter 26. Do you wish to shock me? Yi Xianqian scrutinized the two pieces of cloth. Realizing that the patterns he had just seen had disappeared, he could not comprehend the situation, but at least he understood that these scraps were likely fragments of a map. This map might conceal significant secrets, prompting even the owner to take notice. After a moment of thought, Yi Xianqian decided to store the scraps away. Looking up at the sky, he noticed that night had fallen, prompting him to rise and step outside. The Yi family was eerily tranquil, yet Yi Xianqian distinctly sensed a weighty tension veiled beneath the calm, all stemming from the events of the previous day, involving the corpse. As night descended, it was time to address the matter. Yi Xianqian muttered softly, making his way towards the entrance of the Yi family estate. The entrance, guards stood on either side, but unlike the usual guards who were merely at the early stages of cultivation, these were martial artists at the mid-stage of the postnatal realm. This heightened vigilance was a direct response to the corpse incident, prompting the Yi family to bolster their defenses, even replacing the guards at the gate with those of greater strength. Yi Xianqian walked slowly towards the exit, and upon seeing him, the guards' expressions visibly relaxed. They had both witnessed the day's events, and standing guard in the dark of night, they felt a lingering tension and unease due to the earlier incident. Indeed, Yi Xianqian was known as the calamity of the Yi family, but his prowess was undeniable, which relieved the two guards upon seeing him. "Young Master Yi, where are you off to at this late hour?" inquired one of the taller guards. Though they had no authority to question Yi Xianqian, the day's occurrences compelled them to seek clarification. Why Yi Xianqian paused momentarily, casting a glance at the guard. The guard, meeting Yi Xianqian's gaze, felt his body tense involuntarily, that he struggled to articulate the intensity of Yi Xianqian's gaze, which shone like stars in the night, yet concealed an icy edge, much like the light of the stars themselves. The other guard, sensing the tension, discreetly reached for his weapon, pondering. After today's corpse incident, young Master Yi is out at night. Could he be the one who practiced that sinister blood-sucking technique? The more the guard thought, the more suspicious he became of Yi Xianqian. Once deemed a waste expelled from the Yi family, Yi Xianqian had returned and not only resumed cultivation, but advanced at an astonishing rate, surpassing even Yi Xianguan. This led the guard to question whether Yi Xianqian was indeed the practitioner of that malevolent technique. Yi Xianqian discerned the guard's unease and calmly remarked, "Is it necessary for me to report my whereabouts to you?" His voice carried a frigid tone that echoed in the stillness of the night, instilling a sense of winter's chill. "Oh, young Master Yi, I do not mean to impede you," the tall guard stammered. Sensing the growing chill in Yi Xianqian's gaze, It's merely that today, as events have caused the family head to take heed, instructing us to be vigilant regarding recent comings and goings. Yi Xianqun slightly furrowed his brow, internally reflecting, it seems the corpse incident has left the Yi family in a state of unease. The family head must be monitoring the situation closely to be careful. He advised that it is advisable to travel in pairs during the night. Yi Xianqun abruptly turned on his heel and departed, but in that fleeting moment, he uttered a phrase to the two guards. The guards were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances that betrayed their mutual confusion. Was Yi Xianqun not notorious for his propensity to kill at the slightest provocation? Why, then, did he show concern for us? As sunlight pierced the darkness, dawn re-emerged. With a somewhat grim expression, Yi Xianqun made his way towards the Yi family estate. He had roamed outside for an entire night, deliberately allowing himself to show vulnerabilities. Yet he had gleaned nothing, not even a glimpse of that person. His intention yesterday had been to act as bait, wandering alone in Qingfeng City to provide an opportunity for that individual to strike. Unfortunately, the person remained utterly unresponsive, as if oblivious to Yi Xianqun's solitary presence outside the city. Originally, he had planned to lure the individual to a secluded spot to eliminate him, but that plan had evidently failed. Could he resort to direct assassination? Yi Xianqun pondered with a furrowed brow as he slowly returned to the Yi residence. That moment, he felt the urge to consult the family head and propose sealing off that individual's quarters for a forceful execution. Upon reaching the entrance of the Yi estate, he was startled to discover that the guards flanking the gate were mysteriously absent. The gate stood slightly ajar, a cool breeze sweeping through and rustling a few fallen leaves. Casting an air of desolation to Yi Xianqun's brow furrowed slightly as he murmured, "Has something happened at the Yi family?" The moment he uttered those words, he felt a twinge of disbelief. The Yi family's power in Qingfeng City was unassailable. Even the Han family could only stand alongside them. Yet, if nothing were amiss, why would the Yi family appear in such disarray? A sense of caution blossomed within him as he cautiously entered the estate. Upon stepping inside, he beheld the descendants of the Yi family gathered in a plaza not far from the entrance, with the prominent figures being Yi Xinglan, Yi Junming, and the unexpectedly emerged Yi Junlong. Upon seeing this, Yi Xianqun's expression turned grave. However, upon laying eyes on Yi Junlong, the gravity of his countenance shifted into a cold mockery that wasn't this his uncle Junlong? What was going on? How had he emerged from the Blackwater Cave? Hadn't it barely been a month? Yi Xianqun regarded Yi Junlong with a critical gaze. Yi Junlong appeared momentarily taken aback, casting an uneasy glance at Yi Xinglan before hastily declaring, "Yi Xianqun, this matter is beyond your scope. Now, I have several questions for you." Yi Xianqun raised an eyebrow, stepping forward with an air of defiance that flashed in his dark eyes. "You dare to question me? You, a fugitive who fled without explanation, are worthy of my respect." A flicker of anger crossed Yi Junlong's face, as the incident of his confinement in the Blackwater Cave had become a sore spot for him. Yet, Yi Xianqun's continued references to the Blackwater Cave ignited a spark of fury within him. "Yi Xianqun, how dare you speak to me like that? I am your uncle, and you show me such disrespect." Yi Junlong bellowed, his voice booming like that of an enraged lion. Filled with authority, Yi Xianqun smirked slightly. Retorting, "I maintain my stance. A fugitive lacks the merit for my respect that I, Yi Xianqun, am a scion of the collateral line, and you, Yi Junlong, are my elder, a figure of repute within the Yi family. How is it that a person who ought to serve as a role model has prematurely vacated the Blackwater Cave? Have you not learned from your confinement?" The nearby Yi family descendants felt a twinge of disdain towards Yi Junlong upon hearing Yi Xianqun's words, when they had gathered in the plaza. They all found it peculiar that someone the family head had ordered confined would appear in the estate, and it seemed Yi Junlong was the first to arrive, even appearing to be the one who summoned them. Such circumstances left them bewildered. However, when the family had arrived and said nothing regarding Yi Junlong, they assumed it was a decision made by the head to release him. The family head's decisions were to be respected. Yet the moment they heard Yi Xianqun's remarks, doubts began to creep in regarding the head's choice to free Yi Junlong, coupled with a subtle disdain for him, that a figure of such seniority, failing to set a good example and repeatedly violating family rules. How could the Yi family descendants tolerate such behavior? They certainly could not. Thus, exchanging glances, the Yi family descendants bowed to Yi Xinglan and inquired, "Family head, What Yi Xiangqun said resonates with our sentiments that we are eager to understand why someone who should still be confined in the Blackwater Cave is present here. Upon hearing the words of the Yi family descendants, Yi Xinglan's previously placid expression shifted slightly, and he turned his head slightly towards Yi Junlong and commanded, "Explain." Feeling the weight of Yi Xinglan's gaze, which was as tranquil as still waters, Yi Junlong's body involuntarily quivered. The sensation of fear that he had not felt since achieving the innate realm crept back upon him, coursing through his spine and gradually climbing up to his neck. Realizing he was in a precarious position, Yi Junlong understood that his presence here was not due to Yi Xinglan's leniency, but rather because of someone else's intervention or a private escape. Though Yi Xinglan had not questioned him upon seeing him, Yi Junlong knew that this was merely because more pressing matters took precedence over his escape. However, the reactions of the Yi family descendants now compelled Yi Junlong to account for his presence here and the circumstances of his escape from the Blackwater Cave. His complexion pale, Yi Junlong cast a resentful and fearful glance at the Yi family descendants who were all watching him intently, then shot a look filled with animosity and trepidation at Yi Xiangqun. He realized that this predicament was entirely due to Yi Xiangqun's actions, that he could hardly fathom that this once inept youth could now stir the emotions of the Yi family descendants, nor could he have anticipated such a humiliating day for himself. With a resentful glance at Yi Xiangqun, he inwardly seethed, "You little brat, how dare you treat me this way? But mark my words, if I am to suffer, you shall not escape unscathed. I shall see how you handle the repercussions of that matter. I have long suspected your sudden surge in strength was peculiar. Little did I know you dared to cultivate forbidden techniques." After venting his internal frustrations, Yi Junlong steeled himself to explain, "I report to the family head. My departure from the Blackwater Cave was merely temporary. Upon hearing news of yesterday's events, I became overly anxious. Additionally, after acquiring some clues, I left without permission that I now vow that once this matter concludes, I shall return to the Blackwater Cave." Yi Xinglan nodded slightly, maintaining a neutral expression that revealed nothing. However, Yi Xiangqun's countenance shifted into something peculiar as he regarded Yi Junlong with an expression akin to that reserved for a lunatic. "Uncle, if I understand you correctly, does that mean that as long as one fulfills the duration of a month, it suffices? If so, may I pose a question? When Yi Xiang was born, was it not a gradual process? First the head, then the body, and finally the feet. Is that why his intelligence seems as though it has been squished by a door?" As Yi Xiangqun's words fell, the expressions of the Yi family descendants took on a shade of ridicule and amusement. According to Yi Junlong's logic, an occasional absence was inconsequential. Thus Yi Xiangqun seized upon this to retaliate, even jesting that Yi Xiang was foolish. Upon hearing Yi Xiangqun's remarks, Yi Junlong could no longer contain his fury. "You little brat, what a foul mouth you possess! I will shatter your jaw." "Oh, I am so terrified." Yi Xiangqun feigned fear, though his tone and the derision that sparkled in his eyes threatened to overflow. "Since you crave death, do not blame me." Yi Junlong roared, as a shadow resembling a feathered fan materialized around his right hand, unleashing a formidable aura that erupted from him, causing the surrounding Yi family descendants to scatter in disarray. Only Yi Xinglan and the taciturn Yi Junming remained steadfast by his side. Yi Junlong, a formidable fourth-level innate practitioner, ranked among the elite in Qingfeng City, especially after his breakthrough to the innate realm, which allowed him to materialize the shadow of a spiritual artifact within him, rendering his power even more formidable and unfathomable. The mere display of his aura was sufficient to overwhelm the surrounding Yi family descendants, underscoring his might. Yet Yi Xiangqun, the target of Yi Junlong's ire, remained unperturbed, as if the overwhelming pressure bore no effect upon him whatsoever. "What a tremendous aura! You've even sent the others scattering. Yet, I am curious to see how you intend to shake me off." Chapter 27. Is that so? Try to shake me off. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yi Xiangqun regarded Yi Junlong like a proud warrior. Though Yi Xiangqun was merely a 6th-level postnatal practitioner, while Yi Junlong was a 4th-level innate practitioner, the disparity between them should have been glaringly evident to any observer. However, Yi Xiangqun's presence was not in the least diminished. It even seemed to eclipse Yi Junlong's by a fraction. The Yi family descendants were left speechless, astonished that Yi Xiangqun, this mere 6th-level postnatal practitioner, would dare to challenge the 4th-level innate practitioner Yi Junlong. He even audaciously urged Yi Junlong to test his strength against him. Had Yi Xianqun lost his mind? The gap between a 6th-level postnatal and a 4th-level innate was unmistakably vast. But why did Yi Junlong's formidable aura, capable of overwhelming them, appear utterly ineffective against Yi Xianqun? As though it were merely the breath of a child? Wait a moment. Had Yi Xianqun not been a 5th-level postnatal before? How had he suddenly advanced to the 6th level at this moment? The members of the Yi family finally noticed that Yi Xianqun had already ascended to the 6th level of the postnatal realm. This revelation left them feeling as if they were caught in a dream. Just 5 days prior, Yi Xianqun had only broken through to the 5th level of the postnatal realm, and now, in the span of merely 5 days, he had transformed into a formidable 6th-level warrior. What kind of miraculous elixir had he consumed? His rate of advancement was astonishingly rapid. Meanwhile, the agitated Yi Junlong remained oblivious to the thoughts of the Yi family members. His sole preoccupation was to crush the audacious individual before him who dared to taunt him. Since you have the audacity to be so arrogant, do not blame your uncle for being merciless. With a thunderous roar, Yi Junlong unleashed an even more potent aura than before. As he erupted with power, he could not help but feel a surge of joy within him. Why did he feel so invigorated today? It seemed as though he had grown stronger. Clearly, the heavens were favoring Yi Junlong. This time, let us see how this brash young man meets his end. Yi Junlong's aura resembled that of a furious lion, exuding an unparalleled majesty, and as he unleashed it, a fierce wind swept through the air, causing the very ground beneath him to tremble. However, Yi Xianqun perceived this overwhelming force as nothing more than the petulant tantrum of a child, rendering it utterly laughable. Possessing the Donghuang Ding, he was impervious to Yi Junlong's intimidation. The Donghuang Ding was a sacred artifact of the Donghuang continent, fundamentally superior to all spiritual instruments. Although Yi Junlong was powerful, he still relied on his spiritual artifact, the Huanyu fan. Hence, Yi Xianqun felt no fear. What a childish display, meant only to embarrass oneself. Standing resolutely, Yi Xianqun remained unaffected by Yi Junlong's terrifying aura. Not even a strand of his clothing fluttered in the wind. All present stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom how Yi Xianqun could disregard Yi Junlong's might, even possessing the audacity to mock him. Yi Junlong gritted his teeth, his expression contorting in rage. He brandished the illusory Huanyu fan and swung it violently towards Yi Xianqun. This strike was infused with both Yi Junlong's fury and a trace of his true essence. In Yi Junlong's eyes, a mere trace of his true essence as a 4th-level innate warrior should be sufficient to send Yi Xianqun flying. The disparity between innate and postnatal realms was akin to that between heaven and earth, not to mention the chasm that lay between the 6th level of postnatal and the 4th level of innate. With a single sweep of the Huanyu fan, a tempest was unleashed, sending the surrounding Yi family members staggering, nearly toppling over. Yet, they were merely collateral damage. The true force of the wind bore down upon Yi Xianqun, a magnitude of power that was unfathomable. Yi Xinglan and Yi Junming exchanged glances, concern flickering across their faces as they summoned their true essence, prepared to intervene should Yi Xianqun falter. In their view, despite Yi Xianqun's recent renown within the Yi family, he was still weak, so weak that he could not withstand even a fraction of Yi Junlong's true essence. Die, Yi Xianqun! Yi Junlong bellowed as the fierce wind surged toward Yi Xianqun. The gust whipped at Yi Xianqun's clothing, causing it to billow as if it might tear away from his body. The gale swept across the ground, shattering the stone slabs beneath it, as if they could not endure such ferocity. Yet, despite the chaos, Yi Xianqun stood firm, unwavering, even smiling. A smile so laced with derision, it was as though he were mocking the tempest, treating it as if it were merely a child's plaything. How feeble! Yi Xianqun scoffed. Then, with a swift motion of his right hand, he swung forward. Bang! With a single gesture, Yi Xianqun dispersed the tempest that had contained a trace of Yi Junlong's true essence. The once terrifying wind, which had nearly sent the Yi family members flying with its residual force, was effortlessly scattered by Yi Xianqun. Impossible! This cannot be! Yi Junlong exclaimed incredulously. You are merely a 6th-level postnatal warrior. How could you possibly dispel my tempest? The members of the Yi family nodded in agreement with Yi Junlong's disbelief. They too could not comprehend how Yi Xianqun had acquired such strength. Observing their expressions of confusion and disbelief, Yi Xianqun could not help but smirk coldly. It must be noted that even at the 5th level of the postnatal realm, he had been capable of slaying 2 late-stage postnatal spirit beasts. Now, with his cultivation and physical prowess having reached the 6th level, could he not contend with an innate warrior? While he could not assert that he could rival an innate warrior, he was certain he could withstand a 9th-level postnatal warrior. Yi Junlong was strong, but not to the extent that he could not disperse even a trace of true essence. There is nothing impossible about this. Uncle, did you not say you wanted me to die? Go ahead, try, Yi Xianqun replied, his tone flat yet imbued with an unmistakable air of arrogance that commanded respect. He appeared as a tyrant, exuding such overwhelming strength that it evoked both astonishment and reverence. Yi Junlong felt his rage intensify. He yearned to unleash his full strength to annihilate Yi Xianqun. Yet just as the thought crossed his mind, he sensed Yi Xinglan's cold gaze upon him, forcing him to suppress his murderous intent. Damn it! Why does it seem that the family head is intent on protecting that wretched brat? Yi Junlong cursed inwardly. Filled with frustration, yet utterly helpless, he wielded considerable authority within the Yi family and Qingfeng City. But before Yi Xinglan, he was but a child. The disparity between mid and late innate warriors was insurmountable. Taking a deep breath, Yi Junlong recalled that his confrontation with Yi Xianqun was not merely for the sake of conflict, but rather due to that matter capable of pinning Yi Xianqun down. Realizing this, Yi Junlong resolved, yes, I should use that matter to bring Yi Xianqun down, regardless of whether he is guilty or not. As long as I can cast doubt upon him, the family head will be unable to protect him. With this thought, Yi Junlong retracted the Huanyu fan and shifted his tone. Yi Xianqun, today is not the day for your clever retorts. I ask you, where were you last night? Yi Xianqun paused, musing, why would Yi Junlong inquire about my whereabouts last night? He then casually lifted his gaze to survey the members of the Yi family. Upon closer inspection, Yi Xianqun realized that the Yi family members were all fixated on him, their eyes brimming with suspicion and wariness. What is going on? With so many of them gathered, why is Yi Junlong questioning me about where I was last night? Yi Xianqun pondered, gradually piecing together the situation. The cunning individual had indeed anticipated his thoughts, deliberately avoiding him to set a trap. Yet so what? Schemes and traps are but illusions. Ultimately, only strength prevails. With this in mind, Yi Xianqun smirked. Where I go does not require you to report to me. As he spoke, he scanned the crowd, searching for that individual. Hearing Yi Xianqun's response, Yi Junlong's expression brightened, inwardly thinking, now, let us see how you meet your end. As the leader of the direct line of the Yi family, Yi Junlong knew that with Yi Xianqun's words, he could bring him to ruin, regardless of whether he was truly guilty. Huh. So you intend to offer excuses now? Yi Xianqun, I warn you, your deflections are futile. The 2 guards have already informed us that you went out last night. Yi Junlong sneered at Yi Xianqun, his eyes glued to him, attempting to discern any hint of emotion on his face. Yi Xianqun shrugged. Oh, uncle, weren't you supposed to be in the Blackwater Cave? How do you know so much about the outside world? Moreover, since you were aware that I went out last night, why ask me? Are you curious about what I had for dinner? Yi Junlong hesitated for a moment, then cast a glance at Yi Xinglan, locking eyes with her tempestuous gaze. At that moment, Yi Junming, who had remained silent, chimed in. Indeed, Junlong, I too am curious as to how you came by this knowledge. Shouldn't you be isolated in the Blackwater Cave? Damn it! That wretched brat and that scoundrel Yi Junming. Yi Junlong fumed internally. While the Blackwater Cave was established in a remote corner of the Yi family, effectively cut off from the outside world, as the leader of the direct line, he could not truly be isolated. Even in the Blackwater Cave, he and Yi Xianqun had endured no hardship. Such was the unspoken rule, known to both Yi Junming and Yi Xinglan, yet unspoken, that why Yi Junming sought to secure a path for himself, driving the dog into a dead end to provoke it into madness, while Yi Xinglan had long since lost interest in the power struggles of the family. If not for her desire for the Yi family to endure, she would have relinquished her position as the family head long ago. Gritting his teeth, Yi Junlong declared, cough, cough. Junming, we shall discuss this later. Right now, we must address Yi Xianqun's actions. His transgressions are intolerable. We will address other matters afterward. Yi Junming snorted derisively, casting a sympathetic glance at Yi Junlong. Having previously suffered at Yi Xianchen's hands, he was all too aware of Yi Xianchen's capabilities, that why Yi Junlong's decision to confront Yi Xianchen would only bring trouble upon himself. Yet, he harbored no intention of offering a word of warning. The more disastrous Yi Junlong's predicament, the more he relished it. "Uncle, please do not speak recklessly. When have I, Yi Xianchen, ever committed any intolerable crimes?" Yi Xianchen retorted, disdain dripping from his tone. "Humph. Do not attempt to argue. This morning, a desiccated corpse was discovered in Qingfeng City. The manner of death is identical to that of the corpse found in the Yi family residence yesterday. Furthermore, it appears the death occurred in the early hours of the morning, and the only one who left the Yi family last night was you. If you claim it wasn't you, then who else could it be?" Yi Junlong declared with righteous indignation, "That's so." Yi Xianchen replied with a calm demeanor. Upon his utterance, the younger members of the Yi family were taken aback, why Yi Junlong nearly pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Xianchen. Yet Yi Xianchen continued to refute him with an unflappable composure, presenting arguments that were exceedingly difficult to counter. It was as though every word he spoke held an undeniable truth, making it nearly impossible to challenge or dismiss. Yi Junlong sensed an imposing authority emanating from Yi Xianchen, a presence so formidable that it nearly stifled his words. That he gazed at Yi Xianchen with a hint of trepidation, struggling to comprehend how a mere Hotian sixth-layer warrior could possess such an unshakable poise and strength. "Do you think your feigned tranquility will suffice?" Yi Junlong retorted, his tone wavering slightly. "All evidence points to one conclusion. You have cultivated the malevolent blood-sucking technique, turning two living beings into corpses." Yi Xianchen smirked subtly and responded with serenity. "Ah, so you believe my rapid advancement, from being considered worthless to attaining the Hotian sixth layer, is entirely normal. Therefore, it must mean I have indeed practiced the blood-sucking technique. Correct?" Yi Junlong hesitated, gazing at Yi Xianchen with confusion, for the very argument he had intended to present was now being wielded against him. The younger members of the Yi family felt their minds swirling. Having just received the information that Yi Junlong suspected Yi Xianchen of practicing the blood-sucking technique due to his abnormal training speed, at first, they accepted this as reality. But as Yi Xianchen dismissed Yi Junlong's imposing presence with a mere wave of his hand, their faith began to wane. Though the cultivation of malevolent techniques may yield swift progress, such advancements lack a solid foundation. After all, the heavens reward diligence, and one reaps what one sows. Yet, Yi Xianchen's demeanor suggested that he was far from possessing a shaky foundation. Rather, his foundation was exceedingly robust, even more so than theirs. With Yi Xianchen's own words casting doubt upon their suspicions, the younger members of the Yi family began to realize that he could not possibly be practicing malevolent techniques. It is a peculiar trait of humanity. Individuals deemed mad rarely proclaim themselves as such, while the sane often claim madness. Yi Junlong, being the legitimate leader of the family, quickly discerned the shift in the sentiments of his peers, causing him to feel a twinge of panic. Yi Xianchen was no longer the worthless individual of the past. He had subtly gained a measure of respect within the Yi family, albeit through his strength and ruthless means. Additionally, with Yi Xinglan providing him considerable support, Yi Junlong found it increasingly difficult to take action against Yi Xianchen. Today presented a golden opportunity for him to eliminate Yi Xianchen, and should he fail, Yi Junlong was certain he would never again find a way to contend with him. A person who had ascended from being deemed worthless to becoming a formidable Hotian sixth-layer warrior. A notably proud individual, and one who had garnered respect within the Yi family. Yi Junlong could scarcely imagine the brilliance of Yi Xianchen's future. The younger members of the Yi family were now the leverage he needed to deal with Yi Xianchen. For as the saying goes, to gain the people's favor is to possess everything. Yi Xianchen, observing the peculiar expression on Yi Junlong's face, could only shake his head in resignation. He discerned Yi Junlong's thoughts, which were merely an illusion of control over the hearts of the people and, consequently, his own fate. Ultimately, it was the perspective of a frog at the bottom of a well. In the path of martial cultivation. Personal strength is paramount. With true strength, the hearts of the people can be swayed. It was no wonder the family head allowed Yi Junlong and Yi Junming to act with such impunity. As they had strayed far from the path of martial arts, Yi Xianchen sighed inwardly. Why the silence? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xiangqun addressed Yi Junlong with a measured tone that why Yi Junlong was momentarily taken aback before quickly retorting. Yi Xiangqun, do not think that merely stating your doubts will conceal your practice of malevolent techniques. Who would consider your rapid cultivation to be normal? Even Yi Xiang has not progressed at such a pace. As soon as Yi Junlong's words left his lips, Yi Xinglan's countenance shifted. While he could tolerate the chaos wrought by Yi Junlong and Yi Junming, he would not permit such blatant disregard for the family. In a family, swift cultivation among its members should not be grounds for suspicion. Moreover, Yi Xinglan had long recognized that Yi Xiangqun had not practiced malevolent techniques at all, just as Yi Xinglan prepared to voice his anger. Yi Xiangqun interjected, so, according to your logic, anyone who cultivates quickly must be practicing malevolent techniques. The Crown Prince of Han China achieved the pinnacle of Hotian ninth layer in less than a year. Does that imply he is also practicing malevolent techniques? Yi Xiangqun remarked with a hint of amusement directed at Yi Junlong. Qingfeng City is but a modest town within Han China, and the Yi family is hardly noteworthy within it. Is the practice of faster cultivation than Yi Xiang considered malevolent techniques? Then, what of Yi Xiangwen or the Crown Prince? Han China is merely a small nation within the Eastern Wilderness continent. To suggest that swift cultivation equates to malevolent techniques is utterly laughable. Yi Junlong was momentarily stunned, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, leaving him at a loss for words. That it is well known that the royal family of Han China possesses formidable power. Should Yi Junlong's earlier remarks reach the wrong ears, he would certainly face dire consequences. Observing the cold sweat cascading down Yi Junlong's face, Yi Xiangqun could not suppress a mocking smile, and continued. Have you run out of words? While you are speechless, I have plenty to say. May I inquire who released you, cousin? The Blackwater Cave has a locked door, and those imprisoned within cannot unlock it themselves. So, I ask, who was your liberator? The only 2 guards privy to my outing last night are aware of it, yet you assert that a corpse has appeared in Qingfeng City at precisely that moment. I find it curious how you came to know of the corpse's existence, and how you could suspect me. Furthermore, I am intrigued to know who else has been involved in these events. Yi Xiangqun's barrage of questions left Yi Junlong bewildered, and at that moment, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Yi Xinglan's eyes, while Yi Junming's expression hardened. They realized that those involved in these matters were indeed the practitioners of malevolent techniques. The younger members of the Yi family, not lacking in wit, gradually grasped the implications of Yi Xiangqun's words. That as Yi Junlong slowly regained his composure, he began to comprehend that the one who had been assisting him all along was the very practitioner of the blood-sucking technique. Yi, and you treacherous dog! Yi Junlong's roar left the members of the Yi family in stunned silence. That why Yin, the housekeeper of the Yi family? Could it be that the one practicing malevolent techniques is Yin? Yi Xiangqun smirked knowingly, entirely unshocked by the revelation that Yin was the practitioner of those dark arts, for he had suspected as much long before. In the Yi family, the only one willing to risk everything for rapid strength through the use of malevolent techniques was undoubtedly Yin. Yi Junlong's expression twisted into one of sheer rage, not due to Yin's practice of malevolent techniques, but rather because he felt manipulated like a pawn. At that moment, a glimmer of insight crossed Yi Xinglan's eyes, and an almost imperceptible pressure began to radiate outward. To why Yi Xinglan's expression darkened as he proclaimed, not within the Yi family. It seems Yin has long been scheming. Notify everyone to pursue Yin immediately. A bounty of 10 spiritual stones will be issued for his capture, but a reward of 100 spiritual stones will be granted for the return of either him or his corpse. Yi Xinglan finally unleashed his wrath. For so long, he had remained as tranquil as still water, but now he resembled a long-dormant dragon awakening to unleash its roar. The younger members of the Yi family were initially startled, then erupted in joyous agreement. Yes. Listening to Yi Xinglan's decree, Yi Xiangqun felt a surge of excitement. 1 spiritual stone holds immense value, and he currently possessed only 100 that yet. Yi Xinglan was offering 10 spiritual stones simply for locating Yin. And should one return with either him or his corpse, the reward would be a staggering 100 spiritual stones. Such a bounty would undoubtedly entice even the most powerful of innate warriors to pursue Yin. However, Yi Xiangqun was resolute. Those spiritual stones were destined to be his. He mused that if Yin had a list of individuals he despised, he would undoubtedly rank at the very top. Not only had he led Yin down the path of malevolent cultivation, but he had also exposed him and set him on a path towards bounty, though this was a glaringly evident fact. It did not diminish Yi Yan's hatred for Yi Xianqun. Thus, Yi Xianqun was certain that it would not be long before Yi Yan sought him out, intent on ending his life, of course. That was merely Yi Yan's intention, while Yi Xianqun was equally confident that the one who would ultimately perish would be Yi Yan. Thus, the spiritual stones would unquestionably belong to him. After Yi Xinglan spoke, the members of the Yi family sprang into action in an instant. Only 4 individuals remained in the square: Yi Xianqun, Yi Xinglan, Yi Junlong, and Yi Junming. As Yi Xinglan gazed at Yi Xianqun, he couldn't help but be reminded of Yi Junwu. In his youth, Yi Junwu was a prodigy much like Yi Xianqun, equally domineering and arrogant. The two bore a striking resemblance, both endearing to him in their own ways, that why Yi Xinglan had always harbored a fondness for Yi Xianqun. Yet his position often rendered him powerless to act. For instance, 8 years prior, had he intervened to prevent Yi Xianqun from being dispatched, Yi Xianqun would certainly have fallen victim to the assassination plots of Yi Junlong and Yi Junming. Those he cared for often met dire fates. As the head of the Yi family and a dominant figure in Qingfeng City, he was acutely aware of this reality that Yi Junlong and Yi Junming were fiercely intent on seizing the position of family head, and they would not allow anyone under his protection to thrive. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining equilibrium within the Yi family, Yi Xinglan would have undoubtedly eliminated Yi Junlong and Yi Junming for their numerous intolerable transgressions. Alas, the previous generation of the Yi family had faltered. Fortunately, this generation boasted an abundance of exceptional talents: Yi Xianqun, Yi Xiangwen, and Yi Xiangjuan. With these 3, the Yi family was poised for prosperity. The Zhuli sect was also on the verge of accepting disciples, at which point he could finally set aside his burdens and devote himself to cultivation. Yi Xinglan mused as he observed Yi Xianqun. Upon sensing Yi Xinglan's gaze, Yi Xianqun was momentarily taken aback. He noticed a hint of weariness and age in Yi Xinglan's eyes. It dawned on him that Yi Xinglan had sacrificed much to uphold the Yi family, despite appearing cold-hearted at times. Who within the family could rival Yi Xinglan in emotional depth? The flourishing of a family often evokes a peculiar sentiment, one potent enough to humble even the greatest of heroes. Yi Xianqun felt a pang of empathy and bowed respectfully to Yi Xinglan before departing. He said nothing. There was no need for words, for Yi Xinglan understood the admiration reflected in his eyes. Yi Xinglan smiled faintly and turned to leave as well. At that moment, only Yi Junlong and Yi Junming remained, exchanging glances in silence. Chapter 29. Does Yi still dare to bark? The next day, within the Yi family, Yi Xianqun sat cross-legged on his bed, slowly opening his eyes and exhaling a breath of impure air. His realm had stabilized, yet the spiritual energy from the 2 elixirs had not been fully absorbed. Regrettably, the time for a breakthrough had yet to arrive. Yi Xianqun's gaze flickered as he mused. The effects of the elixirs were exceptionally potent. Previously, he had only absorbed a portion of their essence, with the remainder lingering around his body, awaiting future assimilation. He sensed that if he could fully absorb this residual spiritual energy, he would undoubtedly achieve another breakthrough, reaching the late stage of acquired realm. However, such advancements in cultivation do not occur overnight. The time was not ripe, and Yi Xianqun knew that any attempt at a breakthrough would be futile. Rising to his feet, he stood tall under the sunlight, his slender form radiating a sense of unyielding strength, reminiscent of a towering mountain. The bounty on his head should have been lifted by now. The martial artists of Qingfeng City would surely be fervently hunting for Yi, and it was time to venture forth, to act as bait, and see if Yi would take the bait. A cold smirk graced Yi Xianqun's lips as he contemplated this. Yi had always loathed him above all else, so Yi Xianqun intended to exploit this sentiment, to serve as a lure and provoke Yi into action. This was a bold strategy, one that Yi was likely aware of. Yet, Yi Xianqun was confident that Yi would be unable to resist. With this thought in mind, Yi Xianqun departed the Yi family estate, making his way toward Qingfeng Mountain, the most probable location for Yi Yan's concealment. The Yi family and Qingfeng City were teeming with martial artists seeking to apprehend Yi Yan, leaving the vast, perilous expanse of Qingfeng Mountain as his only refuge. From a distance, Qingfeng Mountain appeared to be a sentinel safeguarding Qingfeng City, Yet the relationship between the two was far from amicable. Countless martial artists ventured forth from Qingfeng City into the mountain in pursuit of spirit beasts, while the beasts relentlessly hunted the martial artists in return. Bloodshed was an ever-present reality, an inescapable aspect of cultivation, marked by relentless slaughter and ceaseless plunder. Upon entering Qingfeng Mountain, Yi Xianqun immediately perceived a significant increase in the density of spiritual energy, and his true essence began to recover at an accelerated pace. Towering trees adorned the mountain, their trunks fortified by the abundant spiritual energy saturating the environment. Roars echoed around him, accompanied by the rustling of leaves, signaling that the spirit beasts within Qingfeng Mountain were anything but tranquil. Yi Xianqun scanned his surroundings, noticing several spirit beasts lurking nearby, each at the mid-stage of the acquired realm, their predatory gazes fixed upon him. Yet none dared to make the first move, for they could sense the chilling aura of slaughter emanating from Yi Xianqun. Has he not arrived yet? Yi Xianqun pondered inwardly, his eyes narrowing as a subtle yet palpable killing intent enveloped his visage. His presence in Qingfeng Mountain served dual purposes: to draw Yin out and to hunt spirit beasts. Roar! As Yi Xianqun unleashed his killing intent, the hidden spirit beasts could not help but roar in terror. The moment the roar subsided, the sound of retreating footsteps filled the air as the spirit beasts turned to flee. Attempting to escape, Yi Xianqun murmured, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, that he took a step forward. And a solitary, proud figure emerged behind him, exuding an aura of majesty as if standing atop a snow-capped peak. The trees surrounding him seemed to bow in submission, as if acknowledging Yi Xianqun's dominion. In that moment, Yi Xianqun's demeanor transformed, his eyes radiating an air of haughty superiority, as if no creature in existence was worthy of standing alongside him. The fleeing spirit beasts were suddenly gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread, their hearts and blood momentarily ceasing in response to the pressure bearing down upon them. Recognizing this, Yi Xianqun smiled once more, though this smile was laden with an icy intent to kill. Extending his fists, his body tense like a taut bowstring, and the proud figure behind him displayed a hint of satisfaction. Bang! As the smile faded, the solitary figure vanished, replaced by an army clad in black armor. This seemingly endless legion stood silently behind Yi Xianqun, their steeds resembling hellish nightmares, their dark forms seemingly stained with the sins of the abyss, invoking a sense of dread. The horses' hooves were adorned with crimson cloth, giving them the appearance of phantoms emerging from the depths of despair. This army brandished long spears, silently observing Yi Xianqun, as though he were their general, awaiting only his command to annihilate all foes in sight. Deprive the lords of their power, Yi Xianqun commanded softly, his body shooting forward like a sharpened blade. In an instant, the army mobilized, forming several units that charged forth in all directions. The sound of countless hooves echoed around him as Yi Xianqun navigated the chaos, each of his appearances heralding the demise of a spirit beast. An unending cycle of slaughter and dominance enveloped him, a force that rendered the surrounding spirit beasts quaking in fear, immobilized by the sheer terror of his presence. Yi Xianqun felt invigorated by the carnage. Each strike he delivered synchronized with the advance of his army, his fists striking like spears, mercilessly slaying every spirit beast in his path. Bang! Yi Xianqun pivoted and delivered a final blow, obliterating the last spirit beast in the vicinity. Scarlet blood splattered across the surroundings, staining the towering trees, as the crimson liquid flowed gradually, forming a narrow stream. Huff! Huffed at Yi Xianqun sensed a wave of fatigue washing over him. The ground was littered with the lifeless bodies of spirit beasts. How could the Taizu Longquan be like this? He gasped, leaning against a tree for support. Deprive the lords of their power was the sole group technique within the Taizu Longquan, capable of striking multiple targets with a single punch. Initially, Yi Xianqun had intended to spare no spirit beast, hence his use of this technique. However, after its execution, he felt a mix of shock and trepidation. The Taizu Longquan served as the foundational martial art for cultivators, intended for the absorption of spiritual energy. This technique was so simple that even children could master it, characterized by its basic movements and minimal power. Its true potential lay in the seamless connection of successive strikes, leading to a dramatic increase in power. Yet after employing Deprive the lords of their power, Yi Xianqun realized something was amiss, that a technique so straightforward had drained him of a significant portion of his true essence, equivalent to the consumption of half the typical energy of a martial artist at his level. In other words, a martial artist of equal rank executing this technique would find their true essence utterly exhausted. Such a phenomenon was exceedingly peculiar. Furthermore, Yi Xianqun sensed an underlying killing intent within, deprive the lords of their power, a force that compelled him to annihilate every spirit beast in sight. It was merely the simple Taizu Longquan. Why does it instill such a sense of dread within me? Could there be some unspeakable secret concealed within? Yi Xianqun murmured softly, casting wary glances at the gruesome scene filled with corpses and blood. He had nearly grown accustomed to slaughter, yet the carnage that lay before him, reminiscent of a battlefield, was almost unbearable. At this moment, the phantom of the army behind Yi Xianqun had vanished, replaced by a solitary and haughty figure. This proud silhouette seemed to possess a consciousness of its own as it glanced at Yi Xianqun, a flicker of complexity flashing in its eyes before it gradually faded away. Yi Xianqun appeared oblivious to this figure. Letting out a deep sigh, that he sensed that the Taizu Longquan, which had been passed down through the ages, harbored certain secrets, among which was a murderous aura that could influence him during the rebellion against the feudal lords. Yet he could not quite grasp what those secrets entailed. Ultimately, Yi Xianqun could only find solace within himself. Regardless of the mystery surrounding the Taizu Longquan, it remained the only martial skill he excelled at. After surveying his surroundings, he began to collect the corpses of the spirit beasts. The remains of mid-stage postnatal spirit beasts held considerable value, potentially enough to exchange for a spirit stone, although he did not currently require spirit stones. Having a few extra could only be advantageous. As he gathered the last spirit beast, a cacophony of hurried footsteps reached his ears. Yi Xianqun's expression hardened as he thought, "Is it Yin?" He considered this possibility, though uncertainty lingered within him, for the footsteps echoed with an urgency, as if they were being pursued. Just as he contemplated this, four figures emerged before him, their faces etched with terror as they glanced back frequently, as though something monstrous was chasing them. Who are these four? Yi Xianqun pondered with furrowed brows. Among them was a strikingly beautiful and noble young woman, while the other three appeared to be well-dressed young men. Each possessed formidable cultivation, with the least among them a short and stout man, already at the 7th level of postnatal cultivation, and the beautiful young woman astonishingly at the 9th level. Yi Xianqun was certain these four were not from Qingfeng City, as he had never heard of such youthful figures emerging from there. What fortune has befallen me today? I initially set out merely to find that wretched boy Yi Xianqun, yet here I stumble upon you little lambs. Truly, heaven smiles upon me. Your blood is surely delectable, and I am certain that once I drain you dry, I shall achieve a breakthrough." A shrill voice, sharp as a bat's screech, resonated from the distance. Upon hearing it, Yi Xianqun's expression shifted dramatically. At Yin. He watched as the words fell from the air, revealing a man clad in a black cloak with a deathly pale complexion, none other than Yin, the very figure the Yi family sought. Following Yin were two shadowy figures, entirely obscured by black cloaks, resembling bats from afar. Behind Yi and trailed Lei Chao and Lei Cheng. Yi Xianqun remarked in surprise, sensing that the two bore a resemblance to Lei Chao and Lei Cheng, though he could not be entirely certain. Their cultivation had astonishingly reached the 9th level of postnatal. Even more astonishing and alarming was the fact that he could not discern Yi Yan's cultivation level, as if he had transcended to an entirely different realm. At that moment, the four fleeing individuals caught sight of Yi Xianqun, and the leading noblewoman cried out, "Young master, please save us." Her desperate plea drew Yi Yan's attention. Upon seeing Yi Xianqun, Yi Yan's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty excitement. He licked his blood-red lips with a slender tongue and grinned grotesquely. "Gaha! Today is indeed my lucky day. Not only have I encountered this group of lambs, but I have also found you, wretched boy." Yi Xianqun narrowed his eyes, filled with a profound sense of gravity, that he had realized that Yin had entered the innate realm, becoming a first-level innate powerhouse. The aura he exuded was somewhat unstable, indicating he had recently achieved this breakthrough. Who would have thought that you, old dog Yin, would step into the innate realm? It seems you've feasted upon quite a few souls. Yi Xianqun remarked while channeling his true essence. "Gaha! Did you ever imagine that I, Yin, would one day reach the innate realm? To be honest, I never thought I would break through that damned bottleneck. This is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, how could I have cultivated the sacred art and acquired such formidable power? Yin laughed heartily. Chapter 30. If you wish to battle. Let us battle. Why waste words? Yi Xianqun observed Yi An's maniacal laughter, a sense of trepidation swelling within him. The disparity between innate and postnatal levels was immense. Even a newly ascended innate powerhouse could effortlessly slay several ninth-level postnatal warriors. The might of the innate realm was unmistakably formidable. Seeing Yi Xianqun's silence, Yin mistakenly believed he had instilled fear and could not help but smirk again. His laughter rippled like sound waves, causing the four individuals being pursued to cover their ears in agony, their faces contorted with pain. The surrounding trees trembled under the weight of this sonic assault, appearing as if they might shatter. Yi Xianqun's expression darkened, but he discerned that Yi An's mocking laughter employed the same technique as before, yet its power was incomparably greater. While he could shatter Lei Chao and Lei Cheng's sonic attacks with a single punch, he found himself unable to withstand Yi An's onslaught. It felt as though Yi An's laughter was concealed in every corner of the air, rendering him unable to locate its source, let alone destroy it. Ha! Yi Xianqun, how does it feel? I am now an innate powerhouse. With just a finger, I could crush you. Don't tell me you cannot withstand even my laughter. That would make things quite tedious. I have prepared many gifts for you, so do make sure to hold on. Yi An's elongated tongue flicked over his lips, his gaze filled with repulsion as he regarded Yi Xianqun, akin to a cat eyeing a mouse, one destined to be toyed with and ultimately devoured. At this moment, the four fleeing individuals were engulfed in fear. The beautiful young woman glanced at Yi An, her heart racing with terror. Originally, their party consisted of 5 members, all set to hunt spirit beasts on Qingfeng Mountain. Little did they anticipate that Yi An, accompanied by Lei Chao and Lei Cheng, would suddenly appear and drain her friend into a desiccated corpse. She would never forget the sight of Yi An biting in her friend's smooth neck. In mere moments, her friend had been reduced to a lifeless husk, forever frozen in an expression of confusion and agony. Father sobbed, I was wrong. I should not have disobeyed you and snuck out. I should not have abandoned Uncle Qing. But it is too late now. Your daughter is about to become a dry corpse. Tan Ruodong lamented inwardly. The other 3 young men shared similar sentiments, with one even breaking down in tears. Yi Xianqun furrowed his brow as he glanced at Tan Ruodong and the others. Though their cultivation levels were commendable, they bore the appearance of pampered offspring from affluent families. Despite their high levels of cultivation, they lacked practical combat experience, resembling delicate flowers in a greenhouse. To prevent them from abandoning him in the heat of battle, he swiftly positioned himself in front of them. Flee. Leave this to me. Yi Xianqun urged Tan Ruodong in a low voice. Tan Ruodong was taken aback, her eyes not shining with gratitude, but rather filled with incredulity, as if regarding a fool, when she had first encountered Yi Xianqun. She had indeed hoped he would save them. However, upon realizing that his cultivation was even lower than theirs, her hopes had plummeted. What could a postnatal 6th-level warrior possibly do? Moreover, it seemed this warrior had enmity with the bloodthirsty fiend. Yi Xianqun noted Tan Ruodong's expression, but chose to disregard it. As long as they did not become a burden, he could not afford to waste time on anything else. That Wei Yin shot a glance at Yi Xianqun, his face contorted in disgust. How revolting! Yi Xianqun, you dare claim this is your domain. Do you even comprehend the situation? I am an innate powerhouse. You are merely a postnatal 6th-level warrior meant to be toyed with. Upon hearing Yi An's words, Yi Xianqun's expression gradually turned placid. Behind him, a solitary, proud silhouette began to materialize. This haughty figure seemed to stand atop the world, as if nothing in existence could rival its stature. A sense of dominance and pride surged within Yi Xianqun, and he felt his blood coursing through his veins, his heartbeat quickening as a latent power flowed within him. Was this excitement? Yi Xianqun clenched his fists, contemplating this moment. Facing Yi An, the weight of dread and apprehension that had previously engulfed him vanished, replaced instead by exhilaration, a surge of power coursing through him like a tempest. I do not lack the capability to confront you. Rather, it is you who cannot withstand me. Yi Xianqun felt an overwhelming surge of power within his body, a sense of exhilaration compelling him to take a bold step forward and shout. As his words fell, the solitary figure behind him seemed to radiate with excitement, a haughty aura expanding outward in every direction. The surrounding flora and fauna appeared to bow in deference, bending as if to submit to Yi Xianqun's might. The four individuals behind him were momentarily stunned. As heirs of their family, they instantly recognized that Yi Xianqun had grasped the concept of momentum, a comprehension said to be attainable only by those of innate strength. Yin, equally astonished, blurted out, "How can this be? This is momentum. Yi Xianqun, how could you possibly comprehend what even I cannot?" Yi Xianqun tilted his head slightly, his proud gaze seemingly mocking Yin. As if to say, "Your limitations do not define mine." With a thunderous voice akin to a roaring tempest, Yi Xianqun bellowed, instilling a sense of trepidation even within the innate powerhouse Yin. "How can this be? Why do I sense an unsettling aura emanating from that insufferable brat? It must be an illusion. Yi Xianqun is merely a postnatal 6th-level warrior. Yes, he is just a postnatal 6th-level warrior. Even if he has grasped momentum, what of it? Why should I fear him?" After reaching this conclusion, Yin instinctively licked his lips with his elongated tongue. "That why, Yi Xianqun, you nearly frightened me, that I did not expect you to comprehend momentum. It seems your talent is exceptional, perhaps even surpassing Yi Xiangwen. But what of it? You remain a postnatal 6th-level warrior. Even I, as a formidable innate powerhouse, could easily crush you, let alone my subordinates, Lei Chao and Lei Cheng." Yin chuckled sinisterly, his face brimming with arrogance and confidence. In his eyes, Lei Chao and Lei Cheng were undeniably postnatal 9th-level warriors, and after his specialized training, they could even contend with innate warriors for 100 exchanges. Such figures, Yin believed, could effortlessly annihilate Yi Xianqun. Yi Xianqun cast a glance at the bat-like Lei Chao and Lei Cheng, sensing something amiss about the two brothers. Although their cultivation had reached postnatal 9th level, their vitality seemed withered, akin to that of a corpse. Yet, what of it? Whether living or dead, I, Yi Xianqun, can dispatch you at will." Yi Xianqun mused. The Lei Chao and Lei Cheng you mentioned just battled against me a few days ago. You claimed they could effortlessly crush me, yet it was I who easily defeated both of them." A slight smirk played on Yi Xianqun's lips that Yin suddenly recalled that a few days prior, he had sent Lei Chao and Lei Cheng to the West Garden with the intent of abducting Cheng Yi, only to be thwarted by Yi Chu. Although Lei Chao and Lei Cheng had easily injured Yi Chu, Yi Xianqun's appearance had turned the tide, effortlessly defeating them as if sweeping autumn leaves. Now, for him to assert that Lei Cheng and Lei Chao could vanquish Yi Xianqun was, indeed, laughable. "Master, do not be swayed by Yi Xianqun's provocations. We have evolved beyond our previous selves. What does Yi Xianqun amount to now?" Lei Chao and Lei Cheng spoke in unison, their voices laced with a sinister undertone, resembling bats in the shadows. Upon hearing this, Yin nodded in agreement. Indeed, the current Lei Chao and Lei Cheng are not as they once were. Now, they possess the strength to challenge innate warriors, far beyond what a mere Yi Xianqun could compare to. Just a postnatal 9th-level peak warrior. What difficulty is there in slaying you?" Yi Xianqun's tone remained haughty, as though he regarded Lei Chao and Lei Cheng as inconsequential. The four behind him were utterly dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that Yi Xianqun, a mere postnatal 6th-level warrior, would speak so brazenly, dismissing the formidable Lei Chao and Lei Cheng with such disdain. Moreover, they had heard that Yi Xianqun had previously defeated Lei Chao and Lei Cheng. How could this be? The outcome of a battle between a postnatal 6th-level warrior and two postnatal 9th-level warriors was glaringly obvious. Yet, how was it that the 6th-level warrior emerged victorious? Tan Ruodong could hardly believe her thoughts. Fixating on the unfolding scene, bracing herself for the imminent battle, unbeknownst to her, she felt an inexplicable anticipation for Yi Xianqun's triumph. It was utterly irrational. A postnatal 6th-level warrior facing two postnatal 9th-level warriors. And yet she found herself hoping for Yi Xianqun's victory. It was an impossible scenario, yet why did it feel as though he might win? Tan Ruodong nervously clenched her fists, gazing at the figure of Yi Xianqun, who stood resolute like a mountain. Lei Chao and Lei Cheng slowly emerged, exuding an ominous aura. "But why, Yi Xianqun? Are you prepared to meet your demise?" They intoned in unison, while Yi Xiangqun tightened his fists, his right foot stamping down with fervor, releasing an overwhelming aura of dominance. If it is war you seek, then let us engage. What need is there for idle chatter? Chapter 31. Lei Chao's demise. The yellow robe ascends. If it is war you desire, then let us engage. Yi Xiangqun took a decisive step, the blood within him boiling, as the solitary figure behind him gradually materialized, resembling Yi Xiangqun himself. Lei Chao and Lei Cheng exchanged glances, a flicker of apprehension evident in their eyes. After a slight nod, they separated, positioning themselves before and behind Yi Xiangqun. Yi Xiangqun clenched his fists, a tempestuous aura entwining around him, his eyes filled with disdain. 2 against 1. You've chosen your path. After one failure, do you believe you can rise again? Lei Chao and Lei Cheng fell silent, their hands moving slightly, revealing dark, hooked whips. Yi Xiangqun, do not be so arrogant. Our defeat last time was due to our failure to utilize our innate weapons. Today, we shall wield our scorpion bat whips and ensure you comprehend true terror. Lei Chao and Lei Cheng proclaimed in unison. You speak too much nonsense. Yi Xiangqun took a slight step forward, his eyes shimmering like flowing light. Did you not use your weapons? I have mine. Lei Chao and Lei Cheng paused, suddenly realizing that Yi Xiangqun had never revealed his innate weapon. For warriors, innate weapons were a fundamental aspect of their strength. When wielded, an innate weapon could elevate a warrior's abilities to an entirely new level. If Yi Xiangqun could contend with them without his weapon, how much more formidable would he be with it? However, both were seasoned warriors, quickly dismissing this line of thought. Their strength assured them that even if Yi Xiangqun employed his weapon, they could easily annihilate him. Oh, spare us. If you dare, use your weapon, and we shall see just how strong you truly are. Lei Chao and Lei Cheng retorted coldly. Yi Xiangqun shook his head slightly, a look of scorn and ridicule adorning his face. That to slay you. What need is there for an innate weapon? His voice was as frigid as ice, igniting the fury within Lei Chao and Lei Cheng. You insolent fool, seeking death, swish, swish. With a unified shout, the scorpion bat whips lashed out, slicing through the air with tremendous force, aimed directly at Yi Xiangqun. Yi Xiangqun felt the chilling winds from both front and rear, a flicker of seriousness gracing his visage. The scorpion bat whips wielded by Lei Chao and Lei Cheng were not mere replicas. They were innate weapons drawn directly from their very essence, akin to what Yi Chu had done earlier. Though such an act could compromise their foundations, the magnitude of power gained was indescribable. Yet, what I fear? Yi Xiangqun roared internally, his fists glimmering with a metallic sheen. It is crucial to note that Yi Xiangqun was not only a postnatal 6th-level warrior, but possessed a physical strength that could rival that of his peers. After consuming 2 spirit pills, his physique could be likened to steel. With a swift motion, Yi Xiangqun sidestepped, his fists crashing outward as the solitary figure behind him awakened, revealing its proud and domineering eyes. How dare you make such noise in my presence? The solitary figure extended a finger skyward, an overwhelming force of repulsion emanating from Yi Xiangqun, as if all that he disdained would be expelled and annihilated. Stabilize and pacify. Yi Xiangqun's voice resonated like a decree from the heavens, commanding the eradication of all he found displeasing, seeking to restore order. Bang! The scorpion bat whips collided with Yi Xiangqun's fists, the metallic sheen flashing momentarily as the whips were sent hurtling back. Lei Chao and Lei Cheng felt a formidable force surge through the whips, not only forcing them backward, but also compelling them to take a step back. This power was not overwhelmingly strong, yet it was bizarrely potent, imbued with an unyielding dominance that seemed to drive everything backward into oblivion. Such a tyrannical force. Is this the power of momentum? Lei Chao and Lei Cheng bore the agonizing intrusion of power into their bodies, casting wary glances at Yi Xiangqun. Yi Xiangqun gradually retracted his fist. His countenance bore an expression of serene nonchalance, as though effortlessly repelling 2 formidable practitioners at the 9th level of the postnatal realm was a trivial feat. In truth, it was indeed insignificant. At that moment, Yi Xiangqun truly grasped the essence of power. The apex suppresses the base, a natural law from another perspective. Lei Chao and Lei Cheng, still entrenched in the realm of form, were inherently subordinate to Yi Xiangqun, or rather, They were under his suppression. Yi Xianqun did not linger for Lei Chao and Lei Cheng to recover. With a forceful step, an ethereal shadow suddenly manifested beneath the solitary figure behind him. This shadow was indistinct, barely discernible, but it resembled a serpent with horns and 4 claws. The solitary figure stood atop this shadow, golden glimmers flickering in his eyes, exuding an overwhelming ambition, as if everything in the world was subject to his will and could be effortlessly obliterated. I aspire to be the sovereign, all things yielding. The world beneath, I above. The solitary figure murmured these words. Save for Yi Xianqun, all others heard this voice, and simultaneously, a wave of terror washed over them. The world beneath, I above. What kind of being could utter such words? Dismissing all under heaven as inferior, deeming only himself as supreme. Such overwhelming arrogance was enough to instill fear in ordinary beings, even compelling them to submit. The floor surrounding Yi Xianqun trembled, their bodies bowing, as if in deference to him, or rather, to the figure behind him. Lei Chao and Lei Cheng were gripped by fear, their bodies shaking as they cried out, Yi Xianqun, what on earth are you? How can such a terrifying entity exist? Yi Xianqun was oblivious to the presence of the figure behind him. Thus he failed to comprehend the meaning behind Lei Chao and Lei Cheng's words. Nor did he need to, for why heed the words of the dead? Yi Xianqun's body tensed instantly, radiating an unmatched might that caused the surrounding flora to bow deeply. Did you not claim you wished to battle me? Yi Xianqun spoke coldly. Then I shall oblige you. However, death is your inevitable fate. Yi Xianqun's body coiled like a top bow, his fists transforming into lethal arrows, aimed directly at Lei Chao. Lei Chao sensed a ferocious power crashing towards him, his black cloak billowing as though trembling in fear. What had once been an almost imperceptible sensation in his body now surged with a profound sense of dread, of visceral terror. How could this be? How could something so horrifying exist? Damn it! I, Lei Chao, have clearly reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the postnatal realm. I have forsaken my corporeal form. I should feel nothing. But why? Why am I feeling fear? Lei Chao screamed internally at this moment. The 4 young masters and ladies behind Yi Xianqun were utterly stunned. Though distanced from the battlefield, they could still feel the unparalleled aura emanating from Yi Xianqun. This aura transcended mere cultivation, representing the path and mindset of a martial artist. Those who stand in my way shall perish. This was the essence of Yi Xianqun's might, an overwhelming presence that compelled submission. Whoosh, whoosh, Yi Xianqun's body exploded forth like a sharp arrow, hurtling toward Lei Chao. No! In an instant, 3 voices cried out in unison. Lei Chao shouted, his tone filled with terror. Lei Cheng yelled, urgency saturating his voice. Yin exclaimed, disbelief flooding his words. Damn it. Lei Cheng cast a glance at the seemingly paralyzed Lei Chao, channeling all his true essence into the scorpion bat whip, rushing towards Yi Xianqun while brandishing the whip. This strike contained all of Lei Cheng's true essence. At that moment, the whip glimmered with a hint of red light, its barbed hooks extending with a resonant clang, assailing Yi Xianqun like the light of stars. Whoosh, 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 countless barbed hooks, radiating a cold light, surged towards Yi Xianqun, effortlessly slicing through the air. Yi Xianqun clearly sensed the impending attack of the barbs, yet he harbored no intention to impede them. What of the barbs? What of their endless nature? I bear the body of heaven. Who can erode it? Bang. The barbs, infused with Lei Cheng's full essence, struck Yi Xianqun with incredible speed. Yet, despite their icy brilliance and their ease in tearing through the air, the barbs had no effect upon Yi Xianqun. Not even the fabric of his clothing was marred. It was akin to striking a steel mountain. Lei Cheng's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he screamed in madness. Impossible! How can this be? My power is sufficient to shatter steel, yet it cannot harm you. Lei Cheng's voice was shrill, easily fracturing nearby trees, yet it had no impact on Yi Xianqun. Bang! Yi Xianqun's fists instantaneously crushed Lei Chao's skull. A mixture of white brain matter and red blood splattering across the sky that in that moment. The scene fell into silence. Yi Xianqun's fists still extended, crimson blood and white brain matter staining his hands. Tan Ruodong had never witnessed such a gruesome spectacle. She was momentarily paralyzed, and upon regaining her senses, she could not help but scream in terror. The three individuals behind her fared no better. Their faces drained of color, resembling the pallor of corpses. A demon, truly a demon. A practitioner at the 6th level of the postnatal realm has brutally slain a pinnacle practitioner at the 9th level. All while under siege. The four thought in unison. At this moment, Tan Ruodong gradually found it difficult to discern Yi Xianqun. At first, she believed he could save them. To her dismay, she had been disappointed at first glance. Yi Xianqun was merely a 6th level practitioner, weaker than them. Yet the next moment, she perceived Yi Xianqun's extraordinary nature, the formidable aura, the comprehension of the power beyond the realm of form. At this very moment, amidst the siege, he had slain a pinnacle practitioner at the 9th level. For reasons unknown, Tan Ruodong felt an inkling that Yi Xianqun could. He could save them. He could defeat Lei Cheng and Yin. Suddenly, Tan Ruodong shouted, "Be careful!" Before her words had fully escaped, the previously motionless Yi Xianqun glanced up, a trace of derision flashing in his eyes. "That I've been waiting for you, old dog Yin." At that moment, Yin hovered above Yi Xianqun, his black cloak resembling bat wings, allowing him to suspend in the air. Yi's hands formed claws as he descended violently, seemingly intent on crushing Yi Xianqun's skull with this strike. "Oof, you noticed me, but did you think you could withstand the strike of a congenital master? Enough with the idle chatter, old dog." Yi Xianqun clenched his fists, a surge of domineering, predatory power converging within him. A flash of golden light flickering in his eyes, an invisible force descended upon Yi Xianqun, causing his aura to momentarily falter before undergoing a profound transformation. That a presence that commanded submission and trembled with authority enveloped Yi Xianqun. In his eyes radiated an air of gravitas, as though everything within his view was subject to his control. The world seemed poised to submit before him. If Yi Xianqun had previously embodied the essence of an unparalleled, tyrannical force, he now manifested as a sovereign ruler, an emperor who commanded the allegiance of the realm. The solitary figure behind Yi Xianqun paused slightly, a flicker of delight and admiration gracing his eyes. Subsequently, the aura of this solitary figure also began to shift, becoming increasingly domineering and filled with majesty. A golden light enveloped Yi Xianqun, slowly constricting around him like a garment. Yi Xianqun's dark eyes glimmered with golden hues as he cast a cold glance upward. Donning the yellow robe. Chapter 32. The escaping old dog. At that moment, Yi Yan's claws transformed into black talons, reminiscent of a bat's claws, emanating a foul stench that signified the presence of intense toxins. A glimmer of astonishment crossed Yi Yan's eyes. He felt a terrifying pressure emanating from Yi Xianqun, akin to that of a superior over an inferior. Donning the yellow robe. Isn't that a technique from the Taizu Longquan? Even a child could master martial arts. How could such a technique possess such chilling power? Yin thought incredulously. However, despite his surprise, Yin remained unfazed. In his mind, he held the advantage, poised to strike from above. Coupled with his vastly superior strength, easily capable of crushing Yi Xianqun's loathsome head, just as Yi Xianqun had obliterated Lei Chao's skull. "Ha! Die!" Yin lunged toward Yi Xianqun with ferocity, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he anticipated the moment of Yi Xianqun's blood and brain matter splattering. "The one to die is you, old dog." Yi Xianqun abruptly lifted his head, his right fist clenched tightly, a formidable power coalescing within it. Yi Xianqun's tightly clenched right fist transformed into a cauldron-like shape, resembling a sovereign's vessel meant to suppress the world. "Ancient suppression," Yi Xianqun murmured, his right fist descending upon Yin, as if he were wielding a colossal cauldron to impose his will upon him. A fleeting shadow of fear crossed Yi Yan's face as he sensed a familiar aura emanating from Yi Xianqun. This aura was unmistakably that of the Eastern Wilderness Cauldron, a sacred artifact of the Eastern Wilderness continent. The very mention of the Eastern Wilderness Cauldron invoked the adage, "When the Eastern Wilderness Cauldron appears, all spiritual weapons shall yield." Instinctively, Yin recalled this phrase, and the spiritual weapon concealed within him began to stir restlessly, as if it had encountered a formidable adversary. The primal spiritual weapon was the cornerstone of a warrior's power, and its agitation caused Yi Yan's true essence to dissipate in an instant. Alarmed, Yi Yan hurried to rein in his true essence, but it was already too late. At that moment, Yi Xianqun's right fist was descending upon him with lethal intent. "Cursed be it!" Yin watched in horror as he was on the verge of grasping Yi Xianchen's head. Yet he was compelled to abandon his strike, for if he were to succeed in capturing Yi Xianchen, it would mean his own demise. Yi Xianchen's blow was aimed squarely at Yi Yan's skull, its power sufficient to threaten his very life. Damn madman! Yin roared in fury, his true essence surging forth once more, the black cloak billowing around him as he soared skyward. While Yi Xianchen was willing to disregard his own life, Yin was fiercely protective of his. Thus he had no choice but to relinquish this assault. The Yi Xianchen, witnessing this, couldn't help but smirk derisively, thinking to himself, Yin, do you truly believe I would concede? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than true essence surged into his feet, propelling his body upward with astonishing speed. As Yin ascended, he scarcely had time to catch his breath before he saw Yi Xianchen charging toward him. Cursed Yi Xianchen! How dare you rise to the skies? I shall end you in midair. Yin gritted his teeth, his hands coming together slightly, his mouth opening wide as he bellowed. Shadow Bat Wave. A piercing shriek erupted, hurtling toward Yi Xianchen, obliterating everything in its path, even the trees. The sheer force contained within was staggering. Yet instead of being daunted, Yi Xianchen laughed, his right fist clenching into a cauldron shape. Behind him, a solitary, proud silhouette morphed into a shadowy image of a cauldron. This apparition was none other than the ethereal form of the Eastern Wilderness Cauldron. After breaking through to the 6th layer of the postnatal realm, Yi Xianchen had begun to summon this phantasm. Although he lacked a replica of the Eastern Wilderness Cauldron as a weapon, he could still channel enough of its power. Be suppressed, Yi Xianchen roared, his body tensing as he met the sound wave assault head-on, shattering it in an instant. Cursed be this! Yin bellowed, panic etched across his face. The Shadow Bat Wave was a formidable technique recorded in the malevolent arts, and it was a skill he prided himself on. Under most circumstances, even a typical innate warrior would not dare to underestimate it. Yet before Yi Xianchen, it proved utterly ineffective, shattered without mercy. How could this be? How could a mere waste turn so powerful? Yin screamed internally, the disparity between his expectations and reality overwhelming him. Prepare to die! Yi Xianchen's cold voice rang out as his right fist surged toward Yin. You wish for my demise? Impossible! Yin gritted his teeth, his true essence surging once more, causing his black cloak to explode outward, revealing his pallid skin. At that moment, he was left with nothing but a rag covering his lower half, the rest of his body exposed. Cursed Yi Xianchen! I never imagined I would be forced to resort to this move in my lifetime. Yet here I am, driven to unleash my true bat form to obliterate you. Yin gritted his teeth, his eyes reflecting not joy, but anguish. The bat true form was the most potent technique within the malevolent arts, igniting one's own blood to instantaneously elevate their power. The longer it was sustained, the more blood was consumed. It was an immensely powerful move, yet it was the one Yin wished to avoid at all costs. Blood was the essence of the malevolent arts. Once expended, his cultivation would plummet. Having grown accustomed to the strength of the innate realm, how could he bear the thought of regressing to the postnatal stage? However, if he did not act now, he might lose his life. Bat true form. Yin shouted softly, a fleeting expression of pain crossing his face. Before him, his pallid form shrank slightly, his skin growing even more ashen, resembling a blank sheet of paper. His mouth opened slightly, his already sharp teeth transforming into even sharper points, akin to finely honed blades that as his body contracted. A pair of bat wings gradually unfurled from his back. Ah! Yin let out a tremendous roar, unleashing a powerful wave of sonic force that spread outward, shattering trees into splinters. Yi Xianchen's eyes glinted with seriousness as he used the debris from the fallen trees to propel himself sideways. Landing deftly on a large tree, Yi Yan's cultivation had indeed surged by a layered this moment. His power was terrifying, a testament to the might of the bat true form. Yi Xianchen mused, observing Yin, who now resembled a humanoid bat. The disparity between layers in the innate realm was profound. Though Yin had merely elevated his cultivation by one layer, his strength was now unparalleled. Power! This is my power? Ha ha! Yi Xianchen, Yi Xinglan, what do you amount to? Once I master the malevolent arts, it will be your end. I shall bring ruin to the Yi family. Yin cackled madly, his bat-like hands flailing in Yi Yan's eyes. blood-sucking, and appearances were inconsequential. Only power mattered. Yi Xianqian paused momentarily, then shook his head, a hint of pity flickering in his gaze as he regarded Yin. The rapid progress of the malevolent arts was fraught with peril. Yin's current state was a manifestation of being consumed by power, lost in its seductive allure. Even if Yi Xianqian were unable to vanquish Yin today, the latter would likely succumb to his own inner demon soon enough. Yet, how could Yi Xianqian allow Yin to escape? Although Yin had succumbed to madness, he was still no easy foe. It seemed he would have to elevate himself further. Yi Xianqian sighed in resignation. Upon hearing Yi Xianqian's words, Yin erupted into maniacal laughter. Elevate a layer. Haha. Yi Xianqian, have you lost your mind? Do you think you can compare to me? Yin, elevate a layer? You. Those observing from below, including Tan Ruodong and her companions, were equally incredulous. While breakthroughs during battle were not unheard of, Yi Xianqian spoke of self-controlled elevation. A feat deemed impossible. If breakthroughs could be self-directed, why bother with cultivation? A mere layer is nothing. Yi Xianqian smirked, his cultivation soaring at the flick of his lips. He reached the 7th layer of the postnatal realm. Everyone present was left dumbfounded, while Yin's mouth hung agape in disbelief as he shouted, "How can this be possible?" "There is nothing impossible," Yi Xianqian retorted coolly. For others, it was unattainable, but for Yi Xianqian, who had previously absorbed spirit elixirs, it was a simple task. His body still harbored a wealth of latent spiritual energy, and absorbing it to achieve a breakthrough was no challenge. The recent battle had already stirred the spiritual energy within him, facilitating his ascent. The disparity between the mid and late stages of the postnatal realm was immense. While the Yi family boasted numerous 6th-layer warriors, those of the 7th layer were exceedingly rare, particularly among the younger generation, where they were seen as leaders. The gap was thus made clear. Yi Xianqian felt the transformation within his body. His true essence had seemingly doubled, and his connection to the Eastern Wilderness Cauldron deepened significantly, as if it would descend into the world at his beckoning. "Heh, Yin, old dog, are you ready to meet your end?" Yi Xianqian sneered, while Yin felt overwhelmed, his mind racing as Yi Xianqian shattered his understanding time and again. From initially believing Yi Xianqian incapable of defeating Lei Chao and Lei Cheng to witnessing his breakthrough now, Yin's perception was crumbling. How could a mere postnatal warrior possess such formidable strength? Yi Xianqian took a slight step, his body resembling a phantom as he lunged toward Yin. Behind him, the shadowy form of the Eastern Wilderness Cauldron emerged, a powerful aura pressing down on Yin. Cursed Yi Xianqian, damn it! Yin roared inwardly, then gritted his teeth and abruptly turned to flee. Yi Xianqian was momentarily taken aback, as were Tan Ruodong and her companions, along with Lei Cheng, who had been observing from below. Yin, a clearly innate warrior, was fleeing from Yi Xianqian. Chapter 33. Are you ready to meet your end? With a thud, Yi Xianqian plummeted from the sky as he watched as Yin distanced himself. Feeling a twinge of helplessness, Yin was an innate warrior who had begun to master the art of condensing voids. Pursuing him would prove quite the challenge for Yi Xianqian, who could only concede defeat. After all, he was merely a 7th-layer postnatal warrior. It was only through the Eastern Wilderness Cauldron and the unique circumstances that he could contend with Yin. However, in terms of pursuit, he fell short. Very well, if he chooses to flee, then let him go. The technique of true bat form must come with severe side effects. Otherwise, Yin wouldn't have felt such pain just now. Consequently, Yin will refrain from causing any disturbances for the time being, allowing him to search slowly later. Yi Xianqian murmured, then turned to the other side. Lei Cheng suddenly paused, sensing an overwhelming aura that instantly suppressed him. Damn it, have I been discovered? Lei Cheng thought in shock. He had intended to sneak away while Yi Xianqian was still unresponsive, but he never expected to be noticed the moment he moved. Yi Xianqian slowly approached Lei Cheng and, observing his back, commanded, "Turn around." Lei Cheng's body halted abruptly, as if struck by a sharp sword, causing him to involuntarily turn to face Yi Xianqian. Upon seeing Lei Cheng cloaked in his cape, Yi Xianqian recalled Yin's appearance beneath a similar garment and decided against insisting that Lei Cheng remove it. Noticing Yi Xianqian's silence, Lei Cheng's heart trembled, and his legs weakened, causing him to kneel before Yi Xianqian. "Young Master Yi, I beseech you, do not kill me. My actions against you were entirely out of necessity. I have always wished to submit to you, yet have found no opportunity. Yi Xianchen's expression shifted, caught off guard by Lei Cheng's audacity, that he had not anticipated Lei Cheng's shamelessness. After all, just moments ago, he had killed Lei Cheng's companion, and now he claimed to have longed for allegiance. Where had his pride vanished? Tan Ruodong gazed incredulously at Lei Cheng, pondering the audacity that fueled his words. Lei Cheng, feeling the peculiar stares of Yi Xianchen and Tan Ruodong, experienced a jolt of fear. However, after enduring so much, his desire to live was incomprehensible to others that as long as he could survive. Nothing else mattered, not even his own brothers. With this thought, Lei Cheng suddenly bowed deeply to Yi Xianchen, exclaiming, "Master, I, Lei Cheng, am willing to become your servant, and I will divulge all information regarding Yi." Yi Xianchen raised an eyebrow, internally reflecting, "It seems that the matter of Yi is not as simple as it appears." Lei Cheng's words, seemingly innocuous, revealed a significant truth. Yi Yan's practice of dark arts was not a mere coincidence. It concealed secrets that made Lei Cheng believe he could barter for his life. Then tell me, Yi Xianchen casually instructed as he settled onto the ground. Lei Cheng felt a jolt in his chest. Although Yi Xianchen had sat down, the pressure emanating from him was no less formidable, perhaps even more intense. Lei Cheng gritted his teeth, initially intending to placate Yi Xianchen to ensure his survival before seizing an opportunity to flee. However, it was evident that such thoughts were futile. Before Yi Xianchen, he could not entertain the notion of resistance, let alone escape. Though Yi Yan was terrifying, compared to Yi Xianchen, this demon made Yi Yan seem insignificant. Yes, master, that in truth, the dark arts Yi Yan practices did not originate from a spiritual weapon. He discovered them in a valley, that I know where that valley is, within Qingfeng Mountain, that if Yi Yan has fled, he will undoubtedly go there. It is a hidden place, filled with many things Yi Yan cannot obtain. Lei Cheng explained, lowering his head, that a valley where dark arts were discovered. Could it be a secret realm? Yi Xianchen mused internally. The eastern wilderness continent harbors numerous concealed secret realms, believed to be remnants of ancient sects or powers that were destroyed long ago. Over time, these places have become hidden, often containing precious treasures that in the eastern wilderness continent. Any secret realm, no matter how small, incites conflict among martial artists. Intrigued, Yi Xianchen considered the possibility that the secret realm where Yi Yan resided might be a remnant of a sinister sect. However, after such prolonged evolution, it might also harbor treasures. Seeing the glimmer of excitement on Yi Xianchen's face, Lei Cheng felt a weight lift from his heart, knowing his life was spared that moment. Tan Ruodong approached with 3 young noblemen. Tan Ruodong cast a fearful glance at Lei Cheng. Though some time had passed, the terrifying memory of being pursued by Lei Cheng and Lei Chao lingered in her mind, akin to being hunted by a monstrous bat. That sensation was unforgettable. Then, she gazed at Yi Xianchen with admiration. Though Yi Xianchen's cultivation was merely at the 7th level of the acquired stage, he displayed formidable strength. In the face of 2 9th-level acquired masters, he effortlessly eliminated one and even forced back a congenital master. Now, he had even subdued a 9th-level acquired master. Such might was truly terrifying. Tan Ruodong had always considered herself a genius in Han China, but after witnessing Yi Xianchen, she felt like a mere novice. "Thank you for saving us," Tan Ruodong said, bowing respectfully to Yi Xianchen. Yi Xianchen glanced at Tan Ruodong and her entourage, silently concluding that they were likely travelers from another city. However, they seemed rather weak. Qingfeng City may lack renown, yet Qingfeng Mountain is quite famous, teeming with spiritual beasts, and legends speak of those deep within harboring dragon-leaping beasts, thus earning a high reputation in Han China. Many young signs come to train at Qingfeng Mountain, though most merely seek to bask in its glory. Yi Xianchen perceived Tan Ruodong and her companions as mere seekers of prestige, hoping to boast about their experience at Qingfeng Mountain in the future. While he thought this, he maintained a polite demeanor, responding, "No need for formalities. Yi Yan harbors animosity towards me, so I cannot claim to have saved you. It is merely serendipity. Yi Xianchen had always preferred soft approaches over hard ones, since Tan Ruodong was courteous. He refrained from displaying a cold demeanor. Upon hearing Yi Xianchen's words, Tan Ruodong's impression of him improved significantly. If it were anyone else, they would likely have taken the opportunity to express gratitude. After all, such gestures are customary. However, Yi Xianchen's indifference led Tan Ruodong to form a new opinion of him. Of course, she was unaware that Yi Xianchen simply found such gestures beneath him to him. The favor of a ninth-level acquired martial artist was inconsequential, regardless of how beautiful Tan Ruodong was compared to Yi Xianjuan. After responding to Tan Ruodong, Yi Xianchen turned to Lei Cheng and said, "Let us go. Lead me there." Lei Cheng nodded and rose, quietly walking ahead of Yi Xianchen, who followed closely behind. Tan Ruodong was momentarily taken aback, then remarked, "What an unassuming yet formidable individual. He appears to be no older than I. I wonder which prominent family he hails from." The slightly plump youth shrugged, saying, "Regardless of which family he belongs to, it no longer concerns us. Such a strong individual must be a scion of a prominent family from the imperial city, or perhaps a disciple of the Zhu Li sect on a training expedition." The other two nodded in agreement, but Tan Ruodong sensed a subtle difference in Yi Xianchen's origins compared to what the youth had stated. "Here it is, master." Lei Cheng halted before a mountain. Pointing ahead, Yi Xianchen looked up to see a rather secluded area, featuring only a small mountain. The spiritual energy here seemed scarce, with few towering trees present. "The valley, where is it?" Yi Xianchen inquired, his icy tone betraying his agitation. Lei Cheng swallowed hard, indicating the small mountain. "This is the valley, master. It feels strange here, as if concealed by an illusion. The mountain you see is merely an illusion. You will realize upon touching it." Yi Xianchen furrowed his brows and reached out to touch the small mountain, only to be startled. The spot he touched was empty. What he perceived as a mountain was, in fact, a fabrication. He suddenly recalled that secret realms are often hidden, some concealed by formations, while others are masked by illusions. This secret realm was evidently obscured by an illusion. Seeing Yi Xianchen's expression shift, Lei Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing he was safe. "Now that we've located the place, you may leave." Yi Xianchen turned to Lei Cheng and stated. Lei Cheng was momentarily stunned before realizing, "Is this demon letting me go? It must be so. After all, Yi Xianchen is merely an 18-year-old child. He might possess some degree of mercy. However, Yi Xianchen, your mercy does not align with the world's cruelty. Once I am free, I will find a way to deal with you." Lei Cheng thought to himself. With his life secured, he began to nurture his hatred for Yi Xianchen. "The enmity of my brother's death cannot be overlooked." Lei Cheng silently swore. With a thud, Yi Xianchen suddenly struck Lei Cheng's head with a powerful punch, watching as blood and brain matter splattered across the ground, and quietly murmured, "Safe travels." As soon as his words fell, Lei Cheng's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. From the very beginning, Yi Xianchen had never contemplated allowing Lei Cheng to escape. After engaging in battle with both Lei Cheng and Lei Chao, he recognized that both were ruthless individuals who must not be spared. Otherwise, he and his loved ones would inevitably face dire consequences. Thus, Yi Xianchen harbored the intention to eliminate Lei Cheng from the outset, having merely compelled him to lead the way before. After casting a glance at the fallen Lei Cheng, Yi Xianchen turned his attention to the surrounding environment. Yin, I have arrived. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Chapter 34. Perish, old dog. Yin, are you ready to die? Yi Xianchen murmured, stepping into the small mountain. Upon experiencing a transient sensation of unreality, Yi Xianchen beheld a breathtaking landscape before him that a picturesque valley unfolded, adorned with vibrant flora, while the air was infused with the earthy scent of damp soil, accompanied by a faint hint of moisture. This the Valley of Secrets? Yi Xianchen surveyed his surroundings and remarked. Upon entering, he distinctly felt a significant difference between this place and Qingfeng Mountain. The spiritual energy here was nearly double that of Qingfeng Mountain, yet he sensed an absence of any living presence. Yi Xianchen scanned the area. The Valley of Secrets was not particularly vast, and he could see nearly all its corners at a glance. Not far ahead, a magnificent waterfall stood, yet it appeared motionless, as if the colossal flow of water had come to a halt mid-air, creating a peculiar sight. Beneath the waterfall lay a substantial lake, its surface eerily calm, suggesting the absence of any aquatic life. Evidently, Yin is concealed within one of these two locations. Yi Xianchen mused as he regarded the waterfall. Within this valley, the only possible hiding spots were the waterfall and the lake. Yi Xianchen resolved to explore the valley before investigating the lake and waterfall. In the eastern wilderness continent, whether large or small, secret realms often stirred waves among martial artists, one reason being the myriad possibilities they contained. These realms evolved from desolate lands once left by ancient powers. And through prolonged transformation, they became filled with opportunities. Perhaps there existed naturally formed treasures, or perhaps spiritual herbs born from ages of evolution. Consequently, Yi Xianqian intended to search the vicinity for any treasures hidden within the secret realm. After a while, Yi Xianqian had thoroughly scoured the area, excluding the waterfall and the lake. Regrettably, he found no treasures that had emerged from the realm's transformation. This was to be expected, as Yin had likely entered the Valley of Secrets long before him. Even if treasures existed, it was probable that Yin had already claimed them. Nevertheless, Yi Xianqian believed that Yin had not discovered the secret realm's treasures or was unable to take them away. Otherwise, he would not have fled. Thus, it came down to the waterfall and the lake that Yi Xianqian remarked, observing the two eerily tranquil locations. Approaching the lake's edge, he soon noticed something peculiar about the water. From a distance, the lake's color appeared indistinguishable from the outside world. However, upon closer inspection, the water exhibited a dark hue, as if ink had been mingled within the crystalline liquid that is this Xian Mo water. Yi Xianqian exclaimed with surprise. Xian Mo water, as recorded in the texts of the Eastern Wilderness, was the most precious spiritual liquid for postnatal realms, capable of suppressing and corroding true essence and flesh, ultimately achieving the effect of refining the body and even enhancing spiritual artifacts. While Xian Mo water possessed formidable effects, it was applicable only to postnatal realms, having no effect on those above. It was regarded as a treasure by postnatal martial artists, yet deemed superfluous by those transcending that level. It seems fortune has favored me this time, Yi Xianqian declared joyfully. His cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the postnatal realm, yet his physical strength had not yet attained that level. The appearance of Xian Mo water presented him with the perfect opportunity to enhance his physical prowess. Without hesitation, Yi Xianqian plunged into the Xian Mo lake. The moment he entered, an excruciating pain surged through him. Xian Mo water was not only a spiritual liquid, but also a form of venom, corroding true essence and flesh to achieve its refining effect. The process of refinement was excruciatingly painful, and those unable to endure it would find their true essence and flesh corroded away, leading to their demise. Threads of Xian Mo water infiltrated Yi Xianqian's pores, slowly coursing through his body. With each movement, the pain intensified. Yi Xianqian involuntarily gasped, the agony causing his consciousness to blur. 10 years of arduous training had fortified his willpower. Yet even so, he found it exceedingly difficult to withstand the torment of this corrosive substance. His complexion gradually paled, and at that moment, Xian Mo water had permeated his being. From a distance, he appeared as if suffering from severe edema, his body swelling significantly. Behind him, two phantoms began to materialize. One was the Eastern Wilderness Cauldron, while the other was the solitary figure. These phantoms flickered and swayed, at times appearing indistinct, at others clear, as if they too were undergoing a process of refinement. The solitary figure glanced at Yi Xianqian, a fleeting expression of pain crossing his face. Despite the phantoms flickering and the anguish etched upon his visage, his gaze remained resolute, as if he would not waver even if the heavens themselves bore down upon him. Only through countless trials can one achieve greatness. The solitary figure seemed to mutter, either to himself or to someone else, that in times past, Yi Xianqian would never have heard the voice of the solitary figure. However, in this moment of hazy consciousness, he found himself faintly perceiving it. Only through countless trials can one achieve greatness. Indeed, if one does not endure suffering and trials, how can they hope to grow stronger? A thought flickered through Yi Xianqian's mind, and his previously blurred consciousness began to sharpen. At that moment, the once trembling phantoms of the Eastern Wilderness Cauldron and the solitary figure gradually steadied. Suddenly, a treacherous voice echoed from afar. "Damn you, Yi Xianqian! How dare you trespass into my domain and attempt to seize my treasures?" Yi Xianqian was momentarily stunned, cursing inwardly, "Damn it," at the most critical moment, just as he was on the verge of breaking through to elevate his physical strength to the 7th level of the postnatal realm. Yin emerged, with an expression of fury. Yin burst forth from behind the waterfall, glaring at Yi Xianqian with eyes ablaze, as if intent on incinerating him. With sheer rage, Yi Xianqun lifted his gaze, and his heart sank in shock. Yin now bore little resemblance to his former self, resembling a bat with a human face. His arms had transformed into wings, with only the faintest remnants of his former limbs discernible. His visage was adorned with dark fur, his entire body cloaked in a shroud of black hair. His ears elongated, and his nose protruded like that of a pig, revealing two sharp, elongated fangs. The only remnants of his human form were his legs, which had yet to fully morph into those of a bat. Has the evil technique backfired? A thought flashed through Yi Xianqun's mind. Cultivating such dark arts was not the righteous path, and one could easily fall prey to their backlash. Clearly, Yin had suffered this fate, teetering on the brink of becoming a bat. Flapping his wings, Yin screeched like a bat, hurtling towards Yi Xianqun. The shrillness of his cries was excruciating, barely comprehensible to the ears. Truly reminiscent of a bat's sonic waves. In this moment, Yi Xianqun found himself utterly immobilized, for his body was saturated with Xian-Mo water, and he was on the cusp of a breakthrough, rendering him incapable of movement. As Yin lunged towards him, his sharp fangs glimmered in the sunlight, aimed directly at Yi Xianqun's eyes. In that critical instant, Yi Xianqun recalled something. Bats are blind and cannot perceive their surroundings through sight, relying solely on sonic waves for navigation. Since they cannot see, all that was needed was to disrupt Yi An's sonic waves. With a swift thought, Yi Xianqun discerned how to counter Yi An. Though his body was immobile, his mouth remained functional. He slightly parted his lips, and a phantom began to materialize before him. Indeed, it was the phantom of the Eastern Wilderness Cauldron. A bell can amplify sound. A cauldron can do the same. Yi Xianqun resolved in his heart. Let us see whose voice reigns supreme. Roar! Yi Xianqun infused his true essence into his voice, bellowing towards Yi in the sound, imbued with his true essence, reverberated through the phantom of the Eastern Wilderness Cauldron, amplifying it several-fold as it surged towards Yin. Yi Xianqun's voice was immensely powerful, shaking the valley as if it were on the verge of collapse, causing the flora to shatter and obliterating the sonic waves emitted by Yin. Why can't I see anything? Yin flailed about in the air, his voice a cacophony of confusion. In the mind of a bat, sound waves served as their vision. The moment they were disrupted, they were rendered blind, and Yin was no exception. At this moment, Yin was succumbing to the influence of bat-like instincts. In that critical juncture, Yi Xianqun felt his body gradually contracting, the Xian-Mo water that had invaded him beginning to be absorbed. Now is the time. Yi Xianqun reacted swiftly, his body quaking violently as a surge of ferocious power erupted from within, propelling the dark ink-like essence skyward like a column. With a physical prowess reaching the 7th stage of the acquired realm, Yi Xianqun thought to himself, and then his true essence trembled, launching him towards Yi in an instant. At that moment, Yin, still in a state of confusion, heard the chaotic sounds from outside and momentarily could not discern the situation. Die, old dog! Yi Xianqun shouted coldly, clenching his right fist as if transforming into a colossal cauldron. Bearing down upon Yin, boom! Yin was sent flying by Yi Xianqun's punch, blood-red and viscous blood spewing from his mouth, forming a ghastly rainbow. Without hesitation, Yi Xianqun retrieved a spirit beast corpse from his storage ring, stepping upon it to leverage its power, and once again hurtled towards Yin. By this time, Yin had grasped the situation and had seen Yi Xianqun charging at him. Yet, it was already too late. Yi Xianqun? Yin barely managed to utter a few words before his grotesquely furry head was brutally obliterated by Yi Xianqun. As Yin felt his consciousness fading, the blue sky slowly receded from his grasp. Am I dying? How utterly discontented I am. I have clearly cultivated the sacred art. I have risen from a mere steward to a formidable powerhouse. I possess numerous treasures. That waste of space is not stronger than I. Yin thought bitterly in his heart, before crashing to the ground, ultimately succumbing to death. After gazing at Yi An's corpse, Yi Xianqun finally exhaled in relief, his body gradually descending from the sky. After all, Yi Xianqun had yet to reach the Dragon Leap realm and could not soar through the air. Thud! Once Yi Xianqun landed in the lake, he fell into a deep slumber, though his battle with Lei Chao, Lei Chung, and Yin had not lasted long. The relentless confrontations and consecutive breakthroughs had left him utterly exhausted. With Yin now deceased, Yi Xianqian succumbed to sleep as the moon rose and night enveloped the land. Yi Xianqian unknowingly slumbered for half a day. Qingfeng Mountain and Qingfeng City remained bustling with martial artists searching for Yian, creating quite a clamor. Yet, the Han family, one of the dominant clans in Qingfeng City, appeared eerily tranquil. Within the Han family's hall, Han Yanzi sat in a grand chair, while not far in front of him stood a man in black, reporting various matters that as the man continued to relay information. Han Yanzi's expression grew increasingly grim. After a moment he spoke, "Are you saying that waste has begun to cultivate and is not weak?" The man in black lowered his head, affirming, "Indeed. Just a few days ago, Yi Xianqian was openly slapping young Master Han in the streets. Yesterday, his cultivation was revealed to be at the 6th stage of the acquired realm. Humph. That waste, how audacious, if it weren't for him. How would Yin Rong have perished?" Han Yanzi slammed the armrest of his chair in fury. The man in black trembled, not daring to respond. After a while, Han Yanzi's expression softened slightly as he said, "Yin Rong's time is drawing near. That waste should come knocking this year. You must stop him. I do not wish for Yin Rong to be disturbed by that waste." "Yes," voices of agreement echoed around him. With that, Han Yanzi rose and departed. Chapter 35. The greatest hatred in life is for flower thieves in the valley's secret realm of Qingfeng Mountain. Yi Xianqian awakened in the dark ink lake and returned to solid ground. He glanced at the sky and realized it was already night, meaning he had unknowingly slept for half a day. That Wei Yian's corpse lay on the ground, crimson blood pooling around it, staining the flora. Perhaps due to Yian's demise, the backlash from the cultivation of the evil technique had dissipated, and Yian had returned to his original form. Yi Xianqian approached for a closer look, but found no treasures of the secret realm on Yian's body. It seems Yian had either not discovered the treasures of this secret realm or could not take them with him. Yi Xianqian murmured, although the dark ink was precious, it only proved effective for those in the acquired realm. Thus Yi Xianqian did not regard the lake's dark ink as the secret realm's treasure. The dark ink was at best supplementary. The true treasure should lie behind the waterfall. The Yi Xianqian recalled that Yian had emerged from behind the waterfall, indicating that there was indeed another world beyond. He returned to the lake, swimming towards the base of the waterfall. That up close, the waterfall evoked an overwhelming sense of awe. The once mighty cascade, with its torrential waters, appeared to have come to a standstill, as if the waterfall and its flowing water were mere illusions. However, upon closer inspection, Yi Xianqian realized the waterfall was indeed real, with the water flowing as dark ink. What sort of power could cause this waterfall and its flow to be suspended? Was it natural or artificial? If it were artificial, then the strength behind it. Yi Xianqian pondered. Resolving his thoughts, he stepped into the waterfall. Crossing through it, the scene before him opened up dramatically. Before him lay a vast cavern, its entrance nearly the size of a small mountain. That on either side of the entrance hung luminous pearls, illuminating the darkness and allowing Yi Xianqian to see everything clearly. Is this a cave dwelling? Yi Xianqian exclaimed as he examined the cavern, realizing that behind the waterfall lay a magnificent dwelling. Inside, furniture made of stone was strewn about, yet a thick layer of dust coated each piece, indicating they had been abandoned for a long time. As Yi Xianqian stepped into the dwelling, a chilling aura penetrated his body. In that moment, he felt an eerie sensation, as if something terrifying lurked nearby. This startled Yi Xianqian. After all, he possessed the Eastern Wilderness Cauldron and had comprehended the concept of momentum. To feel such fear was beyond his imagination. He had faced the aura of Yi Xinglan, a warrior at the 7th stage of the innate realm, without flinching. Yet here he was alone in this cavern, sensing the presence of something dreadful. Yi Xianqian's body tensed instinctively, his true essence circulating within to mitigate the chilling aura's effects. That he cautiously scanned his surroundings for any lurking threats. After a moment, he discovered that the source of his apprehension came from the engravings on the walls. Were these engravings techniques? After a brief survey of the engravings, Yi Xianqian realized they recorded the very evil technique that Yian had practiced. This evil technique was no simple matter. Yian had only scratched the surface of it. The engravings depicted a complete set of sinister techniques, including astonishing martial skills. The chilling aura and fearful sensation emanated from these engravings. Hurry and cultivate. By mastering this technique, you shall become powerful, stronger than anyone else. A voice, akin to that of a demon, whispered in Yi Xiangshan's ear, attempting to lure him into practicing the insidious technique. Dawei Yi Xiangshan felt his spirit being beckoned, but at that moment, he understood Dawei Yin had likely practiced the evil technique not out of hatred but due to the allure of these engravings. Yi Xiangshan shut his eyes and struck the engravings with a punch. The piercing screams echoed in his ears as he disregarded everything, resolutely destroying the engravings. The screams grew fainter until they finally faded away. Allowing Yi Xiangshan to open his eyes once more, that he saw that the engravings on both sides of the cavern had been obliterated, leaving no trace behind, and the chilling, terrifying sensations had vanished. Phew, that was close to why Yi Xiangshan wiped the sweat from his forehead, exhaling in relief. Had he not reacted in time, he might have been ensnared by that voice and drawn into practicing the evil technique depicted in the engravings. Yi Xiangshan scanned the cavern once again, ensuring no remnants of the murals remained, and only after several thorough checks did he finally relax. That he then searched the dwelling, but found nothing of value. Ultimately, he could only sigh in disappointment. It seems the treasure of this secret realm is that evil technique. The treasures of a secret realm need not be limited to spiritual herbs, liquids, or artifacts. They could also encompass techniques and martial skills. And it was clear that the treasure of this valley's secret realm was the evil technique depicted in the engravings. After leaving the cavern, Yi Xiangshan dived into the dark ink lake to search for treasures at the lake's bottom. In the end, he found nothing and could only helplessly collect some dark ink, dragging Yi Yan's corpse away from the valley's secret realm. The night was now shrouded in darkness, echoing with the roars of spirit beasts. Nighttime was when spirit beasts became feral, and martial artists seldom lingered in Qingfeng Mountain after dark. Yi Xiangshan departed the valley's secret realm. He prepared to return to Qingfeng City when suddenly he heard the rustling of leaves on either side. Were there others nearby? Yi Xiangshan silently cursed to himself, then solemnly surveyed his surroundings. Just as he was lost in thought, a coarse voice rang out, "Damn it, it's just a little brat. I thought it was a girl." As the voice faded, a rugged man clad in animal skins and exuding a lewd demeanor stepped forward. Yi Xiangshan furrowed his brow, recognizing the man's identity. Various evils occur among ordinary people, and even more so among martial artists. That in Qingfeng City, there was a notorious flower thief, infamous for his audacity. This particular rogue not only dared to target any woman, but was also at the pinnacle of the postnatal 9th level. Even though one could openly pursue women with such strength. This flower thief, Ping Zuan, brazenly declared, "I am a flower thief, not a hypocrite," as he continued his nefarious deeds. Upon catching sight of Yi Xiangshan, Ping Zuan's eyes gleamed with lewdness. "Oh, not only is this a little brat, but he is also rather fair-skinned. Good, I've yet to experience what a man feels like." Hearing Ping Zuan's words, a wave of revulsion surged in Yi Xiangshan's throat, nearly making him retch. "You re-asking for death?" Yi Xiangshan managed to suppress his disgust and retorted angrily. Ping Zuan momentarily froze, mistaking Yi Xiangshan's icy words as those of a congenital expert. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that Yi Xiangshan was merely at the postnatal 7th level, the only peculiar sight being the corpse of Yi and in his grasp. After casting a few glances at Yi Yan's lifeless body, Ping Zuan's eyes sparkled with delight. "Isn't this Yi? The one with a bounty on his head from the Yi family? Haha, today truly is my lucky day. Not only can I savor the taste of a man, but I'll also pocket a few spirit stones." "You fool," Yi Xiangshan said derisively, looking at Ping Zuan. Ping Zuan was the quintessential lustful man, oblivious to the fact that Yin had escaped while already at the pinnacle of the postnatal 9th level, leaving him utterly unscathed. Whoever was capable of killing Yin and possessing his body could not be weak. Yet he dared to covet Yi Xiangshan's body and the corpse of Yin. "You little brat! How dare you call me a fool? Who do you think you are? Just a postnatal 7th level martial artist. If you behave, I might spare your life. Otherwise, you're dead for sure. I will make you suffer." Ping Zuan growled with fury. "Dead for sure?" Yi Xiangshan smirked mockingly, taking a slight step, and a proud figure materialized behind him. This solitary silhouette was entirely transformed from before, after being tempered by the Xian Mo water. It emanated an even more formidable aura. The arrogance in its gaze seemed to solidify, piercing through Ping Zuan's very soul. This is power. Such an overwhelming sensation. Impossible. You're merely a postnatal 7th-level martial artist. How could you comprehend such power? How could you exude such a formidable presence? Panic washed over Ping Zhan as he felt the brilliance in that solitary figure's eyes penetrate his heart, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Truly a death-seeking fool. Even the way you speak is the same, Yi Xianqun remarked indifferently. Regardless of the foolishness displayed, they all spoke from the same script. What of comprehending power? How can strength be deemed impossible? Yi Xianqun's voice struck Ping Zhan like a chilling gust, invading his body and making him feel as though he were trapped in an icy abyss, paralyzing his very blood. Fear gripped Ping Zhan. The lust that had consumed him vanished, leaving only boundless dread and regret. How did I get entangled with this harbinger of death? I used to despise men. Yet today I wanted to experience a man's taste. How infuriating. I shouldn't have to die. There are still many girls I could pursue. Ping Zhan lamented internally. However, no amount of regret could alter the reality of his imminent demise. Yi Xianqun harbored a profound aversion to men who favored other men and despised flower thieves. With these two reasons, he could never allow Ping Ziyuan to escape. As Yi Xianqun approached Ping Ziyuan, his cold gaze felt like a dagger, piercing through Ping Zhan's very being. Ping Zhan looked at Yi Xianqun, his mouth filled with pleas for mercy, but Yi Xianqun paid him no heed. Suddenly, Yi Xianqun delivered a merciless kick to Ping Ziyuan's groin, unleashing all his strength, sending Ping Ziyuan flying and shattering his very essence. Ah! Ping Ziyuan screamed as he soared through the air, waves of excruciating pain crashing over him, keeping him painfully alert. My little brother. He wailed while Yi Xianqun felt no pity for Ping Ziyuan. Drenched in blood and unmentionable substances. One must reap what they sow. If one indulges recklessly, they must be prepared for the consequences. Yi Xianqun showed no mercy, relentlessly stomping on Ping Ziyuan's groin. Ping Ziyuan continued to howl for mercy, yet Yi Xianqun remained unmoved until he had thoroughly crushed Ping Ziyuan into oblivion. Murder is not evil, for one might have many reasons. Yet indulging in depravity is unforgivable. No amount of justification can absolve one from the consequences. Chapter 36. Who dares to search me? Yi Xianqun withdrew his foot, casting a disdainful glance at Ping Ziyuan. At this moment, Ping Ziyuan lay lifeless, his face frozen in a horrific expression that instilled fear in onlookers. What is this? Upon closer inspection, Yi Xianqun noticed an object resting upon Ping Ziyuan's chest. As he examined it, he discovered it was a piece of cloth identical to the 2 fragments he had previously acquired. He picked up the cloth and retrieved 3 other fragments from his storage ring. When the 3 fragments were placed together, a wisp of white energy flickered at the center of Yi Xianqun's brow. This fleeting white energy danced, and to his astonishment, he saw a pattern emerge on the 3 fragments. After fixating on the patterns for a moment, he committed them to memory. Once he had memorized the designs, the markings vanished while Yi Xianqun silently stored the fragments, reflecting on the patterns he had etched in his mind. After a considerable time, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes as he murmured, "There are 12 fragments in total." Earlier, he had arranged the patterns in his mind and made a discovery. Based on the distribution of those patterns, the fragments that bore the map's designs amounted to 12. Thus, Yi Xianqun now possessed a quarter of the map. Regrettably, the 3 fragments were not connected, so he could not discern the location they documented. Enticed by the fragments, Yi Xianqun searched Ping Ziyuan thoroughly, hoping to uncover more pieces. Ultimately, he found only some women's undergarments and 3 spirit stones. Ping Ziyuan, this flower thief, was even poorer than he had anticipated. Casting aside the gaudy undergarments with a hint of embarrassment, Yi Xianqun, still a fledgling, felt a sense of shyness towards such intimate belongings. Due to the incident with Ping Ziyuan, he collected the 3 spirit stones and stored Yi's body in his ring, hoping to avoid any greedy onlookers that might cause trouble. Then Yi Xianqun departed from Qingfeng Mountain, intending to return to Qingfeng City. Upon reaching the city gates, he suddenly recalled that the gates closed at night. With no other choice, he sat outside, waiting for dawn to break, so he could enter once the gates opened. As he sat, he pondered the events that had transpired recently. His thoughts drifted, and he suddenly remembered that his mother's death anniversary was approaching. That it had been 10 years since his parents had passed. Aside from paying respects to his father, he had not visited his mother's grave in a decade. His mother's spirit tablet was housed within the Han family, with whom Yi Xianqun had always been at odds. His grandfather, Han Yangzi, despised him, viewing Yi Xianqun as the cause of Han Yinrong's demise. Had it not been for Han Yinrong giving birth to Yi Xianqun, she would not have undertaken any foolish tasks to ensure his well-being. If not for giving birth to this useless child, Han Yinrong would not have defied the Han family's protection out of momentary anger. In Han Yang's eyes, Yi Xianqun was the murderer. Even if everyone knew otherwise, it made no difference. Due to this, the Han family had always barred Yi Xianqun from entering, preventing him from paying respects to his mother for the past decade. Nevertheless, despite this, Yi Xianqun never harbored hatred towards the Han family or Han Yangzi, though he understood that Han Yangzi's overwhelming love for Han Yinrong made it impossible for him to accept her death, thus seeking a scapegoat for his emotions. What reason did Yi Xianqun have to resent such a person? Besides, Han Yangzi was ultimately his grandfather. I may not have paid respects to my mother before, but now I must. Yi Xianqun resolved in his heart. He had previously lacked the ability, but now that he possessed the strength, he would not allow himself to neglect honoring his mother, no matter how much the Han family obstructed him. He would go. Yi Xianqun clenched his fists and silently pondered. Just as he was deep in thought, the sky gradually brightened, and the city gates slowly opened. Yi Xianqun rose to enter Qingfeng City. But as he approached the gates, the guards on either side suddenly cast a glance at him. With a swift motion, they raised their long spears, blocking his path. Yi Xianqun's expression turned icy as he swept his gaze over the two guards and demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" The guards exchanged glances and nodded subtly. "We suspect you are carrying dangerous items. We must search you," they declared in unison. Yi Xianqun's eyes narrowed as he assessed the two guards before him, quickly realizing they were members of the Han family. Although Qingfeng City was under the jurisdiction of Han China, each city was governed by its own local tyrant, who collected taxes and submitted a portion to the Han royal family. Qingfeng City had two such tyrants, the Yi family and the Han family. Therefore, the guards and management roles rotated, and today it was the Han family's turn to guard the gates, given the Han family's long-standing disdain for him and the recent incident where he had publicly humiliated Han Feng. It was no surprise they sought to provoke him. The pretext of carrying dangerous items was merely a facade. With so many martial artists passing through Qingfeng City, it was impossible for these guards to search everyone. "You truly have a lot of nerve, thinking you can search me based on mere suspicion," Yi Xianqun retorted coldly. His voice, like a chilling wind, sent a shiver through the guards, causing them to falter momentarily. However, they quickly recalled Han Feng's orders and remembered their allegiance to the Han family, straightening their backs, once more in their eyes. While Yi Xianqun might be formidable enough to make them hesitate, he could never surpass the Han family's power, especially not Han Feng's. After all, Han Zhou, the Han family's eldest son, was a disciple of the Zhu Li sect, and Han Feng was his brother. What was Yi Xianqun? A mere postnatal seventh-layer martial artist, to be feared? With newfound resolve, the guards glared at Yi Xianqun and proclaimed, "Humph! We are the guards and have the right to protect Qingfeng City, that if we suspect you possess dangerous items, you must submit to a search for the safety of the citizens." Such arrogance. Yi Xianqun sneered. "You are but servants of the Han family, daring to obstruct the young master of the Yi family? Do you think yourselves as invincible as a spiritual cat with 9 lives? The guards were momentarily shaken by his words, a flicker of fear creeping into their hearts as they recalled Yi Xianqun's status as a young master of the Yi family. Although he was merely a collateral descendant, he was not someone they could simply stop. Yet, at that moment, they could only steel themselves and assert, princes and commoners alike are subject to the law. Do not think that just because you are a young master of the Yi family, you can act recklessly. We will not back down. Their righteous indignation might have convinced an uninformed observer that Yi Xianqun had committed some heinous crime. Yet it was not that Yi Xianqun had done anything wrong. Even if he had, what of it? In the eastern wilderness, strength reigns supreme. The notion of moral wrongs is merely a label affixed by the weak. You will not back down? Yi Xianqun's lips curled into a sardonic smile. That moment, he understood that these guards were merely troublemakers sent by Han Feng. If it had been Han Yangzi issuing the orders, they would not have sent mere subordinates. Since it was Han Feng's command, Yi Xianqun saw no reason to hold back. Indeed, the guards affirmed resolutely in that instant, Yi Xianqun's palms descended upon them, striking down with a resounding crack. Following the sharp sounds of bones breaking, the guards let out a pained cry, their heads drooping in defeat. Yi Xianqun's strikes had rendered them incapable of lifting their heads again. Did they not claim they would not back down? Why, then, were they bowing their heads now? Yi Xianqun regarded the two guards with a playful glint in his eyes. The excruciating pain nearly caused the guards to lose consciousness. In that moment, they realized that Yi Xianqun had cultivated a reputation as a madman in Qingfeng City. He had dared to kill in the Yi family, to strike out in broad daylight, and had recently forced Han Feng to apologize. Would such a person be cowed by their association with Han Feng or the Han family? It was laughable. The guards regretted their decision to provoke Yi Xianqun, but their regret was of no consequence now. Humph. Yi Xianqun scoffed coldly and strode into the city, leaving the two guards with their heads bowed. Once inside Qingfeng City, Yi Xianqun made his way directly to the Yi family estate. Having learned from past encounters, the guards at the Yi family gates dared not obstruct him and instead bowed respectfully as he passed. Upon returning home, Yi Xianqun did not rush to present Yi An's body to Yi Xinglan. Instead, he first visited Yi Chu. However, he found his efforts were in vain, as a maid informed him that Yi Chu had left with Cheng Yi the previous day. With this news, Yi Xianqun felt a sense of relief. The Yi family was in turmoil, so he chose not to call Yi Chu back, allowing them to remain in the remote mountain village for a time to avoid danger. Afterward, Yi Xianqun returned to the Western Garden, where he noticed the absence of Yi Junwen. He surmised that Yi Junwen was still out drinking. Having dealt with these matters, Yi Xianqun then sought out Yi Xinglan. Carrying Yi An's body with him, in the grand hall of the Yi family, Yi Xinglan sat upon a chair, gazing at the slender yet resolute figure of Yi Xianqun. Xianqun, what brings you here? Yi Xianqun placed the bag containing Yi An's body on the ground and replied, I report to the family head that this is Yi An's body. Upon hearing this, Yi Xinglan was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Yi An's remains with wide eyes, with his keen perception, he could discern that Yi An had been killed by a single powerful strike. This indicated that the one responsible for Yi An's demise could only be Yi Xianqun. Yi Xinglan was stunned. While he was aware of Yi Xianqun's extraordinary abilities, he had never imagined that he could defeat someone at the pinnacle of the postnatal ninth layer, Yi An. If Yi Xinglan had known that Yi An was not at the pinnacle, but rather at the innate second layer, he might have been rendered speechless. The notion of a postnatal martial artist slaying an innate one was almost unfathomable. As he pondered this, he suddenly realized Yi Xianqun had reached the postnatal seventh layer. Why you have attained the postnatal seventh layer? Yi Xinglan asked incredulously. Why Yi Xianqun nodded, replying, yes, although my progress has been somewhat slow to this. Yi Xinglan was left dumbfounded. Within a short span, Yi Xianqun had ascended from the postnatal second layer to the seventh layer. And he dared to claim it was slow? How many martial artists would lose face over such a statement? The once calm Yi Xinglan was now somewhat flustered, for Yi Xianqun's accomplishments were truly astonishing. In less than half a month, he had progressed from the postnatal second layer to the seventh layer. Such rapid advancement was enough to leave anyone agape. Had it not been for Yi Xinglan's awareness that Yi Xianqun's cultivation was not derived from sinister practices, he might have suspected that both Yi An and Yi Xianqun were practitioners of dark arts. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Yi Xinglan waved his hand and said, I will send someone to deliver spirit stones to you shortly. Moreover, as a descendant of the Yi family who has reached the postnatal seventh layer, you are entitled to select a treasure from the clan's treasury. Do proceed. Yi Xianqun's heart swelled with joy as he clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, thank you, family head. The clan treasury was the foundation of the Yi family, filled with treasures accumulated over generations. The prospect of selecting a treasure from the treasury was immensely appealing to Yi Xianqun, especially since he currently lacked a suitable weapon and often had to rely solely on his fists in battle, which was not always convenient. Yi Xinglan gestured for Yi Xianqun to take his leave. And Yi Xianqun nodded before heading toward the clan treasury. Yi Xinglan sat quietly in his chair, casting a glance at Yi An's body on the ground, when suddenly a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. What? Yi An was actually an innate realm expert. Could it be that Yi Xianqun has already attained innate strength? Yi Xinglan pondered deeply, wondering if such power was linked to the phenomenon of the reverse phoenix. The location of the clan treasury was not far from the Yi family hall, so Yi Xianqun quickly arrived at its entrance. Standing before the imposing structure, he beheld a building reminiscent of a loft. Its exterior marked by the passage of time and the scars of history, as if it had weathered countless changes. Simply standing before the treasury, Yi Xianqun felt a wave of historical reverence wash over him. "Is this the treasury?" Yi Xianqun murmured with a hint of awe. According to the records of the Yi family, their ancestors had once arrived in Qingfeng City alone, bearing a small storage ring, and established the Yi family. The contents of that ring were the very treasures that comprised the initial offerings of the clan treasury. The ancestors of the Yi family relied on the treasures of their clan's treasury, gradually elevating the Yi family to the position of a dominant power in Qingfeng City. Without the treasury before him, it is likely that the Yi family would not have achieved its current stature. Thus, Yi Xianqun harbored a sense of reverence towards the treasury. After taking a deep breath, he made his way towards At that moment. An elderly voice emerged from within the treasury. "Han Laotu, what brings you here?" Yi Xianqun paused upon hearing this voice, recognizing it to be that of old Yi. "Han Laotu, who is this person? Is he from the Han family?" Yi Xianqun pondered, feeling a tinge of wariness. The relationship between the Han and Yi families had never been amicable. Now, with a member of the Han family intruding upon the Yi family's most important treasury, it could almost be construed as a declaration of war from the Han family. However, it did not take long for Yi Xianqun to realize he had misjudged the situation. Before him, a chilling aura abruptly materialized in what had previously been an empty space that a gust of frigid wind rushed towards Yi Xianqun, instantly frosting the surrounding trees that as the icy breeze swept by. An elderly man, towering like a mountain, emerged before Yi Xianqun. This elder's eyebrows and hair were as white as frost. Merely gazing at him, Yi Xianqun could sense an encroaching chill. "Is this Han Lao?" Yi Xianqun hesitantly inquired. He had never met Han Lao, the guardian of the Cold Cloud Cave, but he had heard tales of him. The legend spoke of Han Lao committing some transgression against the Yi family, subsequently imprisoned in the Cold Cloud Cave, and eventually becoming its guardian. It was said that his hair and eyebrows resembled ice, and his stature was imposing. Yet, simply looking at him evoked a sense of chilling dread. Upon hearing Yi Xianqun's voice, Han Lao smiled slightly and said, "Yi Xianqun, you have arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold snort reverberated through the air, with the sound of that disdainful exhale. Old Ye's slightly hunched figure appeared before Yi Xianqun, deliberately positioning himself between Han Lao and the young man. "Han Laotu, this is not a place for you," Old Yi proclaimed. His demeanor transformed from his usual amiability to one of frosty disdain that rivaled Han Lao's. A flicker of guilt crossed Han Lao's eyes. He was aware that he had erred in the past, and facing Old Yi stirred uncomfortable feelings within him that if he had not acted rashly back then, many unfortunate events could have been avoided. I was indeed in the wrong. Had I not been foolish, none of this would have transpired. I no longer wish to dwell on the identity of the Reverse Phoenix. I merely seek to warn Yi Xianqun to be cautious of it," Han Lao confessed, a tone of regret evident in his voice. Yi Xianqun listened, bewildered, but he sensed that both Han Lao and Old Yi were privy to significant matters concerning him. Yet he could not fathom what they might be. Moreover, he noticed Han Lao's mention of the Reverse Phoenix, a name that seemed vaguely familiar, stirring a sense of recognition within him. Even though Han Lao had clarified his intentions, Old Yi remained vigilant. His aversion to Han Lao ran deep. Were it not for him, his most cherished disciple would not have met a tragic end. "Spare me your platitudes, Han Laotu, that I will inform Yi Xianqun about the Reverse Phoenix when the time is right." "Without your intervention," Old Yi coldly asserted. Han Lao offered a bitter smile and replied, "Are you still holding on to past grievances?" Old Yi snorted again, refusing to engage further. Yi Xianqun, still perplexed, stepped forward and inquired, "May I ask what is truly going on?" Upon hearing his question, Old Yi turned to look at Yi Xianqun. As he assessed the young man's cultivation level, a glimmer of surprise and delight flashed in his eyes. "You have reached the 7th level of postnatal cultivation? Excellent, excellent," Old Yi exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face. At that moment, Han Lao also recognized Yi Xianqun's advancement. Initially taken aback, he then regarded the young man with a complex expression. Just days ago, he had discovered that Yi Xianqun had broken through to the 5th level of postnatal cultivation, yet now he had already ascended to the 7th. This was not merely a 2-level increase. It marked a significant transition from the mid-stage to the late stage. Such rapid progress left even the well-versed Han Lao in a in truth. He had never encountered anyone who cultivated at such an astonishing pace. After old Ye's initial elation subsided, his countenance gradually returned to serenity. Then he gazed at Yi Xianqun, his thoughts drifting to Yi Junwu's figure. The resemblance between Yi Xianqun and Yi Junwu was striking, akin to a youthful version of the latter. However, in terms of innate talent, Yi Xianqun far surpassed Yi Junwu. Even the once celebrated prodigy of the Yi family, Yi Junwu, had not achieved such extraordinary heights as Yi Xianqun. In a remarkably brief span, Yi Xianqun had transformed from an untalented waste into a formidable figure capable of leading the younger generation. Contemplating this, old Yi sensed that Yi Xianqun was now more than capable of standing on his own. It was high time to share certain matters with him. Why Yi Xianqun, still puzzled, looked between old Yi and Han Lao, then pressed further. What is truly happening? Old Yi and Han Lao exchanged glances, silently agreeing. Allow me to explain that I was somewhat involved in the events of that year. Han Lao began. Why Yi Xianqun regarded him with curiosity, patiently awaiting his revelations. Meanwhile, old Yi sighed and stepped aside, allowing the two to converse. There exists a force in the Eastern Wilderness known as the Reverse Phoenix. This organization is shrouded in mystery, with influence spanning the entirety of the Eastern Wilderness. There is even a branch of the Reverse Phoenix in Han China. I, too, was once a member of the Reverse Phoenix, and your parents were part of it as well. They were considered outstanding members, possessing formidable strength in their youth. After your parents had been with the Reverse Phoenix for a year, your mother became pregnant with you. It was due to your impending arrival that they contemplated leaving the organization. That time, the leader of the Reverse Phoenix branch in Han China did not oppose their departure. However, upon learning of your mother's pregnancy, he provided her with some medicine, claiming it was to ensure a safe pregnancy. Given the leader's esteemed status within the Han China branch of the Reverse Phoenix and his usual kindness towards your parents, your mother, trusting him, ingested the so-called medicine and returned to the Yi family. That time, she felt no sense of unease. In fact, she even found it somewhat soothing, believing it to be genuine prenatal medicine. As Han Lao spoke, he hesitated, a flicker of guilt and anguish crossing his features. Why Yi Xianqun began to sense something amiss. The prenatal medicine described by Han Lao was anything but ordinary. It was likely not what it appeared to be. In truth, it was not prenatal medicine at all. As for what it truly was, I cannot say for certain. I only know that the leader was particularly attentive to your mother's condition after she took the medicine. Consequently, he exerted all his influence to identify the 4 individuals who had left the Reverse Phoenix and were hiding in Qingfeng City. Unfortunately, only 3 responded. Myself, the village chief of Huangshan Village, and someone you have never met, yet has always been by your side. And why Yi Xianqun was taken aback, struggling to process this revelation. You, along with the village chief? In that instant, he felt as though he had been deceived. While he could accept Han Lao's involvement, the village chief, whom he had always regarded as a mentor, was also an affiliate of the Reverse Phoenix. It felt as though there was a hidden agenda behind the village chief's presence in his life. The warmth and care he had once perceived now seemed to be mere illusions. A piercing pain shot through Yi Xianqun's heart, as if a dagger had been thrust deep within him, leaving him feeling powerless and engulfed in despair. His legs weakened, and he staggered back a few steps, a shadow of sorrow flickering across his face. In that moment, Yi Xianqun felt utterly spent. This sensation was one he had never experienced. Even in the face of the formidable Yin, seeing Yi Xianqun's pained expression, Han Lao felt a pang of anguish himself. Though Yi Xianqun had never met him, he had been silently watching over him for all these years. Much like a Nohua, quietly safeguarding the young man, that he had witnessed Yi Xianqun's joy in his parents' embrace, felt his helplessness during moments of inability to cultivate, and stood silently by as he wept over his parents' lifeless bodies. The overwhelming sorrow felt as though the world had lost its color, leaving only tears in its wake. Chapter 38, I Seek a Battle. That feeling pierced through Han Lao's heart, forcing him to question the righteousness of his actions. For so many years, he had grappled with the same question within himself, until the moment he witnessed Yi Xianqun's ability to cultivate, when clarity finally dawned upon him. Thus, he had ventured to Huangshan Village, warning both the village chief and Nohua against reporting Yi Xianqun's cultivation progress to the Reverse Phoenix. It was for this reason that the village chief and Nohua had reacted with astonishment. Among the 3 of them, Han Lao had always been the most loyal to the Reverse Phoenix. He was the first to respond to its call, observing the despondency on Yi Xianqun's face. Old Yi spoke. The situation is not as you perceive, Yi Xianqun. While the three of them indeed hail from the Reverse Phoenix and carry a mission, their sole purpose has been to observe you and report your circumstances back to the organization. Since the passing of your parents, their only duty has been to protect you. Upon hearing this, Yi Xianqun felt a slight alleviation of the pain within his heart. However, he was swiftly reminded of a grave matter: his parents' demise. A chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from him, and a vague phantom appeared behind him. This specter bore some resemblance to a solitary figure, yet was distinctly different. Its eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty red, akin to a Shura from the depths of hell. Han Lao and Yi Lao were both taken aback, sensing the terrifying killing intent radiating from Yi Xianqun, as if he had laid waste to several cities. How could this be? Yi Xianqun was merely an 18-year-old youth. How could he exude such formidable murderous energy, and what was that phantom? Both Yi Lao and Han Lao pondered simultaneously that why Yi Xianqun's visage was suffused with rage, his eyes flickering with a blood-red hue as he surveyed Yi Lao and Han Lao, demanding, "Tell me, did my parents die as a result of an unfortunate mission?" Yi Lao and Han Lao were momentarily stunned, feeling the palpable killing intent directed at them, causing their hearts to tremble. They were astonished, for both were beings who had transcended the innate realm. Their strength was almost beyond Yi Xianqun's comprehension. Yet this innate warrior's murderous aura elicited a shudder within them. Nevertheless, being transcendent beings, they quickly suppressed this feeling of dread. Han Lao and Yi Lao exchanged glances at the Shura-like phantom behind Yi Xianqun, their hearts tinged with apprehension. The terrifying aura emanating from the phantom was unmistakable, and they acutely felt that the killing intent they sensed was a direct result of that apparition. Noticing their silence, Yi Xianqun's eyes glimmered crimson again as he stepped forward and coldly inquired, "I ask you, how did my parents truly meet their end?" Yi Lao and Han Lao were once again startled, feeling the horrifying killing intent intensify. "Very well, we shall speak the truth. Your parents were murdered by the people of the Reverse Phoenix. When I was assigned to watch over you, I was unaware of the drug's effects. It was only later that I realized the drug was intended to suppress your cultivation. Though I do not know why the authorities of Han China sought to do this, the fact remains. After discovering this, your parents, wishing to spare you from distress over your inability to cultivate, went to confront those responsible. Unfortunately, they never returned." With a sharp intake of breath, Yi Xianqun clenched his fists tightly, an immense force erupting from him, instantly demolishing the surrounding trees and causing the ground beneath to crack like a shattered shell. Yi Lao and Han Lao instinctively stepped back, exclaiming, "What tremendous power!" They exchanged horrified glances, realizing that the power Yi Xianqun had unleashed was not that of a mere postnatal warrior. It had already reached the innate realm. In less than half a month, he had ascended from an incapable waste to a postnatal warrior of the 7th level. Such astonishing speed was already extraordinary. Yet Yi Xianqun, this postnatal warrior of the 7th rank, possessed power that did not pale in comparison to innate experts. How terrifying that was! Yi Xianqun's expression grew solemn, and after a long pause, he murmured, "Reverse Phoenix, what a Reverse Phoenix! A Reverse Phoenix has rendered me a waste. A Reverse Phoenix has left me without parents. What a Reverse Phoenix!" Upon hearing this, both Yi Lao and Han Lao were momentarily taken aback, then urgently warned, "Yi Xianqun, you must remain calm. Do not recklessly seek trouble with the Reverse Phoenix. They are not to be trifled with. Their influence spans the entire eastern wasteland, and their strength is formidable. Do you think that if I refrain from confronting them, the Reverse Phoenix will spare me? They forced my mother to ingest that drug, robbing me of my ability to cultivate. They must have ulterior motives. Why would they let me go?" Yi Xianqun retorted coldly. "Since a confrontation is inevitable, then let the Reversed Phoenix await their demise." His voice was as final as a judgment from the underworld, proclaiming the death of the Reversed Phoenix. A sudden thought emerged in the minds of Yi Lao and Han Lao. The Reversed Phoenix would surely perish. They understood all too well that the Reverse Phoenix was immensely powerful, with numerous innate experts among their ranks in Han China's Reverse Phoenix faction, and their leaders were exceptionally strong. Yet, despite this knowledge, a conviction took root in their hearts that the Reversed Phoenix would ultimately be destroyed, and by Yi Xianqun's hand. A smile crept onto their faces as they contemplated the demise of the reversed phoenix. Indeed, the reversed phoenix will fall. Ha! They reveled in this thought that Yi Lao had harbored a long-standing disdain for the reversed phoenix, while Han Lao had nurtured a grudge against them over the years. However, Yi Xianqun, you must exercise caution. The reversed phoenix wields immense power, so it would be wise for you to bide your time, cautioned Han Lao and Yi Lao in unison upon hearing their words. Yi Xianqun gradually reigned in his killing intent, his expression transforming into one of calm composure, that he recognized the reversed phoenix's might. To eradicate them, even the faction within Han China would pose a formidable challenge. Thus, Yi Xianqun concealed this thought deep within, allowing it to fester, awaiting its eventual eruption. With that in mind, Yi Xianqun bowed to Han Lao and Yi Lao, expressing his gratitude that Yi Lao, of course, warranted no further mention. For many years, he had been quietly safeguarding him. Although Han Lao's initial intentions were not pure, he ultimately protected Yi Xianqun, even standing against the reverse phoenix in the end. Such individuals were worthy of Yi Xianqun's gratitude. There's no need, Han Lao and Yi Lao replied in unison, exchanging a glance that conveyed mutual satisfaction. After their conversation, Han Lao departed. Now free from the reversed phoenix's grasp, his only remaining ties were to the Yi family and the cold cloud cave. Yi Lao, however, did not leave, as he was not only the guardian of the celestial cloud pavilion, but also the custodian of the clan's treasury. Gazing at Yi Xianqun, Yi Lao remarked, quite impressive indeed. You have come to the clan treasury to procure treasures. Have you not? Yi Xianqun nodded. He had initially come to retrieve treasures from the clan treasury, never expecting to uncover such crucial information. Learning the truth behind everything had bestowed upon him a newfound goal that he could not ignore. Reverse Phoenix, I shall eradicate you. Yi Xianqun seethed within. This goal ignited within Yi Xianqun an even stronger desire to grow in power. The Yi Lao continued. The clan treasury is replete with treasures, many of which the Yi family has yet to discern their functions. My advice to you is to select unknown treasures carefully and thoughtfully. Yi Xianqun nodded in agreement. Most treasures within the clan treasury were relics discovered by the ancestors of the Yi family in secret realms. Some had been identified, but many remained shrouded in mystery. The unknown held boundless potential, and Yi Xianqun lacked ordinary treasures, but sought precious ones. Seeing Yi Xianqun's determination, Yi Lao gestured for him to proceed. Just walk straight in. The clan treasury has a unique inspection method. Only postnatal warriors of the 7th rank or higher from the Yi family may enter. Yi Xianqun nodded and slowly stepped into the clan treasury, which had been the foundation of the Yi family's development. Yi Lao watched Yi Xianqun's retreating figure, reminiscent of the past when Yi Junwu had also walked into the treasury, seeking that treasure which even Yi Lao found hard to forget. Will you be like your father, Yi Xianqun? Yi Lao mused quietly to himself before gradually fading from sight. After his departure, a figure clad in black slowly appeared near the entrance of the clan treasury. This individual gazed intently at the entrance, murmuring, "So, Yi Xianqun has finally learned of the reverse phoenix. This is becoming interesting." As soon as the words left his lips, the figure vanished without a trace. Upon entering the clan treasury, Yi Xianqun was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming aura. This aura felt as if it were steeped in the essence of history, and for a fleeting moment, Yi Xianqun felt as though he were walking alongside the river of time, his spirit undergoing a profound baptism. He gradually closed his eyes, surrendering to this cleansing experience. After a while, the magnificent aura dissipated, leaving Yi Xianqun feeling revitalized and rejuvenated. He had heard that entering the clan treasury would result in a baptism from the powerful energies generated by the accumulation of treasures, enhancing one's spirit, a kind of treasure in itself. With this thought in mind, Yi Xianqun scanned the treasury. It resembled a multi-storied pavilion, consisting of 3 levels. The first level housed treasures that the Yi family had already identified. The second level contained treasures whose functions were not entirely discerned, though they could be roughly categorized, such as weapons and protective gear. The third level was reserved for treasures outside these categories. It is worth noting that the spiritual artifacts were crafted by the inhabitants of the Eastern Wasteland, modeled after the innate spiritual artifacts within their bodies. They possessed immense power and were exceedingly rare. Generally, the spiritual artifacts created by the inhabitants of the Eastern Wasteland were categorized according to cultivation realms. After a cursory glance at the first level, Yi Xianqun made his way directly to the second level. As the treasures already identified were mostly mundane or merely remnants chosen by previous generations that he had no intention of selecting from them. Chapter 39. One Breath to Suppress the Eastern Wasteland. Yi Xianqun ascended directly to the second level. The appearance of the second level was entirely different from that of the first. The treasures on the first level were scattered about, each marked with its purpose, resulting in a significantly larger space compared to the somewhat cramped second level, which was filled with treasures predominantly consisting of weapons and defensive artifacts. After a cursory glance, Yi Xianqun began to explore the second level. At this moment, he was in need of a reliable weapon, and discovering a suitable one here would certainly be fortuitous. He took a few steps forward. His brow suddenly furrowed, and he halted in a secluded corner. This particular corner was somewhat hidden away on the second level, and the treasures surrounding it appeared rather dilapidated, as if they had endured prolonged usage and were nearing ruin. Yi Xianqun squinted at this corner, his gaze settling upon a wooden sword. The sword was coated in dust, with faint strands of cobwebs adorning it, suggesting it had been used for cleaning rather than combat. The wooden sword resembled a child's toy, poorly made and seemingly crafted from leftover timber after logging. Yet this seemingly trivial child's toy was placed within the esteemed clan treasury of the Yi family, capturing Yi Xianqun's attention. He picked up the wooden sword and, in that instant, felt an unusual weight to it. The sword appeared almost weightless. Yet when he grasped it, he noticed his hand suddenly dropped, nearly losing his grip on the weapon. It is noteworthy that Yi Xianqun's physical strength was comparable to that of a formidable martial artist at the 7th level of the postnatal realm, capable of shattering steel with sheer brute force. However, with this wooden sword, he found it surprisingly strenuous. This wooden sword felt as heavy as 10,000 pounds. Yi Xianqun pondered aloud in astonishment that he now understood why such a seemingly childish artifact would reside within the clan treasury. Its peculiar weight was the reason that he attempted to swing the wooden sword, discovering that aside from its immense weight, it bore no other remarkable characteristics. After examining the sword for a moment, he mused that it must possess some latent power, albeit one that could not be unleashed through ordinary means. Resolving to investigate further, Yi Xianqun attempted to infuse the wooden sword with his true essence. As he did so, the sword began to tremble and swell, as if it could not withstand the influx of energy. Startled, he swiftly withdrew his true essence, only to find it was as if it had sunk into the ocean, impossible to retrieve. The wooden sword greedily absorbed his essence, expanding further in response. Cursed be it! This sword cannot possibly be a cursed weapon that turns against its wielder, he thought to himself. Cursed weapons are artifacts imbued with a curse, possessing immense power, yet simultaneously capable of rebounding against their masters. Just as Yi Xianqun contemplated this, the wooden sword abruptly ceased its absorption of his true essence, and its previously swollen form began to retract. Within mere moments, the sword returned to its original state. However, when Yi Xianqun beheld the wooden sword once more, it was as if he perceived its extraordinary nature at once. Was this feeling one of suppression? He sensed that the wooden sword, having absorbed his true essence, now emanated a strange aura, reminiscent of the energy that occasionally flickered from the eastern wilderness tripod. This aura seemed to possess the capacity to suppress fortune. Instinctively, Yi Xianqun swung the wooden sword, and a piercing sound of slicing air echoed in his ears. The wooden sword had transformed into a remarkably sharp instrument, effortlessly cleaving through the atmosphere. What a magnificent artifact! What a remarkable sword! Yi Xianqun exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with delight. This wooden sword aligned perfectly with his desires. It was extraordinarily sharp, with a weight that was just right, and more importantly, it appeared to have a suppressive effect. From this moment forth, I shall name you the Sword of Suppression. Yi Xianqun gently caressed the wooden sword, proclaiming, Sword of Suppression, one breath to subdue the wasteland. The sword emitted a soft hum, as if it approved of its new name. After acquiring the Sword of Suppression, Yi Xianqun no longer felt inclined to explore the third level. After ensuring everything was in order, he exited the clan treasury. Upon stepping out, he spotted Elder Yi standing at the entrance, seemingly awaiting his return. Have you made your choice? Are you not considering a swap? Elder Yi inquired, casting a discreet glance at the wooden sword in Yi Xianqun's hand, his voice tinged with hesitation. Elder Yi was aware of this wooden sword's existence, having remained on the second level, and no member of the Yi family had ever chosen it. Its peculiar weight and resemblance to a child's toy had deterred others from selecting it, leaving Elder Yi perplexed by Yi Xianchen's choice, even prompting him to suggest an alternative treasure. Yi Xianchen perceived Elder Ye's uncertainty and understood his thoughts. However, he could not fathom relinquishing the sword of suppression. The sword's profound nature was beyond the comprehension of Elder Yi and the other members of the Yi family. The ability to suppress fortune was commensurate with the sacred artifacts of the eastern wilderness. Yi Xianchen was certain that such an artifact would undoubtedly incite a storm across the eastern wilderness. No need for that. This sword is sufficient, Yi Xianchen replied, brandishing the sword toward Elder Yi. With a sigh, Elder Yi, having observed Yi Xianchen closely, recognized his stubbornness and chose not to press further. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved an ancient sword sheath from his storage ring and handed it to Yi Xianchen. Yi Xianchen hesitated as he gazed at the sheath, inquiring, Elder Yi, what is this? Elder Yi glanced at the sheath, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. This sheath belonged to an old friend of mine. He has long sought a sword to accompany it, but unfortunately never found one. In the end, he entrusted it to me. Now, I pass it on to you. Yi Xianchen was momentarily taken aback and replied, I cannot accept this. That he understood that the sheath must possess some extraordinary significance. Otherwise, why would Elder Ye's friend have relentlessly searched for a matching sword? The idea of accepting a sheath imbued with another's expectations felt burdensome to Yi Xianchen, who anticipated a path filled with bloodshed. Elder Yi seemed to perceive Yi Xianchen's reluctance. That he spoke earnestly, a sword is a tool of slaughter. It is their fate to be stained with blood, whether it be the sword or the sheath. This sheath has already absorbed the blood of countless individuals. Therefore, you need not hesitate to accept it. Upon hearing Elder Ye's words, Yi Xianchen's reservations dissipated. After all, the sword of suppression required a sheath. It could not remain exposed. That a sword possesses spirit, and the sheath serves as its sanctuary. As Yi Xianchen accepted the sheath, he was startled by its weight. It too weighed an astonishing 10,000 pounds. Thus, the combined weight of the sheath and the sword of suppression reached a staggering 20,000 pounds, enough to bend the frame of a martial artist at the 7th level of the postnatal realm. Thankfully, Yi Xianchen's cultivation and physique had reached the 7th level, enabling him to wield both simultaneously. This nameless sheath, heavy as it was, possessed a unique ability. It could enhance the power of the sword drawn from it. The longer a sword remained sheathed, the greater the explosive power upon being drawn. My old friend firmly believed that the sword paired with this sheath would possess even greater power, which is why he tirelessly sought it. Reflecting on Elder Ye's words, Yi Xianchen contemplated the significance of a sword as an instrument of slaughter. Its most formidable moment was when drawn from its sheath. That a sheath capable of amplifying a sword's power upon drawing was indeed as valuable as the sword of suppression itself. With this realization, Yi Xianchen grasped Elder Ye's friend's quest for a sword. I understand. Elder Yi. One day, I will find the sword that belongs to this sheath, Yi Xianchen declared, looking up at Elder Yi with unwavering determination shining in his eyes. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed Elder Ye's gaze as he thought, perhaps one day, my old friend's wish will be fulfilled. With that, he gently patted Yi Xianchen's shoulder before departing, leaving behind a figure that, though slightly stooped, was as resolute as a mountain. Yi Xianchen gripped the sheath tightly, then inserted the wooden sword into it. With a resounding clang, the sound of the sword being sheathed echoed around him, causing the clouds above to momentarily pause. As if struck by the reverberation, Yi Xianchen tenderly caressed the ancient sheath. A surge of wild ambition began to swell within him, that he felt a fervor ignite. For everything in this world stood in opposition to him, and thus he felt a wildness, an urge to reverse this world. The sword and sheath he now possessed would be his first declaration to the world. With sword in hand, he would turn the tides of fate. Resolute in his thoughts, Yi Xianchen secured the sword at his waist and made his way toward the Han family. He intended to settle the score with Han Feng. After leaving the Yi family, Yi Xianchen made his way directly to the Han family. The Han and Yi families were situated at opposite ends of Qingfeng City, symbolizing a division within the city itself. The Han family resided to the south, while the Yi family was located to the north. To the east lay Qingfeng Mountain, and to the west stood the main city gate. Yi Xianchen stood before the Han family estate. And from the main entrance, the Han residence resembled an ancient sword, honed by the passage of time. Antique yet remarkably sharp, The architecture and color palette were as cutting as the blade itself, seemingly radiating their brilliance at every moment. Originally, the Han family was the sole dominant force in Qingfeng City, but the Yi family had forcefully inserted themselves, gradually establishing an equal footing with the Han family. Thus, the Han estate appeared far older than the Yi residence. Flanking the grand entrance of the Han family were two guards, each wielding a spear and standing vigil at the gates, upon noticing Yi Xianqun's approach. Their expressions shifted dramatically. They raised their spears, aiming directly at him. "Who goes there?" Yi Xianqun halted, maintaining a calm demeanor before the guards. "I am Yi Xianqun, here to settle an account with Han Feng." Yi Xianqun of the Yi family, seeking to confront Han Feng. The guards muttered, their expressions shifting again, and one of them barked, "So, you are here to cause trouble." Yi Xianqun shook his head slightly. "Do you not comprehend human speech? I am here to settle an account, not to create chaos. If you fail to understand, I could teach you how to listen." The two guards exchanged glances, then simultaneously scoffed. One shorter, stout guard sneered, "So you are Yi Xianqun? No wonder you are so arrogant. This is the Han family. It is not a place for just anyone to confront young Master Han." "Who do you think you are?" The other guard chimed in. "Humph, you are treading a path to your doom. Young Master Han instructed us to eliminate you on sight, and now you present yourself willingly. Truly courting death." A smirk curled at the corner of Yi Xianqun's lips as he replied, "I am but a young master of the Yi family. You two guards wish to eliminate me. Are you claiming to be of greater stature than the Yi family?" As his words fell, an invisible aura of dominance radiated from him, momentarily subduing the guards. However, this overwhelming presence dissipated quickly, for Yi Xianqun did not wish to escalate matters with the Han family, as they were, after all, akin to family. Han Feng was his maternal grandfather. Though the guards felt a tremor of fear, they quickly regained composure. What had just happened? Did Yi Xianqun truly exude the presence of someone superior? Surely it was but a fleeting illusion. After all, the rumors painted him as nothing more than a fortuitous waste of talent. The guards, trained rigorously by the Han family, believed themselves far superior to this so-called waste. Do not assume that just because you are of the Yi family, you can act as you please. You are merely a waste. How could you possibly compare to the Han family?" the stout guard exclaimed. A glint of coldness flashed in Yi Xianqun's eyes as he stepped forward, slipping between the guard spears with remarkable agility. With a swift motion, he grasped their weapons and crushed them to pieces, the recoil forcing the guards back against the Han family gate with a resounding crash. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the shattered spears at their faces. "You call me a waste? Then what does that make you, who have just had your weapons shattered by me?" Yi Xianqun remarked with a smile that sent chills down their spines. Both guards felt a wave of pain and a chilling dread wash over them. It dawned on them that Yi Xianqun was a practitioner of the 7th level of the postnatal realm, far surpassing their own 3rd-level abilities. That if Yi Xianqun was a waste, what were they? Mere refuse? Yi Xianqun surveyed the guards, whose faces had turned pale, and then he abruptly stomped down on the stout guard's head, pinning him to the ground. "Did you not say that the Yi family cannot compare to the Han family?" With his head forced into the ground, the stout guard, pale and trembling, stammered, "No, I said nothing. Absolutely not. You must have misheard me." Yi Xianqun let out a cold laugh, not relenting his pressure, but instead increasing it. He bore no fondness for the Yi family, yet he was a member of it, and his father was a hero of the Yi family. To insult the Yi family was to insult him and his father. Such individuals deserve to be eliminated. Slowly lifting his foot, the stout guard, believing Yi Xianqun might spare him, was met with a sudden forceful stomp back down. Boom! Yi Xianqun's overwhelming strength crushed the ground beneath him, driving the stout guard's face into the earth. Half of his face was buried, muffled cries escaping as he struggled. "Please, the Han family is not superior to the Yi family." The stout guard, dazed and in agony, could only mumble incoherently. Yi Xianqun, showing no patience for his response, casually stepped down once more with a decisive stomp. Boom! With that, he crushed the stout guard's skull underfoot, blood and brain matter exploding forth, staining the ground and splattering onto Yi Xianqun's trousers. Yi Xianqun did not bother to wipe the remnants of gore off his clothing. Instead, he turned to the other guard, still frozen in shock. Remnants of fear etched across his face. The chilling aura emanating from Yi Xianqun, coupled with the crimson footprints he left behind, struck terror into the heart of the remaining guard, standing before him. The cold menace felt tangible, piercing through to his very marrow. "Not. Please spare me. The Han family is not as strong as the Yi family. Please do not kill me." The guard's spirit shattered, tears and mucus streaming down his face uncontrollably. He blurted out without waiting for Yi Xianqun to inquire further. "Oh, is that so? Did you not just claim that the Han family was stronger than the Yi family?" Yi Xianqun asked, a hint of amusement in his tone. "No, absolutely not. You must have misheard. You are the genius, the noble one. The Yi family is far superior to the Han family. You must have misunderstood," the guard cried, desperately trying to appease him. Just moments ago, this very guard had mocked Yi Xianqun and agreed with the stout guard's remarks about the superiority of the Han family. Yet now, he pleaded for mercy, denouncing the Han family, while praising the very family he had previously scorned. Yi Xianqun regarded the supplicating guard with a slight shake of his head. "Bring Han Feng to me." Upon hearing this, the guard felt a weight lift from his chest, realizing his life might yet be spared. He quickly scrambled to his feet, flinging open the Han family gates, hardly caring for his disheveled state. All he wanted was to escape the wrath of this harbinger of doom. This guard was genuinely terrified. He had never imagined that someone would dare to commit murder within the Han family grounds, let alone challenge the very notion of the Han family's superiority. Yi Xianqun watched the guard flee in terror. He couldn't help but ponder, is this the caliber of the Han family? Though he held little regard for the Han family, the impression they left on him was decidedly negative, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. A cowardly arrogance surpassing even that of the erratic Yi Xiangxiang, that as he contemplated, a crowd began to gather at the entrance of the Han family estate, their expressions filled with confusion as they beheld the chaos unfolding before them. What is happening? Why is there such disorder at the Han family gates? Are those brain matter and blood, and the bodies of the Han guards? The realization struck them like lightning, and gasps erupted from the crowd. The guards of the Han family had fallen before the gates, and the perpetrator was none other than a mere youth, who had the audacity to commit such an act. How dare one commit the audacious act of slaying a guard of the Han family right before their very gates? Such an act is undoubtedly courting death. The Han family stands as one of the overlords of Qingfeng City, to murder their guards at their doorstep. Even if this individual manages to flee the city, it would be of no consequence. The Han family will assuredly hunt him down. Wait a moment. That face seems remarkably familiar. Is that not Yi Xianqun? The murmurs within the crowd halted abruptly as someone recognized him. Those gathered, some of whom were aware of Yi Xianqun's reputation, while others merely knew his name, but not his deeds, now bore expressions of excitement. They were well aware of all his exploits, understanding that wherever Yi Xianqun appeared, trouble was sure to follow, and it was always entertaining. The first time Yi Xianqun caught their attention was when he forced the illustrious Yi Junlong and Yi Xiang into the Blackwater Cave. Subsequently, he slaughtered Yi Xiang's subordinates as well as Yi Yinghao's son, Yi Yingjie, and even took down several guards along with Yi Yinghao himself. Despite the Yi family's strict prohibition against killing, they feigned ignorance of Yi Xianqun's actions, thus etching his name into the annals of the Yi family's history as the first to commit murder without consequence. Yi Xianqun's subsequent deeds were nothing short of astonishing. In a remarkably short span, he ascended to an extraordinary level, wielding the winds of Han and exposing Yi An's cultivation of dark arts. Rumor had it that Yi Xianqun had even eliminated the fleeing Yi Yan and returned him to the Yi family. As they beheld Yi Xianqun standing at the gates of the Han family, their minds wandered back to this morning's events. Yi Xianqun had been stopped by two guards at the city gate, only to incapacitate them with ease. Observing Yi Xianqun's current demeanor, it was evident he had come to demand an explanation from the Han family. How sensational! Yi Xianqun dared to confront the Han family. He even killed at their doorstep. Such audacity! They collectively mused. Those who were previously unaware of Yi Xianqun's exploits were left in shock as they were informed. The once infamous waste of Qingfeng City had transformed into someone so formidable, surpassing even the talents of the Yi family, namely Yi Xiangwen. However, they soon thought, what a pity that such a figure would be so foolish as to kill the Han family's guards. Surely, if he does not perish, he will be rendered incapable. To them, Yi Xianqun was indeed powerful, yet only Yi Xinglan would dare to insult the Han family in such a manner. And as the head of the Yi family, Yi Xinglan would never risk such an affront, for it could ignite conflict between the two clans. With this in mind, they gazed upon Yi Xianqun with pity. A Tio transformed from a waste into a genius is a rare stroke of fortune and tenacity. Alas, Yi Xianqun, your arrogance matches your transformation. The crowd surrounding Yi Xianqun continued to mock him, while he was preoccupied with a singular thought: whether he should seize this opportunity to retrieve his mother's spirit tablet and bring it back to the Yi family. If the onlookers were to discover Yi Xianqun's intentions, they would surely think him mad. To commit murder at the Han family's doorstep and escape unscathed could be chalked up to luck. Yet, to even contemplate bringing back the spirit tablet of the Han family's patriarch's daughter, was he truly courting death? Chapter 41. Have they all perished? Yi Xianqun, with a shift in thought, resolved to reclaim his mother's spirit tablet from the Han family. This year, on the anniversary of her passing, he wished for their family to reunite. Mother, I have come to bring you back, no matter the obstacles. I shall ensure your return. Yi Xianqun clenched his fists slightly, gazing at the Han family, which stood before him like an ancient sword. As Yi Xianqun pondered, a cacophony of sounds erupted from within the Han family. Clop, clop, clop. Yi Xianqun perked up, raising an eyebrow. Ditto. A squad. It appears Han Feng holds me in some regard. That why Yi Xianqun was certain that the leader of this squad was none other than Han Feng. Though he had killed at the Han family's gates, Han Yanzi would not take any action against him, as Yi Xianqun was his grandson, the sole descendant of his daughter. Moreover, the incident of the slain guard was neither a minor nor a major issue, and Han Yanzi would naturally overlook it. Only Han Feng, who harbored resentment towards Yi Xianqun, would emerge. Indeed, after the clamor subsided, Han Feng appeared, leading a contingent of Han family guards. Clad in simple garments, the marks of Yi Xianqun's earlier attack had faded. Yet faint imprints remained visible. Upon sighting Yi Xianqun, Han Feng's eyes ignited with fury as he spat. Yi Xianqun, you vile cur! How dare you stir trouble at the Han family? You truly are a fool. Wandering into Heaven's gate while ignoring the gates of hell. Yi Xianqun replied with a cold laugh, flicking his sleeve and pointing at the lifeless body of the stout guard on the ground. Your dog has uttered similar words before, only to end up trampled beneath my feet. Do you wish to experience the same fate? With this, Yi Xianqun cast a casual glance at Han Feng, the gleam in his eyes evoking memories of the day he had ruthlessly slapped Han Feng, leaving a lasting sting of pain and humiliation that haunted him still. Yi Xianqun, you shall not be so arrogant. Do you believe your status as the young master of the Yi family grants you immunity? You have caused chaos in the Han family and slain our kin. Each of these offenses could easily condemn you to death. Han Feng shouted, his voice tinged with indignation. Yi Xianqun smirked, a hint of sarcasm dancing on his lips as he looked at Han Feng. You claim I am causing chaos. Where do you see it? Murder. Did you witness it? The crowd below stood in stunned silence, glancing at Yi Xianqun with puzzled expressions, wondering, what does he mean by seeing? Is this not plainly evident? The body lies there, and the blood is still warm. Yet, despite this, the simple-minded Han Feng was momentarily taken aback, struggling to respond that I did not see, but smack. Yi Xianqun clapped his hands sharply, cutting Han Feng off. Not having seen it is precisely the point. The Han family should not lay blame upon me for everything, that I merely came to the Han family to address a matter, and fortuitously discovered a corpse here, prompting your guards to notify you. Now you wish to pin this on me? Surely, a grand family like the Han cannot be so stingy as to deny compensation. Han Feng felt his head spin as he pondered how to counter Yi Xianqun's words. Just then, a guard beside him forcefully shoved him. Young master, do not waste your breath on this Yi Xianqun. He is in our territory now. We dictate his fate. Why bother with words in an instant? Han Feng came to a realization that he remembered how Yi Xianqun had recently coerced Yi Junming into acknowledging that Yi Xianqun had not committed murder. Now, Han Feng understood that there was no room for discussion with Yi Xianqun. The only course of action was to eliminate him. Humph. Yi Xianqun, cease your prattle. This is the Han family. I am the eldest young master of the Han family. If I say you are causing chaos, then you are. If I declare you a murderer, then you are. Guards, seize Yi Xianqun. I shall have my fun with him tonight. With a grand gesture, Han Feng commanded, and the surrounding Han family guards promptly responded, encircling Yi Xianqun as if preparing to execute him on the spot. Regardless of whether they were from the Han or Yi family, their cultivation levels were not particularly high. However, their teamwork was impeccable. Having trained together frequently, combined with certain cooperative techniques, they could contend with martial artists far superior in skill, which is why Han Feng was confident he could capture Yi Xianqun. The elite team he commanded could easily subdue even an ordinary martial artist at the 9th level of the acquired stage. Han Feng was confident that this squad would effortlessly subdue Yi Xianqun. Yi Xianqun regarded the encircling guards with an air of calmness, devoid of any trace of panic. Did I ask this your confidence? Han Feng. Yi Xianqun addressed Han Feng from a distance. Han Feng crossed his arms, a smug expression plastered on his face. Oh, what if it is? Do you truly believe you can withstand them? Despite their lower cultivation, they are far stronger than you waste. In recent days, Han Feng had pondered why Yi Xianqun had suddenly grown so powerful. Ultimately, he concluded that Yi Xianqun was merely bluffing. Otherwise, how could his cultivation have risen so swiftly? Even his brother, Han Zhou of the Zhuli sect, had not progressed as rapidly as Yi Xianqun. Such a feat was simply impossible. Is that so? The defeated always find excuses. Yi Xianqun retorted coldly, preparing himself. Are you ready, Dai? Yi Xianqun uttered the last 2 words as if in a whisper, and behind him, an army clad in pitch-black armor materialized. Exuding an aura of invincibility, Yi Xianqun's eyes turned icy and proud, as if all living beings in the world were mere trifles in his sight. With a mere thought, he could annihilate them all. With a step forward, Yi Xianqun's body tensed like a taut bow, and the army behind him raised their heads in unison, their eyes as cold as his, indifferent to all life in this world. A faint sound, almost imperceptible, reverberated through the air, causing the soldiers wielding their long spears to instantly align in unison, as if they were a single entity, their gazes fixed ahead. The guards encircling Yi Xianqun felt as though they were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. A paralyzing terror coursing through their bodies, compelling them to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, Han Feng remained oblivious to the guard's transformation. Upon hearing Yi Xianqun's words, he smirked with sardonic amusement. Die. Ha! Yi Xianqun, you truly are amusing. You still haven't grasped the situation, have you? The one who shall perish is you. Is that so? Yi Xianqun retorted coldly. Overthrow the lords. With a whisper that seemed to echo through the air, Yi Xianqun's body, once taut like a drawn bow, suddenly relaxed, transforming into countless phantoms as he surged forth in all directions. Bang thud! The army behind him appeared to receive an unspoken command, their footsteps synchronized as they instantaneously scattered. Charging in every direction. Whoosh! Yi Xianqun's figure shifted innumerable times, appearing in various locations in the blink of an eye, but wherever he manifested, there were guards present. After the flickers of his disappearance, a torrent of blood and fallen bodies followed in his wake. In merely 3 breaths, the army behind Yi Xianqun surged forth, leaving behind a scene reminiscent of the aftermath of a fierce battle. Blood flowed like a stream, saturating the ground with corpses strewn about. Han Feng was left stupefied, his complexion paling to an alarming hue. Though he had been arrogant and had committed numerous heinous acts, he had never witnessed such a gruesome spectacle. The air seemed thick with the scent of blood. With every breath he took, an acrid metallic tang assaulted his senses. Gagging, the onlookers could no longer bear it. Among them were martial artists, but most were merely ordinary folk, unaccustomed to such sights in an instant. The crowd erupted in retching, their faces ashen, as if they had just endured a severe illness. Yi Xianqun remained unfazed by the nauseating sounds of vomiting, slowly advancing toward Han Feng with each step leaving a crimson imprint upon the ground. His once black robe now stained with blood, rendering it eerily macabre, a deep red mingling with the darkness. As Yi Xianqun approached, Han Feng was overwhelmed by the stench of blood, panic setting in as he instinctively recoiled. Yi Xianqun, what are you planning to do? Yi Xianqun smiled faintly, gesturing toward the corpses and blood-stained ground. What do you think I'm doing? Did you not just proclaim your intent to kill me? And now you question my purpose? I am here to demand compensation for my emotional distress. Emotional distress? What is that? Han Feng asked, a hint of astonishment in his voice. That is the compensation for the terror you inflicted upon me by threatening to kill me. Without it, I cannot assure you of my mental stability, and I cannot predict what I might do. Yi Xianqun spoke languidly. And as his words fell, the surrounding crowd fell silent, stunned. Emotional distress? Damn it. Who is truly harmed here? It is us. We witnessed this bloody scene and vomited. The onlookers cursed inwardly. Meanwhile, Han Feng seethed internally, cursing Yi Xianqun. You killed my men, and yet you claim emotional distress. The one truly affected is me. Though he thought this, he dared not show any defiance toward Yi Xianqun, having learned from past experiences that Yi Xianqun only responded to weakness. Fine. Fine. I will compensate. Just remain calm. Han Feng extended his hand. Attempting to maintain a placating tone, hoping not to provoke the imminent threat before him, Yi Xianqun's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied, Very well. Now, tell me, how did those on the ground meet their demise? Was it not you who killed them? Han Feng blurted out instinctively, Dutto. Yi Xianqun's gaze turned icy at the words, smack. He stepped forward and unhesitatingly slapped Han Feng across the face. The sharp sound echoed as Han Feng's cheeks swelled instantly. Clutching his face in fear, Han Feng retreated, panic-stricken. Another slap? My face, he lamented inwardly. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. How did they die? Yi Xianqun asked with a smile, though Han Feng could only perceive the devilish nature of that smile. His mind raced. He dared not hesitate, fearing another slap from Yi Xianqun. They fell on their own. They died from their own falls. Han Feng blurted out, though he hardly believed his own words, with so many people and such evident injuries. How could he prove it? Yet Yi Xianqun did not refute this flimsy excuse. Instead, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, that seems accurate that so. This has nothing to do with me, correct? Han Feng gazed at Yi Xianqun's smiling face, which concealed a frosty demeanor, filled with resentment, yet he dared not voice a single contradiction. Right. That is indeed the case. Chapter 42, Compensate for my emotional distress. Very well. Now, let us discuss compensation. Yi Xianqun's expression gradually turned neutral. For some inexplicable reason, Han Feng felt a surge of panic at Yi Xianqun's calm demeanor, a strange tingling sensation creeping up the back of his head. Gulping, Han Feng looked at Yi Xianqun. Panic evident in his eyes. Yi Xianqun, please don't act recklessly. Whatever you want, I will agree, snap. Yi Xianqun snapped his fingers, a playful glint in his eye as he regarded Han Feng. Excellent. Those are your words. Therefore, I shall not hold back that I demand 1,000 spirit stones, along with my mother's ashes and memorial tablet. What? That's impossible. I cannot possibly agree to that. Han Feng exclaimed, a hint of resistance creeping into his tone. It was well known that the Yi family had offered a mere 100 spirit stones for Yi An's capture, a sum sufficient to entice an average innate warrior. How could he possibly procure 1,000 spirit stones? 1,000 spirit stones could hire an innate warrior for an entire month. Yi Xianqun was not surprised by Han Feng's reaction. The Han family was indeed affluent, yet they were not wealthy enough to allow Han Feng to freely dispense 1,000 spirit stones. Yi Xianqun's true objective was not the spirit stones, but rather to acquire his mother's ashes and memorial tablet. The Han family held a divided stance on the significance of his mother's remains. While Han Yang's generation valued them highly, Han Feng's generation treated them as worthless. Therefore, Yi Xianqun sought to leverage Han Feng's hand to retrieve both the memorial tablet and ashes of his mother. The spirit stones were merely a pretext to compel Han Feng into relinquishing his mother's remains. With this in mind, Yi Xianqun subtly raised his hand, as if to strike Han Feng once more. Han Feng was horrified, his face a mask of terror, a hint of humiliation creeping in as he felt the urge to urinate from fear. He truly dreaded Yi Xianqun and his hand. The humiliation of being slapped without recourse was a memory he would never forget. Please do not hit me. Yi Xianqun, oh no, young Master Yi, I truly cannot comply that I can find a way to procure your mother's ashes and memorial tablet. But 1,000 spirit stones are beyond my means. How about this? I have some spirit stones on hand, roughly around 200. Could you settle for that? Han Feng pleaded, kneeling on the ground with his hands clasped together, begging for mercy. The objective had been achieved. Yi Xianqun thought to himself, though his expression remained unchanged, that he knew that Han Feng was concealing more spirit stones than he let on. Such a golden opportunity could not be overlooked. 200 spirit stones? Far too little. Yi Xianqun coldly remarked, raising his hand as if ready to strike again. Han Feng's heart sank. And he quickly protested, "This truly is all I have saved. Please spare me." Smack! Yi Xianqun struck again, leaving the other side of Han Feng's face swollen. "That if you wish to keep your freshly placed teeth intact, I suggest you behave," Yi Xianqun said, looking at Han Feng's swollen cheek with no trace of compassion. Woo-woo. Han Feng cradled his swollen cheek, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. How did I attract such a demon? I've already humiliated myself, and yet he still strikes. Well, young Master Yi, I almost forgot that I have a bit more. Perhaps I can gather 3. Han Feng glanced up, but upon meeting Yi Xianqun's icy gaze, he quickly corrected himself. Oh no, I can gather 500 spirit stones. This truly is all I have saved. Young Master Yi, you must accept this and spare me. Meanwhile, the crowd of onlookers, having gradually recovered from their earlier bout of nausea, stared in astonishment at Han Feng kneeling before the entrance of the Han family, pleading for mercy while offering compensation. Was this still the imposing Han Feng they knew? The sight of him groveling before Yi Xianqun, the heir of the Yi family, was utterly shocking. Shouldn't this situation be reversed? This was the Han family's territory after all. I still require your crescent moon stone, Yi Xianqun coldly declared, his tone unmistakably resolute, as if delivering a dire warning to all present. Refuse, and I shall take your life. Han Feng was instantly struck with fear, instinctively clutching the crescent stone adorning his chest, his body instinctively retreating slightly. The crescent stone was his cherished treasure. How could he possibly relinquish it to Yi Xianqun? The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with shock as they regarded Yi Xianqun, wondering in disbelief. Was Yi Xianqun truly unafraid of death? How dare he demand the Crescent Stone? The Crescent Stone was a unique artifact of the Zhu Li sect, capable of preserving the soul from dispersing. It was said that since the establishment of the Zhu Li sect, only 12 Crescent Stones had ever been bestowed. Each stone granted the sect the power to perform one unconditioned act, even the elevation of a new sect leader. Han Feng's Crescent Stone was a relic passed down from the ancestors of the Han family, a reward for the ancestral ties and significant deeds done for the Zhu Li sect. The Han family had always treasured the Crescent Stone, only taking it out when Han Feng was on the brink of death at birth, using it to stabilize his soul and protect him from untimely demise. Thus, the Crescent Stone had remained with Han Feng ever since. This tale had circulated widely in Qingfeng City, leading many to believe that Han Feng was destined to be the leader of the Han family. Yet he had turned out to be merely a promising but wayward youth. Now, for Yi Xianqun to demand the Crescent Stone from Han Feng seemed tantamount to seeking his own death. The Crescent Stone belonged to Han Feng, and even more so, to the Han family. Even if Yi Xianqun were to acquire it, he would likely not live to enjoy such a treasure. However, they feared Yi Xianqun would not fear the Han family? Absurd! Han Feng was the young master of the Han family, and in a certain light, so was Yi Xianqun. Thus, Yi Xianqun was confident that Han Yangzi would not dare to retaliate against him. Will you give it, or will you not? Yi Xianqun inquired coldly, growing increasingly impatient. Han Feng clutched the Crescent Stone tightly, gritting his teeth as he replied, "You may propose other conditions, but the Crescent Stone is absolutely non-negotiable. It is not only my treasure, but also that of the Han family, that it must not fall into the hands of outsiders. But I am also considered a member of the Han family. Am I not? Thus, I am not an outsider, am I?" Han Feng paused, momentarily taken aback, as he recalled that Yi Xianqun was his cousin, an identity he had long overlooked. Yet, even if he were indeed his cousin, what of it? The Crescent Stone was something he could never part with. Losing it would mean certain doom, even if he was merely the second young master of the Han family. No, Yi Xianqun. You know just how crucial the Crescent Stone is, that I cannot give it to you, that I can offer you 1,000 spirit stones, along with your mother's ashes and spirit tablet. Han Feng's voice was somewhat muffled, the fiery pain on his face distorting his speech. Suddenly, with a powerful slap, Yi Xianqun struck Han Feng, sending blood and teeth flying. Yi Xianqun showed no sign of mercy, kicking Han Feng away with force. Han Feng was propelled several meters, his body rolling along the ground until he barely managed to stabilize himself with his genuine energy. Did you not just claim to be out of spirit stones? Where did these come from? Yi Xianqun remarked coldly, stepping into the Han residence and approaching Han Feng. This moment, Han Feng's clothing was dirty, smeared with dust and blood, as he struggled to rise despite the pain coursing through his body. With a swift kick, Yi Xianqun sent him crashing back down. His foot pressed against Han Feng's chest, his icy gaze surveying him from above. Han Feng felt as if Yi Xianqun's stare were a blade, slicing through him mercilessly, inflicting unbearable pain. Yi Xianqun, do not act recklessly. I truly have no choice. The Crescent Stone is a treasure of the Zhu sect, as well as of the Han family. I cannot possibly hand it over to you. How about this? I will discuss it with the family head, all right? Han Feng gasped, struggling to breathe. Though he spoke thus, in truth he intended to deceive Yi Xianqun, seeking out Han Yangzi to bring him to eliminate this audacious scoundrel. But would Yi Xianqun allow him to escape? Absolutely not. Yi Xianqun increased the pressure of his foot, causing Han Feng's chest to ache painfully. Discuss. No need for that. You are indecisive. Allow me to make the decision for you. Yi Xianqun bellowed coldly, exerting force with his foot. The immense pressure left Han Feng gasping, a sensation of suffocation washing over him, causing his mind to go blank. On the verge of unconsciousness, Yi Xianqun slightly released his leg, and seizing the moment, Han Feng inhaled deeply to regain his composure. Yet, Yi Xianqun shook his head and decisively stomped down again, brutally knocking Han Feng into unconsciousness. Leaning down, Yi Xianqun removed the crescent stone from Han Feng's chest. The stone, glimmering under the sunlight, appeared strikingly out of place, akin to a moonlit orb during the day, radiating a bright hue that dazzled in the light, that a sense of tranquility enveloped him. This was indeed the soul-stabilizing crescent stone, was it not? As Yi Xianqun held the stone, he felt a calming energy emanating from it, soothing his fatigue while gradually revitalizing his spirit. That he donned the crescent stone, its crescent shape harmonizing seamlessly with the violet bamboo pendant he wore. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Yi Xianqun had audaciously seized the crescent stone. They understood that the crescent stone was a precious gift from the Zhu sect to the Han family, a treasure belonging to them. Did Yi Xianqun not fear retaliation from Han Yangzi? The answer was clear. He was unafraid. Warriors ought to fear nothing, especially since Yi Xianqun possessed an identity unknown to these onlookers. He was the grandson of the Han family head, a young master in his own right. Just as he contemplated this, a thunderous voice rang out from the front. Bold scoundrel! How dare you act with such impunity within the Han residence? Yi Xianqun paused, lifting his gaze to the source of the voice, and beheld a burly man with a dark complexion and a thick beard. Scoundrel! Where? Yi Xianqun replied in a voice tinged with magnetism. Han Qingquan's face darkened with fury as he bellowed. Where, you ask? Right here, you scoundrel, causing a ruckus in the Han family and even injuring our young master. Oh, you mean this? Yi Xianqun gestured toward the unconscious Han Feng on the ground. The onlookers, hearing Yi Xianqun's somewhat flippant tone, anticipated he would devise some excuse to wriggle out of the situation. Yet the next words that escaped his lips shattered their preconceived notions of him. Moreover, the Han family's crescent stone is still in my possession. Yi Xianqun brandished the crescent stone, his nonchalant tone suggesting that injuring the young master of the Han family and seizing their treasured artifact was simply a matter of course. Han Qingquan was instantly enraged, a powerful aura erupting from him. After all, he was the chief guard of the Han family and a formidable, innate, 7th-level warrior. How could this audacious young man behave so brazenly? You insolent wretch! How dare you commit such an act? I, Han Qingquan, will not let you go. Prepare to meet your end, he roared, charging at Yi Xianqun. Boom, boom, boom. Han Qingquan's charge was akin to a rampaging wild boar, scattering the winds in his wake. The howling of the wind mirrored the ferocity of a wild boar's roar, leaving the onlookers teetering on their feet. In that moment, they recalled that Han Qingquan was indeed a legend within the Han family. Not only was he immensely powerful and battle-hardened, but he was also a master of the charge. Han Qingquan had once fought against an innate 9th-level warrior, with his brutal charge technique enabling him to withstand a blow from that formidable opponent, earning him fame within the Han family. In their eyes, no matter how powerful Yi Xianqun was, he could never withstand Han Qingquan's brutal charge. Brutal charge, die! Han Qingquan roared, reveling in the astonished and admiring gazes of the crowd. Ha ha! Today, fortune smiles upon me as I teach this ignorant young man a lesson while basking in the limelight. Yi Xianqian observed Han Qingchun barreling toward him and could not help but shake his head. With his keen insight, he could see that Han Qingchun's footing was unsteady. With a single kick, he could send him sprawling. Yet, to do so would render the encounter far too mundane, would it not? Yi Xianqian mused, then extended a hand, intending to use a single limb to intercept Han Qingchun's prideful, brutal charge. Who do you think you are, you little brat? Do you really believe you can stop me with just one hand? Han Qingchun laughed wildly as he looked at Yi Xianqian's delicate, girl-like hand. One hand is more than enough. Yi Xianqian replied softly, confidence radiating from his eyes. Bang! What a joke! Ha ha! Watch me send you flying. Han Qingchun bellowed, charging toward the outstretched hand of Yi Xianqian that in his mind. He envisioned himself using his prized barbaric technique to shatter Yi Xianqian's hand and send this childlike fool flying away. However, with a resounding crash, Han Qingchun's laughter was abruptly silenced as he felt the very hand he intended to crush suddenly halt his advance. What kind of sorcery is this? How could you possibly neutralize my barbaric charge with just one hand? Han Qingchun exclaimed in disbelief. Enough noise, get down, Yi Xianqian said calmly, fixing his gaze on Han Qingchun before raising his hand and striking downwards. Bang! To Han Qingchun's astonishment, he found himself slammed to the ground by Yi Xianqian's palm. The swirling dust in the air, coupled with Han Qingchun's motionless form on the ground, caused the onlookers to widen their eyes in disbelief, their mouths agape, as if they could fit a chicken egg inside. How is this possible? How could Yi Xianqian, with a physique like that of a child, neutralize Han Qingchun's formidable barbaric charge and knock him to the ground? They pondered that in their eyes. The contrasting bodies of Yi Xianqian and Han Qingchun resembled that of a child versus a wild boar. Martial artists are judged by their cultivation, but in equal cultivation, shouldn't a larger physique hold the advantage? Yet, why was it that the childlike Yi Xianqian had managed to best Han Qingchun? Yi Xianqian glanced at Han Qingchun with a mocking smile and disdainfully remarked, "What does it matter if you're big? Skill is what counts." Having cultivated to the 7th level of postnatal strength, Yi Xianqian was not someone the brawny yet simple-minded Han Qingchun could compare to. The so-called barbaric charge in his eyes could be easily thwarted with just a finger. Physical dominance. Indeed, Yi Xianqian surpassed Han Qingchun by more than just one tier. Yi Xianqian slightly raised his head to survey the vast expanse of the Han family estate. He found himself enveloped by its grandeur. The interior of the Han residence resembled a fortress, exuding an air of sophistication honed over many years. Unfamiliar with the layout, Yi Xianqian effortlessly hoisted the nearly 200-pound Han Qingchun into the air. Han Qingchun, though merely dazed from the earlier encounter, now looked at Yi Xianqian with a mix of fear and trepidation. Deep down, he understood that Yi Xianqian's strength was possibly unfathomable, able to withstand his barbaric charge with a single hand. Such an individual might even rival innate experts. Innate experts, he thought, the pinnacle of Qingfeng City. How could I not be afraid? Tell me, where are my mother's spirit tablet and ashes? Yi Xianqian asked softly, yet the cold, murderous intent in his eyes conveyed a singular message to Han Qingchun. Speak, or face death. Trembling uncontrollably, Han Qingchun stammered, "Who is your mother? I don't know her. You must have mistaken me for someone else that I don't even know who you are." "Oh, it seems the Han family has kept their secrets well," Yi Xianqian replied, his tone calm. "This is quite normal, considering a worthless grandson would only bring shame to the Han family. That is a result. Aside from a select few, the rest of the Han family remained oblivious to Yi Xianqian's true lineage as the family head's grandson. "My lord, I truly do not know. Please seek someone else," Han Qingchun implored, intimidated by Yi Xianqian's icy gaze, his mind racing to escape the impending doom that he feared that remaining a moment longer beside Yi Xianqian would lead to his downfall in front of the crowd. "My name is Yi Xianqian. The head of the Han family is my grandfather, and my mother was the esteemed Han family maiden, Han Yinrong," Yi Xianqian stated softly. Upon hearing this, Han Qingchun felt as if he had been struck by lightning. "What? You're the head's grandson. So, you're a young master of the Han family?" he exclaimed, to why Yi Xianqian nodded. "Now you know where my mother's spirit tablet and ashes are located, don't you?" Han Qingchun felt faint. Had he known earlier that Yi Xianqian was the grandson of Han Yangzi, he would have never involved himself with Han Feng. There had long been a legend within the Han family about the head, Han Yangzi, having a grandson living outside the family. This tale had circulated for years, yet remained unverified that a servant, He had occasionally sensed the head's momentary distraction when others mentioned this elusive grandson. Damn it, it seems that Yi Xianqun intends to seize power from the Han family. Given the head's feelings towards his grandson, I should have steered clear of this situation. Han Qingchun lamented, regretting his earlier decision to intervene during Han Feng's confrontation with Yi Xianqun, believing he could earn favor. Take me there, Yi Xianqun commanded, releasing Han Qingchun, who fell to the ground. Yes, yes. Han Qingchun hurriedly scrambled to his feet, bowing deeply that he dared not offend Yi Xianqun. He was well aware that he could neither match him in strength nor status. The onlookers were left in a state of shock at why Yi Xianqun, originally a troublemaker at the Han family estate, was now not only committing acts of violence without consequence, but was also being escorted by the head of the family's own guard. What kind of world was this? Unfazed by their thoughts, Yi Xianqun felt a mix of excitement and confusion. He was thrilled at the prospect of finally seeing his mother's spirit tablet and ashes. Yet he felt uncertain about how to confront that reality. His memories of her were already fading, leaving him feeling lost. As they made their way through the estate, they encountered no obstacles or interruptions. Ultimately arriving at a secluded area of the Han family grounds, that it was a small, crimson-colored house that took Yi Xianqun's breath away, flooding him with a rush of memories in his recollections. He was a child who adored the color red. His mother, gentle and kind, had once stroked his head and said, "So, my dear Xianqun loves red. It's such a lovely color." Yi Xianqun's heart tightened, and his nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation that he remembered her words. "Xianqun, I have a gift for you, a house painted your favorite color. After your birthday, I'll take you to see it." "Okay." Trembling with emotion, Yi Xianqun reached out toward the vibrant red house, but hesitated. Pulling his hand back in fear. "Mother," he whispered, tears welling in his eyes, "you've grown up." A soft, tender voice echoed in his ears. Startled, Yi Xianqun's eyes widened, scanning his surroundings. "Mother, is that you?" he called out, desperation filling his voice. That voice, it was unmistakably his mother's, as gentle as warm jade. Yet he found nothing. Han Qingchun had vanished, leaving him utterly alone. Was it just an illusion? Am I truly all alone? He thought, a bitter smile forming on his lips. "I'm sorry," a gentle voice filled with sorrow murmured in his ear, accompanied by a soft breeze that enveloped him in warmth, as if a tender figure cradled his head. "Mother," Yi Xianqun cried, tears streaming down his face. "I'm sorry, Xianqun, that I had hoped to bring you here myself, that I never anticipated it would be like this." "Mother," Yi Xianqun murmured, turning to embrace the presence that had comforted him, but found only emptiness behind him. "Where are you, mother?" he whispered, despair creeping into his voice, frantically searching his surroundings. "Mother, where are you?" "I'm sorry," the apologetic voice rang softly in his ears once more, followed by a gentle touch on his head, as if a woman were caressing his hair, careful not to hurt him. "Mother," he murmured, collapsing to the ground in helplessness. Chapter 44. Those who disturb this place shall face death. "I'm sorry, Xianqun, that I regret not being able to stay by your side as you grew up." The voice of Han Murong echoed in his ears, mingling with the sound of suppressed sobs. Tears streamed down Yi Xianqun's face involuntarily. "No, that isn't true. I should be the one apologizing, that if it weren't for me, you and father wouldn't have sought out the reverse phoenix. And if you hadn't searched for it, you wouldn't have met your demise." That a gentle breeze swept through once more, and Xianqun felt a pair of tender hands caressing his eyes, as if they sought to wipe away his tears. "Do not cry, Xianqun. You have grown up now, and should embody the strength of a man." "I am not crying," he replied, biting his lip, desperately staving off the tears. Yet, the sorrow etched upon his face was unmistakable. After a decade apart, he finally heard the voice of his mother again, sensing her presence, yet it was as if they were worlds apart. Xianqun felt a hand gently tousling his hair, as if soothing his grief. "That it's all right, my dear. Your father and I are doing well now, truly." Gritting his teeth, memories began to surface in his mind, recollections that belonged solely to him and his mother. "Mother, it has always been my fault. I was the one who misbehaved as a child, throwing tantrums and breaking the hairpin father gifted you. You told me it was nothing but an ordinary pin. Yet that night, I saw you weep. Later, father revealed that it was your token of love. Though he repaired it, it could never return to its original form." As he recounted these long-buried memories, tears fell freely from his eyes. People often take their loved ones for granted, believing they are invincible, only to realize, when they are gone, that everything is irrevocably lost. Silly child, Han Yinrong's gentle voice whispered in Xianqin's ear, her hand softly wiping away his tears. Your existence is the greatest gift. Tokens of love pale in comparison to you. Indeed, during my pregnancy, I often wondered what you would be like. The pain of your birth was excruciating, more so than battling a formidable foe. Yet, in that moment, when you entered the world, I felt all the suffering had been worth it. You were so adorable, so much like your father. Xianqin bit his lip, tears cascading down, splattering onto the ground and into the memories of the past. Mother, I am so sorry. If it weren't for my insistence on training, you would never have sought the antidote from the phoenix. With a gentle breath against his ear, Xianqin felt a soft breeze tickling his earlobe. And for some unknown reason, his tears began to subside. Xianqin, you are just as you were before, that a little wind in your ear. And you ceased to cry, Han Yinrong chuckled, her voice like the chime of silver bells. As memories surged within him, he recalled moments of childhood tumbles, his mother's anxious expression. Although she was a warrior who could have simply treated his wounds, in those moments, she seemed to forget her strength. Rushing him to the doctor. What was merely a scrape became a drawn-out ordeal. He remembered the despair of being unable to cultivate, but his parents bore an even greater sorrow. Not for their son's inability, but simply because he was unhappy. He vividly recalled the day after learning he could not cultivate. His mother had brought him a bowl of hot soup, in his refusal to drink it. He accidentally spilled it, the scalding liquid nearly burning his face. Yet, she had thrown herself in front of him, allowing the boiling soup to scald her own face. Scenes replayed in Xianqin's mind, tears streaming down like pearls from a broken string. Mother, I miss you so much, he wept. Han Yinrong's hand, which had been stroking his hair, paused momentarily, trembling slightly. I am so sorry. In the end, I could not witness your growth into a man, nor see you walk the path of life. I long to see you marry, to hold a chubby child of yours, and to watch you become a proud warrior. But I am sorry. Her voice gradually faded into silence. Xianqin cried out in agony. Collapsing to the ground, his hands pounding against the earth, leaving trails of blood. His spirit lingered, tethered by longing, yet they were eternally separated. Xianqin knelt helplessly, gazing at the vibrant red house before him, a symbol of life and his favorite color. His mind was a void, devoid of thoughts or intentions, leaving only tears in his eyes. Time passed, and he felt the presence of someone behind him. The figure lowered their head to observe him, then turned to regard the crimson house. Isn't it beautiful? Your mother spent a long time building this. She once smiled and told me, this is Xianqin's house. He loves red. She had planned to bring you here to meet me. Yet, all I received was her lifeless body. Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion returned to Xianqin's vacant gaze, that he looked up to see a man who bore a resemblance to his mother. Exuding a warmth akin to jade. Uncle? Xianqin whispered, his voice hoarse. Han Zimo sighed, observing Xianqin's desolation, that he recalled a time, 10 years prior, when he had been no different, lost in sorrow, consumed by grief. Han Zimo pushed open the door of the crimson house and gestured toward the room adorned with flowers and petals. Go inside. This is your mother's space, and now it belongs to you as well. Xianqin murmured, belongs to me? As he processed this, a spark of realization ignited within him. It was indeed a place his mother had built for him. With newfound strength, he rose to his feet, his legs numb from kneeling, yet a force compelled him to enter. Xianqin stepped unsteadily into the house, his gaze immediately drawn to an altar at its center. Accompanied by a gray wooden box, above the altar hung a portrait of the gentle woman who was Han Yinrong. Han Zimo followed him inside, his heart heavy with an indescribable ache that he had long avoided this place. Fearing he would be unable to contain his grief, knowing how much his sister despised seeing others weep. Mother, Xianqin whispered, biting his lip, this space has been lovingly arranged by you for so long. It holds many of the things you secretly embroidered for me that I always intended to bring them to you, but I believed it was right for you to receive them yourself. Han Zimo gestured to the small clothes and shoes lining the room, then pointed to the altar and the wooden box. These are all yours. They should be returned to you now, Xianqin. His tone was filled with reluctance, for Han Yinrong had been his beloved sister. The act of handing over the altar and the box, along with the portrait, weighed heavily on his heart, yet he knew they belonged to Xianqin. Xianqin sensed the reluctance in Han Zimo's voice and turned to bow deeply, saying, thank you, uncle. Han Zimo smiled softly, feeling a warmth in his heart upon hearing Xianqun address him as such. That it was a sentiment he had only felt when in the presence of Han Yangzi and Han Yenrong. This, he realized, was the essence of family. After bowing, Xianqun approached the altar, bowing 3 times before his mother's portrait and lighting 3 sticks of incense, that he then knelt down, quietly prostrating himself, waiting for the incense to burn. Han Zimo did not intervene, for he understood the significance of the incense. It was a tribute for the deceased, a means for the living to remember that no one should interrupt the sacred act of burning incense. Xianqun continued to bow in silence, while Han Zimo quietly watched, lost in memories of his sister. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds echoed from afar. Xianqun did not react, but Han Zimo's expression darkened at the noise. That rascal Han Feng is becoming increasingly arrogant, he thought angrily. Han Feng and Han Zhou were merely distant relatives, yet their presence loomed large. However, Han Zimo has persistently refused to marry, while Han Yangzi remains unwilling to acknowledge Yi Xianqun, which has led to Han Feng and Han Zhou becoming akin to the heirs of the Han family. Due to Han Yangzi's indulgence, both Han Feng and Han Zhou have become thoroughly debauched, perpetually looking down upon others. Han Zimo flicked his garment and turned to exit. Upon stepping outside, he was met with the sight of Han Feng, whose face was swollen like a pig's head and his clothes in utter disarray. Storming toward him alongside Han Jingming, filled with fury. Han Zimo's brow furrowed slightly. He was aware that Han Feng's condition was a result of being beaten by Yi Xianqun, yet he was uncertain about Han Jingming's intentions. The Han and Yi families each boast a number of elders, most of whom are innate realm experts and generally refrain from meddling in affairs. Han Jingming is an elder of the Han family at the 3rd level of the innate realm. "What brings you here?" Han Zimo coldly reprimanded. Upon hearing Han Zimo's voice, the anger radiating from Han Feng and Han Jingming dissipated significantly. Han Feng regarded Han Zimo with a hint of trepidation. Despite being fearless in all other aspects, he harbored a deep-seated fear of Han Zimo, a sentiment that even the constant slaps from Yi Xianqun could not instill in him. This was because Han Zimo never took into account his so-called status or the Han family's lineage. Whenever things did not go his way, Han Zimo would resort to beating Han Feng and Han Zhou, which was precisely why Han Zhou chose not to return to the Han family after going to Zhuli's sect unless absolutely necessary. They were all terrified of Han Zimo. Han Feng dared not speak, while Han Jingming, being an elder of the Han family, remained undaunted. "Zimo, is that scoundrel Yi Xianqun inside?" Han Jingming inquired, casting his gaze toward the Crimson Building. "What business is it of yours?" Han Zimo replied softly, then suddenly widened his eyes as a formidable aura surged toward Han Feng and Han Jingming. Get lost. Chapter 45, The Second Form of Power. Smack! As Han Zimo's voice fell, a hand unexpectedly landed on his shoulder. He turned to see Yi Xianqun. A sorrowful expression etched across his face, that why Yi Xianqun parted his pale lips and spoke, "Allow me to handle this. This is my mother's resting place, and it belongs to me as well, that I cannot permit anyone to disturb it. Those who defy me shall meet their indeed." At Yi Xianqun's voice, though weak, seemed to carry the weight of immense effort behind it as he uttered these words. Han Zimo's mouth opened slightly, poised to respond, but upon noticing the swelling on Yi Xianqun's forehead, the words retreated back into silence. "Very well." Han Zimo replied with a smile, "That I end that moment." He saw the shadow of his detestable brother-in-law reflected in Yi Xianqun. Wasn't this how that member of the Yi family had once barged into the Han family, compelling everyone to bow their heads? As Han Feng and Han Jingming observed Han Zimo step aside, a great weight was lifted from their hearts. All they needed was to know that Han Zimo was not intervening. His cultivation was immensely powerful, having reached the 6th level of the innate realm. The strongest individuals in Qingfeng City were Han Yangzi and Yi Xinglan, both of whom were merely at the 7th level of the innate realm. How formidable must Han Zimo be at the 6th level? Certainly, Han Jingming, as a 3rd-level innate warrior, would not dare to confront him. Why would they fear Yi Xianqun? After all, he was merely a 7th-level postnatal warrior. Han Jingming, a genuine 3rd-level innate elder of the Han family, found it trivial to eliminate a Yi Xianqun. Why Yi Xianqun? You appear rather feeble. Have you suffered from the backlash of a secret technique? I knew you could not be that powerful. You must have relied on some secret method to defeat Han Qingchun earlier. Han Feng sneered, observing Yi Xiangshan's weakened state. Upon awakening and learning of Han Qingquan's defeat at Yi Xiangshan's hands, his initial reaction was disbelief. Now he had come to a conclusion. Yi Xiangshan was not as formidable as he seemed. His earlier strength was merely the result of some enhancement technique. Annoying, Yi Xiangshan replied softly that a flicker of anger crossed Han Jingming's face. He had never encountered anyone as arrogant as Yi Xiangshan. Yi Xiangshan, you trespassed into the Han family, killed our guards, and even injured Han Qingshan. You have audaciously slapped our young master Han Feng. Any single one of your offenses is enough to warrant your death. Now, as an elder of the Han family, I, Han Jingming, shall execute you right here. Fearing repercussions from Han Yangzi for losing the Crescent Stone, Han Feng refrained from informing Han Jingming that it was Yi Xiangshan who had seized it. He planned to wait until Han Jingming had slain Yi Xiangshan before stealthily reclaiming the Crescent Stone. That you're a noisy brat, and the elder is no better than a buzzing fly. Yi Xiangshan's tone grew colder, as a solitary, proud figure began to materialize behind him. Unlike before, this proud figure now bore an expression of profound sorrow, as though a beloved one had departed, forever beyond his reach. I've long heard of your arrogance. Seeing it firsthand only confirms you believe your understanding of power is remarkable. To me, it is nothing. Han Jingming's eyes gradually filled with murderous intent, a sharp aura coiling around him like the edge of a blade. Power? Yi Xiangshan replied, a hint of surprise in his voice. Were you startled? Do you think you are the only one who comprehends power in this world? As an elder of the Han family, I too possess power, and it is a sword technique that I take pride in. I have heard that your understanding of power stems from the childish play of Taizu Changquan. There are distinctions in power. Yours pales in comparison to mine. Seeing Yi Xiangshan's astonishment, Han Jingming could not help but burst into laughter. The comprehension of power is a rarity even among innate warriors, and he had only grasped it by sheer fortuity. Moreover, he had attained the most formidable offensive sword power. His spiritual weapon was none other than the sharp sword, Kangjian. Is that so? Yi Xiangshan glanced at the sharp aura radiating from Han Jingming, his demeanor indifferent. The strongest sword power, you say? I shall see for myself where this so-called strength lies. Stepping forward, a sense of sorrow began to flow from Yi Xiangshan as the proud figure behind him underwent a transformation into a man clad in white. This man bore an expression of grief and nostalgia, his white attire resembling mourning garments. Wars and chaos, natural disasters and ruin, all perish. All are wounded that I wish to become a sovereign, overturning heaven and earth for my sake. I hope that thereafter no one shall perish. This body transforms into the kin of the world, eternally remembered. Do you understand my wounds? Yi Xiangshan intoned softly, as an aura of sorrow emanated around him, powerful enough to make heaven and earth tremble and weep. Han Jingming felt an invisible sorrow encroach upon him, instinctively retreating, yet finding no escape. In that fleeting moment, all the sorrowful memories buried deep within his mind surged forth. Replaying scene after scene of grief, unable to suppress his emotions, he found himself shedding tears. Meanwhile, Han Feng collapsed to the ground, weeping helplessly. Han Zimo felt the same sorrow coursing through him, a sense of heartbreak akin to suffocation washing over him. His nose tinged with acidity, nearly bringing him to tears. Fortunately, his formidable consciousness reacted swiftly, repressing his emotions just in time to prevent any tears from falling. This is the second form of power? Impossible! Han Zimo marveled inwardly as he beheld Yi Xiangshan's sorrowful figure, but he could sense that this power emanated from Taizu Changquan, which left him astounded. That it is a common understanding in the cultivation world that a single martial technique can yield only one form of power. Yet now, Yi Xiangshan had comprehended two forms from Taizu Changquan. One was the domineering power of self-importance, and the other was this sorrowful power capable of painting the heavens. Wuhu Wanhua, Yi Xiangshan murmured, his hands swirling in the air as though dancing madly. Yet this chaotic dance sent a jolt through Han Zimo's heart, for what Yi Xiangshan conjured was the very map of the Eastern Wasteland. It had been said that the Eastern Wasteland was once a unified land, but a sudden war shattered it. Now, Yi Xiangshan was depicting the mountains and rivers of the Eastern Wasteland as they lay fragmented. In that moment of sorrow, Han Jingming regained his composure. After all, he was a third-level innate warrior and quickly managed to suppress the feelings of grief. He observed Yi Xiangshan's frenzied dance, feeling an inexplicable surge of fear. It was as if his subconscious sensed that what Yi Xianqian was wielding posed a significant threat. Yi Xianqian, you have ensnared me before, but now I shall not fall for your tricks again. No matter what demons or apparitions you conjure, a single strike from my sword will obliterate you. Once Han Jingming adjusted his emotions, a sense of unwavering confidence surged within him. His spiritual weapon was the Kongjian, remarkably sharp, capable of cleaving mountains and rivers. Regardless of the oddities Yi Xianqian possessed, he was confident that a single strike would suffice to annihilate them. The mountains and rivers cannot be repaired by mere swords. Yi Xianqian replied softly, his tone laden with sorrow and heartache. His earlier conversation with Han Yinrong had plunged his spirit into despair. "Do you speak nonsense? This world respects the strong. The powerful can determine all. Mountains and rivers can be mended, provided one is strong enough." Han Jingming laughed maniacally, his sharp aura intensifying. His presence seemed to resemble countless small swords dancing in the air, occasionally darting forth to strike at Yi Xianqian. Didn't it? Yi Xianqian let out a soft sigh, and the sorrow in his eyes flowed like cool moonlight. Ping! With a subtle wave of his hand, a crisp sound echoed in the air. In an instant, Han Jingming's sharp aura vanished as if it had been obliterated by Yi Xianqian's gesture. Poof! Han Jingming's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, sustaining injuries. How could this be possible? Han Jingming was taken aback. The transformation had occurred in mere moments, leaving even him, a third-tier innate martial artist, bewildered. Just moments ago, he had the upper hand. Yi Xianqian seemed utterly devoid of any counterattack. But why did his momentum collapse with just a wave of Yi Xianqian's hand? Could this be some secret technique? The clash of forces, where coexistence is impossible. Only one survives. That why Yi Xianqian spoke softly. The battle between the two was inevitably a contest of momentum, and now Yi Xianqian's force clearly overwhelmed Han Jingming's. So it was like this. It matters not. What if you manage to win through some peculiar means? Strength alone does not determine victory in battle. After all, I am a third-tier innate powerhouse, while you are merely a seventh-tier acquired martial artist. Han Jingming exclaimed with wild laughter, a seventh-tier acquired. That is a thing of the past. Yi Xianqian replied, almost to himself, a thing of the past. Yet you are still just a mere seventh-tier acquired martial artist. Han Jingming, still laughing maniacally, suddenly fell silent, his mouth agape in shock, as if he could fit an egg inside. His face reflecting sheer disbelief. Bang! Yi Xianqian slightly clenched his fist, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his sorrowful eyes. His true essence erupted violently, and he had miraculously broken through from 7th-tier acquired to 8th-tier acquired. This is what I meant by a thing of the past. Now, I am an 8th-tier acquired martial artist. That why Yi Xianqian murmured, the sadness in his eyes gradually dissipating. Previously, he had been engulfed in sorrow over his mother-S situation. But now he gradually understood. His mother-S appearance had not been meant to make him feel guilty. Rather, it was a call to confront reality courageously and live well. Father, mother, I understand now that I will live well. And one day, I shall become an unparalleled powerhouse, and then I will destroy the reversed phoenix. At that time, I will certainly have grown and will bring my future spouse to meet you. Yi Xianqian silently vowed in his heart, a promise to his parents. For this reason, he must achieve victory and eliminate Han Jingming. He was neither a wanton killer nor a benevolent soul. Disturbing his mother-S peace and intruding into this place were two sufficient reasons for Yi Xianqian to be driven to slay Han Jingming. It seems that luck is on your side, Yi Xianqian, to have broken through during battle. But so what? I am a third-tier innate powerhouse, vastly superior. Han Jingming quickly recovered from his shock, reassuring himself. It's nothing. Just a lucky kid. I am a third-tier innate powerhouse, capable of easily crushing him. Yi Xianqian smiled slightly and slowly drew forth his wooden sword. Clang! A resounding sound reverberated through the sky, akin to a dragon's roar, stirring the winds and clouds. Your spiritual weapon is the Kong sword. ISNT it. Now, I shall challenge you with the sword you excel at. I am eager to see just how powerful you are with the Kong sword, and whether you can withstand my wooden sword. Yi Xianqian caressed the wooden sword, his eyes brimming with confidence and excitement. He could hear it, the sound of the sword's chant around him, as if the Jinchi sword were eagerly anticipating battle. Let us fight. Chapter 46. Decapitation. Let us fight, Yi Xianqian bellowed, his aura suddenly transforming, the previously sorrowful energy turning exceedingly domineering and fierce. The figure clad in coarse garments behind him slowly faded, morphing into an arrogant figure dressed in black. This figure wielded a sword, which, like the wooden sword, appeared dull and lifeless, yet occasionally flickered with a light that commanded attention. His eyes were filled with arrogance, as if nothing in this world could compare to him. Han Jingming's expression momentarily froze, intimidated by Yi Xianqian's overwhelming aura. But the next moment, he erupted into laughter as he pointed at Yi Xianqian's seemingly toy-like Jinqi sword and exclaimed, "You plan to counter me with that? Yi Xianqian, you must be joking. Such a wooden sword is something even a child would hesitate to use. You dare to wield it against me?" Buzz! The Jinqi sword gently vibrated, producing a resounding chime in Yi Xianqian's ears. He could sense the ferocity emanating from the sword, as if it yearned to annihilate the one who dared to belittle it. "It seems you are quite the troublesome individual," Yi Xianqian softly remarked as he caressed the Jinqi sword. "But that suits me just fine," Yi Xianqian suddenly roared, and the proud figure behind him slowly lifted its haughty gaze. An unmatched aura erupted from Yi Xianqian, causing Han Jingming to faintly feel that this aura resembled a sword's momentum. Impossible! Absolutely impossible. This is merely the momentum derived from the Taizu Long Fist, a martial art meant for children. How could it possibly exude the essence of sword momentum? It must be my illusion. Han Jingming thought in a panic. In truth, even he knew that this momentum might surpass that of a sword. Displaying the guise of a demon. Han Jingming retorted, his bravado hiding his anxiety as he drew a weapon crafted in imitation of the Kong sword. "Allow me to demonstrate the might of my Kong sword." Han Jingming slightly angled the Kong sword. Indeed, the Kong sword is extraordinary. Even though what Han Jingming wielded was merely a replica, the sharpness felt almost tangible, causing one to instinctively tense up. However, this did not include Yi Xianqian and Han Zimo, for the spiritual weapons of both were superior to Han Jingming's. Yi Xianqian slightly adjusted his wooden sword, and the proud figure behind him seemed to roar, an overwhelmingly powerful aura sweeping outward. Han Jingming found his true essence momentarily dissipating under this pressure. "Kill!" Just then, Yi Xianqian murmured, and his body flickered like flowing light. Buzz! Han Jingming's brows furrowed tightly. He sensed an incredibly sharp aura piercing towards his brow. Such a sharp sword energy. Is this emanating from that wooden sword? Han Jingming thought in astonishment. Then his brow relaxed instantaneously as a glimmer of golden light flashed across the Kong sword in his hand, as if it had been coated in a layer of gold dust. "Kong Long Juejin!" Buzz, buzz, buzz! The Kong sword emitted 3 resonant cries, and in an instant, an incredibly sharp sword energy erupted from the Kong sword. As this sword energy transformed in midair, it subtly morphed into the shape of a dragon's head. Yi Xianqian raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. "Kong Long, you dare to call that a dragon? Besides, even a true dragon would simply be trampled beneath my feet." As his words fell, his body surged forward, and the Jinqi sword lunged towards the dragon head. Han Jingming scoffed. "Yi Xianqian, do you think mere boasting will suffice? I have practiced the Kong Long Juejin for many years. Even the sword momentum has been gleaned from it. The strength contained within is beyond the comprehension of a mere acquired martial artist like you." "Is that so?" Yi Xianqian whispered just before piercing the dragon head, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. The Jinqi sword swiftly spun, resembling a drill bit, swirling up a gust of wind as it burrowed into the dragon head. Bang! A tremendous explosion erupted, shattering the dragon head in an instant. Golden light gradually scattered through the air, as Yi Xianqian gently caressed the Jinqi sword that glimmered with golden dust. "What was it you just said?" Bang! Han Jingming involuntarily stepped back, his expression darkening as he muttered. How can this be? An acquired martial artist, how could he possibly block my Kong Long Juejin with a wooden sword?" "Who?" Yi Xianqian abruptly flicked the Jinqi sword, and the seemingly toy-like wooden sword sliced through the air, producing a whistling sound. "There is nothing impossible about in a sword duel. You are far from my match." Yi Xianqian grasped the Jinqi sword, his heart brimming with confidence, as if wielding the Jinqi sword allowed him to challenge any swordsman in the world. A sword is a weapon of slaughter. A sword is also a vessel of confidence. With a sword in hand, even against the heavens, one dares to fight. The proud figure behind him seemed to nod in agreement. An air of arrogance that compelled submission danced in his eyes. In a sword duel, I am far from your match. Yi Xianqun, do not jest. I, Han Jingming, have practiced swordsmanship for nearly 40 years. In Qingfeng City, I consider myself unparalleled in sword skills, and my strength is no less formidable. Yet now you dare claim my swordsmanship is lacking. Han Jingming laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most amusing joke in the world. Covering his mouth in mirth, Yi Xianqun shook his head slightly. In his eyes, Han Jingming was merely a person who had strayed from the right path while stubbornly believing he was correct. His spiritual weapon may not be a sword, but it is the Donghuang Ding. The Donghuang Ding is a sacred artifact of the Donghuang continent, and Yi Xianqun could understand all the characteristics of spiritual weapons through it. While Han Jingming may take pride in the Kong sword, he could never achieve the same level of arrogance. Moreover, Han Jingming's focus from beginning to end was not on the sword itself, but rather on the martial arts inherent within. One could discern this from the way Han Jingming unleashed the Konglong Juejin, where the final sword energy transformed into the visage of a dragon's head. The essence of a true sword does not lie in its flamboyance, Yi Xianqun remarked coolly, his hand gently caressing the Jinqi sword, as if he were tenderly touching a beloved companion or kin. What nonsense! Weaklings are prone to excessive chatter. Watch as I eliminate you. Once I sever your sword, you shall have no more words to utter. Han Jingming scoffed disdainfully, then slightly raised the Kong sword, unleashing an overwhelming aura that erupted from his being. To his astonishment, a magnificent golden sword began to materialize behind him. A congenital warrior possesses the ability to summon the ethereal image of a spirit weapon, and by imbuing that image into their weapon, their strength can increase significantly. The most substantial difference between congenital and acquired warriors lies in the former's ability to summon the ethereal image of their spirit weapon to enhance their power, while you, an acquired warrior, can merely be crushed by my absolute might. Grasping the Kong sword, now imbued with the ethereal image, Han Jingming exuded an air of arrogance and pride. Ethereal image, you say? Yi Xianqun murmured, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Nothing more than that. Suddenly, Yi Xianqun let out a thunderous roar, as a solitary, proud silhouette behind him morphed into a blurred, ding-like shadow. This, of course, was the Donghuang Ding. Desolation. Yi Xianqun slowly pronounced a single word, and in an instant, the shadow of the Donghuang Ding transformed into an ancient aura that enveloped his sword. Han Jingming's heart jolted as he perceived a presence emanating from the Jinqi sword that caused his Kong sword to tremble. What kind of secret technique is this? Han Jingming could hardly believe this was the true strength of Yi Xianqun. He suspected that Yi Xianqun had resorted to some secret art. You simply love making excuses. Yi Xianqun shook his head, and the Jinqi sword swiftly slashed toward Han Jingming. Slash. An immensely powerful sword energy erupted from the Jinqi sword, carrying an essence that seemed to traverse the river of time itself. This sword energy appeared capable of transcending the very fabric of space and time, instantly closing the distance between Yi Xianqun and Han Jingming and striking toward Han Jingming. Han Jingming felt a jolt of fear wash over him. Yet he reassured himself, he is merely an acquired warrior. I can withstand this. With that thought, Han Jingming swung the Kong sword to intercept the sword energy. Konglong Juejin. Sever it for me. Yi Xianqun exhaled, a hint of disdain in his voice. The same move again. Do you not tire of it? In that very moment, the sword energy emitted from the Jinqi sword swiftly suppressed the might unleashed by the Konglong Juejin. How could this be possible? Han Jingming roared in frustration. I refuse to accept this. His voice abruptly halted as blood began to dance through the air. Bang! With a resounding thud, dust swirled around them. Elder Han is dead? The onlooker, Han Feng, could hardly believe his eyes upon witnessing Han Jingming's demise. The battle between Yi Xianqun and Han Jingming had seemed to stretch on for ages, yet in Han Feng's perception, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Thus, he had barely registered what had happened before Han Jingming was slain by Yi Xianqun. Yi Xianqun flicked the blood off the Jinqi sword and slowly turned to face Han Feng, saying, You still owe me 1,000 spirit stones, and now you've disturbed my mother's rest. What do you propose to do about it? The blood Yi Xianqun had flicked away had inadvertently splattered on Han Feng's face, leaving him dazed as he felt the warm blood. and then heard Yi Xiangshan's words. His body involuntarily trembled as an unpleasant odor began to permeate the air. Han Feng had indeed soiled himself in fear. Yi Xiangshan pinched his nose, frowning as he regarded Han Feng, the murderous intent in his heart dissipating considerably. He had no desire to have the Jinqi sword stain itself with the filth of one who had soiled themselves in terror. At that moment, Han Zimo approached, saying, "Leave this to me, Yi Xiangshan. In exchange, I will ensure that Han Feng fulfills his promise, and the Crescent Moonstone shall be yours as well." Yi Xiangshan paused at these words. It seemed that Han Zimo was appearing to rescue Han Feng, but in reality, he was aiding him. With Han Zimo claiming the Crescent Moonstone for himself, who in Qingfeng City would dare to demand it from him? As long as the Han family remained indifferent, Zhu Li's sect would also refrain from meddling in the ownership of the Crescent Moonstone. After all, in this world, strength reigns supreme. The strong claim what is theirs as a matter of course. Just as Yi Xiangshan was about to agree, Han Zimo added, "However, this is not sufficient compensation, as it is merely what should be expected. How about this? I possess a martial technique that can save one's life. I will give it to you." With that, Han Zimo produced a sheepskin scroll from his robe and tossed it to Yi Xiangshan. The previously terrified Han Feng, upon spotting the scroll, suddenly snapped out of his stupor. This is the life-saving technique, the Inch Fist. It cannot be given to him. Han Feng shouted vehemently. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiangshan's expression shifted slightly. The Inch Fist was a martial technique passed down through the Han family, reputed to be capable of saving a life in any circumstance. Within the Han family, only the family head and the heir were permitted to learn it. This would designate him as the heir to the Han family. Chapter 47. Never to meet again. Yi Xiangshan instinctively rejected the offer upon realizing its significance. "I cannot accept this." Han Zimo looked at Yi Xiangshan with a hint of confusion and asked, "Why not? Is it because only the heir is allowed to learn it?" Yi Xiangshan nodded. At that moment, Han Feng observed Yi Xiangshan's reaction and felt, for the first time, that Yi Xiangshan was truly admirable. Han Feng had always considered himself the future head of the family, and if that position were to be bestowed upon Yi Xiangshan, what would he do? The most terrifying thought was that he could not even defeat Yi Xiangshan. Sensing Han Feng's reaction, Han Zimo kicked the disgraceful member of the Han family into unconsciousness. Han Zimo harbored no fondness for Han Feng whatsoever. If you cower from learning this due to such rules, then you are not the Yi Xiangshan I know, nor worthy to be their son. What are rules? They exist to be broken. Han Zimo's words echoed in Yi Xiangshan's mind, prompting him to contemplate deeply. Indeed, are not rules meant to be shattered? Excellent. A smile graced Yi Xiangshan's lips as he tucked the sheepskin scroll into his storage ring. Upon seeing the storage ring in Yi Xiangshan's possession, Han Zimo's brows furrowed slightly, as if he had recalled something, and then he asked, "Yi Xiangshan, where did you acquire this storage ring?" Since it wasn't a matter of great secrecy, Yi Xiangshan shared the details with Han Zimo, omitting the part about the torn cloth. "You found it within the spirit beast's body. It seems that the ghost of Jura is indeed still in Qingfeng City," Han Zimo remarked thoughtfully, a grave expression crossing his face. "Ghost of Jura?" Yi Xiangshan queried, perplexed. Han Zimo cast a scrutinizing glance at Yi Xiangshan before asking, "You must know of the Reverse Phoenix, right? In the past, I, along with your parents and the ghost of Jura, were all members of the Reverse Phoenix." Yi Xiangshan's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "You were also a member of the Reverse Phoenix? Then you know what happened back then?" Han Zimo shook his head slightly. "I joined the Reverse Phoenix before your parents did, and left much earlier as well. That I only have vague knowledge of the events that transpired, but I am aware that your parents perished at the hands of the Reverse Phoenix. Thus, I have been secretly gathering information on them over the years. It is time to pass this knowledge on to you." With that, a flicker of hatred flashed in Han Zimo's eyes. His animosity toward the Reverse Phoenix was no less than that of Yi Xiangshan. However, he understood the Reverse Phoenix's might, which is why he had never confronted them directly, opting instead to undermine their smaller factions scattered throughout Han China while amassing intel. Upon sensing Han Zimo's hatred toward the Reverse Phoenix, Yi Xiangshan clenched his fists. The Reverse Phoenix must be eradicated. Han Zimo retrieved some documents regarding the Reverse Phoenix from his storage ring and handed them to Yi Xiangshan. After a cursory glance, Yi Xiangshan noted that the documents contained information on the current key members of the Reverse Phoenix in Han China. "These are the materials I have gathered, enabling you to identify the members of the Reverse Phoenix. They have infiltrated various areas. Some seemingly powerful individuals may also be members of the Reverse Phoenix. Han Zimo cautioned that Yi Xianqun nodded, then inquired, "Who exactly is the Ghost Azura?" Han Zimo sighed. The Ghost Azura was an earlier member of the Reverse Phoenix. It was he who introduced me and your parents to the organization, that he is an exceptionally powerful warrior. But he withdrew from the Reverse Phoenix long ago. He has seemingly been living in hiding within Qingfeng City. The storage ring you possess is unmistakably one that the Ghost Azura wore back in the day. Upon hearing Han Zimo's words, Yi Xianqun recalled that Elder Yi and Elder Han had previously mentioned 4 former members of the Reverse Phoenix residing in Qingfeng City, one of whom might well be the Ghost Azura. For some inexplicable reason, Yi Xianqun's mind wandered to the shopkeeper. That cold and powerful figure may indeed be the reclusive Ghost Azura, Yi Xianqun pondered. Observing Yi Xianqun's contemplative silence, Han Zimo assumed that he was struck by the overwhelming might of the Reverse Phoenix. This was only natural. The hidden power of the Reverse Phoenix in Han China could effortlessly obliterate the ruling royal family. And this was merely the Reverse Phoenix within Han China. How formidable must their influence be across the entire Donghuan continent? Yet, what Han Zimo did not realize was that Yi Xianqun, possessing the sacred artifact of the Donghuan continent, would grow to become even more powerful than the Reverse Phoenix. After a while, Yi Xianqun began to confirm that Gui Shua was indeed a member of the Reverse Phoenix. He resolved in his heart to pay a visit to Gui Shua, as he wished to understand the circumstances surrounding the Reversed Phoenix. With that thought, Yi Xianqun clasped his hands together and said to Han Zimo, "Thank you, uncle." Han Zimo chuckled softly, then reached out to ruffle Yi Xianqun's hair, saying, "Now that you call me uncle, what is there to thank?" Yi Xianqun paused momentarily. This gesture was his mother's favorite. Han Zimo's action evoked a faint feeling in Yi Xianqun, as if his mother were still by his side. Gradually, a smile crept onto Yi Xianqun's lips as he replied, "Indeed." He then returned to the Crimson House, cradling Han Yinrong's spirit tablet and urn in his hands. Preparing to depart, he did not wish for his mother to be confined within the dark space of the storage ring. Han Zimo silently followed behind him, and with Han Zimo's imposing presence, Yi Xianqun effortlessly left the Han residence. As he passed through the entrance, he noticed that the bodies and blood at the door had been cleared away, the timing of which he could not discern. Thus, he held the spirit tablet and urn, making his way toward the Yi family, his white garments resembling the mourning attire of a filial son. At the Han family, Han Zimo stood quietly at the entrance, watching Yi Xianqun depart. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from behind him. Han Zimo did not turn to look, for he knew it was his father. The head of the Han family, Han Yangzi. "Father," Han Zimo acknowledged upon hearing the footsteps. Han Yangzi approached Han Zimo, gazing at Yi Xianqun's retreating figure, and was reminded of events from 20 years prior. That little rascal from the Yi family had taken away his precious daughter. And in the blink of an eye, 2 decades had passed. Now, the world had changed. The boy he despised was dead, yet so was his beloved daughter. For the past 10 years, he had redirected his hatred towards that rascal's son. Yet now, the very person he loathed had intruded into the Han family, and he found himself unable to intervene. "What is his name?" Han Yangzi asked after a prolonged silence. Han Zimo smiled at the inquiry. "Xianqun, Yi Xianqun. Yinrong told me that she named him. She hoped her son would grow toward the sunlight, vibrant like the morning sun. She also mentioned that father was to be called Yangzi, the blessing of the sun, and that Xianqun was meant to learn from you, to become a responsible and good father." Han Yangzi's expression momentarily faltered. He had never heard his daughter speak of the meaning behind Xianqun's name. As he had been occupied with matters outside at that time, by the time he returned, Han Yinrong had already passed away. From that moment on, he had harbored resentment towards a grandson he had never met. "Xianqun, moving toward the sun, moving toward me," Han Yangzi murmured, and for reasons unknown, he began to smile. "Ha, good, he exclaimed thrice. Han Zimo smiled faintly, his heart filled with comfort. He had finally witnessed Han Yangzi smile again. Since his sister's death, Han Yangzi had not smiled once. Today, Han Yangzi finally smiled, and it was a smile filled with joy. After returning to the Yi family with the painting, Yi Xianqun hung it in his room. He placed the spirit tablet and urn at a small hill behind the western garden, where his father, Yi Junwu, lay buried. Yi Xianqun knelt beside his father's grave, slowly digging a pit with his hands. Throughout the entire process, he refrained from using any of his true essence. wishing to use his own strength to create a resting place for his mother. Time passed unmeasured until Yi Xianqun had completed the task. He then placed the spirit tablet and urn into the pit, gently covering them with earth. His hands had become blistered, dirt seeping into the wounds. Yet Yi Xianqun felt no pain, for he sensed his parents' presence beside him. With a thud, Yi Xianqun knelt before his parents' graves and bowed slowly. "Father, mother, your unfilial son pays his respects. I have finally reunited you," he spoke softly, acknowledging his past failings. Today, he had finally brought his parents back together. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept toward Yi Xianqun. As if two warm hands were caressing him, that he paused, exclaiming, "Father, mother!" Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, he beheld Yi Junwu embracing Han Yinrong, floating in the air and smiling at him. "Father, mother!" Yi Xianqun called out again. Upon hearing his voice, Yi Junwu's lips curled into a comforting smile. "That you've grown, able to care for yourself. Finally, I am reunited with your mother. It is time for us to leave." Yi Junwu spoke with a smile, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears of reluctance. Han Yinrong said nothing, but her reddened eyes conveyed everything. They were both reluctant to part from Yi Xianqun, yet they had no choice but to depart. Yi Xianqun lowered his head abruptly, his dirt-covered hands scrubbing at the corners of his eyes, desperately trying to keep his tears at bay. But no matter how much he wiped, the tears continued to flow uncontrollably. Han Yinrong watched Yi Xianqun's face, smeared with dirt and tears, her heart aching to reach out and wipe them away. Yet as she extended her hand, she quickly withdrew it, reminded that she was no longer alive and could not touch her son. She longed to embrace Yi Xianqun, to help him wipe away the dirt and tears, but it was no longer possible, never to be possible again. Unable to contain her emotions, Han Yinrong tightly embraced Yi Junwu, burying her head in his chest, unwilling for Yi Xianqun to witness her sorrow. She did not want to cause him pain. Yet, how could Yi Junwu hold back his tears, despite once being an incredibly powerful warrior? He could not restrain his own grief. "Da-da!" Yi Xianqun cried out, tears streaming down his face. How he wished to say, "Father, mother, please stay," yet he could not utter those words, for to do so would prevent them from departing, from finding peace. Thus, he forced a smile, one more painful than tears, and said, "Father, mother, I can take care of myself now, so please rest easy." More tears continued to fall from his eyes, that Yi Junwu and Han Yinrong were momentarily taken aback. Han Yinrong's crying intensified, while Yi Junwu scrutinized Yi Xianqun, as if he wished to memorize every detail of him. Ultimately, Yi Junwu managed a smile, one even more sorrowful than tears, saying, "Fool, take good care of yourself. Do not cry anymore. You are a man now. Your mother and I look forward to you marrying a good wife. Though it pains us to part, we shall not meet again, my son." Chapter 48. Gui Shilao from Day to Night. In night to day, Yi Xianqun knelt before the graves of Yi Junwu and Han Yinrong for an entire day, until Yi Junwen arrived. Observing the freshly dug grave, Yi Junwen sighed deeply, recognizing it as his sister-in-law Han Yinrong's resting place. "Get up. Your brother and sister-in-law would not wish to see you like this." Yi Junwen spoke gently to Yi Xianqun paused slightly, parting his lips, which were somewhat pale, and replied, "All right." Yi Xianqun understood that his parents hoped for his well-being, not for him to remain in a state of despair while kneeling indefinitely. Yi Junwen firmly pulled Yi Xianqun to his feet, and due to his prolonged kneeling, Yi Xianqun nearly stumbled. However, being a practitioner at the 8th level of the postnatal realm, he quickly regained his composure. "Uncle, do you have any wine?" Yi Xianqun asked, his voice hoarse. Yi Junwen's nose twitched slightly as he replied, "I do not. What you need now is not wine, but to accomplish everything you set out to do, and to do it well." With that, Yi Junwen did not wait for Yi Xianqun's response and turned to leave. Watching Yi Junwen's somewhat dejected figure retreat, Yi Xianqun felt a flicker of determination in his eyes. "Thank you, Uncle." Yi Xianqun understood that Yi Junwen's visit was not for any other reason but to guide him back to himself. 10 years ago, when his parents passed away, he had not felt such profound sorrow. He had been too young to comprehend the concept of life and death. Now, a decade later, he finally grasped the reality. Yet it was too late. With a resounding clap, Yi Xianqun struck his cheeks twice, and as the crisp sound echoed, he quickly regained his former spirited self. Next, he would search for Gui Shilao, Yi Xianqun murmured, his eyes glimmering with eagerness. "Gui Shilao, or rather the mysterious individual behind him, held many secrets Yi Xianqun yearned to uncover, such as the reverse phoenix and the fragmented map. After leaving the Yi family, Yi Xianqun headed toward the small market where he had previously encountered Gui Shu. However, after searching all around, he could not locate Gui Shu's stall. Nonetheless, he learned from some stall owners that Gui Shu often did not come by, and that his residence was located in a bamboo grove not far from the village of Huangshan. Huangshan village, indeed, seemed to hold some connection to why Yi Xianqun pondered. Piecing together previous events, it became evident that Huangshan village was anything but ordinary. The ancestors of the Yi family had established a rule. Aside from those dispatched to Huangshan village, no member of the Yi family was permitted to enter. Once, two members of the Reverse Phoenix, the village chief and Annuo Hua, resided within the desolate Shanshan village. Now, Guaixio Luo also dwells adjacent to this village, providing ample evidence that Shanshan village harbors numerous secrets that Yi Xianqun intends to first seek out Guaixio Luo, and subsequently meet with the village chief and Annuo Hua, whom he has never encountered but who has always watched over him. Upon reaching the bamboo forest beside Shanshan village, Yi Xianqun felt an enchanting sensation envelop him. The purple jade bamboo at his chest began to emit a faint glow, as if it had become invigorated by the presence of the bamboo. Guaixio Luo resides deep within this forest, rarely venturing beyond its confines, seemingly living a life of seclusion. The bamboo grove is sparsely populated, allowing Yi Xianqun to swiftly locate a bamboo cottage nestled among the trees. This cottage, dilapidated yet charming, was constructed from two adjoining rooms and enclosed by a picket fence. Guaixio Luo sat before the house, flanked by two little girls around 3 or 4 years of age, who danced around him. The usually taciturn Guaixio Luo was now all smiles, occasionally bursting into laughter, while the twin girls giggled incessantly, clearly relishing their time beside him. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Xianqun realized that Guaixio Luo had perhaps refrained from responding to the calls of the Reverse Phoenix due to these twins. Though he felt reluctant to disrupt Guaixio Luo's serene existence, he had his own reasons for being there that he approached cautiously. Who goes there? The sound of Yi Xianqun's footsteps startled Guaixio Luo, who called out alertly, swiftly enveloping the twins in his arms. When he discerned Yi Xianqun's identity, his initial wariness eased slightly to "Itsu. What brings you here?" Guaixio Luo inquired with a frosty demeanor. Yi Xianqun circled the fence and moved closer to Guaixio Luo, while the twins, perhaps unaccustomed to strangers, gazed at him with unabashed curiosity in their large, obsidian eyes. Reversed, Yi Xianqun whispered softly, knowing that he need only utter a single word for Guaixio Luo to comprehend. Indeed, Guaixio Luo's expression darkened immediately as he grasped the implication, and he retorted, "Leave at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness. It matters not that you are his son." Upon hearing this, Yi Xianqun nodded in agreement, recognizing that the presence of the twins indicated Guaixio Luo's desire for solitude, and that his arrival would certainly provoke ire, since you claim I am his son. It implies that you are acquainted with my father, that I do not wish to intrude upon your life. I merely seek to understand a few matters. The Yi Xianqun spoke, bowing respectfully, his face alight with longing. Guaixio Luo snorted dismissively, gesturing toward the fence. "You are not welcome here." To that moment, the twins tugged at Guaixio Luo's clothing and chirped, "Daddy, Mommy said you mustn't shout so loudly. You'll scare Xiaobing, Xiao Yuan." Very well, very well. It is my fault. I should not frighten Xiaobing and Xiao Yuan," Guaixio Luo replied, his expression softening as he patted the twins' backs. "That's better. We shall treat you to some sweets." The twins giggled and pulled out a handful of candies from their pockets, offering them to Guaixio Luo. Guaixio Luo's face contorted with discomfort. While he had nothing against sweets, he had been overwhelmed by the twins' relentless insistence on feeding him their unending supply, rendering all food tasteless to him. Yi Xianqun shook his head slightly, mused, "Even the mightiest of warriors are not immune to the bonds of affection." Taking a moment, he addressed the twins, Xiaobing and Xiao Yuan. "Am I correct? Such lovely names. Would you be so kind as to share some of your candy with your older brother?" Flattered by Yi Xianqun's compliment, the twins momentarily forgot their father, eagerly handing him the candy. Yes, here you go, brother." This candy was bought by Daddy, and it's delicious. Feigning a gluttonous demeanor, Yi Xianqun accepted the candy, inciting laughter from Xiaobing and Xiao Yuan. Guatio Luo let out a sigh of relief, casting a warning glare at Yi Xianqun, silently indicating that he should not presume this would earn him a place in his company. Yi Xianqun smiled back, but did not return Guatio Luo's gaze. Just then, the creaking sound of a door being pushed open echoed. "Who could that be? Is there a guest?" a melodious voice inquired, followed by the appearance of a woman clad in simple attire. Yi Xianqun recognized her as Guatio Luo's wife and quickly stood to greet her. "Greetings, sister-in-law. My name is Yi Xianqun." Zhuge Bing, who had not ventured beyond the bamboo grove for quite some time, felt a surge of joy upon hearing Yi Xianqun address her as such. "So you are a friend of my husband? Why didn't he mention your visit? I could have prepared more dishes." Guatio Luo's expression soured, but before he could explain, Xiao Bing and Xiao Yuan hopped over to Zhuge Bing, eagerly recounting their father's earlier outburst. This prompted Zhuge Bing to scold Guatio Luo before ushering Yi Xianqun inside. At that moment, Yi Xianqun discovered that Guatio Luo's true name was Zhou Guanyuan. Zhuge Bing busied herself in the kitchen while Xiao Bing and Xiao Yuan went outside to play, leaving Yi Xianqun alone with Zhou Guanyuan. "You resemble your father, Yi Xianqun, that you've come here uninvited," Zhou Guanyuan remarked coldly. Yi Xianqun toyed with the teacup in his hands, responding, "I understand your predicament, but I have matters I must clarify." "Very well, ask your questions. Then leave," Zhou Guanyuan replied without courtesy. Over the years, Yi Xianqun was the only one to disturb his peace. Even the reversed phoenix had not dared to intrude upon him. It was only this audacious son of that wretched boy who would dare to do so. "I do not have many questions. I simply wish to learn about the reversed phoenix and the fragments." Zhou Guanyuan paused, then drained his cup of tea. "All right, I shall share what I know, but henceforth, do not disturb my life again." "Agreed. Years ago, your father, mother, and your uncle were all recommended by me to join the reverse phoenix. Back then, they were the talk of Qingfeng City, true paragons of their generation. That I eventually departed from the reverse phoenix, having found my wife. Beyond that, my knowledge of subsequent events is limited. As for the fragments, they are a closely guarded secret of the reverse phoenix, one I stumbled upon by chance. It is said that these fragments comprise a map to a treasure. The reverse phoenix places great importance on gathering these fragments, and the piece you possess was serendipitously acquired by me. Beyond that, I know little, as I have been away from the reverse phoenix for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Yi Xianqun furrowed his brow, inquiring about several individuals mentioned in the information provided by Han Zimo, only to discover that Zhou Guanyuan did not recognize them. It was evident that many had come and gone in the reverse phoenix over the years. Realizing that Zhou Guanyuan had little more to offer, Yi Xianqun took his leave, assuring him that he would not divulge any of this information to others. As Zhou Guanyuan watched Yi Xianqun depart, he sighed heavily. He understood that he could not remain hidden here for long. Perhaps it was time to leave Qingfeng City. He had lingered due to the legend, but now that he had decided to live in seclusion, there was no need to wait for that legend any longer. After leaving the bamboo grove, Yi Xianqun made his way toward Shanshan village. As he had previously been dispatched to the village, he was not restricted by the rules of the Yi family. Of course, even if he were, Yi Xianqun would not abide by them. Rules are meant to be broken. Now, during the harvest season, Shanshan village was rather deserted, with only a few children at play. After greeting the youngsters, Yi Xianqun proceeded toward the village chief's residence, only to find that the chief and Annuo Hua had already departed, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. Chapter 49. The Arrival of the Zhu Li Sect. In Qingfeng City, at the Yi family estate, the night had settled into a serene stillness. In the western garden of the Yi family, a swaying figure gradually emerged. Clad in black, this figure was none other than the mysterious individual who had been following Yi Xianqun. As the figure lifted his head slightly, the bright moonlight illuminated his face, revealing him to be Yi Junwen. He had been vigilantly observing Yi Xianqun and keeping tabs on Han Lao, the village chief, and Annuo Hua. The drunken haze that had previously clouded Yi Junwen's expression had dissipated, leaving only tranquility and a hint of reluctance. His once prominent alcohol-induced nose was nowhere to be seen, and he now appeared remarkably handsome. With a striking posture and eyes as profound as black holes, he captivated all who beheld him. He gazed at the tightly shut door of Yi Xianqun's room, a deep sense of reluctance flickering in his eyes. It is finally time to depart. Have I kept Bai Mei waiting too long? Yi Junwen mused with a bitter smile. 10 years ago, he should have left. However, The sudden demise of his brother and sister-in-law had bound him to the Yi family and to Yi Xianqun that a decade had swiftly passed, and he had remained by Yi Xianqun's side all this time. Now that Yi Xianqun has grown up, it is time for him to leave the Yi family. Not only must he resolve his own matters, but he must also address the issues concerning an iPhone. He stands quietly in front of the Western Garden, gazing at Yi Xianqun's room for a long while before gradually fading away, as if he is transformed into a shadow that melds into the surrounding darkness, leaving no trace behind. The next day, Yi Xianqun slowly opens his eyes to greet the morning light. It has already been half a month since he retrieved his mother's spirit tablet and ashes from the Han family. During this time, Qingfeng City has been enveloped in tranquility, as if the turmoil that Yi Xianqun had stirred up had never occurred. Throughout these 2 weeks, Yi Xianqun has not slackened in his cultivation. He was in the valley's secret realm until yesterday, refining his body with Xuanma water and absorbing the abundant spiritual energy within. Finally, on the eve of the arrival of Zhu Li's sect, he has broken through to the 8th layer of the acquired realm and hurried back to the Yi family. Today marks the day when Zhu Li's sect arrives in Qingfeng City to recruit disciples. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, 3 sharp knocks resound at the door. Young master, it's time to wake up. The head of the family is waiting for you in the hall. The elders from Zhu Li's sect are about to arrive. Cheng Yi's voice calls from outside. After Yi Xianqun acknowledges her, he drapes a black robe over himself and steps outside. As he emerges, he notices that Cheng Yi has matured significantly. She has not only dressed more maturely but has also styled her hair in an adult manner. Without needing to inquire, Yi Xianqun comprehends that Yi Chu has already engaged with Cheng Yi. He lets out a subtle sigh, and Cheng Yi, feeling somewhat shy and apprehensive about the potential reproach from Yi Xianqun, lowers her gaze. Please convey a message to Yi Chu for me. Tell him that if he does not take good care of Cheng Yi, he should be prepared to face the consequences. Yi Xianqun glances at Cheng Yi, narrowing his eyes as he speaks. Upon hearing his words, Cheng Yi's fear dissipates, replaced by a hint of shyness. After all, Yi Xianqun is the one who saved her, and she should be considered his. Yet she feels she has overstepped her bounds. Although Yi Xianqun does not scold her and even seems to acknowledge her, Cheng Yi's heart is still filled with bashfulness. Observing Cheng Yi's flushed face, Yi Xianqun experiences an indescribable sensation within. After the arrival of Zhu Li's sect at the Yi family, he will undoubtedly enter the sect and leave Qingfeng City. This parting leaves him uncertain as to when he might return. With Cheng Yi entrusted to him, he feels somewhat relieved. Without further ado, Yi Xianqun strides directly towards the Yi family hall, the Yi family hall. Yi Xinglan stands at the entrance, adorned in a robe embedded with stars. Behind him stand Yi Junming and the recently released Yi Junlong, while Yi Xiangwen, Yi Xiangjuan, Yi Xiangxiang, and Yi Chu follow closely behind. It is evident that Yi Xiangwen and Yi Xiangjuan stand slightly ahead of Yi Xiangxiang and Yi Chu. After half a month of training, Yi Chu has stabilized his cultivation, while the recently freed Yi Xiangxiang has surprisingly advanced by a layer. Now also an 8th layer warrior of the acquired realm, akin to Yi Xiangqun. Behind this young generation of elites are the elders of the Yi family, while other young members of the family lack the qualifications to stand there, as they await the arrival of Zhu Li's sect's delegation. Even the domineering Yi family of Qingfeng City must present themselves fully to welcome Zhu Li's sect, having spent a month imprisoned in the Heishui cave. Yi Xiangxiang's previous arrogance has diminished significantly, and he appears considerably more composed, though traces of pride and arrogance still linger that a personality shaped over years cannot be easily altered. Glancing at the sky, Yi Xiangxiang's eyes flash with resentment that he surveys the quietly standing Yi family members, then turns and says, "Why hasn't Yi Xiangqun arrived yet? What time is it? The elders from Zhu Li's sect are nearly here. Does he expect them to wait for him?" As soon as Yi Xiangxiang finishes speaking, he eagerly anticipates the agreement of the Yi family members. After all, this is a special occasion for welcoming Zhu Li's sect. And Yi Xiangqun's tardiness could be seen as a provocation to both Zhu Li's sect and the Yi family. However, after a prolonged silence, no one responds to him, and some even roll their eyes at him. What is the meaning of this? Why is there no reaction to Yi Xiangqun's delay? Could it be that the elders from Zhu Li's sect have arrived and their tempers have improved? Yi Xiangxiang thinks to himself in confusion, that moment. Yi Chu rolls his eyes at Yi Xiangxiang, silently remarking, "Even after breaking through, Yi Xiangxiang remains a fool that why Yi Xiangqian is no longer the same as before. How many people in the Yi family would dare to voice their dissent against him now? The news of Yi Xiangqian's slaying of Han Jingming has already spread throughout Qingfeng City, and the Yi family is well aware of it. Since then, no one has dared to challenge Yi Xiangqian that if Yi Xiangqian could easily kill a third-layer innate warrior, how many would still dare to provoke him in Qingfeng City? Even Yi Junming and Yi Junlong must show Yi Xiangqian some respect, while only Yi Xiangxiang, who has spent time in the Heishui cave, remains oblivious that in just half a month, Yi Xiangqian has grown from a second-layer acquired warrior to someone capable of slaying third-layer innate warriors. And now, after this time has passed, no one knows just how powerful he has become. Yi Xiangqian is truly beyond ordinary comprehension. Yi Chu muses, aware that he stands here today largely due to Yi Xiangqian's nourishing elixirs. As he ponders, Yi Xiangqian strides toward the hall. Clad in a black robe that complements his handsome features, he exudes a unique charm, his eyes subtly radiating an aura of dominance that captivates everyone's attention. "I have arrived," Yi Xiangqian states nonchalantly, as if his tardiness were entirely expected. Yi Xinglan nods and opens his mouth to speak, but before he can, Yi Xiangxiang interjects, Yi Xiangqian, you are late again. Being tardy for the coming-of-age ceremony was one thing. But today, on the day we welcome the elders from Zhu Li's sect, you dare to arrive late once more. And you show no sign of remorse. Are you disrespecting the Yi family and Zhu Li's sect? Yi Xiangxiang's face is stern as he speaks. Having learned from his previous encounters with Yi Xiangqian, he knows to first cast blame upon his adversary. Unfortunately, while Yi Xiangqian could easily counter him, Yi Xiangxiang is not in a position to do the same. A glance from Yi Xiangqian meets Yi Xiangxiang's gaze, his dark eyes exuding an air of calm indifference, as if Yi Xiangxiang's words were of no significance. In that moment, Yi Xiangxiang feels as if he is being scrutinized by something terrifying, his blood seemingly freezing in his veins, unable to mobilize even a shred of true essence, rendering him as still as a corpse. All the Yi family members sense the pressure brought forth by Yi Xiangqian's gaze and swallow hard. He has become even more formidable than he was half a month ago, they think to themselves. When they last encountered Yi Xiangqian, he had not instilled such a terrifying pressure in them that in just half a month his strength has grown significantly. Yi Xiangqian lets out a cold snort, instantly forcing Yi Xiangxiang back. At this juncture, both Yi Xiangqian and Yi Xiangxiang share the same cultivation level, yet Yi Xiangqian's prowess surpasses him by several tiers. Half a month ago, when Yi Xiangqian's physical strength was merely at the 7th layer of the acquired realm, he was already capable of killing Han Jingming. Now, having reached the 8th layer, he has grown immensely powerful. Though they share the same cultivation level, a mere glance from Yi Xiangqian is enough to crush Yi Xiangxiang. The boy who was once oppressed by Yi Xiangxiang can now easily overpower him. The transformation is staggering, accomplished within the span of a month. Yi Xiangxiang, if you do not wish for your mouth to be shattered by me, keep it shut, Yi Xiangqian declares coldly before making his way to the back of the crowd. But as for vying for a position at the front, Yi Xiangqian feels no inclination, whether it be position or decorum. None of it defines the world. Only formidable strength serves as the true measure of one's worth. So long as Yi Xiangqian is powerful enough, even standing at the back of the crowd, he remains the most radiant presence. Yi Xinglan does not express anger at Yi Xiangqian's actions. Instead, he smiles with satisfaction. Previously, he believed that Yi Xiangjuan and Yi Xiangwen would be the ones to elevate the Yi family. Yet now it appears that neither can compare to Yi Xiangqian alone. Those who do not conform to worldly rules, regardless of the situation, uphold their martial spirit and path. Such individuals are destined to become strong and to elevate their clan. Meanwhile, Yi Xiangxiang remains in shock, his mouth agape. Yet no sound escapes, as if Yi Xiangqian's words have rendered him speechless. Yi Junlong, witnessing his son's state, shakes his head in disappointment. He knows that his son is now overshadowed by Yi Xiangqian's presence, perhaps forever trapped in his shadow. All of this is a consequence of Yi Xiangxiang's own actions, a fate of his own making. Meanwhile, Yi Jun's heart is filled with conflicting emotions. Yi Xiangqian's strength surpasses his wildest imagination. Even his most cherished son pales in comparison to Yi Xiangqian, leaving him uncertain whether to feel joy or concern. With Yi Xiangqian's presence, the influence of the collateral branches has grown immensely. But he has also eclipsed Yi Xiangwen, becoming the foremost genius of the Yi family. Just as the two men sigh in contemplation, Yi Xinglan suddenly gazes into the distance, his expression growing serious as he declares, "They have arrived." Chapter 50. Confronting Hanzhou. They have arrived, as Yi Xinglan's gentle voice fell. The members of the Yi family became taut with tension, for they were aware that the people from Zhu Li's sect had arrived. Suddenly, a piercing howl of wind echoed through the air, followed by a powerful gust sweeping towards the Yi family's hall. While Yi Xinglan stood resolute like Mount Tai at the forefront, as the fierce wind approached. It seemed to enter a realm devoid of breezes, vanishing entirely. Yi Xianqun narrowed his eyes, astonished within. Is this the prowess of a seventh layer innate?